Chapter 1. Midnight above the enchanted forest. A streak of radiant light, reminiscent of a shooting star, swiftly traversed the night sky. Upon closer inspection, this luminous arc subtly revealed the silhouette of a woman. The figure was unsteady as she plummeted from the heavens towards a wooden abode nestled within the woodland. With a resounding crash, she broke through the rooftop and fell into the interior of the house. Ning Yechen, who had been peacefully slumbering in bed, was abruptly awakened, staring in astonishment at the woman who had descended from the sky into his chamber. Adorned in a celestial gown, she possessed silver hair and crimson eyes, her skin as pale as snow. Her delicate features were exquisitely drawn, with lips resembling cherry blossoms, creating a visage as enchanting as a painted fairy. Her stunning beauty was tinged with a blush, her ruby-like eyes shimmering with a hint of spring's allure, exuding an irresistible charm. Even Ning Yechen, who had encountered countless celestial beings and sorceresses, found himself momentarily entranced, unable to resist gazing at her. Judging by her ethereal attire, it was evident that she hailed from a sacred realm of the celestial domain, suggesting a lineage of considerable stature. Could it be that his secluded hideaway had been discovered? Had the celestial realm dispatched forces to hunt him down? This seemed highly improbable. After all, he had concealed himself in this place for nearly a century, and his measures of concealment should have been foolproof. Moreover, the celestial realm lacked the audacity to disturb him. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. What should he do? He could eliminate her and quietly bury the evidence. He had no desire to expose his identity. As Ning Yechen grappled with how to address this unexpected visitor, the woman's captivating gaze was fixed intently upon him. The youth before her was strikingly handsome, his demeanor refined, exuding an indescribable aura that intrigued her. She had not anticipated encountering such a dashing young man in the mortal realm. Yet, this was not the time for idle thoughts. She needed to depart immediately in search of an antidote, lest she succumb to the overwhelming poison coursing through her veins. The lustful toxin within her intensified, gradually spreading, eroding her senses. Luo Ruiying's complexion flushed, her enchanting eyes growing increasingly unfocused, her lips releasing waves of intoxicating fragrance. Struggling to rise, she felt her body weaken. Just as she managed to stand, she faltered and, in a moment of misfortune, tumbled into Ning Yechen's embrace. What sort of predicament was this? Was it an act of deceit? A celestial trap? To dispel any misunderstandings and to project an image of virtuous nobility, Ning Yechen spread his hands, refraining from making contact with her delicate for the past decade. Whenever he found himself in a moment of ennui, he could not help but recall that fateful night. The growth he experienced that evening was indelibly etched in his mind, rendering it truly unforgettable. Was it due to his centuries of solitude, the weight of loneliness? Ning Yechen pondered this notion. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why he had been so persistently drawn to memories of that night. At the time, his sole intention was to rescue the woman. Without a thought to disturb his reclusive existence, he had not considered the implications. Yet, paradoxically, it had become an obsession. He did not even know her name, and it was unlikely they would ever meet again. Shaking his head, Ning Yechen dismissed the errant thoughts and closed his eyes. Having resolved to lead a life of seclusion, he decided it was best not to dwell on such matters. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Someone was approaching. His perception distinctly sensed not one, but two figures advancing toward him. How rare it was for anyone to reach this secluded place. Intriguing. He had spent a century in seclusion here, with only that woman from a decade past having intruded upon his solitude. Since then, no one had discovered this place. As if he had stumbled upon a delightful curiosity, a faint smile graced his lips. He clapped his hands, and the barrier surrounding the wooden cabin immediately dissipated. He was eager to ascertain the intentions of these visitors. Within the dense woods, a woman of exquisite grace and beauty strolled leisurely among the trees. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her expression suggested weariness. On her back, she carried a charming little girl, no more than 3 or 4 years old, whose delicate features resembled those of a porcelain doll. The girl sported a cascade of lustrous black hair, her cherubic face adorned with plump cheeks, and her bright, curious eyes sparkled with wonder as she surveyed the forest. In a sweet, melodic voice, she inquired of the woman, "Mother, where are we going? Did you not express a desire to meet your father?" "Mother is taking you to find your father," replied Luo Ruiying, turning to reveal a gentle and loving smile directed at her daughter. Though her face bore a kind and nurturing expression, a flicker of sorrow and concern passed through her eyes. A decade had elapsed, and she had not anticipated that one day she would return to the mortal realm with a child in tow, seeking the man from that night. Strangely, despite following her memories for what felt like ages, she could not locate the wooden cabin from her past. Had he already departed? It was plausible. For an ordinary mortal, 10 years could be an eternity. He may have long since moved away, perhaps even married elsewhere. As this thought crossed her mind, the melancholy within Luo Ruiying could no longer be concealed upon her countenance. What would she do if she could not find him? Is that true? "Mother, are we really going to find father?" Upon hearing her mother mention the quest to find her father, Luo Hongye was instantly filled with joy, pressing her face close to her mother's, repeatedly asking, "Yes, we are going to find father." Seeing her child so elated, Luo Ring could not bear to shatter her dreams, responding with a smile. Yet, deep within, she harbored uncertainty about whether they would truly find Ning Yechen. After her moment of joy, Luo Hongye's little mind was flooded with grand questions. Tilting her head as she lay on her mother's back, she asked, "Mother, didn't you say that father passed away when I was born?" Luo Ruiying found herself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. Ever since Luo Hongye had begun to understand the world, she often tugged at her, inquiring about the whereabouts of her father. At that time, Luo Ruiying had deceived her, saying that her father had unfortunately passed away at the moment of her birth. Now, to suddenly claim that they were going to find him felt quite peculiar. "In fact, your father is not completely gone." Luo Ruiying racked her brain, and this was the only excuse she could muster. Luo Hongye blinked her large, expressive eyes, genuinely believing Luo Ruiying's words, and innocently asked, "So, that means father is still alive, right, mother?" "Yes, exactly." Luo Ruiying eagerly nodded in affirmation. Just when she thought she had successfully diverted the conversation, Luo Hongye continued to press, "But why hasn't father come to find ye and mother? Does it mean he doesn't want us anymore?" As she spoke, Luo Hongye's eyes reddened, tears glistening on the verge of spilling. Luo Ruiying was taken aback and quickly pulled Luo Hongye into her embrace, soothing her by patting her back. "No, my dear, how could your father not want you? He has actually sustained serious injuries and has been hiding here to recuperate. I didn't tell you to avoid worrying you." This was the best excuse Luo Ruiying could devise. She could hardly tell her that her father did not even know of her existence. Luo Hongye exhibited no doubt regarding Luo Ruiying's words. Instantly ceasing her tears, her little face filled with concern, "Is father okay?" "It's all right. It's all right." Luo Ruiying smiled gently. I could see that moment. Luo Ruiying abruptly halted, her expression turning grave and serious. Her sharp gaze scanning the surroundings of the forest. There was a presence of demonic beasts, and it seemed formidable. She had not noticed it during her visit a decade ago, that there could be such powerful demonic creatures here. Given her current state, she wondered if she could handle it. Luo Ruiying held Luo Hongye tightly with one arm, while her other hand reached for the celestial sword at her waist, prepared for any sudden attack. However, the next moment, the faint presence of the demonic beasts suddenly dissipated, as if they had scattered in fear, vanishing without a trace. Why has the aura vanished? Did they sense my presence and flee? Just as Luo Ruiying puzzled over this, a quaint wooden house suddenly appeared not far from her. How strange. She hadn't noticed the presence of a wooden house there just moments ago. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Though her heart brimmed with confusion, upon recognizing the house from her memories, a smile of joy involuntarily surfaced on her face. That I found it. This is the place. Luo Ruiying approached the wooden house, her heart a tumult of anxiety and anticipation as she gently knocked on the door. With a creak, the wooden door slowly opened. "May I ask whom this young lady is looking for?" Ning Yechen stood at the doorway, smiling as he inquired. For some reason, gazing at the woman before him stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Staring at the face from her memories, Luo Ruiying pressed her lips together. Her gaze dropping, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief hesitation, she tentatively opened her lips to ask, "Do you not remember me?" Ning Yechen scrutinized the girl once more, with her dark hair and crimson eyes. She was stunningly beautiful, so familiar, yet he could not recall who she was. Having encountered numerous beauties over the years, he found it difficult to place her. Moreover, having lived in seclusion for so long, it should have been the case that no one knew of him. "My lady, may I ask who you are?" After pondering for a while and finding no match in his mind, Ning Yechen could only awkwardly ask, seeing that Ning Chongli truly did not recognize her. A mix of anger and disappointment crossed Luo Ruiying's face, and she could not help but exclaim, You heartless man!" Not only had he taken her first time, but she had gone through great lengths to protect this child. Now, having barely escaped from the celestial realm, she came to find him, yet he did not recognize her at all. She understood that perhaps for mortals, a decade could indeed be enough time to forget many things. Yet, she could not help but feel disheartened and angry at Ning Yechen's complete oblivion of her. Ning Yechen was momentarily stunned by the accusation that Tob Fair, since his arrival in this world. Becoming the supreme demon lord of the demon realm for centuries, he had not even engaged in a romantic relationship. How could he be labeled a heartless man? This was utterly absurd. Defamation, bare-faced defamation. "My lady, perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Could you be mistaking me for someone else?" Ning Yechen queried once more. He was convinced that the woman before him must have mistaken him for another. Luo Ruiying sighed in disappointment upon seeing that Ning Yechen seemed genuinely unable to recall her. Cradling Luo Hongye in her arms, she cast a resentful glance at him, saying, "She is your daughter, and you must take responsibility for both of us." Ning Yechen was taken aback. This revelation was utterly shocking. Had he suddenly become a father? He looked down at the delicate girl in his arms, who resembled a porcelain doll, shyly stealing glances at him. The little girl was remarkably beautiful and endearing, evoking an inexplicable sense of closeness and familiarity. He was instantly fond of her. Yet to suddenly learn that she was a child left him momentarily dazed. Aside from that fateful night a decade ago, he had not been with any woman. As he pondered this, Ning Yechen suddenly realized something, pointing at Luo Ruiying in astonishment. You are that fairy from that night." Seeing that Ning Yechen had finally recalled her, Luo Ruiying shyly nodded in affirmation. Upon receiving her confirmation, Ning Yechen's mouth dropped open in sheer astonishment. "In no way, it truly is you." Luo Ruiying's aura had diminished significantly compared to before, as if she belonged to an entirely different realm. Her once lustrous silver hair had transformed into dark tresses, making it difficult for him to connect her to the woman from that night. Ning Yechen simply could not fathom it. After that night of passion, the fairy had returned 10 years later with a child, demanding he take responsibility. The illustrious celestial fairy, with her capabilities, could even be a saintess or an empress in her realm. Yet here she was, seeking him out in the mortal world. What perplexed him even more was that the higher one's cultivation, the lesser the chance of conceiving a celestial embryo, a well-known fact. Some celestial beings even had to engage with multiple partners for years to achieve such a result. How had he managed to succeed so easily? Moreover, as a practitioner, he could have employed celestial powers to prevent conception. He had assumed that after that night, Luo Ruiying would have taken precautions against pregnancy. After all, she was a celestial fairy, typically not prone to easily conceiving. Yet here she was, having nurtured a celestial embryo for years and even giving birth to and raising a child. Was she truly my daughter? Ning Yechen still found it difficult to believe as he inquired that he merely asked for confirmation, but in his heart, he already had an inkling. However, as soon as the question left his lips, he regretted it seemed inappropriate to ask such a thing. Sure enough, upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed tightly, her expression turning extremely displeased as she gritted her teeth and retorted, "If you do not wish to take responsibility, I will simply leave with the child, but do not insult me or my child." With that, Luo Ruiying turned on her heel without hesitation, a glimmer of tears sparkling in her eyes. Luo Hongye, perched on Luo Ruiying's shoulder, continued to gaze intently at Ning Yechen with her big eyes, and playfully asked in her mother's ear, "Mother, does father not want us?" Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Luo Hongye inexplicably felt a sense of closeness. She had always been a bit shy, yet she felt no fear around him. Thus, she was certain he was the father she had longed for. Luo Hongye's words struck a chord in Ning Yechen's heart, deeply moving him, causing a tremor within. He, the supreme lord of the demon realm, was certainly not the type to abandon his wife and child. Lacking in responsibility, he was capable and willing to bear the weight of his actions. Ning Yechen quickly closed the distance, reaching out to grasp Luo Ruiying's arm. "Wait, I never said I wouldn't take responsibility. Humph, let go of me. I no longer require your responsibility." Luo Ruiying felt a tempest of emotions stirring within her heart, and in her ire, she attempted to shake off Ning Yechen's hand. Out of concern for the mortal Ning Yechen, she deliberately restrained her strength, exerting only a gentle force. Yet, even with this moderation, her efforts were insufficient to free herself from his grasp, which could easily overpower that of an average adult man. Before she could register her astonishment, a sudden sweetness surged in her throat, prompting her to cover her mouth as she coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. A splash of crimson bloomed in her palm, rendering her delicate visage even paler. "You are injured?" Ning Yechen exclaimed, seizing her wrist, his expression instantly turning icy to eye. "I am fine. Let me go," Luo Ruiying protested, striving to break free, only to discover that her body had grown weak. Yes, she took a step forward. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed into Ning Yechen's embrace, succumbing to unconsciousness. "Mother! Mother!" Luo Hongye cried, tugging at Luo Ruiying's arm. Ning Yechen swiftly wrapped his arms around Luo Ruiying's waist, drawing her close, while with his other hand, he lifted Luo Hongye into his embrace that "Oh, not worry." He comforted her gently. "Your mother will be safe with me." Inside the wooden cabin, Ning Yechen carefully laid Luo Ruiying on the bed, his hand pressing against her pulse, his expression growing increasingly severe. After a century, a familiar sense of murderous intent stirred within him once more. Upon closer examination, he realized her condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Her meridians were severely damaged, her celestial bone had been extracted, and even her heart was gone, leaving her alive only through a fabricated one. Numerous wounds marred her back, seeping blood. The fact that she had endured until now was a testament to her resilience. Ning Yechen felt a pang of guilt wash over him, his gaze softening as it lingered on Luo Ruiying. He could only speculate about the hardships she had faced in the celestial realm over the past decade. It was evident that her journey had been fraught with challenges. After all, a once mighty celestial emperor would not have fallen to such depths. In her most desperate moment, she had come to seek him out with her child, and he had nearly driven them away. Gently, he caressed Luo Ruiying's cheek, channeling his spiritual energy to protect her frail form. Preserving her life posed no difficulty for Ning Yechen. However, restoring her cultivation to its former peak would be an arduous task, given the extensive damage to her meridians and the loss of her celestial bone and heart. Luo Hongye, perched anxiously at the edge of the bed, silently shed tears the size of pearls, displaying remarkable restraint in her sorrow. "Come here, my daughter," Ning Yechen said, allowing his stern demeanor to dissolve into a warm smile as he beckoned Luo Hongye closer. As he opened his mouth to call her name, he awkwardly realized that he did not even know his daughter's name. Not only that, but he was also oblivious to his wife's name. Timidly, Luo Hongye approached, her large, glistening eyes fixed on him. In a soft, childlike voice, she called out, "Father." The utterance of that single word nearly melted Ning Yechen's heart. He eagerly scooped up the diminutive Luo Hongye, tenderly stroking her adorable head. "My daughter, what is your name?" "Luo Hongye," she responded, her voice sweet and innocent. "Luo Hongye," Ning Yechen softly repeated, committing the name to memory, then smiling down at her reassuringly. "Do not fret. Your mother is going to be just fine. Will you stop crying?" Luo nodded vigorously, then turned her worried gaze to Ning Yechen, asking, "Father, are you hurt?" "Ah," Ning Yechen replied, taken aback by the question. He had lost all recollection of the last time he had sustained an injury. "Mother said you could not come to see me and her. Because you were gravely injured. Is that true? Luo Hong gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Understanding dawned upon Ning Yechen. It was evident that Luo Ruiying had concocted a story to shield their daughter from worry. He chuckled helplessly and played along. Indeed, father has been recuperating here, which is why I could not visit you. I have missed you both terribly. Seeing you will heal all my wounds. Really? Luo Hongye's face brightened with a naive smile. Then you one T abandon me and mother. Will you? Ning Yechen felt a surge of affection, hugging Luo Hongye even tighter and gently caressing her small head. Never. From now on, father will always be by your side, protecting both you and your mother. Luo Hongye beamed, snuggling against Ning Yechen's chest, her tiny hands clutching his clothing tightly. She had finally found her father. Now, tell me, where did you and your mother live before? How did you spend your days? Ning Yechen inquired with a smile. Though his expression held deeper intent, he needed to uncover the truth of the past decade. Who dared to extract his wife's celestial bone and heart, inflicting such harm upon her? Luo Hongye innocently believed Ning Yechen was merely curious about her and her mother's history, and she began to recount her tale with unbridled enthusiasm. Ever since she became aware of her surroundings, she had mostly lived within a small closet. Her mother had told her it was a game of hide-and-seek, urging her to stay quiet and hidden. Only when her mother returned would she be taken out to spend time together. However, there was one instance when she had hidden in the closet for several days, and her mother did not come to find her. Bored and restless, she could not resist sneaking out, only to be discovered by others. Consequently, she was imprisoned in a dark iron cage. Alone in the pitch blackness, she had been terrified. Occasionally, people would come to see her, but they only hurled insults, calling her a wretched child. Those individuals appeared so menacing that she despised them, curling up in the corner to hide. Eventually, her mother found her, opened the dark cage, and took her away. Yet, no matter where they went, there were always many pursuing them. Those villains had harmed her mother, and Luo Hongye loathed them. At this point, her small face contorted in anger as she exclaimed. Ning Yechen's expression turned frigid, his heart simmering with rage. How audacious was the celestial realm to bully his wife and daughter. Through Luo Hongye's words, he pieced together the harrowing life she had endured. Luo Ruiying had secretly given birth to Luo Hongye, concealing her from the world, and had tricked her into playing hide-and-seek to keep her safe. Eventually, when they were discovered, she had no choice but to break free from the heavenly prison with Luo Hongye and TOW. It was clear she had suffered immensely along the way. Ning Yechen yearned to storm the celestial realm immediately and eradicate those who had harmed his wife and daughter. Unfortunately, Luo Hongye had no idea where they had lived in the celestial realm, only recalling it as a grand and beautiful palace. Such magnificent structures were abundant throughout the realm, making it impossible to locate. Perhaps he should annihilate the entire celestial realm? That would not be out of the question. Just the fact that they had insulted his precious daughter was reason enough. Father, you look very fearsome, Luo Hongye observed, her gaze fixed on Ning Yechen's fierce expression as she shrank back, her voice trembling. Do not be afraid, my dear. Father is merely contemplating how to deal with those who have bullied you. Ning Yechen reassured her, quickly softening his demeanor. Shall I seek vengeance for you? Yes. Luo nodded earnestly, her tiny fists clenched in indignation. Father must also avenge mother. Those villains always bully her. Rest assured, not a single one shall escape. Ning Yechen promised, ruffling Luo Hongye's hair with a smile. Already plotting his course of action, it seemed he would have to make an expedition soon. I could see that moment. Luo Ruiying, lying on the bed, stirred slightly, her brows quivering as she slowly opened her eyes and awakened. Mother! Luo Hongye swiftly leaped into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Luo Ruiying gently stroked Luo Hongye's head, her eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Ning Yechen smiled faintly and rose to prepare medicine. When Ning Yechen returned, Luo Hongye was already lying in Luo Ruiying's arms, soundly asleep. Come, it's time to take your medicine, Ning Yechen said as he sat on the edge of the bed, one hand holding the medicinal concoction and the other gently propping Luo Ruiying up. The frail Luo Ruiying found it difficult to sit upright and could only lean against Ning Yechen's chest. By the way, what is your name? Luo Ruiying inquired, leaning against Ning Yechen, her voice weak and tinged with shyness. Though she had brought her child to this man demanding responsibility, she did not even know his name. "Ning Yeching," he replied. "And you, my lady?" he asked with a smile. "Madam, my lady." Upon hearing the term my lady, a blush crept onto Luo Ruiying's pale cheeks, and her expression became awkward. She found the title rather unfamiliar. Once an empress in her own right, being addressed in such a manner felt strangely disconcerting. Is it not so? We have become husband and wife, and we share a child. Should you not call me my lady? You may also address me as husband, Ning Yeching said, unabashedly. Since she was now his woman, she would henceforth be his lady. Though it was somewhat sudden, he felt a joyful thrill at the prospect of suddenly having a wife and inadvertently becoming a father. Luo Ring had no retort to his words and tacitly accepted his address. After all, she feared her days were numbered. What harm would it do to let him call her his lady for a few days? However, she found it impossible to utter the term husband. This empress is called Luo Ruiying. She instinctively began to refer to herself as the empress, but softly corrected herself to state her name. She was no longer the empress of the celestial realm. From this moment on, they could be considered truly acquainted. Ning Yeching smiled gently, scooping a spoonful of the medicinal broth and blowing on it to cool before bringing it to Luo Ruiying's lips. "My lady, it's time for your medicine." "Ah." Luo Ring did not rush to open her mouth to take the medicine, but gazed thoughtfully at Luo Hongye in her arms, then looked up seriously at Ning Yeching, saying, "If I am no longer here, I entrust this child to you." She wished to transfer all her concerns to Ning Yeching while her condition was stable. She was all too aware of her injuries. With her meridians damaged and heart plucked from her very bones, mere mundane herbs would not only fail to heal her, but would be utterly ineffective. Therefore, it mattered not whether she drank the medicine or not. "All right, I understand, but please drink your medicine first," Ning Yeching replied dismissively, wishing to coax her into taking it. Luo Ruiying felt her words were wasted on him, for as soon as she drank the medicine, she would be fine. Seeing the casualness in Ning Yeching's response, Luo Ruiying furrowed her brows, her expression filled with discontent and disappointment. She was in such a state, discussing her last wishes, yet he appeared completely unconcerned. "Did you hear?" Luo Ruiying was about to say more when Ning Yeching seized the opportunity to shove the spoon into her mouth. The medicinal broth he had specially concocted was exceedingly rare. Even in the celestial realm, the medicinal properties dissipated quickly and could not be wasted. Suddenly forced to consume the medicine, Luo Ruiying was taken aback, only to sense an overwhelming surge of medicinal energy spreading throughout her body, enveloping her in warmth. Her injuries began to heal instantly, and even her internal meridians rapidly mended themselves. "What kind of medicine is this? Why does it possess such astonishing potency?" she exclaimed, unable to contain her curiosity. "Oh, it's just some wild yam I casually foraged from the mountains," Ning Yeching replied, a hint of guilt creeping in as he hurriedly urged her, "Come, don't let it go to waste. Drink it while it's hot." He felt uneasy explaining how a mere mortal like him had produced such precious celestial herbs. Luo Ruiying was skeptical. How could an ordinary forest possibly yield such rare wild yam? From what she could taste, at least several of the ingredients were of celestial grade, some even thousands of years old. However, not wishing to squander the precious effects, she decided to refrain from further inquiries and obediently opened her mouth to consume each spoonful of broth Ning Yeching offered. It was the first time she had been cared for in such a manner, especially by a mortal. Ning Yeching relished the act of feeding her, finding an unexpected joy in the moment. Luo Ruiying gently parted her rose-colored lips to accept the spoon, eagerly licking it clean, not wasting a single drop to her surprise. The act of being fed was rather enjoyable. Noticing Ning Yeching's gaze upon her, she raised her brows in confusion and asked him, "Is something the matter?" "Nothing," he replied candidly. "I just find my lady quite enchanting." His unabashed compliment caught Luo Ruiying off guard, and she was unsure if it was the influence of the medicine. But a flush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Her lips pursed. In times past, she would have vehemently chastised anyone daring to speak so lightly of her and would have punished them accordingly. Yet now, an indescribable sensation stirred within her. It was not so much anger as it was something else entirely. "My lady, may I inquire what has transpired?" After feeding her another spoonful, Ning Yeqing seized the opportunity to ask. If he could glean any clues from Luo Ruiying, it would prove most beneficial. Luo Ruiying's expression darkened as she resolutely shook her head. Please, do not ask about this matter again. The less you know, the better. Otherwise, it may endanger you. She did not wish for Ning Yeqing to become embroiled in her troubles. Even if you were to learn of it, what could he possibly do? She sensed no trace of spiritual power within him. How could an ordinary mortal stand against the forces of the celestial realm? By withholding the truth, she aimed to protect him from danger, though aware that Luo Ruiying might not confide in him. Ning Yeqing couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If he knew which faction of the celestial realm was involved, he could strike with precision. The celestial realm was vast, with countless sacred sites and sects, and hidden clans lurking in the shadows. Locating them would be a troublesome endeavor. It seemed he would have to venture into the celestial realm himself. After administering the medicine, Ning Yeqing gently laid Luo Ruiying back down on the bed, covering her and Luo Hongye with a blanket. Having consumed the potent celestial medicine, Luo Ruiying soon felt drowsy and succumbed to a deep slumber, her body continuing to absorb the medicinal energy within her. Ning Yeqing tenderly caressed her cheek before stepping outside, leaping into the sky and transforming into a dark divine rainbow, soaring into the heavens. The barrier between the human realm and the celestial realm shattered at that moment. After a century's absence, celestial realm, I have returned. In the eastern celestial domain, towering ascension gates stood majestically in the clouds, imposing and magnificent. This was the juncture between the human realm and the celestial realm. The first destination reached upon ascending. Each celestial region harbored similar ascension gates, serving as reporting stations for the celestial realm. Whenever someone ascended from the lower realms, the gates would automatically open. Several guards clad in celestial armor gathered near the gates, chatting and drinking, their laughter echoing. Did you know? Hundreds of years ago, the demon realm supreme being, Yi Machin, led a vast army to invade our celestial realm, uniting the entire celestial realm in a blood-soaked conflict. The skies darkened, and the sun and moon were obscured. In the end, the celestial realm was nearly dismantled by that demon lord. Dozens of celestial emperors joined forces, yet failed to subdue him. After wreaking havoc across the celestial realm, that demon lord eventually retreated with his army. That was the third celestial demon war in history, and it remains the most devastating incident for the celestial realm to date. You, my good fellows, have been fortunate enough to witness the legendary battle between the celestial beings and the demons, and to have survived. A rather rotund captain of the guards animatedly recounted the unparalleled conflict from over a century ago to his fellow guards, who listened intently, rapt with interest that it has been an eternity since any turmoil has disrupted the celestial realm, which now enjoys an uncharacteristic tranquility. The daily task of guarding the gates has become not only meaningless, but dreadfully monotonous. What became of the demon lord in the end? Why have we heard no news about him? Is it possible that he has perished? One of the guards raised his hand, asking with curiosity. The others shared the same question, eagerly awaiting the captain's response. The plump captain puffed out his chest with pride and proclaimed, "It is said that after clashing with several celestial emperors, the demon lord returned to the demon realm, only to vanish shortly thereafter. Some speculate that he suffered grievous injuries and met an untimely demise. The demon realm has deliberately suppressed this information, fearing to disclose it. Hence we have not heard any news of the demon lord at all." I see. So it appears our celestial realm is indeed superior. Absolutely. Is the demon realm's rabble even comparable to ours? Ha! The group boasted, their laughter echoing in the by the way, you haven't mentioned what the demon lord looks like. After their laughter subsided, another guard inquired with curiosity, just as the plump captain was about to answer. The celestial gate suddenly activated, producing intense vibrations. What is happening? Why is the celestial gate reacting so violently? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. All the guards stood in stunned silence, quickly rising to investigate. They had never witnessed such tumultuous activity at the celestial gate before. It was as if someone were forcefully breaching the gate to ascend to the celestial realm. Who would be so audacious as to intrude upon the celestial realm? All the guards took their positions, their spears aimed squarely at the gate. Moments later, the celestial gate overloaded, unleashing a brilliant explosion of light, shrouding the area in thick clouds. But a figure emerged from the shattered portal. Stepping through the billowing mist, the guards were astonished, their mouths agape, as this was their first encounter with someone capable of breaching the celestial gate. Upon sighting the figure, they immediately surrounded him with their weapons drawn. The leading captain bellowed, "Who dares to trespass into the celestial realm and damage the celestial gate?" As the mist dissipated, the figure of Ning Yechen came into view. He surveyed his surroundings and lazily stretched. Having not visited the celestial realm in ages, he almost forgot the way. After more than a century, the celestial realm appeared unchanged, just as he remembered. Everything he had once torn down had been rebuilt. "Captain, should we apprehend him?" The guards eyed Ning Yechen warily, inching closer. However, the plump captain stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably, his face pale with terror, as if he had seen a ghost. "It is him, that man. He is not dead. He has returned." Noticing the captain's strange demeanor, a nearby guard leaned in and whispered, "Sir, what is the matter? Everyone is awaiting your command. Should we capture him?" "Capture?" The captain stuttered in fear, and before he could finish his sentence. The other guards, understanding his intent, nodded and began to advance. The captain's order was clear: apprehend him. The guards lunged forward, weapons at the ready. Ning Yechen cast a cold glance at the advancing guards. With a flick of his sleeve, black flames surged forth, incinerating them all into ash before they could utter a sound. Though he was not particularly fond of violence, he would show no mercy to those who provoked him. The commanding guard was left speechless. Only he and the plump captain remained. The captain finally managed to finish his earlier statement. Capture your own demise. He is the supreme ruler of the demon realm." The guard were instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Ning Yechen was surprised. After more than a century, someone still recognized him. "You know me. Your name has long been legend throughout the celestial realm." I had the fortune of seeing you once over 100 years ago," the plump captain stammered, trembling as he knelt before Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen nodded, offering a friendly smile as he inquired, "It has been so long since I've visited the celestial realm. Could you tell me where the celestial Tao imperial palace is located?" "Over there in that direction." The captain quivered, pointing shakily. He dared not conceal anything to owe him. Ning Yechen's smile felt akin to death beckoning him. He only hoped that when his time came, it would be as painless as those guards' demise. "Thank you." Ning Yechen expressed his gratitude to the plump captain before transforming into a dark divine rainbow and soaring towards the celestial Tao imperial palace. Watching Ning Yechen vanish into the distance, the captain and another guard collapsed, losing consciousness. The celestial Tao imperial palace, adorned with magnificent palaces that soared at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, gleamed with golden brilliance. An awe-inspiring sight. This was one of the 9 supreme powers of the celestial realm, the celestial Tao imperial palace. In the blink of an eye, Ning Yechen arrived above the imperial palace and shouted, "Old man, you should still be alive, right? If you are, come out and face me." His voice, laced with demonic resonance, reverberated throughout the entire imperial palace, causing everyone inside to feel as if their mind had exploded. They clutched their ears in agony, collapsing to the floor. Those with lower cultivation levels even bled from their orifices, fainting on the spot. The sudden upheaval startled everyone within the celestial Tao imperial palace. Who dares to speak so disrespectfully to the celestial Tao imperial palace? Who is this young upstart? How dare he intrude upon the celestial Tao imperial palace and treat its denizens with such insolence? A middle-aged man clad in golden robes, exuding an air of authority, roared as he flew from the main hall of the palace, hovering before Ning Yechen. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, Tiandao Changrong furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling familiarity with the man before him, yet unable to recall who he was at that moment. Who are you? Where is that old man Tiandao?" Ning Yechen, hands clasped behind his back, inquired with curiosity that it had been so long since he visited the celestial realm that he wondered if the celestial Tao imperial palace had changed leadership. Ning Yechen's arrogant demeanor, devoid of respect, would intimidate most in the celestial realm, Yet Tiandao Chongrong's growing recognition of Ning Yechen's identity caused his expression to shift dramatically. It is you, the supreme ruler of the demon realm, Yi Machen. Tiandao Chongrong's eyes widened in terror, the fear that had been buried within him for over a century resurfacing in an instant. Over a century ago, he had once glimpsed the demon lord. Compared to that time, Ning Yechen now appeared benevolent, resembling an unremarkable mortal, which was why he had momentarily failed to recognize him. Indeed, there are still those in the celestial Tao Imperial Palace who remember me. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am the former supreme ruler of the demon realm. I have since retired. Ning Yechen corrected him with a shake of his finger. Yi Machen, you dare to trespass into the celestial realm again, disturbing its peace and harming the celestial Tao Imperial Palace. Do you truly believe my palace to be so easily trifled with? Though fear gripped him, Tiandao Chongrong, as the current head of the celestial Tao Imperial Palace, steadied himself and rebuked Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen frowned slightly, his expression displeased. The skies have cleared, the rain has ceased. Do you in the celestial Tao Imperial Palace believe yourselves to be formidable once more? It seems the last time you dismantled the palace was not thorough enough. Humph. Yi Machen, do you truly think that the celestial realm has remained unchanged over the past century? I have ascended to the ranks of celestial emperors, and my purpose is to avenge the destruction you wrought upon my celestial Tao Imperial Palace a century ago. Tiandao Chongrong's expression hardened, and with a furious roar, an overwhelming celestial emperor's aura erupted from him. Soaring into the sky, the terrifying pressure of the colossal figure shattered the palatial edifices within a 100-mile radius, leaving countless individuals gasping for breath, crushed to the ground. Those with even a modicum of strength could barely lift their heads, offering fervent cheers for the formidable presence of their sovereign within the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Truly, our esteemed palace master is unmatched, a young prodigy of the heavens, in just over a century. He has ascended from celestial sovereign to celestial emperor. This is the first time I have witnessed the palace master's full glory. How imposing and majestic he is within the celestial realm. The palace master's power is indeed among the few that can be counted. Humph! The palace master is enraged. It seems he will teach that audacious young fool a lesson. Ning Yechen sighed helplessly, raising his deep, dark eyes to glance at Tiandao Chongrong with a gentle clap of his palm. An enormous, pitch-black, demonic hand tore through the fabric of reality. Descending from above Tiandao Chongrong's head, this obsidian hand loomed over nearly half of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Every citizen of the palace, including Tiandao Chongrong, trembled uncontrollably, unable to move an inch. With a resounding crash, the entire celestial realm quaked, and a significant portion of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace was ground to dust beneath the weight of the demonic hand. Tiandao Chongrong coughed up blood, his body embedded into the earth, feeling as if all his bones were shattering, his expression filled with horror and dread. How could this be possible? He had already ascended to celestial emperor. Why was he as powerless as a chick beneath the hand of the demon sovereign? One strike nearly cost him his life. It seemed the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace had no reason to exist any longer. Ning Yechen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, walking through the void, casually calling out toward the depths of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Old man, I know you are not dead. If you do not show yourself soon, I shall flatten your palace. Not a single one shall be spared. I shall count to 3, and oh, sooner had he spoken than a green rainbow streaked forth from the depths of the palace, followed closely by several others of varying colors. An elder, with an ethereal demeanor and a 3-foot white beard, hurriedly approached Ning Yechen. Accompanying him were several elders of celestial emperor rank from the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace. Wonderful! The heavenly Tao ancestor has emerged from seclusion. Several elders have also concluded their retreats. Now we need not fear that fellow. Could he possibly contend against the entirety of our heavenly Tao Imperial Palace alone? Underneath the palace, countless disciples gazed upward, filled with anticipation as they beheld the heavenly Tao ancestor and the elders in the sky. They represented not only the true strength of the heavenly Tao Imperial Palace, but also one of the pinnacle powers within the celestial realm. Old man, you have finally deigned to emerge, Ning Yechen remarked with a faint smile directed at the heavenly Tao ancestor, Tiandao Wentian. Tiandao Wentian looked at Ning Yechen, his azure eyes trembling, his expression paler with fear than Tiandao Changrong. This god of slaughter had indeed returned from the dead. And how had he come back? Who had the audacity to summon him? The mere thought of the celestial and demonic war over a century ago caused Tiandao Wentian to shudder uncontrollably. If given the choice, he would prefer to wield all the power of the imperial palace against the other 8 major forces of the celestial realm rather than encounter this demon sovereign again. Upon hearing the commotion of the heavenly Tao imperial palace and Ning Yechen's voice, he had a vague suspicion that it was indeed him he had intended to hide away, but he feared that if he did not emerge now, the entire heavenly Tao imperial palace might be annihilated. Old man, are you bringing so many people to challenge me? Ning Yechen said with a radiant smile. Their exchange sounded like that of close friends. Yet each word sent chills down Tiandao Wentian's spine. Without a moment's hesitation, Tiandao Wentian quickly shook his head, forcing a fawning smile. Tiandao Wentian has the honor of meeting the demon sovereign. Surely you jest, esteemed sovereign. How could our heavenly Tao imperial palace dare to oppose you? The disciples of the heavenly Tao imperial palace looked on in shock, their faith crumbling in an instant. Was this truly the same formidable heavenly Tao ancestor they had known, who had always commanded absolute authority? To their astonishment, he was now groveling. May I ask if the demon sovereign might spare my great-grandson? Tiandao Wentian glanced at Tiandao Changrong, who was still alive beneath the demonic hand, feeling a sense of relief, and his demeanor became exceedingly courteous. Once, dozens of celestial emperors had failed to subdue this demon sovereign. There was no reason for the heavenly Tao imperial palace to antagonize him. If the palace were to be destroyed, it could always be rebuilt. The foundational essence remained intact. Ning Yechen cast a glance at Tiandao Changrong, and with a wave of his arm, the towering demonic hand dissipated into the ether. Ancestor, you must seek justice for our heavenly Tao imperial palace. Having narrowly escaped death, Tiandao Changrong rushed to Tiandao Wentian's side, pointing at Ning Yechen as he recounted his grievances. In response, he received a sharp and resounding slap. Smack, you ungrateful wretch! For your offense against the demon sovereign, I hereby sentence you to 100 years of seclusion. Tiandao Wentian was utterly incensed. Tiandao Changrong was sent flying 100 meters, dazed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He could hardly believe that the ancestor, who had always been so protective of him, would strike him in such fury that a century ago, Tiandao Changrong had always been shielded, never having faced the demon sovereign directly. And thus he was unaware of the true extent of his power. Conversely, Tiandao Wentian had experienced it firsthand, fully aware that the entire heavenly Tao imperial palace could not stand against him. This slap was, in fact, a means of saving him. I hereby announce the removal of Tiandao Changrong from the position of palace master of the heavenly Tao imperial palace. He is to be cast into seclusion for 100 years. Guards, take him away. Several attendants stepped forward to drag the seated Tiandao Changrong away. Ning Yechen merely smiled in silence at this spectacle. It was merely a show for him to witness. His purpose in visiting the heavenly Tao imperial palace was to conduct business, not to annihilate it. Thus, he let it slide. Otherwise, he would have already crushed Tiandao Changrong with a single hand. May I inquire what business brings the esteemed demon sovereign to our heavenly Tao imperial palace? Tiandao Wentian inquired with a courteous bow, his mind racing to dismiss this god of slaughter as quickly as possible, as long as he remained present. The pressure on Tiandao Wentian was unbearable. Countless disciples of the heavenly Tao imperial palace gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Their ancestor, one of the mightiest beings in the celestial realm, had never displayed such deference to anyone before. Yet here he was, bowing low before the demon sovereign, even going so far as to punish the current palace master, Tiandao Changrong, by imprisoning him. I have come today to request the assistance of the heavenly Tao imperial palace in a matter. Ning Yechen stated calmly. What task might the demon sovereign have? Tiandao Wentian asked, puzzled. What could possibly compel this demon sovereign to re-emerge after a century? I require you to gather information about a woman named Luo Ruiying from all the other 8 major forces within the celestial realm, particularly regarding her familial background and affiliations. You understand? Ning Yechen articulated the purpose of his visit. Rather than search the celestial realm himself for an indeterminate length of time, it would be far more efficient to enlist the help of the locals. Tiandao Wentian was taken aback to learn that Ning Yechen had returned to the celestial realm solely to inquire about a woman and her family background. Might this woman have offended you, Demon Sovereign? If so, the Heavenly Dao Imperial Palace would be more than willing to assist. Tiandao Wentian's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of malice lacing his words. Ning Yechen slowly shook his head, a glint of coldness in his gaze. That will not be necessary. You need only provide me with the relevant information. The rest I shall handle myself. I understand I will notify the various sects across the other celestial domains to seek out the information for you. Tiandao Wentian replied, a chill running down his spine as he sensed the lethal intent radiating from Ning Yechen. He inwardly cursed the forces behind Luo Ruiying. Cursed wretch, of all people to provoke. Why choose this god of slaughter? Now he has returned to the celestial realm and has already wreaked havoc upon part of my heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. Ning Yechen's mere presence made him want to strike down the opposing party. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. If by then I have not received the news I desire, the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace shall surely vanish. Ning Yechen left behind a single phrase, and in the blink of an eye, his form transformed into a pitch-black divine rainbow, departing from above the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. It seems he's been away for quite some time. He must hasten back. The ladies may soon awaken. Upon seeing Ning Yechen leave, Tiandao Wenyi let out a sigh of relief, only to be filled with anguish and concern upon remembering that he must return in 3 days. Should he fail to obtain the information he seeks, he would not hesitate to erase the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace from the celestial realm. For with that fellow's terrifying strength, it is indeed within his capabilities. All disciples of the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, he my command, from this moment forth, abandon all cultivation. Every one of you shall venture to the various celestial domains in search of any information regarding a certain Luo Ruiying. Leave no stone unturned for anyone bearing the surname Luo. Furthermore, notify the other celestial forces, such as the Wijideo Palace, urging them to assist in the search. Inform them that the Demon Lord has returned. Yes, we shall act in the name of our ancestors. The disciples of the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace beheld the grave and tense atmosphere for the first time, not daring to show any signs of negligence. As they transformed into streaks of divine rainbow, dispersing throughout the celestial realms, in an instant, the news of the Demon Lord Yi Machen's return spread across the entire celestial realm. What? The Demon Lord Yi Machen has returned to the celestial realm. Is the demon realm poised to invade us once more? This is disastrous. Quick, notify the ancestor. This is not good. The ancestor has already fled. Upon hearing of the Demon Lord's return, the entire celestial realm was thrown into turmoil. Countless souls tossing and turning through the night, ensnared by a pervasive atmosphere of dread. This night in the celestial realm was destined to be a sleepless one, simultaneously, within a dark palace in the demon realm. Several figures gathered around a massive round table, their distinct demonic eyes radiating with sharp brilliance. The Demon Lord has manifested. Humph, I knew it. The great Demon Lord could never perish. But why does the Demon Lord not return to the demon realm? Why has the Demon Lord chosen to appear in the celestial realm? Why did he not call upon us to fight in the celestial realm? I shall lead my men to the celestial realm at once. Do not act impulsively. According to reports, the Demon Lord has long since departed from the celestial realm. Regardless, possessing information about the Demon Lord makes matters much simpler. Search, even if we must dig 3 feet into the ground. We must ensure we locate the Demon Lord. In the human realm, within a forest cottage, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes after a night's rest following the consumption of celestial medicine. She could distinctly sense that her internal injuries had nearly healed completely. Although her cultivation could not be restored, her physical wounds were largely mended. Only careful nurturing over time was required. She had not anticipated such miraculous celestial medicine existed in the human realm. Feeling a surge of astonishment and joy, Luo Ring noticed Luo Hongye, curled up in her embrace, still fast asleep, and tenderly stroked her head. She had been prepared to bid farewell to the child at any moment. Now she could continue to remain by her side. Not wanting to disturb the slumbering Luo Hongye, Luo Ring gently propped herself up to survey the room, yet she did not see Ning Yechen's figure. Just as she was about to rise and search for him, the door creaked open with a soft creak. Ning Yechen entered the room, carrying a pot of steaming medicinal porridge. Upon seeing Luo Ruiying awake and leaning against the headboard, he smiled and greeted her. "Good morning, my dear. Wake up and enjoy some porridge. Did you rise early just to make porridge?" Luo Ruiying inquired, glancing out the window to see the world shrouded in mist. "The sun not yet fully risen. I took a stroll outside first, and made the porridge while I was at it," Ning Yechen replied, positioning himself at the bedside, scooping a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it gently before bringing it to Luo Ring's lips, just as he had done when administering her medicine the night before. "I am perfectly fine now. I can manage it myself." Luo Ring protested, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with such intimate feeding. It was only due to her severe injuries the previous night that she had been unable to do so. Now that her condition had improved, she desired to take the porridge herself. However, Ning Yechen did not grant her that opportunity. As her hand reached out, he withdrew the spoon, resolutely stating, "No, you are still recovering, so I will feed you. I truly am fine now." Luo Ying explained, "No, I believe you still need assistance. Come." Ning Yechen insisted, once more bringing the spoonful of porridge to her lips, smiling as he watched her. Luo Ruiying felt a surge of annoyance, suspecting he was deliberately insisting on feeding her. Unable to resist Ning Yechen's kindness, she reluctantly opened her lips to accept the spoonful of porridge. Despite being over 400 years old, she felt like a child being fed. He was merely immortal. If this were to spread, she would have no face left to show. With a faint blush, Luo Ring chewed the porridge, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightening. The porridge melted in her mouth, the rich aroma of the medicine and ingredients filling her palate. A warm sensation flowing through her body, nourishing her meridians. This was no ordinary medicinal porridge. It contained numerous celestial herbs and spiritual medicines, along with the incredibly tender, tasteless silver-scaled spiritual fish. She had often savored this delicacy in the celestial realm and recognized it immediately. The silver-scaled spiritual fish not only healed lingering internal injuries, but also helped to unblock meridians and replenish spiritual energy. Even in the celestial realm, silver-scaled spiritual fish were not commonly found. Yet here she was, consuming fish porridge made with silver-scaled spiritual fish in the human realm, and it tasted utterly delightful. "Is this porridge made by you?" Luo Ruiying exclaimed, her eyes wide with incredulity. "Indeed, is it not delicious?" Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "It is delicious," Luo Ruiying instinctively responded, only to shake her head immediately after. This was not the time to discuss its taste. What mattered was how silver-scaled spiritual fish could possibly exist in the human realm. "Where did you procure the fish for this porridge?" "There's a lake not far from the back mountain of the house. I caught the fish from there." "Caught from the lake?" Luo Ruiying was astonished, regarding Ning Yechen with skepticism. The silver-scaled spiritual fish required exceedingly specific living conditions, thriving only in rich spiritual springs. Otherwise, they would perish in no time. How could they possibly survive in a human realm lake? She suspected he was lying to her. Previously, he had mentioned celestial herbs and medicines, and now silver-scaled spiritual fish. How could such rare items be found in this small forest? "I did not deceive you. I truly caught them from the lake. If you do not believe me, I shall take you to see for yourself shortly," Ning Yechen earnestly explained. Meeting Luo Ying's scrutinizing gaze, he was not lying. He had gathered the celestial herbs from the mountains, having planted them there a century ago. The silver-scaled spiritual fish were indeed caught from the lake, but he had also raised them there himself. "Very well," Luo Ruiying conceded, seeing that Ning Yechen genuinely seemed to be truthful, and thus refrained from further questioning. Although her heart was filled with doubts, she chose to trust Ning Yechen's words. After all, he was merely immortal. It was unlikely he could conjure these celestial herbs or silver-scaled spiritual fish out of thin air. She could always verify herself later. My dear. Ah. Ning Yeqing continued to scoop porridge and bring it to her lips upon seeing that Luo Ruiying had ceased her inquiries. Luo Ruiying opened her mouth to take a bite, gradually casting aside her previous concerns. The two continued this endearing exchange of feeding one another, unaware that a small figure had already awakened, gazing wide-eyed at their actions. When Luo Ruiying noticed Luo Hongya awake and staring at her, she happened to be fed another spoonful, causing her face to flush crimson with embarrassment. In a panic, she choked slightly, coughing a few times. Being seen by the child in such a compromising situation was utterly mortifying. Cough, cough. Night has fallen, and has the little one awakened? Luo Ruiying steadied her thoughts and reached out to embrace Luo Hongya, though the blush on her face had yet to fade. Father is feeding mother, just as mother feeds you. Little one. Luo Hongya cast a glance at Ning Yeqing, then looked up at Luo Ruiying and smiled. Luo Ruiying instantly felt a twinge of bashfulness, playfully glaring at Ning Yeqing. It was all this fellow's fault. She had insisted she could feed herself, yet he was intent on personally feeding her. Now the child has witnessed this. The sight of Luo Ruiying's enchanting demeanor inadvertently drew Ning Yeqing's gaze a moment longer. Who would have thought that his wife, in a mildly irritated state, could also appear quite adorable? It seems that women possess a charming side, even when vexed. Father, I want you to feed me too, declared Luo Hongya, oblivious to any impropriety in her parents' actions. Instead, she felt delighted, opening her little mouth and stretching her neck, eager for more nourishment. Ning Yeqing gently ruffled Luo Hongya's small head and scooped up a spoonful of medicinal porridge to feed her. This rare concoction was a tremendous boost for the growing Luo Hongya. Luo Ruiying's eyes crinkled in joy as she puffed up her cherubic cheeks, gently swaying in her mother's embrace. In a sweet, childlike voice, she exclaimed, "It's delicious. Father's cooking is tastier than Mother's. And I want more." Luo Ruiying's face flushed with embarrassment and melancholy. Had her previous attempts at cooking been subpar? As an empress of the celestial realm, surely it was reasonable that she was not well versed in culinary arts. Yet, hearing that she was outdone by an ordinary mortal, even in the realm of cuisine, left her heart heavy with a profound sense of defeat. "If it's delicious, I shall eat more," Ning Yeqing replied, feeling pleased that the child enjoyed it, as he scooped another spoonful of porridge for Luo Hongya. For reasons unknown, he was filled with pride and satisfaction, a feeling 1,000 times more gratifying than vanquishing an immortal emperor. All those years spent honing his culinary skills had not been in vain after all. This spontaneous practice had finally borne fruit. It seemed to be a serendipitous twist of fate, observing Luo Ruiying's melancholic and resentful expression. Ning Yeqing chuckled and brought the porridge to her lips. "My dear, it's your turn." Luo Ruiying, being treated like a child, only deepened the look of longing on her face. However, seeing Luo Hongya gazing at her with eager anticipation, she silently accepted the offered porridge and took a bite. She had to admit that it did seem to be just a tad better than her own cooking. Watching Ning Yeqing feed them both while he himself had not eaten, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I am not hungry. You and the child should eat." Ning Yeqing replied with a smile that he was relishing the experience of feeding them. As the demon lord, he could forego food indefinitely. Eating occasionally was merely for the pleasure of it. Luo Ruiying, unaware of Ning Yeqing's notorious identity, regarded him simply as an ordinary man. She had heard that food in the human realm was particularly precious, especially for those living in the impoverished mountain households, who might even resort to gnawing on tree bark. Glancing around the room, which seemed devoid of any food supplies, she assumed Ning Yeqing was sacrificing his own sustenance for their sake, and her heart swelled with gratitude. Without hesitation, she seized the remaining porridge from Ning Yeqing's hand, slightly blushing as she scooped some to feed him. I have had my fill with Hongya. You can have the rest." As a former empress of the celestial realm, she was now willingly feeding a mortal. Who would believe such a thing? Yet, it was her way of repaying his kindness. Moreover, he was her husband, after all, which made it seem only natural. Ning Yeqing was slightly taken aback. He anticipated Luo Ruiying would offer to feed him. After a mild smile, he opened his mouth to accept, This sensation of being fed was not new to him. His subordinates had done so in the past, yet it felt entirely different now. This was far more amusing than his days as the demon lord. The trio joyfully fed one another, cherishing their time together in the early morning light. Once they finished the medicinal porridge, Luo Ruiying felt her strength returning, her body rejuvenated. She then expressed her desire to take a stroll outside, since this would now be her home with the child. She wanted to ensure it was sufficiently concealed and safe. Additionally, she was curious to see if the celestial herbs and medicinal plants Ning Yeqing had mentioned truly grew in the back mountain. Intrigued and skeptical about the existence of such rare herbs in the human realm, Luo Ruiying, having recovered from her injuries, was eager to explore. Ning Yeqing naturally accompanied her with delight. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, Luo Ruiying meticulously observed her surroundings. The cabin was nestled in a clearing among the woods, surrounded by dense trees on all sides. Looking up, she saw towering mountains encircling the area, making it relatively secluded. The only drawback was its isolation. There was not a soul in sight, no town or settlement nearby. For Luo Ruiying, this isolation was not entirely unwelcome, if she could live out her days peacefully in such a concealed location. It might not be so bad. My dear, allow me to show you the back mountain, Ning Yeqing offered, extending his hand to Luo Ruiying. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her palm in his, while cradling Luo Hongye in her other arm. Holding Luo Ruiying's delicate hand, Ning Yeqing led her towards the back mountain. Within the woods of the back mountain, a peculiar sight unfolded before them. Divided by two towering trees, the interior flourished with vibrant greenery, revealing a profusion of shimmering celestial herbs and medicinal plants. In stark contrast, the outer side bore no distinction from an ordinary forest, where only common weeds and shrubs grew. The drastic difference astonished Luo Ruiying. In the same forest, two entirely different scenes existed. Ning Yeqing smiled gently as he guided Luo Ruiying across the boundary of the two majestic trees. The moment they crossed, Luo Ruiying distinctly felt as though she had passed through an invisible barrier. On this side of the barrier, celestial herbs and medicinal plants flourished abundantly, numbering in the tens of thousands. The air was thick with visible spiritual energy, sparkling like countless stars, and the abundance of spiritual power was astonishing. It felt as though she had immersed herself in a wash of spiritual essence, bathing in the heavenly energy. Luo Ruiying's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The concentration of spiritual energy here rivaled that of the celestial realm. No wonder such a multitude of rare, celestial herbs and medicinal plants could thrive. It was utterly unbelievable that such a place existed in the human realm. After her initial shock, a profound question arose in Luo Ruiying's mind. Given the sensation of crossing into a barrier, it seemed that a senior had established this boundary to nurture the celestial herbs and medicinal plants with spiritual energy. The barrier was specifically designed to collect and retain the heavenly energy, allowing creatures to enter and exit freely while preventing the energy from escaping. The ability to create such a vast gathering of spiritual energy indicated that the individual responsible possessed remarkable cultivation. Strangely, they had only set up this gathering barrier without any defensive measures, showing a complete lack of concern. Did that senior not worry that their carefully arranged medicinal garden might be exploited by others or beasts? Luo Ruiying pondered this conundrum, curious about which senior had established this medicinal garden in the human realm. That my dear, did I not tell you the truth? All these medicinal herbs were gathered here, Ning Yeqing proclaimed proudly, introducing Luo Ruiying to the wondrous sight before them. This medicinal garden was the result of his efforts in transplanting numerous celestial herbs and planting tens of thousands of seeds. A labor of 100 years that had culminated in this vast expanse of herbs. Luo Ruiying nodded in agreement. She now believed Ning Yeqing's words that it was a delightful surprise to discover that the back mountain behind the cabin was indeed this medicinal garden. His fortune had led him to uncover a senior's hidden treasure. With curiosity sparkling in her beautiful eyes, Luo Ruiying surveyed the magnificent array of celestial herbs and medicinal plants, her heart brimming with joy at the sight of many that had been rare even during her time in the celestial realm. In the realm of ancient wonders, the celestial blood Ganoderma, known as ice cicada, celestial herb, and the drunken immortal flower are but a few of the marvels that grace this land. Astoundingly, even the seven-colored glazed flower could be found here. Luo Ruiying approached a resplendent blossom, her eyes wide with astonishment. The flower radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, its petals shimmering with a glassy brilliance, the hues flowing like liquid across the surface, strikingly vibrant. The seven-colored glazed flower possesses the remarkable ability to cleanse one's meridians and solidify one's foundation. Consuming it would allow for unparalleled progress in cultivation, effortlessly overcoming most bottlenecks, even in the celestial realm. Countless sects would seek this flower for their progeny. Yet here it stood, in its entirety. Luo Ruiying glanced at the adorable and docile Luo Hongye in her arms, yearning to pluck the magnificent flower, but hesitated. Although her desire to present it to Luo Hongye was strong, she refrained. This might very well be a precious herb intentionally cultivated by a venerable elder, and taking it could offend him. Just as Luo Ruiying wrestled with her indecision, Ning Yeqing stepped forward, plucking the seven-colored glazed flower effortlessly and presenting it to Luo Ruiying. "My dear, this is for you," he declared. "How could you have taken this flower?" Luo Ruiying gasped, her complexion paling. This was the seven-colored glazed flower. Once plucked, it would wither within 3 days, leaving no chance for revival, even if the roots remained. This was catastrophic, in stark contrast to Luo Ruiying's panic. Ning Yeqing wore a calm smile. Do you not desire this flower, my dear? I do wish for it." But Luo Ruiying found herself at a loss for words. Ning Yeqing, being an ordinary mortal, was oblivious to the flower's immense value. Understandably so. Moreover, he had only acted to procure it for her. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at her failure to act sooner. "Since you cherish it, that is sufficient," Ning Yeqing reiterated, once more extending the flower towards Luo Ruiying. In comparison to the joy of his wife and the future of their child, a mere flower held little significance to him. With a soft sigh, Luo Ruiying accepted the seven-colored glazed flower and fed it to Luo Hongye. This juncture, there was no turning back. The flower had already been harvested, and to let it go to waste would be even more regrettable. If the elder were to seek retribution, she would find a way to make amends with some celestial treasures. Upon consuming the flower, Luo Hongye glowed with a dazzling seven-colored luminescence that gradually faded, leaving her skin as smooth and flawless as jade. This was merely the initial effect. The true potency would soon permeate her entire being, enhancing her meridians and foundational strength. After swallowing, Luo Hongye stuck out her tongue and pouted, looking up at Luo Ruiying and Ning Yeqing with a pitiful expression. "Daddy, Mommy, this is not tasty." Luo Ruiying was left both amused and exasperated by her child's words. This was the seven-colored glazed flower, sought after by countless individuals in the celestial realm. Yet her child found it unpalatable. "Daddy will find you something delicious." Ning Yeqing affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's hair and led her under a dense thicket of vines. The vines were laden with glistening grapes that sparkled like crystals. Each grape was the size of a child's palm, translucent enough to reveal the succulent flesh within. This crystal grape? So many! Luo Ruiying exclaimed, astonished by the expanse of thriving crystal grapes. Although crystal grapes were common in the celestial realm, serving as daily fruits and snacks imbued with restorative properties for one's spiritual energy, each vine in the mortal realm should be considered quite rare. This bountiful vineyard reshaped her understanding of celestial fruits in the mortal world. Ning Yeqing casually plucked a grape and offered it to Luo Hongye, asking with a smile, "Is it sweet? So sweet. Delicious." Luo Ruiying chimed in, biting into her grape with a beaming smile. Ning Yeqing, filled with delight, began to feed Luo Hongye a large cluster of grapes. Luo Ruiying initially intended to intervene, knowing this might belong to a venerable elder's medicinal garden. They had already unwittingly taken the seven-colored glazed flower. Taking more celestial herbs or fruits would be inappropriate. However, witnessing the joy on her daughter's face, she found it hard to voice her concerns. Surely, the elder would not mind if they enjoyed a few grapes. Just then, as Ning Yeqing prepared to indulge in a grape himself, Luo Ruiying's expression turned frantic, and she quickly grasped his arm. "You cannot eat." While the grape juice contained only a trace of spiritual energy, it could be lethal for an ordinary mortal. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Ning Yeqing looked puzzled, questioning why he could not eat what he had grown. But in a fleeting moment, he remembered that, in Luo Ruiying's eyes, he was indeed an ordinary mortal, and consuming such celestial fruits was ill-advised. He usually indulged freely, yet now he could not partake even in a single grape, that if he did, she might uncover his true identity, and he could inadvertently expose himself. Though slightly regretful, Ning Yeqing felt a surge of happiness at Luo Ruiying's evident concern for him. Feigning ignorance, he inquired, "My dear, why is it that I cannot partake?" Luo Hongye, with wide, curious eyes, gazed at Luo Ruiying as if to ask why she could eat while her father could not. "Because these fruits are celestial, and consuming them could pose a danger," she explained with gravity. "Many things here should not be eaten directly. You must promise me to refrain from consuming anything without caution." Luo Ruiying's seriousness took Ning Yeqing aback. She was astonished that he had managed to survive this long in such an environment. While it was one thing to waste spiritual energy by boiling celestial herbs in a porridge for breakfast, consuming them directly could have spelled disaster. "Very well. I shall heed your advice. Thank you for your concern," Ning Yeqing replied with a smile. Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush slightly as she averted her gaze. She herself was unsure why she felt such anxiety for him. Perhaps it was because he was the father of her child. The little one cradling the crystal grapes overheard Luo Ruiying's words and looked up with glistening eyes. On the verge of tears, "Mommy, is there danger for Ye?" "Ye will be fine as long as she doesn't overindulge," Luo Ruiying reassured, gently patting Luo Hongye's back. "Really?" Luo Hongye queried, her eyes brimming with hope. "Indeed," Luo Ruiying confirmed softly. "Mommy will ensure that Ye is safe." Having inherited her mother's bloodline, Luo Hongye possessed a physique unlike that of ordinary mortals. Thus she was perfectly fine. With that, Luo Hongye ceased her whimpering, nestling comfortably in Luo Ruiying's embrace, and asked with a hint of eagerness, "Then, Mommy, can Ye still eat?" "Of course. Every night you can eat as much as you desire," Ning Yeqing said indulgently before Luo Ruiying had the chance to speak. He took a crystal grape from his hand and gently fed it to Luo Hongye. The little one, who had just been frightened to tears, instantly broke into a joyful smile. Luo Ruiying, both helpless and affectionate, smiled faintly. "As long as the child is happy, that is enough." After Ning Yeqing finished feeding Luo Hongye, he plucked another grape and brought it to Luo Ruiying's lips, still wearing that endearing smile. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she parted her lips to accept it, seeming to grow accustomed to being fed. Under Ning Yeqing's guidance, the trio strolled along, sampling every edible spirit fruit and herb they encountered. Most of the time, it was Ning Yeqing feeding the mother-daughter duo. Before long, they arrived at a vast lake. The water was crystal clear, rippling gently, with sunlight glimmering on the surface. Occasionally, a few silver-scaled spirit fish leaped out of the water. As soon as Luo Ruiying approached the lake, she felt an overwhelming and pure spiritual energy. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the entire lake was composed of natural spirit liquid. Such a magnificent natural spirit lake was exceedingly rare. Even a single sip could significantly enhance one's cultivation. No wonder so many silver-scaled spirit fish could thrive here. The wonders of this herb garden left her utterly astonished, making her increasingly curious about the identity of the predecessor who had created it. Not far from the spirit lake, a vast stretch of farmland lay, divided into several sections, each planted with various crops that appeared particularly inviting. Luo Ruiying walked into the fields, her eyes wide with amazement. And she picked a stalk of rice to smell. The rice was translucent, containing a faint spiritual energy and a subtle aura wafted into her nostrils. This was rice grown with spirit liquid. "Did you plant these?" Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yeqing and inquired. The vigorous growth surely required regular watering with spirit liquid. A common person would never waste such precious spirit liquid on crops. The predecessor would never engage in such extravagant behavior. Therefore, it could only be Ning Yeqing who lived nearby. Ning Yeqing nodded proudly. "My dear, aren't they splendid? These are the grains I have carefully cultivated." He had planted many crops specifically for the pleasure of their palates. Seeing Ning Yeqing's proud expression, waiting for compliments, Luo Ruiying couldn't help but twitch her cheeks, feeling a pang of pity. That was precious natural spirit liquid. How could he use it to grow food? It was a sheer waste. Luo Ruing sighed helplessly, repeatedly reminding herself, he is merely a mortal, unaware of the value of spirit liquid. I cannot blame him. Embracing Luo Hongye, she curiously explored the herb garden. Suddenly, an idea struck Ning Yechen, and he seized the opportunity to walk alone to a nearby open lawn. Initially intended for growing other crops, he now had a new plan, with a wave of his sleeve. Countless seeds scattered across the lawn like raindrops. With a crisp snap of his fingers, the lawn instantly burst into a riot of blooming flowers, covering the mountains in a vibrant tapestry. The floral sea blossomed, and a rich fragrance wafted for miles. Luo Ruing was suddenly drawn in by the intoxicating scent and stared at the stunning array of flowers before her. As the gentle breeze blew, colorful petals danced like a vibrant rain. Luo Hongye joyfully jumped down from Luo Ruing's arms, bouncing into the flower thicket. How do you like it, my dear? Ning Yechen asked with a smile as he approached Luo Ruing. Luo Ruing turned to him, her expression one of disbelief. You planted all this? Ning Yechen nodded. Luo Ruing was greatly astonished. Such a beautiful sea of flowers. How long must it have taken? Ning Yechen pulled Luo Ruing to sit among the blossoms, enjoying the gentle breeze and the captivating fragrance. Since escaping from the celestial realm, Luo Ruing had been on edge, fearing that pursuers might come after them. At this moment, her tense nerves finally began to relax. She lightly brushed aside a few strands of hair that the wind had tousled, a crescent moon of a smile gracing her lips, revealing her breathtaking beauty. She called out to Luo Hongye, who was frolicking in the flowers, "Be careful, my dear. Don't run too fast or wander too far." Ning Yechen gazed at the exquisite profile of Luo Ruing, feeling a stirring in his heart. Unable to resist, he reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He had seen countless celestial beings and enchantresses before, yet none had stirred such emotions within him as Luo Ruing did. Was it because she was his first woman, now his wife? Suddenly feeling his embrace, Luo Ruing trembled slightly, a flicker of panic crossing her beautiful eyes, yet she showed no resistance. Her body was tense, betraying her nervousness. With her current cultivation at the human realm, it would be easy for her to break free, but she chose not to. One reason was that she feared she might accidentally harm Ning Yechen, as mortals were fragile compared to cultivators. The other reason was that she actually did not dislike Ning Yechen and had never looked down upon him for being a mere mortal. Though she had once scolded him for taking her body, now that they had a child, they could be considered a true couple. An embrace between spouses should be a normal act. Ning Yechen found it amusing how tense Luo Ruing's body had become, akin to a rigid wooden figure, and he leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "My dear, relax. I want to bite." "I'm not nervous," she retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. That moment, Luo Ruing glared at Ning Yechen with feigned anger, feeling indignant that a mere mortal dared to tease her. Ning Yechen, unperturbed by her playful ire, found her anger particularly endearing and smiled contentedly. Luo Ruing's chest rose and fell with indignation, and she turned her head away, ignoring him. This insufferable man knew she was a cultivator, yet still dared to mock her. Had it been anyone else, she would have slapped them to death, while Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing were engrossed in their own world. Luo Hongye, nestled among the flowers, spotted a vividly colored butterfly fluttering past. Having never seen a butterfly before, her eyes sparkled with wonder, and she toddled after it. Unbeknownst to her, she had ventured to the edge of the flower thicket, where the butterfly finally settled on a blossom. Curious, Luo Hongye leaned in closer to touch it, but the startled butterfly flitted into the thicket. "Wait, come back!" Luo Hongye cried, dashing after it, but the butterfly had vanished among the trees. The surroundings grew eerily quiet, the dense woods silent. Luo Ruing felt a surge of fear as she turned to realize she had strayed a bit far from her parents, just as she intended to return. A massive, shadowy figure loomed behind her, obscuring her petite form. Turning around, Luo Hongye found herself face to face with a gigantic dragon, its scales razor-sharp and glistening ominously. The dragon's dark slit-like eyes fixated on her, filled with surprise and greed, drool dripping from its maw. "Look what I've found! A human! It has been ages since I tasted human flesh." Luo Hongya trembled in fear, retreating step by step until she stumbled and fell. "Wah!" she cried, bursting into tears. "Mama! Daddy!" The sound of her cries instantly alerted Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying, not having spotted Luo Hongya, grew frantic and dashed in the direction of the sound. "Ha! Calling for your parents is futile. Just let me devour you." "Don't worry. You won't feel a thing." The black-scaled dragon opened its gaping maw, ready to snap at Luo Hongya. In that moment of peril, Luo Ruiying darted out, sword in hand, and slashed across the dragon's face. "Get away! You beast! What do you want with my child?" Luo Ruiying, sword in hand, stood resolutely before Luo Hongya, her delicate face as frigid as frost, glaring intently at the obsidian-scaled dragon before her. Blood streamed from a wound on her visage, inflicting pain upon the dragon, which glared back at her in fury. "Damn human! How dare you mar my face? Here, aside from that esteemed individual, none would dare to do such a thing to me." With that, the dragon unleashed countless blades of steel from its body, an overwhelming aura of spiritual power surging forth from within. This was a dragon of the celestial god realm, a beast of the highest order among the demon kings. A flicker of astonishment and caution shone in Luo Ruiying's eyes. The obsidian-scaled dragon was a pinnacle of strength within the human realm. To encounter such a being here was unexpected. Could it be drawn by the scent of celestial herbs and fruits? She should have been better prepared. Guilt washed over Luo Ruiying. It was her negligence that nearly placed the child in peril. Had her previous powers been intact, she could have easily slain this dragon with a single strike. Yet now, her cultivation had dwindled to the human realm. Engaging in battle with the dragon, while not necessarily a defeat, posed a grave concern for Luo Hongya's safety. What to do? Perhaps it would be best to escape with the child. As Luo Ruiying pondered her next move, Ning Yecheng's figure slowly approached from behind. Upon seeing him, her expression turned anxious. This was dire. If she were alone with Luo Hongya, she would be confident in their escape. But with Ning Yecheng, their chances of evading the obsidian-scaled dragon diminished. Caught in a dilemma, she whispered to him, "You take the child and leave. I will hold it off." After a moment of contemplation, she concluded this was the most prudent course of action. If Ning Yecheng could lead the child to safety, she could then focus entirely on confronting the dragon. Ning Yecheng did not respond to Luo Ruiying. Instead, he gently lifted the frightened Luo Hongya from the ground, soothing her with soft pats on her back. "Don't cry, my dear. Father and mother are here. Everything will be all right." Luo Hongya ceased her weeping. Curling fearfully into Ning Yecheng's embrace, he tenderly ruffled her hair before raising his gaze, coldly appraising the obsidian-scaled dragon. Upon seeing Ning Yecheng, the dragon's expression shifted to one of sheer terror, its imposing aura dissipating in an instant. "It's him. That child is his." A wave of dread washed over the dragon. "It's over. I'm doomed." The obsidian-scaled dragon turned and fled without the slightest hesitation. Its massive form darted through the treetops like a fleeting shadow. Astonishingly swift, Luo Ruiying stood bewildered. How could the once ferocious dragon suddenly take flight? Was it possible for the dragon to move so quickly without transforming into human form? Did her aura frighten it? She could not fathom the situation. Regardless, the dragon's retreat brought her a sense of relief. "Hongya, are you all right?" Luo Ruiying sheathed her sword and hurried to check for injuries. Fortunately, the child had only stumbled and twisted her ankle. With a minor scrape, just as Luo Hongya had begun to calm down, she leapt back into Luo Ruiying's arms, sobbing, "Mother!" "Hush now, don't cry. Mother is here," Luo Ruiying gently reassured her. She felt a pang of guilt for having frightened the child. If she had been more vigilant, this danger could have been avoided. "Let us go home. It's too dangerous here." Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yecheng. The child, having been frightened, had no desire to continue their outing. Encountering other beasts would also pose a risk. "Dear, you take the child home first. I must clear the pests from the orchard," Ning Yecheng instructed softly, turning to stride into the woods. Luo Ruiying wished to call out to him, urging him to disregard the pests. The presence of beasts indicated peril. A mere mortal encountering a beast would be gravely endangered. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ning Yecheng had vanished into the forest. Above the treetops, a colossal dark figure sped by, the obsidian-scaled dragon desperately flapping its wings, glancing back in terror. I've inadvertently offended that esteemed individual. I cannot remain in the demon domain forest any longer. If I do not flee now, I shall surely perish. Where do you think you're going? Just as the dragon turned its head, a chilling voice resonated from ahead. The voice was akin to a greeting from the Grim Reaper, sending a shiver down the dragon's spine. Master, it's a misunderstanding. I truly did not know she was your child. The dragon halted before Ning Yeqing, its massive form kneeling in a plea for mercy. No matter, just be more cautious in your next life. Ning Yeqing raised his hand, and with a gentle grip, the dragon's enormous body began to twist and compress. Master, no. The dragon attempted to plead further, but its once formidable form was reduced to the size of a palm. You frightened my daughter and made her cry. For that, your death is a mercy. Ning Yeqing observed the spherical form of the dragon, then waved his hand, turning it to ashes. He called out to the surroundings, Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Great Ape, Sky-swallowing Serpent, come forth. His voice was not loud, but it rippled outward like a wave from his center. Moments later, 3 figures swiftly approached from different directions. Master. They greeted, bowing deeply, their foreheads slick with cold sweat, utterly unable to meet Ning Yeqing's gaze. They were acutely aware that the individual before them was not someone to be trifled with. Once nearly 100 demon kings had thrived within the depths of the demon domain forest, but now only 4 remained. No, now only 3 remained. Ning Yeqing had casually crushed the obsidian-scaled dragon, and they had all witnessed it. Sensing that Ning Yeqing was not in a particularly good mood today, they felt an even greater trepidation, their legs trembling in fear, dreading that he might also crush them in a fit of displeasure. They could hardly comprehend how that wretched dragon had dared offend this esteemed individual. This was a death sentence for them. The trio silently cursed the now-deceased dragon. Ning Yeqing's cold gaze swept over them as he spoke. My wife and daughter have returned recently. The obsidian-scaled dragon not only frightened my daughter, but nearly devoured her. Thus, I killed him. That wretched creature dared to lay a hand on your daughter. He deserves 1,000 deaths. The Titan Great Ape, with its thick, white hair, exclaimed in fury. Indeed, had I known, I would have slain him myself before you even had to intervene, the towering Chaos Bull Demon added. His voice filled with anger. A slender woman, her figure as graceful as a water snake, nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, master, your act of slaying him was more than he deserved. It seems you all wholeheartedly agree with my actions? Ning Yeqing inquired. Of course. The 3 demon kings responded in unison. That is good. I am concerned you might also frighten my daughter or pose a threat to her. Should I not then eliminate you as well? Ning Yeqing smiled slightly, his tone light, devoid of any hint of malice. Yet to the 3 demons, those words struck like thunder, freezing them in place. With a thud, they hastily fell to their knees, trembling as they pleaded. Master, spare us. Even if we had 10 lives, we would not dare offend you or your family. Ning Yeqing's expression was contemplative, and he remained silent. The 3 demons, paralyzed with fear, awaited his decision in stillness. Each passing second felt interminable to them, as if this might be their final moment in the mortal realm. After a lengthy pause, Ning Yeqing addressed the 3 demons, saying, Remember your words and manage your subordinates well. Should any of your kind frighten my daughter, prepare to face oblivion. With that, Ning Yeqing vanished from sight in an instant. Yes, the 3 demons remained prostrate on the ground, too terrified to move. It wasn't until a considerable time had elapsed that they cautiously lifted their heads. Only after confirming that Ning Yeqing had truly departed did they exhale in relief. Feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death, from that moment forth, they vowed never to approach the wooden cabin again. It was simply too terrifying. Ning Yeqing hurried back to the cabin. He spotted a graceful figure rushing towards him. He smiled faintly and gracefully descended into the woods, adopting a leisurely pace. Before long, Luo Ruiying appeared in front of Ning Yeqing, breathless with urgency. Thank goodness, I finally found you. Upon seeing Ning Yeqing safe and sound, Luo Ruiying felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, witnessing his nonchalant demeanor ignited her ire. Fearing the presence of other beasts in the vicinity, she had first returned Luo Hongya home before hastily seeking him out. Yet here he was, appearing utterly unfazed by any danger. With a hint of reproach, Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yechen a glare and admonished, "Next time, don't go meddling with those insects. This area is perilous. Does my dear wife worry so much for me?" Ning Yechen feigned ignorance, a teasing glint in his eyes. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully glared at him. "I just don't want the child to lose her father." "Oh, is it truly only for the child?" Ning Yechen leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. With their faces mere inches apart, a single step could bring them into contact. Luo Ruiying's heart raced uncontrollably, and she instinctively took a step back. Her face heating up even more, she shot him a defiant glare. How could this man, even in such a moment, still find time to tease her? After all, she was an empress of the celestial realm. She could not allow a mere mortal to toy with her. "All right, let us return quickly," Luo Ruiying said, flustered yet irritated, turning to leave. Watching her proud and indignant figure, Ning Yechen smiled softly. He glanced down at his feet, a flash of inspiration striking him, and he gently twisted his right foot, feigning an injury. "My dear, it seems my foot has suffered a slight mishap, and I fear I cannot walk back." He limped a couple of steps, addressing Luo Ruiying with an exaggerated tone of regret. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying turned back, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She hurried to his side and crouched down to examine his right foot. The bone was indeed fractured, the injury severe. "You were fine when you walked here. Why did you not say anything sooner? This is utterly careless. What if I had not come looking for you?" Luo Ruiying scolded him in frustration, her eyes filled with concern. With such an injury, should they encounter a beast in the woods, survival would be a grim prospect indeed. "I apologize for worrying you," Ning Yechen replied, secretly delighted by her genuine concern, unable to suppress the smile on his face. With no other choice, Luo Ruiying quickly bandaged Ning Yechen's foot and then turned her back to him. Crouching down, "Climb on. I will carry you back. There is no telling how many formidable beasts lurk nearby. The safest and swiftest option was for her to bear him on her back." Ning Yechen smirked triumphantly, unceremoniously climbing onto Luo Ruiying's back and wrapping his arms around her delicate neck. Her back radiated warmth, and a faint, enchanting fragrance enveloped him. He pressed his cheek against her back, relishing the moment. Though Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she understood the necessity of the situation and refrained from protest. With a powerful leap, she swiftly navigated through the woods toward the cabin. In mere moments, she had returned with Ning Yechen, gently placing him on the bed. "Daddy," Luo Hongya exclaimed, rushing into Ning Yechen's embrace, nuzzling against his cheek. "You worried me so much." Ning Yechen lovingly tightened his hold on Luo Hongya. Ruffling her hair, he had not returned with her, which had caused this little one undue concern. Luo Ruiying watched the tender scene with a smile, her heart swelling with warmth. After reminding Ning Yechen not to wander off recklessly again, she turned and left the cabin. She needed to return to the medicinal herb garden to gather herbs for healing ointment. Additionally, she must conduct a thorough inspection of the nearby beasts and establish a protective barrier around the cabin. Merely having a small wooden structure offered little safety. Without any early warning measures, she wondered how he had survived here for so long if they were to encounter even a single beast. It could spell disaster for them. It was her responsibility to safeguard their home. The medicinal herb garden was abundant with flora, and Luo Ruiying quickly gathered the necessary herbs. Subsequently, she began her patrol, ensuring that within a 50-mile radius of the cabin, no trace of beasts could be found. After surveying a considerable distance, she felt increasingly perplexed. Not a single beast was in sight, nor could she detect any lingering presence of them. When she had arrived before, she had sensed numerous creatures. Why had they all vanished? Furthermore, the massive Xianlin dragon was nowhere to be seen. How strange. This unusual situation caused Luo Ruiying to furrow her brow. Nonetheless, the absence of beasts suited her just fine, sparing her the trouble of dealing with them. Seizing the opportunity, she buried spiritual stones at various points 50 miles out, arranging them to form a protective barrier around the cabin. As the formation took shape, it gradually became translucent, making it nearly impossible to discern even upon close inspection. Having completed her preparations, Luo Ring felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although the barrier she had established wasn't exceptionally powerful, it would certainly suffice against beings of lesser divine realms. As Luo Ring returned, the night had deepened. Ning Yechen and Luo Hongya were still playfully frolicking about, engaging in games. Upon seeing Luo Ring return, they both greeted her in unison. "You're back, my dear." "Mother," Luo Ring replied with a smile, her gaze sweeping around the room. After a moment's hesitation, her cheeks flushed as she inquired, "How, do you bathe here since fleeing the celestial realm?" She had not had the chance to bathe even once. Back in the celestial realm, bathing had been a daily ritual for her. The inability to cleanse herself for several days was a most trying ordeal. She could forego food and drink, but bathing was non-negotiable. Yet upon scrutinizing the room, she found no bathing tub, nor was there a designated area for heating water outside. This left her in quite the predicament as she longed for a bath. Upon hearing Luo Ruing's desire to bathe, Ning Yechen perked up instantly. "My dear, you wish to bathe? I know just the place. I haven't bathed in days. I want to freshen up," Luo Ruing admitted shyly, eagerly asking, "What is this good place you speak of?" "My dear, if you head southwest from the back mountain for about 2 or 3 miles, there's a hot spring atop a cliff." Ning Yechen embraced Luo Hongya and smiled as he spoke. Hot springs. The moment Luo Ruing heard the words hot springs, her eyes lit up with excitement, and a hint of anticipation flickered across her face. She had initially thought that merely being able to take a warm bath would suffice, considering that this place could not possibly compare to the divine palace of the celestial realm. However, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that there was indeed a hot spring nestled within these mountains. Ning Yechen nodded affirmatively. He had specifically created that hot spring. The purpose of their secluded existence here was to relish life. And naturally, all essential amenities must be present. As the former demon lord, he certainly wouldn't deprive himself of such pleasures. "Come, my dear, let us go bathe," he said, as Luo Ring joyfully accepted the baby Luo Hongya from his hands. "My love, may I join you in the bath?" Ning Yechen inquired earnestly, his expression serious. He had never yearned for anything as much as this. However, to his dismay, Luo Ring resolutely refused him without hesitation. "No." Blushing, she clutched Luo Hongya and vanished from sight in an instant, leaving Ning Yechen alone inside the house. Disappointed, he shook his head, contemplating whether to follow after them if he were to sneak a peek. Wouldn't that be a rather inappropriate act? Yet, upon further reflection, it seemed that a husband stealing glances at his wife bathing shouldn't be deemed perverse, should it? In the woods, Luo Ruing soared with excitement. Holding Luo Hongya tightly, the little one, nestled in her arms, looked up with wide eyes, and innocently asked, "Mother, why can't we let father join us in the bath? He'll be so lonely left at home." Luo Ruing was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Although she had accepted Ning Yechen as her husband, it did not imply that she was ready to share everything with him so openly. The very thought of the two of them bathing together, unclothed, made her cheeks flush crimson, and she quickly shook her head. Even during her reign as the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she had never allowed any maidservants to attend to her during her baths, let alone share such an intimate experience with a man. Under the puzzled gaze of Luo Hongya, Luo Ruing forced a smile and explained, "Because your father has an injured foot and cannot join us." "Then mother can carry father here, just like she carries me," Luo Hongya innocently suggested. Luo Ruing, left without a proper rebuttal, she opted for another explanation. "Tonight, mother needs to focus on giving you a thorough bath. So father cannot come with you." That's so," Luo Hongya said, sounding a bit disappointed. Seeing that her child seemed to accept this reason, Luo Ruing quickly nodded. Yes, mother will ensure that you're thoroughly cleaned. And it will take quite a while." Luo Hongya's little face appeared thoughtful for a moment before she looked up with determination and said, "Mother, then I won't take a bath. Let mother and father bathe together." Cough, cough, cough. Luo Ruing nearly stumbled mid-air at her child's words. "This child. Next time will you allow mother to bathe with father? Okay? For tonight, mother will just help you get clean." Unable to persuade Luo Hongya otherwise, she reluctantly agreed. All right then, but next time, can we all bathe together? Luo Hongya looked at her expectantly. Sure, Luo Ruiying replied with a wry smile. Perhaps after a few days, the child would forget about it. As their conversation continued, Luo Ruiying soared to the edge of a cliff. The cliff was enveloped in dense trees, with a narrow path leading deeper into the woods. Following this path for a short while, a steaming hot spring, expansive enough to span several zhang, came into view. There truly is a hot spring, Luo Ruiying exclaimed with delight, quickly helping Luo Hongya out of her clothes and placing her into the warm waters. Mother, the water is so warm. Come join me. Luo Hongya joyfully splashed about in the hot spring, waving at Luo Ruiying from the shore. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, reaching for her own garments, which she shed with grace. Her exquisite figure, her long, flowing black hair cascading down, glimmered under the silvery moonlight, standing amidst the rising steam in a dreamlike haze that a certain someone concealed among the trees found themselves entranced. After much contemplation, Ning Yechen had decided to stealthily follow them. But do not misunderstand. He was not there to spy. Rather, he aimed to protect Luo Ruiying and their child from any potential danger. If anything were to happen, he would be ready to intervene discreetly. Right? Just as Luo Ruiying was about to step into the hot spring, she suddenly turned her head, her beautiful eyes scanning her surroundings. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she felt as though a gaze was fixated upon her. She had set up a barrier within a 50-mile radius, ensuring that no beasts or intruders could enter. Could it be that fellow? Luo Ruiying's first instinct was to think of Ning Yechen, but she quickly shook her head in denial. Having just flown here with Luo Hongya, there was no way the injured Ning Yechen could have caught up. It couldn't possibly be him. Surely it was just her imagination. With that thought dismissed, she immersed herself in the comforting warmth of the hot spring, her face radiating contentment. It felt as though she had come back to life. Luo Hongya obediently swam into her embrace, sitting in front of her as she gently wiped her body and hair, a look of pure joy on her face. Ning Yechen perched on a tree branch, resting his chin on his hand, silently observing the mother and daughter indulging in their bath, a smile of contentment adorning his face. His mind was devoid of any extraneous thoughts. Yet, when Luo Ruiying rose from the water, Ning Yechen found himself unable to stem the flow of blood from his nose. After hundreds of years, no one had caused him to bleed, yet here he was, injured once more in such a manner. After nearly half an hour, Luo Ruiying, thoroughly satisfied with their bathing, returned to the wooden cabin with Luo Hongya. Her hair, damp and cascading down her shoulders, shimmered with a radiant glow as it fell to her waist. Her face flushed with a rosy hue. Ning Yechen, witnessing this, inadvertently recalled the alluring scene he had glimpsed moments ago, causing his nose to bleed again. Why are you bleeding from your nose? Luo Ruiying asked with concern, approaching Ning Yechen, worried that he might be concealing some other injury. Ning Yechen, feeling embarrassed, turned away, explaining, I am fine, do not worry, it's merely a bit of heat. How frail mortals were. Just a little heat could cause such bleeding. Luo Ruiying retrieved a handkerchief to wipe away his blood and then knelt down to inspect his injured foot. Producing various herbs she had gathered, she chewed them and applied the mixture directly to his wound, finally bandaging it securely. These celestial herbs were potent remedies for injuries, requiring no special preparation. Simply chewing them and applying them would suffice. For now, you should refrain from any unnecessary movement. Your foot will heal in a couple of days, so there's no need for concern, Luo Ruiying reassured him. She was grateful for the extensive herb garden at the back mountain. Otherwise, she would have struggled to find a remedy for Ning Yechen's injury. Thank you, my dear, Ning Yechen said with a grateful smile. In truth, he could restore his foot to its original state in an instant if he wished. However, being cared for by such a lovely lady made him in no hurry to recover. Luo Ruiying felt a bit shy from his gratitude and blushed slightly as she said, It's getting late. You should rest early. Okay, time for sleep. Hearing the mention of sleep, Luo Hong joyfully leaped onto the soft couch, burying her head into the blankets. Peeking out, she looked at Luo Ruiying with anticipation and said, Mother, let us sleep together. Luo Ruiying glanced at Ning Yechen, who was sitting at the edge of the bed, and awkwardly replied, Hongya, the bed isn't very large. Why don't you sleep with father tonight? Mother can rest below. Luo Hongye had already climbed into bed, which meant sharing the night with Ning Yeching. She had never experienced the intimacy of sharing a bed with any man before. Even though he was her husband, she felt unprepared in her heart. This home belonged to Ning Yeching, and given his injuries, it was only right that she offered him the bed. She could not bear the thought of Luo Hongye sleeping on the floor beside her. Thus, she reluctantly decided that Luo Hongye should share the bed with Ning Yeching. "Doesn't mother sleep with Father Ye?" Luo Hongye asked, her large eyes sparkling with disappointment as she gazed at Luo Ruiying. Upon seeing Luo Hongye's hopeful expression, Luo Ruiying found herself unable to utter a word of refusal and could only acquiesce with a reluctant smile, saying, "All right then. Mother and Father Ye can sleep together." Ning Yeching immediately cast a look of approval at Luo Hongye, silently giving her a thumbs up. "Well done, my precious daughter." A sly smile graced Luo Hongye's delicate face. Luo Ruiying removed her outer garment and donned a form-fitting, sheer white silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful and alluring curves. You sleep on the inside," Luo Ruiying said shyly, pointing to the inner side of the bed where Ning Yeching lay, with the child between them. She felt somewhat less anxious. "All right," Ning Yeching replied with a smile. He did not rush onto the bed, but stood up and shed his outer clothing as well. However, he wore no sleepwear beneath, leaving only a pair of white undergarments. A robust, flawless physique was revealed before Luo Ruiying's eyes. What a perfect form! Luo Ruiying found herself momentarily entranced. Could this truly be the physique of an ordinary hunter? How could it be so exquisite and brimming with strength? Perhaps it was due to years of hunting in the mountains and consuming various spiritual herbs, which granted him such a magnificent body. She speculated. This reasoning seemed plausible. The celestial herbs were known for their purifying properties, and it was no wonder that his body had been honed through years of living in the wild. "What are you staring at, my dear?" Ning Yeching teased, noticing Luo Ruiying's dazed expression. Luo Ruiying snapped back to reality, suddenly aware that she had been staring at a man's body, and her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She hastily turned her head away, her voice soft yet indignant. "Why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" Ning Yeching replied innocently, "I usually sleep naked." "Naked sleep? No, that won't do," Luo Ruiying exclaimed in alarm, her cheeks burning with shyness as she quickly retorted. "Why not?" Ning Yeching asked, perplexed. "The child is still here," Luo Ruiying said, pursing her lips and glaring at him. Ning Yeching suddenly understood, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he nodded silently, donning his clothes once more. If the child is present, then it cannot be helped, he thought. Luo Ruiying's delicate features were filled with confusion. What had he understood? Luo Hongye sat on the bed, her curious eyes darting between Ning Yeching and Luo Ruiying. Why was mother forbidding father from sleeping without clothes? Ning Yeching affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's hair, lying down on the inner side of the bed and pulling her into his embrace. Her petite figure felt like holding a delicate doll. Luo Ruiying gently extinguished the oil lamp in the room and lay down beside Luo Hongye, wrapping her arms around the child from behind. The room descended into darkness and silence, and as Luo Hongye was enveloped by the warmth of her parents on either side, she drifted into a blissful slumber, her face aglow with happiness. Luo Ruiying quietly watched her sleeping child, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she tenderly caressed her cheek. Ever since giving birth to Luo Hongye, she had often kept her hidden away, fearing discovery, even dreading the simple act of sharing a peaceful night's rest. After escaping the celestial realm, her days and nights had been filled with peril, and the pursuit had never ceased. Now, she could finally allow this little one to sleep soundly, a comforting thought for Luo Ruiying. Just then, in the darkness, a hand unexpectedly brushed against her back. Startled, Luo Ruiying quickly identified the source of the touch. Aside from her and the child, there was another person in the bed. The space was barely sufficient for three to lie down comfortably, with both she and Ning Yeching sleeping on their sides. They were in close proximity, so much so that a slight movement could bring their foreheads together. Why did Ning Yeching's arm suddenly cross over Luo Hongye and wrap around her waist? Luo Ruiying gazed up at him in astonishment. He appeared tranquil, his breathing steady, seemingly lost in slumber. Was it merely an accidental touch? Luo Ruiying breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the moment his arm made contact with her, her heart raced unexpectedly, startling her. Just as she began to relax, Ning Yeching's foot then rested upon her, and his arm tightened around her waist. Unable to restrain herself, Luo Ruiying shot a playful glare at the sleeping Ning Yeching. What a poor sleeper he was! The next morning, Luo Ruiying slowly opened her eyes, only to find a handsome face mere inches from her own. Ning Yeching, still fast asleep, had drawn near enough that she could feel his gentle breath. One of his arms served as a pillow for Luo Hongye, who lay between them, while his other hand rested on Luo Ying's hip. Additionally, one of his feet had been draped over her throughout the night. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, clenching her delicate fist, eager to teach this man with such poor sleeping habits a lesson. Last night, she must have pushed his foot off her numerous times, only for it to return shortly thereafter. After a restless night of tossing and turning, she had finally resigned herself to the situation. But that was not all. His hands were equally restless. Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment, her fists clenched tightly. But ultimately, with a sense of resignation, she released her grip. She decided to let this fellow off the hook this time. After all, he was asleep, and it was not intentional. She could overlook it. Moreover, she had enjoyed a rare, peaceful night as sleep with the child the previous evening. Gently, Luo Ruiying moved Ning Yeching's hands and feet aside, taking care to rise quietly from the bed, with a hairpin held delicately in her mouth. She sat on the edge of the bed and began to arrange her hair. Ning Yeching, peeking through half-closed eyes, admired the graceful curve of Luo Ruiying's slender back, unable to suppress a smile. His wife was truly beautiful when she styled her hair. As Luo Ruiying turned to face him after finishing her coiffure, Ning Yeching hastily closed his eyes again, glancing at Ning Yeching, who was still asleep with a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Luo Ruiying felt both curious and amused. What delightful dream had this man encountered to be smiling so blissfully in his slumber? Lowering her gaze, she noticed that Luo Hongye's small face also bore a sweet smile. And she couldn't help but smile in return. This child was just like her father. Affectionately, Luo Ruiying cast a glance at the two sleeping figures on the bed, choosing not to disturb them. She donned her clothes and made her way to the kitchen to busy herself. Although she could forego food and drink, the child was still young, and Ning Yeching was merely a mortal. As a wife, it was her duty to care for them both. While Luo Ruiying busied herself, Ning Yeching held the awakening Luo Hongye in his arms and squatted at the doorstep, brushing his teeth. Although Luo Hongye did not quite comprehend the activity, she cheerfully mimicked him, grasping the slender toothbrush with curiosity. Luo Ruiying cast a curious glance at the duo, who seemed to be engaging in some strange activity at the door. Shaking her head in resignation, she wondered what that fellow was teaching the child. However, seeing the joy on their faces, she decided not to interfere. After a while, Luo Ruiying prepared a table full of dishes and called out to the two still frolicking outside. "It's time to eat." "Hee, mother, I'm coming," Luo Hongye exclaimed as she rode in on Ning Yeching's shoulders, a flower perched atop his head. "Ning Yeching, no more fooling around." Luo Ruiying nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the flower adorning Ning Yeching's head. Quickly lifting Luo Hongye off his shoulders, Ning Yeching, unfazed, felt a surge of happiness and chuckled as he took his seat at the table. The dishes were crafted from various crops and herbs harvested from the celestial medicine garden. Concerned that his constitution might not be able to handle the potent effects of the celestial herbs, Luo Ruiying had chosen primarily those of lower age or those that would not pose significant harm to mortals. It was a thoughtful gesture, considering he could eat just about anything without issue. Due to her young age, Luo Hongye could only sit in Luo Ruiying's lap, burying her head in the bowl, resulting in her little face being covered in rice grains. With a doting smile, Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe the mess from Luo Hongye's mouth, then began to feed her gently. "Come, eat more. My dear wife. You have worked hard as well," Ning Yeching remarked, placing food into both Luo Hongye's and Luo Ruiying's bowls. A faint, almost imperceptible smile graced Luo Ruiying's lips as she reciprocated, offering a dish to Ning Yeching. "You too, do try this," she insisted. She intended to place it in Ning Yeching's bowl, but to her surprise, he leaned forward and took a bite directly. After swallowing, he beamed with satisfaction. exclaiming, my wife's culinary skills are quite commendable, exceeding my expectations. This was Ning Yeqing's genuine thought. He had not anticipated that Luo Ruiying, the celestial princess, would be so adept at cooking. She was beginning to embody the essence of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. As the act of feeding transformed into direct, mouth-to-mouth feeding, Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed with a subtle hue. How could even take her chopsticks in with the food? Observing this scene, Luo Hongya lifted her head, eyes wide with wonder, and innocently exclaimed, I want some too. Ah, all right, Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, again feeding Luo Hongya. Ning Yeqing, equally affectionate, took turns placing morsels into Luo Hongya's eager mouth. She welcomed each bite. Her cheeks puffed out with delight, laughter dancing on her face. As Luo Ruiying watched her small family gathered around the table in a scene of tranquil happiness. A smile of contentment blossomed on her face. This was a feeling she had never experienced even during her reign as empress. If only she could remain here forever, living a secluded life with him and their child, the title of Celestial Empress could be left behind. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the demon domain forest, 4 figures stood vigil, their gazes fixed intently upon the seemingly endless expanse of the forest. Old ghost, are you certain they are hiding within this demon domain forest? Inquired a man clad in a green robe, his brow furrowed in skepticism as he turned to a stooped, spotty-faced elder beside him. Does the esteemed Lu Jianshan doubt my ghost puppet's soul pursuit technique? The elder grinned wickedly, holding a terrifying doll that resembled a grotesque infant. The doll's mouth clutched a strand of hair, its gaze fixed intently on the depths of the demon domain forest. The old ghost's soul-tracking technique was known far and wide. As long as he possessed a personal item from someone, he could track them across vast distances. Clearly, the celestial woman was indeed hiding within the demon domain forest. Another robust man with an exposed torso let out a hearty laugh. The depths of the demon domain forest are home to countless demon kings, if she truly has taken refuge there. Bringing her back may not be as simple as we hope. That a scholarly-looking man frowned slightly. Is the master of the Confucian palace truly afraid? The muscular man chuckled mockingly at Su Sheng. Are you afraid, Master Su? Su Sheng's brow knitted tighter as he shot a sharp glance at the muscular man. Humph. If the lord of the martial god palace is not afraid, then why should the Confucian palace fear? Absurd. So, does Master Su wish to spar with me? Wu Kuang's eyes gleamed with fervor as he regarded Su Sheng, an imposing aura radiating from him. Su Sheng, not one to back down, released an equally formidable aura in response. Enough, Lu Jian interjected, positioning himself between Su Sheng and Wu Kuang, his expression stern. The purpose of our gathering here is not to engage in contests of strength. Let us not forget our objective. At his words, both Su Sheng and Wu Kuang reluctantly suppressed their energies. Their mission was of utmost importance, to capture the mother and daughter duo known as Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya. Regardless of the consequences, Lu Jian, Su Sheng, Old Ghost, and Wu Kuang. The 4 of them were leaders of the world's most elite sects, each among the pinnacle of cultivators, on the verge of breaking through to ascend to immortality. Their convergence here was spurred by a singular promise from a higher celestial figure. Capture the escapees from the celestial realm, Luo Ruiying and her daughter, and they would not only ascend but be granted membership in their powerful faction. The allure of joining such a formidable force upon ascension was unparalleled. They had also received intelligence regarding the mother and daughter. Luo Ruiying, once a celestial empress, was now gravely injured, her cultivation diminished to below that of a mortal. For these 4 top-tier cultivators, this presented no challenge whatsoever. Let us proceed swiftly, Lu Jian declared. If they cooperate, that would be ideal. If not, we shall take them by force. Remember, the girl must not be harmed. We need her alive. With a cold demeanor, Lu Jian transformed into a streak of light, racing into the depths of the demon domain forest. For him, dealing with a mere mortal was far too simple. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, each wearing a smug smile, before also turning into streaks of light, chasing after him. Moments later, the quartet arrived deep within the demon domain forest. Here, the presence of numerous demon beasts was palpable even at the outskirts, with reckless creatures occasionally daring to attack them. Oddly, However, upon reaching the forest depths, not a single demon beast could be found. The heart of the demon domain forest was reputed to be the domain of countless demon kings, where any trespasser faced certain doom. Yet now, not a single demon king has been sighted. The silence is rather peculiar. Liu Jian and his three companions hover in midair, their gazes scanning the surrounding expanse of the demon realm forest. Yet not a single figure is visible. Gui Fu, quickly utilize your ghostly infant puppet to track their precise location, Liu Jian urged, his brows furrowed as he addressed the figure beside him, without a specific location. Searching for two individuals deep within this demon realm forest would prove exceptionally arduous. Gui Fu's grotesque visage contorted into an awkward smile as he sheepishly replied, "My ghostly infant puppet can only sense the nearby area. The exact location remains elusive. TSK, the so-called soul-chasing puppet is rather underwhelming," Su Sheng remarked disdainfully. Gui Fu merely chuckled awkwardly, refraining from retorting that Wu Kuang, undeterred by the banter, appeared to have made a discovery, descending swiftly into the woods, where he uncovered a leaf stained with dried blood. His sensitivity to the scent of blood was acute. Even the faintest trace could not escape his notice. Upon his arrival, he had caught a whiff of a distinctly different blood scent. Wu Kuang plucked the bloodied leaf and sampled it, his expression growing increasingly animated. Indeed, the blood of a celestial maiden from the upper realm possesses a unique flavor. This taste is simply irresistible. The others regarded Wu Kuang's fervent excitement with expressions of distaste. That it was rumored that this fellow had a penchant for drinking blood, particularly that of the strong, indulging after each kill. Yet, thanks to him, they had finally discerned the whereabouts of Luo Ruiying. At the very least, they could ascertain that the woman was undoubtedly hiding within this demon realm forest. Once this was established, locating her would merely be a matter of time. "Let us separate and search. Whoever finds her first shall signal," Liu Jian instructed the remaining three. Although the trio resented Liu Jian's authoritative tone, they said nothing further and quietly dispersed. After all, the command from that esteemed figure from the upper realm was of utmost importance. Failing to bring Luo Ruiying and her daughter back would not only thwart their ascension to the celestial realm, but could also incur the wrath of that upper realm figure, leading to their annihilation. In a certain cave, the Chaos Bull Demon, Titan Giant Ape, and Devourer Serpent silently observed as Liu Jian's group separated. More intruders have arrived. Their reckless rampage through my demon realm forest is utterly intolerable. Should we not deal with them? The Titan Giant Ape proposed indignantly. Are you mad? What if they are also under the command of that esteemed figure? You have witnessed the fate of Xianlin. The Devourer Serpent stammered, its expression betraying sheer terror. The mere thought of Ningyichen caused her to tremble uncontrollably. The Chaos Bull Demon and Titan Giant Ape fell silent as well. If it had been a century ago, they would have unhesitatingly eliminated those intruders. But now, they dared not take such risks. It was not fear of the four, but rather the imminent figure that instilled dread. Let us simply pretend we did not see them, the Chaos Bull Demon suggested. Indeed, let us return and play cards. Agreed. The three creatures, united in their decision, ambled back into the cave, in the wake of parting ways with Liu Jian and the others. Gui Fu wore a sly grin, quickly retrieving his ghostly infant puppet and hastily darting in the direction indicated by the puppet's gaze. His ghostly infant puppet could indeed track precise locations. The reason he withheld this information from Liu Jian and the others was solely to claim the credit for himself. Should he manage to single-handedly capture Luo Ruiying and her daughter and present them to that esteemed figure from the upper realm, he could expect a bountiful reward. Perhaps he could even savor the dream of ascending to the celestial realm. The thought of this made Gui Fu's smile widen uncontrollably. However, not long after, Gui Fu's expression shifted as he halted in his tracks. His gaze fixed ahead as he slowly extended his gnarled hand, his palm pressed against an invisible barrier, preventing him from advancing any further. A barrier. Keek, I have found it. Gui Fu tilted his head, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The presence of a barrier here indicated that she must be inside. This trivial barrier would not hinder my progress. As he pressed his palm against the barrier, A thick, viscous black liquid surged forth from within him. The liquid cascaded down the barrier, eroding it as if it were melting, creating a large, gaping hole. Gui Fu effortlessly crossed the threshold of the barrier, entering without making a sound. Seizing the chance before Lu Jian and his companions could catch on, he hurried forward. Meanwhile, within the wooden house, as Ning Yichen playfully tussled with Luo Hongye, he suddenly furrowed his brow, a frown of displeasure crossing his features. Yet another intruder has arrived, he lamented, knowing that the barrier his beloved had painstakingly set up was being breached. Did they not realize that he utterly despised interruptions during his precious moments with his wife and child? Outside the wooden house, after finishing her meal, Luo Ying emerged with the clean dishes in her arms. Observing the pile of dishes at her feet, she frowned slightly and, like an ordinary mortal, crouched down to wash them. Discovering the process far too slow, she resorted to channeling her spiritual energy, levitating all the dishes along with clean water into the air, where they spun rapidly. In an instant, the dishes were spotless, and the dirty water was separated from them. Following the same method, Luo Ruing chopped firewood and laundered clothes, completing all tasks within mere minutes. With her hands on her hips, she nodded in satisfaction, silently praising herself. Though it's my first time doing such chores, I must say, I am quite impressive. From now on, I can handle these tasks, allowing him to enjoy a bit more ease. Just then, an unsettling, hoarse voice broke the tranquility. Keek, who would have thought that a celestial maiden would engage in such mundane chores? Luo Ruiying swiftly turned to confront the stooped old man approaching, her heart racing as she sensed danger looming. Someone had breached her barrier. She had failed to detect it. This individual seemed to be a formidable expert at the peak of the divine realm. It appeared that he had come specifically for her. Having sought refuge here, would she ultimately not escape his grasp? Luo Ruiying's heart brimmed with rage and despair as she clenched her fists. All she desired was to live a tranquil life. Yet that seemed a distant dream. Pray tell, celestial maiden, will you accompany this old man willingly, or shall I forcibly escort you back? Gui Fu extended his hand, a terrifying aura emanating from him, causing the vegetation beneath him to wither and the ground to darken. He exuded a heavy miasma. Luo Ruiying's expression grew pensive as she hesitated. If it were merely him, she might be capable of striking him down, yet engaging in battle here could jeopardize her child and husband. Mother, coincidentally, at that moment, Luo Hongye, with her little legs, joyfully ran to her mother for a hug. Upon spotting Gui Fu, she instinctively hid behind Luo Ruiying in fear. Ning Yichen ambled out from the house, his gaze coldly scrutinizing Gui Fu. Gui Fu's heart leapt with joy upon seeing Luo Hongye. That esteemed figure from the upper realm had specifically designated this child as a priority. However, Gui Fu was taken aback to discover not only Luo Ruiying and her daughter, but also another man. The intel had not mentioned the presence of a man. This individual emitted no spiritual energy, seemingly just a lowly mortal, and no threat at all. Keek, who would have thought that the proud celestial maiden, now in the mortal realm, would immediately take a man to her heart. Gui Fu surmised that this wooden house belonged to Ning Yichen, realizing that Luo Ruiying was merely taking refuge here. Unable to suppress his mocking words, the union of a celestial maiden and a mortal was laughable beyond measure. Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow deeply, suppressing her anger, and spoke in a low voice. I will return with you, but only if you release the child in him. After much contemplation, Luo Ruiying ultimately resolved to forsake her own well-being to protect her child and Ning Yichen. Though her heart was heavy with sorrow, she felt there was no alternative. Even if she were to vanquish the adversary before her, the denizens of the celestial realm would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly. The next foes would be even more formidable. What awaited her was an interminable cycle of flight and peril. She could not continue this desperate escape with her child in tow, nor could she allow Ning Yichen to be ensnared in her plight. If sacrificing herself would ensure the safety of her child and Ning Yichen, she would gladly embrace it. Mother, woo, don't leave me, mother. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's intention to willingly depart, Luo Hongye burst into tears, clinging desperately to her skirts. Luo Ruiying looked down at her daughter, her eyes reflecting profound reluctance and maternal love, causing her own eyes to moisten. If it were possible, how could she bear to part from her child? Such a poignant display of maternal affection. Fear not, celestial maiden, you shall accompany me, and that young girl must come with me as well. As for the man, I shall dispose of him effortlessly, the ghostly husband interjected, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. You? Luo Ruing's countenance turned frigid at his words, her rage igniting as her nails dug into her palm, drawing blood. Despite her concessions, they remained unyielding in their threats against her child and husband. She bent down, cradling Luo Hongye, and placed her into Ning Yechen's arms, her solemn gaze betraying a flicker of tenderness. Take care of this matter. You must flee into the woods with the child. Promise me, do not let any harm come to her. Once I have resolved this, I will pursue you, that if I do not join you in due time, do not wait for me. With that, Luo Ruing did not grant Ning Yechen the chance to respond. She rose on her toes and gently pressed her lips against his. This was the first time they shared a kiss while fully conscious. Ning Yechen's eyes widened in surprise. Husband, I entrust our child to you. As their lips parted, Luo Ruing whispered affectionately into Ning Yechen's ear, a title she had never before used, perhaps for the last time. Their time together had been less than 3 days, despite some grievances. He had treated her and their child with utmost kindness. The child adored him, and in her heart, she had accepted him as her husband. Thus, she summoned the courage to address him in such a manner, truly entrusting Luo Hongye to him. Ning Yechen felt a mix of joy and helplessness. Why did it feel akin to a farewell of life and death? Quickly, take the child and flee. With a swift movement, Luo Ruing summoned a gust of wind, propelling Ning Yechen and the child into the air, far into the depths of the mountain woods. To think you could escape from me is sheer folly. The ghostly husband sneered, his sleeves billowing as 4 grotesque puppets, neither human nor ghost, exuded a noxious miasma as they pursued the pair into the mountains. Luo Ruing would not allow these puppets to pursue unimpeded. She swiftly drew her celestial sword, leaping to intercept them, slicing one puppet in twain with a glimmering arc of cold light. The remaining 3 puppets ignored her entirely as they sped past. In desperation, Luo Ruing's figure flickered as she unleashed 3 fierce slashes of her sword. The beams of light severed the remaining 3 puppets at their midsections. Seizing the opportunity, the ghostly husband struck her from behind with a poisoned palm. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, yet she endured the excruciating pain to shatter the last of the puppets. And no matter what, she could not allow a single puppet to escape her grasp. Otherwise, both Ning Yechen and her child would be in grave danger. Ha! You would rather endure my strike than let my puppets live. It appears you care for them greatly. Fear not. Once I have slain you, they shall not escape my clutches either. The ghostly husband reveled in his sinister triumph. Wounded and poisoned, he sensed victory was all but assured. The dream of ascension to immortality was within reach. Luo Ruing's expression hardened, her gaze resolute and filled with murderous intent as she positioned her sword before him. That's so. Then today, you shall surely die. In the woods, Ning Yechen gently lowered Luo Hongye from the air, landing softly on the ground. Not far away, a fierce battle unfolded near a wooden cabin, the clash of swords and swirling black mists evident in the distance. This little girl, truly, always thinking of sacrificing herself to shield her child. Ning Yechen stood up, cradling Luo Hongye, contemplating how to eliminate these ungrateful pests without revealing his presence. As the former demon lord, he was the sworn enemy of the celestial realm, while Luo Ruing belonged to that very world. If he were to reveal his identity by acting openly, her attitude towards him would surely shift. He feared she might take the child and leave his side. Thus he must remain concealed for the time being. Woo, father, let us not leave mother behind. All right? Hongye doesn't want to part with mother. Luo Hongye whimpered, her big eyes red from crying. Dear one, do not weep. Father promises you, your mother will be safe, that I will not abandon her. Ning Yechen said tenderly, wiping the tears from her cheeks. Yet, beneath his gentle facade lay a chilling resolve. Those who had caused his daughter to cry would not leave this place alive. Is what you say true? Luo Hongye paused her tears, looking up at him earnestly. Ning Yechen smiled and nodded. How could father ever deceive you? Then let us hurry to find mother. Luo Hongye exclaimed eagerly as her words faded. A deep voice suddenly resonated from the woods ahead. Where do you think you're going? Wu Kuang emerged from the dim forest, a mocking expression upon his face as he regarded Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye. His gaze fixated primarily on the latter, revealing a grin of gleaming steel teeth that I knew that ghostly old fool would attempt to claim the credit for himself. Luckily, I kept an eye on things and followed stealthily. What a stroke of fortune! Ha ha ha! Wu Kuang laughed exuberantly, extending his hand dismissively towards Ning Yechen. Kid, hand that child over to me. I'll make your death quick and painless. Luo Hongye, frightened, shrank closer to Ning Yechen, her eyes wide with trepidation as she gazed up at him, seemingly worried that he might indeed surrender her to this brutish villain. Ning Yechen noticed her fear and smiled gently, stroking her head. Close your eyes and cover your ears for a moment, all right? Father is going to perform a little magic. Luo Hongye's large eyes filled with confusion, yet she obediently closed them and pressed her small hands to her ears. Good girl, Ning Yechen praised, turning his icy gaze upon Wu Kuang, as if he were staring at a corpse. For reasons unknown, Wu Kuang felt a chill run down his spine, a sensation of fear creeping into his heart. It had been ages since he last felt fear, and now he was intimidated by an utterly unremarkable mortal. Impossible! This simply could not be. His pride would not allow it. He was determined to crush this insignificant insect before him. Seeking death, Wu Kuang crouched low, launching himself like a shadow, instantly appearing before Ning Yechen, his massive iron fist slicing through the air with lethal intent aimed at Ning Yechen's head. This punch could obliterate his skull. With a resounding bang, the anticipated explosion of gore did not occur. The forceful blow was effortlessly caught by a slender hand. Wu Kuang stood in shock, disbelief etched across his face, though he had not exerted his full strength. This punch could have split mountains, yet it was effortlessly blocked by this mortal. This man was certainly no ordinary human. Wu Kuang's expression shifted to one of dread as he realized Ning Yechen concealed his true strength, which was undoubtedly on par with his own. Who are you? Wu Kuang attempted to withdraw his hand, only to discover that no matter how desperately he exerted himself, his fist remained firmly gripped by Ning Yechen. Unmoving, Ning Yechen's eyes brimmed with disdain and murderous intent. He offered no response to Wu Kuang's inquiries, instead stating coolly, I do not wish for my daughter to witness the gruesome and brutal side of life. Thus I shall spare you. You may vanish from this world. With that, Ning Yechen abruptly unleashed a surge of pitch-black flames from his grasp upon Wu Kuang's palm. The dark flames coursed up Wu Kuang's arm, enveloping him entirely and consuming him whole. Wu Kuang instantly began to dissolve, his flesh and bones melting away, unable to suppress a heart-wrenching wail. His spirit was similarly tormented by the searing agony of the black flames. Until moments later, he was utterly obliterated, concerned that Wu Kuang's anguished cries might frighten Luo Hongye. Ning Yechen conjured a soundproof barrier that encapsulated Wu Kuang. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds, and Wu Kuang was thus erased from existence, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. When Ning Yechen released his grip on Luo Hongye's ears, she slowly opened her eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings. Yet finding no trace of Wu Kuang, she couldn't help but look up and inquisitively ask Ning Yechen, Daddy, where is that big bad guy? Daddy used magic to make the bad guy disappear. Ning Yechen smiled in response. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. Daddy is so amazing. Night-night, can you promise not to tell anyone else about how Daddy can make the bad guys disappear? Ning Yechen knelt down, setting Luo Hongye down and taking her hand. Can I not tell Mother either? Luo Hongye tilted her head, perplexed. No, you mustn't tell your mother. Ning Yechen nodded. This left Luo Hongye's small face brimming with confusion. Why can't I tell Mother, Daddy? Because Daddy wishes to have a little secret with you. This is our little secret, and little secrets must not be shared with others. Ning Yechen quickly fabricated an excuse. Upon hearing this, the confusion on Luo Hongye's face vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. Daddy and I have a little secret. I know now that I won't tell Mother, nor anyone else that our little Hongye is truly obedient. Ning Yechen praised as he affectionately ruffled Luo Hongye's cheeks. Indeed, children are easily swayed. Be a good girl and wait here for a moment. Daddy will go help your mother deal with the bad guys and will return shortly. Ning Yechen led Luo Hongye to a tree, casting a protective barrier around her. Luo Hongye nodded obediently, her concern evident. Daddy, be careful while dealing with the bad guys. Ning Yechen displayed a confident and reassuring smile. Do not worry. No one in this world stands a chance against your father. Meanwhile, outside the wooden cabin, Luo Ruiying, afflicted by poison, continued her desperate attempts to slay the ghostly husband. Yet the poison was insidiously spreading within her, rendering her body increasingly feeble, and her vision grew ever more blurred. It seems the daughter of the celestial realm is not all that impressive. The ghostly husband taunted Luo Ruiying, if you forcefully utilize your inner spiritual energy any further, the poison will engulf your entire being, leading you to rot and fester from within. That he smirked, noting the green tinge creeping into Luo Ruiying's complexion, signaling the poison's effectiveness. Luo Ruiying no longer posed any threat to him. Before that happens, I shall eliminate you. Gathering her waning strength, Luo Ruiying lunged forward, sword in hand, charging at the ghostly husband once more. For a peak celestial realm expert, to pursue an ordinary mortal bearing a child is no daunting task. For the safety of Ning Yechen and the child, she must eradicate this foe, even at the cost of her own life. The ghostly husband was taken aback by Luo Ruiying's swift approach. The fierce blade of her sword slicing through the air towards him. That it was his first encounter with someone so determined to disregard their own safety in the throes of poison. This madwoman truly intended to take him down with her. As Luo Ruiying's sword struck, the ghostly husband was enveloped by the poison, and although her blade cleaved through the miasma, he was nowhere to be found. The poison she had severed spread rapidly, enveloping her entirely, rendering the surroundings a dense, invisible fog of toxic miasma. Hastily, Luo Ruiying covered her mouth and nose, her gaze scanning the murky depths of the toxic haze. She sensed that the ghostly husband was lurking within this poisonous mist. Swish, a figure darted swiftly through the fog. Found you. Luo Ruiying's eyes sharpened, and as the figure reemerged, she unleashed her spirit sword with unwavering resolve. The dazzling blade cleaved the figure in two. Success! Joy surged through Luo Ruiying. In the next moment, a hand suddenly lunged from the mist behind her. Luo Ruiying sensed the danger immediately, pivoting to block with her sword, only to be met by another hand that struck heavily against her abdomen. Puffed! Blood spewed from Luo Ruiying's mouth as she was sent flying from the toxic haze, clutching her wounded belly as she fell to the ground. You've been fooled. O celestial maiden! The ghostly husband emerged from the miasma. A cruel smile plastered across his face. Behind him trailed dozens of reanimated corpses he had crafted. The hand that struck Luo Ruiying belonged to one of those corpses, while the figure she had slain was merely a decoy. His principle was never to expose himself to danger. He would utilize his puppets and poison rather than risk his own safety. With her spirit sword plunged into the ground, Luo Ruiying struggled to rise, her complexion now a sickly green, yet her gaze remained resolute as she fixed it upon the ghostly husband. Celestial maiden, cease your futile struggles and surrender peacefully. I assure you, your death shall be merciful. He leered at her, his eyes filled with avarice for her form. He was not captivated by her beauty, but rather by her very essence. Most celestial realm practitioners would have succumbed to his poison long ago, yet Luo Ruiying showed no signs of decay, her celestial physique showcasing an unparalleled resilience. The being from the upper realm had stated that Luo Ruiying's fate was inconsequential. Perhaps she could even be bestowed upon him as a celestial vessel for his own reanimated corpse. Luo Ruiying turned slightly to gaze at the woods behind her, a flicker of reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Before her determination returned, fixating on the ghostly husband, her golden spiritual energy surged magnificently, transforming her ebony locks into a radiant silver, and her crimson eyes sparkled with brilliant golden light. Luo shun with a commanding cry. Luo Ring summoned forth a towering figure draped in golden armor from behind her. The figure opened its luminous, golden eyes, raising its sword high, seemingly nonchalant as it swung down towards the ghostly husband. The ghostly husband felt an unprecedented sense of dread emanating from the apparition. The descending strike sent chills down his spine. The sword light fell upon him like a radiant beam, leaving him no time to evade. He hastily commanded all the reanimated corpses to shield him, enveloping himself in a barrier of toxic miasma. Soon, the sword light consumed and shattered all the reanimated corpses, and the miasmic barrier he had conjured offered little resistance as it was cleaved through. Ah! A chilling scream echoed amidst the sword light. The brilliance of the blade stretched for miles, tearing through everything in its path, leaving behind an astonishing display of power and a deep scar upon the earth. After wielding the sword, Luo Ruiying could no longer maintain her strength and half kneeled on the ground, supporting herself with the sword. Forcing herself to use the power of the celestial realm, she had expended an immense amount of spiritual energy, and the miasma had already begun to erode her body. She felt a piercing pain within, akin to a relentless torment. Yet, a tragic smile appeared on Luo Ruiying's face. The child, and he should be safe now. It was just that she might not be able to seek them out again to that moment. A voice filled with despair suddenly echoed, truly worthy of being the daughter of the celestial realm. Almost met my end. The ghostly husband, his body riddled with sword wounds and drenched in blood, slowly crawled out from the chasm of swords. The gaze he fixed upon Luo Ruiying was filled only with malice and resentment. Had he not timely deployed the celestial-grade treasure, the celestial silkworm armor, to shield himself amidst the miasma, he would have surely perished under that single strike. Even his celestial silkworm armor had been shattered by the sword. Indeed, when confronting beings from the celestial realm, one must never let their guard down, even if she had regressed to the celestial realm. Luo Ruiying's expression turned astonished upon seeing the ghostly husband still alive. He's not dead. What should I do? In her current state, she could not even muster the strength to strike a second blow, let alone move. However, the ghostly husband's condition did not seem to be much better than hers. Perhaps there was still a chance to eliminate him. Otherwise, once he regained his breath, Ning Yeqing and the child would be in grave danger, just as Luo Ruiying prepared for one final desperate effort. An even more despairing event unfolded. Two figures suddenly descended from the sky as Yu Sheng and Lu Jian looked down at the ghostly husband with expressions brimming with mockery and derision. Ghost Elder, did I not say to signal first upon discovery? You wouldn't want to claim all the credit for yourself, would you? It seems you not only failed to monopolize the achievement, but also received a thorough beating. Faced with Su Sheng and Lu Jian's scornful taunts, the ghostly husband was filled with rage, yet felt utterly helpless. Given his current injuries, it was utterly impossible for him to subdue Luo Ruiying alone. It was also probable that these two would take advantage of his weakness to eliminate him. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying's heart sank deeper into despair. These two were also in cahoots with the ghostly husband. What should I do? She cannot possibly stop two fully powered celestial realm cultivators. Luo Ruiying felt as if her heart had turned a S-H-T this moment. The miasma had nearly spread throughout her body, and she endured excruciating pain in her internal organs, lacking even the strength to lift her sword. Even delaying for a moment seemed impossible now. This must be the celestial daughter, Luo Ruiying, designated by the esteemed lord of the upper realm. Her beauty is indeed extraordinary. But where is her child? Su Shang's gaze fell upon Luo Ruiying, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. But upon noticing she was alone, he couldn't help but furrow his brow and ask the ghostly husband. The task assigned by the esteemed lord of the upper realm was to bring both Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya back. It was specifically emphasized that Luo Hongya must be returned alive, indicating her importance exceeds that of Luo Ruiying. Feeling questioned by Su Sheng, the ghostly husband was extremely displeased. He pointed impatiently towards the woods behind Luo Ruiying, saying, "A mortal man took that girl and fled into the woods. Not only did you nearly get killed by a mere celestial realm woman, but you also allowed the child to escape right before your eyes. It seems the legendary corpse puppet Ghost Sovereign has been rather overestimated." Lu Jian cast a cold glance at the ghostly husband, openly ridiculing him for letting the child escape. The ghostly husband was infuriated but could only let out a cold snort, choosing to swallow his anger. Currently, he was gravely injured and dared not provoke Su Sheng and Lu Jian. First, he must deal with this woman, then hasten to pursue that child. Lu Jian unsheathed his spiritual sword, and with a flash of sword light spanning several feet, he slashed towards Luo Ruing. Luo Ruing watched helplessly as the sword light approached, unable to raise her own sword, merely staring at the face of death. Just as the sword light was about to reach her, a figure suddenly appeared silently before her. Clad in a black robe and facing away from her, his appearance remained obscured. The figure extended a finger and gently tapped the sword light, causing it to dissipate into thin air. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished that a peak celestial realm strike was effortlessly neutralized. Lu Jian furrowed his brow deeply. Renowned as the world's foremost sword immortal, he possessed unparalleled mastery of the sword. Yet he was met with such a response. His pride could not allow him to be humiliated so publicly. Heavenly sword. Gale's demise. Lu Jian summoned all his spiritual power, his formidable aura surging like an invisible blade slicing through the heavens. His sword unleashed a radiant arc of wind, extending for dozens of feet. Ning Yeqing merely lifted a finger, lightly tapping the edge of the sword light, which vanished like a gentle breeze. Once again, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Both the ghostly husband and Su Sheng understood how terrifying Lu Jian's strength was, yet they found themselves utterly unable to harm this individual before them. Lu Jian could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, his face filled with shock. His mightiest strike, capable of splitting mountains and seas, was so easily deflected. "Who are you?" Lu Jian questioned in disbelief. Ning Yeqing paid him no heed. Instead, turning to Luo Ruing, wearing a mask of a demonic visage, he had no fear of being recognized. Upon seeing her face, tinged with a sickly green as she endured the torment of the miasma, he felt a deep pang of sympathy. "Truly, you should not force yourself." He tossed a gleaming pill infused with spiritual energy into Luo Ruing's hand, his voice deep and resonant. "This pill can cleanse the miasma from your body and aid in your recovery. Take it quickly." "Thank you, Senior." Luo Ruing did not hesitate and promptly consumed the pill. The profound spiritual energy of the medicine enveloped her, swiftly purging the miasma, and the searing pain of erosion vanished. The pill's efficacy was astonishing. Seeing Luo Ruing's complexion improve significantly and her body free from serious harm, Ning Yeqing heaved a slight sigh of relief, his gaze shifting towards the ghostly husband and his companions. The intent to kill evident in his demeanor. The terrifying killing intent sent shivers down the spines of the ghostly husband and his companions, rendering them utterly immobile. This was a sense of fear they had never truly experienced before. There existed a person whose killing intent could evoke such dread. Who on earth is he? This question arose in the minds of the ghostly husband and his companions. They had never heard of such a figure in the world. Ning Yeqing extended his hand toward the ghostly husband, twisting his palm lightly. In the next moment, the ghostly husband's body and limbs began to twist involuntarily. The sound of cracking bones echoing as excruciating pain forced the ghostly husband to emit a harrowing scream. Please spare me." Puffed. Ning Yeqing showed no signs of halting, twisting the ghostly husband into a grotesque shape, his demise truly horrific. Along with his soul, he was utterly obliterated. This scene utterly shocked Lu Jian and Su Sheng, their eyes widening in disbelief. The ghostly husband, who stood on equal footing with them, had perished just like that. Ning Yeqing's gaze then turned to Lu Jian and Su Sheng, who felt a chilling sense of death wash over them. "Wait, why are you targeting us? Have I offended you in any way?" Su Sheng hastily called out. He felt a profound certainty that even if he and Lu Jian joined forces, they would stand no chance against this individual. "The reason for my intent to kill you is quite simple. You have touched my reverse scale," Ning Yeqing coldly replied. "Reverse scale?" Lu Jian and Su Sheng exchanged bewildered glances. What had they done to incur his wrath? This time, Ning Yeqing could not be bothered to respond further. He brought his palms together, transforming them into a blade, and swung at Lu Jian. Lu Jian was horrified, hastily raising his sword to defend. But the invisible sword energy shattered his spiritual sword and pierced through his body. How is this possible? Lu Jian maintained his sword pose, disbelief etched across his face, then felt a thin line form around his neck. Blood gushing forth as he fell from the heavens. A once great sword immortal had fallen. Lu Jian's soul did not even have the chance to escape, perishing alongside his severed body. At this moment, Su Sheng was engulfed in an overwhelming terror. When his gaze fell upon Ning Yechen, he was so frightened that a cold sweat broke out all over his body, and he swiftly unleashed a celestial talisman. The talisman radiated a brilliant light, and in an instant, Su Sheng's figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared from the horizon, he was already 1,000 miles away. Yet, he dared not linger for even a moment, transforming into a divine rainbow and racing towards the distance. His instincts screamed for him to flee immediately. Otherwise, he would surely meet his demise. He regretted succumbing to the temptations of those from the upper realm, harboring foolish dreams of ascending to the celestial realm. Now, not only were those dreams shattered, but his life, painstakingly cultivated over centuries, was also at stake. A profound sense of remorse filled his heart, and a singular thought consumed his mind: escape this place at all costs. For this, he did not hesitate to employ his most precious life-saving talisman, the 1,000-mile divine escape talisman. Ning Yechen, observing Su Sheng's retreat, did not rush to pursue him. Instead, he turned and approached Luo Ruiying, placing a hand gently upon her forehead. Only after confirming that she was unharmed did he feel a sense of relief. This affectionate gesture startled Luo Ruiying, prompting her to take a step back and create some distance. As she clasped her hands in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue." Witnessing the black-robed man effortlessly annihilate Gue Fu and Lu Jian, Luo Ruiying knew that this individual was undoubtedly not a cultivator from the mortal realm. From a mention of the reverse scale, she had already surmised his true identity. He was undoubtedly the esteemed figure responsible for establishing the medicinal herb garden within these woods. The reverse scale he referred to was, in fact, the garden he had created. The miasma from Gue Fu and the sword aura from Lu Jian had nearly destroyed the precious medicinal garden. Thus, the senior had appeared in a fury, exacting vengeance upon them. Luo Ruiying speculated within her heart. Ning Yechen, oblivious to Luo Ruiying's thoughts, mistook her step back as a reaction to his earlier intimidation and spoke softly and kindly. "The miasma within you has been purged. Your injuries will heal with a few days of rest." "Thank you, Senior," Luo Ruiying replied with a slight bow of gratitude. This senior, who had acted without mercy, turned out to be quite gentle and kind-hearted. Seizing the moment while the esteemed figure was still present, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before openly confessing, "Senior, there is something I must sincerely inform you of." "What is it?" Ning Yechen inquired with curiosity. Luo Ruiying's expression turned remorseful as she spoke. "Senior, my husband and I inadvertently discovered your medicinal herb garden, and we harvested quite a number of medicinal herbs, including the 7-colored glazed flower, if possible. I would like to exchange some treasures with you as a form of atonement. Should you wish to impose any punishment, I shall accept it without question. However, I kindly ask that you spare my husband, who is merely immortal and meant no offense." Having uttered these words, Luo Ruiying felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, her gaze discreetly observing the actions of the black-robed senior. She was deeply concerned about the repercussions of their unpermitted harvesting of the medicinal garden, especially regarding the stolen glazed 7-colored flower. Would he, in his wrath, seek to annihilate them? After all, the medicinal garden was the senior's reverse scale. Truth be told, even if she offered the few remaining treasures she possessed, it would be utterly insufficient to compensate for the value of the glazed 7-colored flower. As Luo Ruiying anxiously awaited a response, Ning Yechen let out a light chuckle and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. Feel free to harvest whatever you desire from the medicinal herbs. Your so-called treasures hold no value to me. It would be better for you to keep them." Luo Ruiying seemed to regard him as the venerable figure who had planted the medicinal garden. However, this was advantageous, as it spared him the trouble of concocting other excuses. Moreover, She continued to express her concern for him, defending him and willing to bear the responsibility alone, which touched him profoundly. Upon hearing that she could harvest at will without needing to offer anything in return, Luo Ruing was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape. Many of those herbs were of considerable value. Was she truly granted such freedom? Even the fact that she had taken the glazed seven-colored flower seemed of no consequence to him. He displayed neither anger nor reproach, as if he had already anticipated her actions. This esteemed figure was indeed quite benevolent. "May I inquire your name? Esteemed senior, should the opportunity arise, I would certainly pay my respects." Luo Ruing again bowed deeply in sincere gratitude. However, when she raised her head, there was no longer a trace of his figure. The esteemed senior had vanished silently, just as he had arrived. Perhaps he was a reclusive sage who preferred to keep his identity concealed. Luo Ruing did not dwell on it too much. Once she regained her composure, she felt a surge of relief for having survived. Although she had long prepared herself for sacrifice, the near-fatal encounter with Lu Jian's sword aura had stirred feelings of unwillingness and regret within her. The images of that man and child involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Indeed, she did not wish to depart from them so abruptly. I must hurry to find them. Otherwise, encountering other beasts in the woods would be perilous. Luo Ruing recalled the fleeing figures of Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, her heart racing with urgency as she dashed into the forest. Meanwhile, after departing from Luo Ruing, Ning Yechen materialized outside a cave, coldly conveying his voice within. "Come out, all of you!" In the next instant, a tumult erupted from within the cave, and three figures swiftly emerged, one of them sliding to his knees before Ning Yechen. "Master, you sought us?" The sky-swallowing divine python stammered, a cold sweat trickling down its forehead. How little time had passed, and they had already been summoned by Ning Yechen twice, nearly scaring them to death. They had been enjoying a game of cards, but upon hearing his voice, their souls nearly fled from terror. Gazing at Ning Yechen's frosty demeanor, the trio fell silent, unsure of which insensible fool had provoked this formidable figure. Ning Yechen regarded them with a detached tone. "What were you doing just now?" "Reporting to Master." "We were playing cards," the chaotic demon bull answered weakly. Playing a mere game hardly warranted such a grim response. "Did it? Playing cards?" Ning Yechen's brow furrowed slightly, his words laced with displeasure. "Someone has entered the monster domain forest and disturbed my tranquility, yet you choose to play cards here. Do you truly not comprehend why I have kept you?" His words sent shivers down the spines of those present, prompting them to bow repeatedly in fervent explanations. "Master, you misunderstand. We thought those individuals were also your subordinates." The chaotic demon bull and the others felt aggrieved, tears welling in their eyes, truly feeling wronged. The black-scale dragon had perished for recklessly engaging with those who were beyond their reach, and now they had learned their lesson, hiding obediently in the cave, only to face repercussions regardless. Seeing their pitiful expressions, Ning Yechen had no intention of further punishing them. Instead, he pointed in the direction Su Sheng had fled, his gaze cold as he spoke. One person escaped in that direction. "You know what to do." "Understood," they responded eagerly. "His disturbance of your peace shall be repaid with his life 1,000 times over," the chaotic demon bull declared, puffing up its chest in earnest promise. The others nodded in agreement. Ning Yechen cast them a sidelong glance, his tone flat. "I want him alive, that if he were to die, there would be no need for them to return, understood?" "Understood," they replied obediently. "Then why are you still kneeling here? If you let him escape, you need not return. Simply await my arrival to find you." Ning Yechen glared at the three who remained seated, his voice icy. Were it not for his urgency to return to his wife and daughter, he would not have entrusted this task to them. The chaotic demon bull and the others snapped out of their stupor, scrambling to their feet. Overwhelmed by fear, their legs trembled uncontrollably as they stood, nearly causing them to stumble, which prompted a frown from Ning Yechen. Could he truly rely on these three demons? Perhaps he should simply release his apostles instead. Under Ning Yechen's scrutinizing gaze, the trio of chaotic demon bulls transformed into streaks of divine light, racing into the distance. Their very lives depended on this mission, and they exerted every ounce of strength to pursue. Once the trio had vanished from sight, Ning Yechen turned his attention to the opposite side of the forest. It was time for him to return to his precious daughter and wife. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. Yechen Yi, once the danger had passed, Luo Ring hurriedly dashed into the woods in search of the figures of Ning Yechen and Luo Hongye, while anxiously weaving through the trees. She called out loudly. Before long, the rustling sounds emanating from the thicket indicated movement. Ning Yechen emerged from the woods, cradling Luo Hongye in his arms, upon seeing both of them safe and sound. Luo Ruing let out a sigh of relief, her tense heart finally at ease. Wife, mother, Luo Hongye, upon spotting Luo Ruing, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her cheeks like a torrential flood as she reached out her small arms in an attempt to embrace her. As Ning Yechen stepped closer to Luo Ruing, she instinctively extended her arms to receive Luo Hongye, holding her tightly in an embrace, gently stroking her back and softly coaxing, "Mother is here, my dear Yi. Do not cry." The joy of reuniting with her child and Ning Yechen filled Luo Ruing with immense gratitude, her eyes misting over as she nearly wept with joy. Watching this touching scene, Ning Yechen smiled, opening his arms wide as if inviting her to step into his embrace. Luo Ruing cast a reproachful glance at Ning Yechen, questioning, "I instructed you to take the child away. So why have you returned with her? What if something had happened?" She had expected a heartfelt reunion, a moment where she would eagerly rush into his arms, yet here she was scolding him instead. Despite the happiness radiating from her, caught off guard, Ning Yechen stood awkwardly with his arms still open, unable to explain that he had known all along that the danger had subsided. He could only admit his fault, saying, "It is my mistake. However, how could I abandon you for the sake of myself and the child?" "You must not leave mother," Luo Hongye chimed in, her innocent voice resolute that a tremor of emotion surged within Luo Ruing. Deeply touched, yet she shot another glare at Ning Yechen. She understood that both he and Luo Hongye had returned out of concern for her, just as she couldn't bear to part with them. However, she could never place them in harm's way. Should such a situation arise again, she would still insist they leave and would sacrifice herself to buy them time. Fortunately, this time, a senior expert had intervened. Otherwise, the consequences of Ning Yechen returning with the child would have been unimaginable. Her selfless sacrifice for their safety had almost been in vain, which was why she felt a surge of anger. Never again. It was far too dangerous. Consider yourself forgiven this time. Yes, I understand, my dear wife. Then, my dear, do you not intend to share a warm embrace upon our reunion? Ning Yechen replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips as he continued to welcome Luo Ruing into his arms. Dissatisfied with his lackadaisical tone, Luo Ruing pouted, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward, pressing Luo Hongye against him. Observing his eager expression, she conceded that after such a long separation, a mere embrace was a small price to pay. Ning Yechen wrapped his arms around Luo Ruing's waist, pulling her closer. With her cheek resting against his chest, a blush crept across her face, yet she offered no resistance, silently acquiescing to his affectionate gesture. For the first time, being held in someone's embrace, she found an unexpected warmth and comfort within his chest. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes fluttered shut, and fatigue from her overexerted spiritual energy claimed her, leading her into a peaceful slumber while still clutching Luo Hongye closely. Luo Hongye, too, had nestled into Luo Ruing's embrace, finding solace in sleep. Watching the mother and daughter duo peacefully slumbering, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently, a pang of tenderness stirring within him as he gently caressed Luo Ruing's cheek, her strength faltering, yet she insisted on being strong, recklessly overextending her spiritual energy to perform celestial techniques beyond her reach. Risking her foundational abilities, that a careless mistake could result in the loss of everything she had worked for. Thankfully, he was there to protect her. Ning Yechen infused his spiritual energy to safeguard Luo Ruing's body and meridians, swiftly transporting her back to their dwelling, where he gently laid the mother and daughter upon the bed. Tucking them in snugly, he remained vigilantly at their bedside, guarding them until a voice echoed in his mind. "My lord, we have captured the one you seek." Upon receiving the message, Ning Yechen's expression turned icy. After casting a glance at the slumbering pair, He vanished from the room, reappearing in a dimly lit cave deep within the demon domain forest, where anguished groans echoed painfully from the depths. Su Sheng found himself tightly bound to a stone pillar, a wooden stick lodged in his mouth, enduring relentless beatings akin to a tempest. Gone was his previously refined demeanor. Instead, he bore the marks of his torment, bruised, tattered, and utterly disheveled. "Speak! Who sent you? Damn you, will you speak or not?" The chaotic demon bull stood before Su Sheng, its massive fists raining blows upon him as it relentlessly interrogated. "Damn it! Your mouth is too stubborn. I've thrown dozens of punches, yet you refuse to yield. Step aside. Let me have a go." The Titan giant ape rolled up its sleeves, taking the place of the chaotic demon bull, its colossal fists crashing down upon Su Sheng. With each punch, the pillar behind him trembled, shaking the very cave itself. "Let us see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Don't you dare keep quiet." After several blows, Su Sheng found himself spitting blood, tears welling in his eyes as he emitted muffled cries. As one of the most formidable cultivators in the mortal realm, he now felt utterly humiliated and pained, tears streaming down his face. After utilizing the thousandly divine escape talisman to flee, he had thought he had safely eluded his pursuers, only to be relentlessly hunted down by the three demon kings, akin to madmen. Ultimately, he was cornered and had no choice but to fight back, only to be unfortunate enough to be captured. They had gagged him and brought him to this cave, where they wasted no time in torturing him for information. He wished to plead for mercy, to divulge what he knew, to beg for their clemency, but his mouth was sealed. These two demon kings seemed oblivious to his inability to speak, solely fixated on their relentless assault. He truly had no means of expressing his plight. Standing nearby, the devouring sky serpent observed silently, regarding the two beings like fools. Were they truly unaware of his gagged state? Or was it deliberate? Though the devouring sky serpent noticed, it had no intention of intervening. The reason? To vent their frustrations. It was these insufferable beings who had nearly brought down the wrath of their master upon them, putting their very lives at risk. A few more blows were hardly enough to compensate for the anger they felt. "Now, it's my turn." After a few punches, the Titan giant ape stepped back, allowing the chaotic demon bull to take over. The interrogation had devolved into a game of who could force Su Sheng to speak first. If this continued, Su Sheng might very well meet his end. The devouring sky serpent hastily interjected. "Enough! If you keep this up, he will die. If he perishes, our master will not spare us. I've already informed our master he should arrive shortly. Let us wait for his arrival to decide how to handle him." Hearing this, both the chaotic demon bull and the Titan giant ape shuddered in fear, begrudgingly halting their assault. They shifted their concern to Su Sheng's injuries, genuinely worried that he might accidentally breathe his last, which would spell their doom. The chaotic demon bull seized Su Sheng by the collar, glaring with its enormous, bulging eyes, and threatened. "Listen here. You must not die, or I will make you wish you had. Do you hear me?" As he spoke, the chaotic demon bull struck Su Sheng's face twice with its powerful hooves, rousing him from his near comatose state. With a face swollen and disfigured, Su Sheng, tears welling in his eyes, nodded slightly, his mind racing with speculation about the identity of the great one mentioned by the three demon kings. Each of these demon kings possessed strength that rivaled his own, placing them among the elite powers of the realm. He had long been aware of the terrifying prowess of certain demon kings lurking within the demon domain forest, yet he had not anticipated their compliance to another's command. Who could possibly wield such authority over these formidable beings? And why would they target him without provocation? The first thought that crossed Su Sheng's mind was the mysterious elder in the black cloak who had effortlessly slain both Gui Fu and Lu Jian, sending a shiver of fear through his heart. If it were indeed that enigmatic figure, everything would make sense. Only he could compel these three demon kings to bow in submission to that moment. Ning Yechen strolled into the cave, hands clasped behind his back, that he no longer concealed his identity, but presented himself in his true form with an air of confidence. Upon seeing Ning Yechen's arrival, the chaotic demon bull and the others promptly knelt, lowering their heads in reverence. "We greet you, my lord." Su Sheng gazed at Ning Yechen, his expression a mixture of curiosity and trepidation. The young man before him appeared to be in his early 20s. Strikingly handsome, yet from him emanated a palpable sense of power that he could not quite grasp. Despite his youthful appearance, there was an aura of cold superiority that made Su Sheng, bound to the pillar, feel an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission himself. Ning Yechen observed the nearly lifeless Su Sheng, furrowing his brow as he addressed the chaotic demon bull and the others. Why does he appear on the brink of death? Have you inflicted punishment upon him? No, my lord. The chaotic demon bull stammered, his voice trembling. When we captured him, he fought fiercely, and we may have exerted a bit too much force. We certainly did not strike him. The sky-swallowing python and the titan great ape exchanged incredulous glances at the chaotic demon bull's earnestness. It seemed he spoke as if he were telling the truth. Ning Yechen, looking at the barely breathing Su Sheng, chose not to pursue the matter further. He stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Su Sheng, and removed the wooden stick that had been stuffed into his mouth. Speak. Who are you? And who sent you? Senior, I am Su Sheng, the current lord of the Confucian Palace. I inadvertently trespassed here and have undoubtedly offended you. I humbly request your mercy, and I will offer a generous apology at a later date. Su Sheng pleaded, I am asking who sent you. Do you not understand? Ning Yechen's voice turned cold as he grasped Su Sheng's arm and crushed it effortlessly. Awe! Su Sheng's scream echoed in the cave as blood gushed forth from the mangled limb. The chaotic demon bull and the others, kneeling nearby, trembled and bowed their heads even lower, realizing their actions had been far less brutal than those of their master. And I will ask once more, who sent you? Ning Yechen's voice remained chillingly calm. It was a certain lord from the upper realm. He concealed his identity, and I did not see his face. He merely instructed us to bring him a mother and daughter named Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongya, promising to assist us in ascending to the celestial realm. Su Sheng exclaimed. Enduring the agonizing pain, he understood that the man before him was no ordinary being, and he dared not hesitate any longer. How did you contact this individual? Ning Yechen inquired icily. That we had no means to contact him. It was he who sought us out. Su Sheng replied weakly. Ning Yechen frowned in annoyance. He had hoped to capture this individual directly, but it appeared that would not be so easily accomplished. Now, tell me about your origins, Ning Yechen demanded, inquiring about Su Sheng and the identities of the three others he had dispatched. Su Sheng then learned that Wu Kuang had also perished at Ning Yechen's hands, and he recounted everything without a hint of concealment. He, Su Sheng, was the lord of the Confucian Palace. Liu Jian was the head of the Qingfeng sword sect. Wu Kuang was the master of the martial god hall, and Gui Fu was the lord of the human puppet cave. All four belonged to the top sects of the realm, forming one of the four great sects of the world. 3 days prior, they had all coincidentally encountered a mysterious individual who had requested their cooperation to capture Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongyin. In return, he promised to assist them in their ascension to the celestial realm and introduce them to a top-tier sect there. Faced with such temptation, especially considering the ease of capturing a mere celestial daughter, they readily accepted. They had subsequently followed Gui Fu's lead and ventured into the demon domain forest, leading to the events that transpired thereafter. Senior, I have disclosed all that I know. I implore you to spare me. The Confucian Palace is willing to serve you. Su Sheng begged, his face pale with fear. Ning Yechen smiled lightly, shadows extending beneath his feet as a swarm of dark golden insects emerged, crawling onto Su Sheng's body. What are these? Stop, please, I beg you. Su Sheng cried out as the relentless biting of the insects consumed him, burrowing into his flesh and devouring him whole. The excruciating pain and terror compelled him to wail for mercy. Before long, Su Sheng was completely engulfed by the insects, his cries fading into silence, his body no longer struggling. When the insects retreated from the stone pillar, nothing remained of him. Ning Yechen had never intended to spare any of them, not even their sect. After consuming Su Sheng, the insects surged toward the trembling chaotic demon bull and his companions. And my lord, your minions are coming, they shouted in terror, huddling together. Just the sight of those insects was enough to instill fear in them. Ning Yechen waved his hand, and all the insects that were about to reach the chaotic demon bull retreated obediently back to his shadow. These creatures were the soul-eating worms of the demon realm, capable of consuming anything in their path, with a particular fondness for anything imbued with spiritual energy. As long as it contained spiritual power, they would devour it entirely. The most terrifying aspect was that these worms began their existence at the spirit connection level, but could increase their power through incessant consumption. Ning Yechen's swarm had even feasted upon the remains of several celestial emperors, and now each worm surpassed the strength of the chaotic demon bull and his companions, if he did not intervene. It would only take moments for the three of them to be completely devoured. Seeing the insects retreat, the chaotic demon bull and his companions let out a sigh of relief, thinking their master had no intention of eliminating them alongside Su Shang. Ning Yechen had intentionally allowed the soul-eating worms to approach them merely to instill fear and ensure their obedience. That I have a task for you, Ning Yechen said, stepping forward to face the chaotic demon bull and his companions. Looking down upon them, "My lord, please command us. We are eager to serve you," the sky-swallowing python declared earnestly. The chaotic demon bull and the titan great ape nodded in agreement, bowing their heads. Ning Yechen was pleased with their obedient demeanor and raised his hand, enveloping them in a dark spiritual energy that lifted them into the My lord, the sky-swallowing python questioned, perplexed. In the next moment, a torrent of immense spiritual power surged into their bodies, leaving them no time to brace themselves. The terrifying energy flowed through their meridians, filling their spiritual seas, and the centuries-old bottleneck in their realms began to shatter, piece by piece. My lord, I can't take it anymore. It's too much," they cried in desperation. A surge of spiritual energy rushed violently into the meridians, causing the entire body to swell with an overwhelming sensation, as if it were on the verge of bursting. This moment, Tun Tian Shin Mang and the others experienced a blend of agonizing pain and ecstatic pleasure from the influx of spiritual power, epitomizing the paradox of suffering intertwined with joy. That if you wish to break through, you must endure, came the commanding voice of Ning Yichen. He listened to the delicate cries of Tun Tian Shinmang. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Something about it sounded peculiar. Hearing these words, Tun Tian Shinmang and the others gritted their teeth and persevered. After all, such an opportunity was a rare stroke of fortune that came once in a millennium. The master was forcibly assisting them in transcending the heavenly god realm to enter the immortal realm. Accompanied by three resounding roars of cathartic release, the spiritual energy surged skyward, emanating a colossal aura from within, radiating a shimmering light like stardust. This signified their successful breakthrough into the immortal realm. Had it not been for Ning Yichen's barrier protecting the cave, isolating them from the world's rules, their ascension would have undoubtedly triggered a formidable calamity of celestial tribulations. That it was not that he feared the troubles of such tribulations. Rather, the commotion might draw the attention of Luo Ru Ying and others in the world. Most importantly, his wife and child were peacefully asleep. What if the thunder disturbed them? Having successfully ascended to the immortal realm, Tun Tian Shinmang and her companions reveled in the baptism of spiritual power, their faces reflecting a sense of comfort and contentment. Once they returned to solid ground, the chaos demon ox opened its eyes, a glimmer of spiritual light flashing within, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through its being. At this moment, it felt invincible, until Ning Yichen's voice resonated again amidst them. You feel invincible now. Indeed, the chaos demon ox instinctively replied, but upon regaining composure, its expression turned ashen, and it hurriedly shook its head vigorously, as if to dismiss the thought. No, I am nowhere near your greatness. Even having broken through to the immortal realm, I believe I would not last half a second in your presence. We owe our current achievements entirely to your generous providence. My lord, Tun Tian Shinmang and the Titan giant ape quickly echoed, their hearts brimming with astonishment. They had not anticipated receiving such immense fortune from this master, had they attempted to break through on their own. Who knows how long it would have taken? Yet, this master had forcibly utilized spiritual energy and facilitated their ascension in mere moments. His strength surpassed their wildest imaginations. The group harbored a mixture of fear and reverence toward Ning Yichun. With a wave of his hand, 3 celestial artifacts were embedded into the Chaos Demon Ox and its companions. 1 crimson war axe, a pair of dazzling gauntlets that sparkled like jewels, and a serpentine sword that curved like a snake. "My lord, this..." The 3 gazed at the celestial artifacts before them, their eyes wide with longing, nearly betraying their desire with their expressions. These were exceedingly rare celestial artifacts. The radiant light emanating from them indicated they were of no ordinary grade. They had roamed the demon domain forest for centuries without ever laying eyes on such treasures. Ning Yichun regarded them with a measured calm and stated, "What I entrust to you is the safety of my wife and child during my absence. Your cultivation levels are inadequate. Hence, I have assisted you in breaking through to the immortal realm. And these 3 celestial artifacts are bestowed upon you, by aiding the Chaos Demon Ox and the others in their ascension and granting them celestial artifacts to bolster their strength." He effectively took them under his wing as his subordinates, in times of need, they could be called upon to act. However, even with their ascension to the immortal realm, their powers still paled in comparison to his former subordinates. The Chaos Demon Ox and its companions were incredulous. The master so easily gifted them celestial artifacts. After their initial shock, they were overwhelmed with joy and hastily bowed, pledging their allegiance. "Thank you, my lord. For your generosity, we pledge to serve you with utmost loyalty, willing to sacrifice our lives to protect you and the little princess." The Chaos Demon Ox straightened its posture, fist clenched against its chest, solemnly declaring, "From this day forth, your wife and child shall be treated as my own." Ning Yichun sensed something amiss in those words, narrowing his eyes at the Chaos Demon Ox. The creature too felt it had misspoken and quickly clarified. No, I mean that I shall regard your wife and child as my own," though it seemed that the clarification was also flawed. Ning Yichun approached the Chaos Demon Ox with an amused smile. Then, with a resounding bang, he delivered a punch to its head, causing half of its body to plunge into the ground. Although he understood that this foolish ox did not intend to offend, he could not refrain from giving it a well-deserved reprimand. Tun Tian Shun Mang and the Titan giant ape exchanged glances at the sight of the Chaos Demon Ox, now buried in the ground. Unconscious, indeed, even after entering the immortal realm, they remained utterly defenseless before their master, in the western regions. Upon a cliff in a human puppet ghost cave, a temple constructed entirely from various skeletal remains loomed menacingly. Surrounding the cliff were countless caverns, each serving as the dwelling for a practitioner of the human puppet ghost cave. The sheer number of caves blanketed the cliff, with numerous practitioners flitting between them. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the bright moon hung high, shrouded by thick clouds. Ning Yichun silently arrived above the human puppet ghost cave, gazing down at this premier sect perched on the precipice. Softly murmuring, "Let us commence from here," that he was a man of principles. Those who dared to strike at his own would not be shown mercy, since they had harmed his wife and attempted to violate his child. The 4 major sects of this world could very well be erased from existence, though he could entrust this task to the Chaos Demon Ox and the others, that would inevitably lead to inefficiency. Thus, Ning Yichun resolved to take matters into his own hands for a swift resolution. He had to hurry to the next location. Raising his arm high, a small flame erupted in the palm of his hand. The flame swelled rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal fireball, measuring dozens of feet in diameter, materialized. The fireball blazed as fiercely as the sun, warping the surrounding space, with fiery tendrils swirling across its surface like dragons. Its brilliant radiance illuminated the entire night sky. The temperature around the human puppet ghost cave surged dramatically, causing the practitioners within to sense an anomaly, prompting them to emerge from their caverns. Gazing up in astonishment. "What is happening?" One murmured, "Yes, at dawn already. I remember just closing my eyes. Why is the sun so close today? Wait, look, that's a person. Someone is casting a celestial spell," upon realizing Ning Yichun's presence. The crowd's faces drained of color. Someone could wield such terrifying celestial power. If that fireball were to strike, it would obliterate the entire human puppet ghost cave. Several figures hastily soared from the cave, S main hall. Rushing to Ning Yichen's side. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? Why do you visit our humble abode in the dead of night? If you have matters to discuss, might you first sheath your celestial power? The elders of the human puppet ghost cave approached with utmost respect, their expressions pale as they drew closer, acutely aware of the fireball's overwhelming heat and pressure, which made it difficult to breathe, saturating them in sweat, even causing their skin to sizzle. Most alarming was that the fireball continued to expand. Esteemed elder, we are unaware of any offense committed against you. Do we implore your forgiveness upon the return of our ancestor? We shall ensure he personally offers his apologies. The Grand Elder Ju bowed respectfully, his mind racing to delay until the ancestor's return. Otherwise, that fireball could easily annihilate the entire human puppet ghost cave. Ning Yichan cast a disdainful glance at the assembly, wishing to clarify their fate, and spoke with an air of finality. Your ancestor will not be returning. From this day forth, the human puppet ghost cave shall be erased from existence. What? The elders of Ju were left aghast, their faces a mask of horror. Their ancestor, Fu, had already been slain, and this person truly intended to annihilate their entire sect in one fell swoop. Act now! Stop him! With a thunderous roar, the ghostly figure commanded, and several elders simultaneously unleashed their life-bound treasures towards Ning Yichan. With a dismissive glance, Ning Yichan raised one hand, holding a fireball aloft, while the other rested behind him, his stance unwavering. Suddenly, several fiery dragons erupted from the fireball, charging toward the assembly. In an instant, the crowd, along with their life-bound treasures, was engulfed by the fire dragons, utterly powerless to defend themselves, amidst the cacophony of anguished cries. The elders of the top sects were reduced to mere ashes. The disciples below, in the human puppet ghost cave, were left in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the calamity that had just unfolded. They belonged to one of the most prestigious sects in the world, each elder possessing divine realm prowess. Yet they were obliterated without a trace of resistance. Those who first regained their wits immediately scattered in a panic. Ning Yichan casually let the fireball slip from his grasp, and its massive form swiftly engulfed the entire human puppet ghost cave, leaving no avenue for escape. Before the fireball had fully descended, the searing heat had already reduced countless souls to cinders. Boom! As the fireball struck the ground, the human puppet ghost cave was instantaneously dissolved, along with everything within 100 feet radius. What remained was a gaping abyss. Unfathomably deep, heat waves surged from the pit, the residual intensity enough to deter any living creature from approaching. Thus, the human puppet ghost cave vanished from existence. Simultaneously, the Confucian Palace of the Eastern Continent was leveled by a myriad of celestial thunderbolts. The Qingfeng sword sect of the Central Continent was extinguished by a single sword strike, leaving behind only a vast chasm that spanned 100 feet. The martial God Palace of the Southern Continent met a similar fate. Entirely crushed beneath an immense mountain, replaced by a towering peak, in a single night, the four great sects of the world were utterly annihilated. 3 incarnations of divine souls soared back to Ning Yichan, reintegrating into his being. That moment, dozens of celestial thunderbolts struck Ning Yichan without warning. Each bolt bore the power to rend the very fabric of space. This was the punitive constraint of the mortal realm, a balance imposed by the heavenly ordered into the mortal realm. One's cultivation could reach no higher than the pinnacle of celestial being. Even those from the 6 realms who entered the mortal domain had to actively suppress their powers. Should one's abilities exceed the peak of celestial being, the heavenly order would unleash celestial thunder to obliterate them. Ning Yichan's actions had far surpassed the limits of a celestial being, and upon detection by the heavenly order, annihilation was imminent. However, this bore an absolute prerequisite. The might of the heavenly order was above that individual. If that individual held no fear of the heavenly decree, the balance of rules held no sway over them. This was the case for Ning Yichan. Faced with the descent of numerous celestial thunderbolts, he was already accustomed to such occurrences. Almost every time he acted, the heavenly order would send down a couple of bolts as a customary massage. A dark spiritual shield enveloped Ning Yichan, and as the bolts struck, they failed to breach his protective barrier. Once the celestial thunder ceased, He leisurely retracted the shield, perhaps due to simultaneously manifesting divine incarnations and casting four celestial spells. He sensed that this round of thunder was more formidable than before. Yet, it still lacked a certain intensity. After resolving the four sects, Ning Yechen gazed skyward, transforming into a divine rainbow as he ascended into the clouds. It was time to return to the celestial realm for a visit. In the celestial realm, following Ning Yechen's casual swipe that obliterated a significant portion of the heavenly Tao imperial palace, the disciples of the palace had spent the past few days either gathering intelligence across the celestial domain or working tirelessly to reconstruct the imperial palace. Rumors had spread that the demon Lord Yimachen would soon return to the heavenly Tao imperial palace, causing a palpable sense of anxiety among its disciples. Ning Yechen descended gracefully from the skies, striding confidently toward the main hall of the heavenly Tao imperial palace, as if returning home with familiar ease. Having learned from his previous encounter, the disciples of the palace recognized him immediately, their expressions shifting to one of fear as they hastily distanced themselves. The guard stationed at the main hall, upon witnessing Ning Yechen ascend the jade steps, were terrified and scrambled into the hall, shouting, "Ancestor, the demon lord has returned." Swish, swish, swish. The heavenly Tao when Tian and the assembled elders swiftly emerged, standing at the entrance to welcome him. That we welcome the demon lord, without wasting time on pleasantries. Ning Yechen, disinterested in idle chatter, proceeded directly into the main hall and sat down, nonchalantly picking up fruits and delicacies from the table. Ever since he had to conceal his identity, while with Luo Ruing, he had not tasted celestial fruits. Taking advantage of his time in the celestial realm, while his wife was absent, he intended to indulge himself. The disciples of the heavenly Tao, eager to see this harbinger of death depart, hurried to his side, bowing respectfully as they reported their recent investigations. Demon Lord, regarding the woman Luo Ruing and the forces behind her, we have conducted thorough inquiries throughout the celestial realm and other factions. Luo Ruing is the daughter of a force known as the Luo Temple in the North Sea Divine Domain. However, no news of her has emerged in the celestial realm. She left the Luo Temple over 100 years ago, and her whereabouts remain unknown. Even within the Luo Temple, there is no information regarding her. After delivering this, when Tian cautiously scrutinized Ning Yechen's expression, fearful that he might be dissatisfied with their findings. They had nearly scoured the entire celestial realm, and this was the only useful intelligence they could gather. Ning Yechen, upon hearing this, rested his chin on one hand, deep in thought, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. He was indeed not entirely pleased with the results, but he bore no ill will toward when Tian and the others. He understood they had exerted every effort to uncover the truth. If this was all they could find, it simply meant that was the extent of the information available to at least they had identified the faction behind her, which counted as useful intelligence. Very well. I appreciate your hard work. Rising to his feet, Ning Yechen gathered all the celestial fruits from the table into his possession and made his way toward the exit, waving farewell to Tian and the others over his shoulder. Seeing him depart, the disciples felt immense relief, their faces lighting up with joy as they exclaimed, "It is our utmost pleasure to alleviate the demon lord's burdens." That's so. With a rare show of goodwill, Ning Yechen replied, "I may seek your assistance again in the future." His words elicited a chuckle from him, knowing full well that this was merely courtesy on Tian's part. In truth, they likely hoped he would not return. The more they wished for his absence, the more he felt compelled to visit again. Upon hearing this, Tian's face twitched slightly, as if he had bitten into something foul, wishing he could slap himself. Why had he said that extra line? With the demon lord's attention now on him, it was truly a life-threatening situation. The elders behind Tian wore similarly glum expressions, unable to chastise their ancestor. "Ancestor, why did you have to say that extra line?" They lamented silently. He took it seriously. The North Sea Divine Domain, within the Luo Temple, was a labyrinthine structure with buildings arranged in a staggered formation. At the center stood a towering statue of a goddess, 100 feet tall. The female statue, clad in armor and wielding a sword, stood proudly with her blade pointed forward, exuding an aura of valiant grace, embodying the spirit of a fierce woman. Currently, The Luo temple was rife with fear and trepidation. With everyone on edge, many had already fled the premises. This was due to the recent rumors circulating in the celestial realm that the supreme demon Lord Yi Machin had returned, specifically seeking a woman named Luo Ruiying, and that very Luo Ruiying was one of their own. The crowd assumed Luo Ruiying had offended the demon lord, prompting him to seek revenge, leading to widespread panic and unrest. Little did they know, the very individual they feared most had already arrived. After leaving the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace, Ning Yechen swiftly ascended above the Luo Temple. The scale of the Luo Temple paled in comparison to the heavenly Dao Imperial Palace. Barely ranking as a third-rate celestial sect in a realm that it was indeed a rarity for a small sect to produce someone of Luo Ruiying's caliber as a celestial emperor. Yet, they had failed to cherish her. What was to be done? Should he simply obliterate it? Ning Yechen gazed down upon the Lucian temple. His expression momentarily troubled. It would indeed be an effortless task to obliterate it with a mere flick of his hand. However, considering that this was, after all, the family of his beloved wife, a direct annihilation would equate to the destruction of her entire lineage. Such an act would be most inappropriate. After much contemplation, Ning Yechen resolved to first probe the situation before making a definitive choice. In an instant, he vanished from the horizon. Within the confines of the Lucian temple, in a study, a composed, middle-aged man sat engrossed in a tome. Just then, as the flickering light of the room danced gently, Luo Qianya's pupils contracted sharply, his face betraying astonishment. He sensed the presence of an individual lurking in the darkness behind him. As an immortal sovereign, he had not perceived the arrival of this person in the slightest. Had the stranger not chosen to reveal his aura, he might have remained oblivious to his presence. Once Luo Qianya regained his composure, he gently closed the book and, without turning, greeted, "Esteemed guest, it is indeed an honor for our Lucian temple to receive the late-night visit of the demon sovereign." Given the stranger's formidable prowess, coupled with the recent rampant rumors surrounding the demon sovereign, Luo Qianya swiftly deduced the identity of the visitor. Ning Yechen, no longer concealing his presence, strode confidently from behind Luo Qianya. Taking a seat before him, Luo Qianya exhibited no intention of resistance nor of summoning aid, for he understood that in the face of the demon sovereign, the entire Lucian temple possessed no capacity for defiance. "Has the demon sovereign come to obliterate my Lucian temple?" Luo Qianya inquired directly, as if he had prepared himself for the worst. "That depends on your subsequent response," Ning Yechen replied, crossing his legs and resting his chin upon his hand, his cold gaze fixed on Luo Qianya. This remark insinuated that there might still be a glimmer of hope, and Luo Qianya felt a flicker of optimism ignite within him as he earnestly pleaded. "I'm unaware of how my daughter has offended the esteemed demon sovereign. The Lucian temple is willing to compensate you to the best of our abilities, Dada. She has not wronged me. Rather, it is you who have transgressed against me," Ning Yechen coldly stated, pointing a finger at Luo Qianya. Luo Qianya furrowed his brow, racking his brain and failing to comprehend how the Lucian temple could have possibly offended the demon sovereign. They had not even met until this moment. Might the demon sovereign clarify? He asked, bewildered. After some contemplation, he genuinely could not recall any offense towards the demon sovereign. "And I ask you, did you send someone to pursue Ruiying?" Ning Yechen inquired, his gaze sharp and voice frigid. Luo Qianya's brow tightened further, his confusion deepening. "Is the demon sovereign jesting? Ruiying is my daughter. Why would I send someone to harm her? Is it not you who orchestrated this?" Ning Yechen felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he scrutinized Luo Qianya closely. Observing his composed demeanor and inquisitive expression, he discerned no signs of deceit. Could it be that the Lucian temple was not behind the pursuit of Luo Ruiying? At that moment, Luo Qianya explained, "Although I am uncertain why the esteemed demon sovereign seeks my daughter, she was taken by a powerful faction over 100 years ago. Since then, I have had no word of her. She has not returned to the Lucian temple." "What is the name of the faction that took her?" Ning Yechen pressed, his voice grave. If it was not the Lucian temple, then it must be that very faction that had abducted her. Luo Qianya shook his head. "I do not know who they are. I only know that their power is beyond that of the Lucian temple. Even the ice fog's sacred domain of the northern underworld dares not offend them lightly. They claimed my daughter possessed extraordinary talent and had the potential to become an empress, bestowing numerous benefits upon the Lucian temple before taking her away. The ice fog's sacred domain is renowned as one of the top sects among the 9 celestial domains, on par with the celestial Tao imperial palace. If even the ice fog's sacred domain dared not provoke them, then it could only be the ancient sects of the celestial realm that had remained hidden for centuries. Those ancient beings typically concealed themselves in some corner of the celestial realm, only emerging in times of calamity. Yet, they had issued a decree to hunt down Luo Ring. The celestial realm is vast, reputed to accommodate the myriad rivers of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars, being 100 times larger than the mortal realm. Find those ancient sects would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if one were to locate them, there would be no guarantee that they were the very sect pursuing Luo Roing. Ning Yechen's face contorted with displeasure and impatience. The situation surrounding his wife was far more intricate than he had anticipated. However, the fact that his wife had garnered the attention of those ancient beings indicated her extraordinary innate talent. Otherwise, she would not have attracted the interest of such reclusive sections, seeing the dissatisfaction etched on Ning Yechen's visage. Luo Tianya summoned his courage and asked, "Might the demon sovereign have had the pleasure of meeting my daughter? How is she faring now?" Through his conversation with Ning Yechen, Luo Tianya sensed that the demon sovereign indeed seemed to be here to seek justice. Yet it also felt as though he was here to advocate for Luo Roing. Furthermore, it appeared that the demon sovereign and his daughter were acquainted. It sounded as though his daughter was still being pursued. As a father, the decision to relinquish his daughter over 100 years ago for the future of his family had become his greatest regret. Now, he remained utterly in the dark regarding her fate. Upon hearing Luo Tianya's inquiry, Ning Yechen snapped back to reality, hastily adjusting his posture and sitting upright. His previously aloof demeanor transformed into one of warmth and amiability, a smile gracing his face, laced with a hint of deference. Initially, he had approached with the intention of raising the Lucian temple, adopting the imposing demeanor befitting a demon sovereign. Now, realizing the misunderstanding, he swiftly tempered his approach. After all, this man was his wife's father, his esteemed father-in-law. Sitting with his legs crossed and resting his face upon his hand had been exceedingly rude. It was imperative to leave a good impression. At this moment, Ning Yechen felt an immense sense of relief that he had not impulsively destroyed the entire Lucian temple. Had he done so, it would have resulted in a monumental catastrophe. Ahem, no need for formalities, esteemed lord of the Lucian temple. Your daughter is quite well. There is no cause for concern, Ning Yechen stated, clearing his throat and smiling politely. His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, a stark contrast to his previous attitude. Luo Tianya gazed at him with a look of bewilderment and suspicion. Why had the demon sovereign's demeanor shifted so dramatically? It startled him. Esteemed demon sovereign, he began, only to be interrupted by Ning Yechen. Lord of the Lucian temple, there is no need for such formality. It feels rather distant. You may call me Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen interjected, his smile warm and inviting. This unexpected request only heightened Luo Tianya's unease. Had a demon sovereign ever requested to be addressed by their name? How many would dare to do so? Why, Yechen? Luo Tianya cautiously ventured. Yes, please, speak freely, Lord of the Lucian temple. Ning Yechen replied, satisfaction evident in his smile. Thus, the relationship between son-in-law and father-in-law had grown even closer, yet he still refrained from disclosing the nature of his relationship with Luo Ling. It would be prudent to wait until she accepted his identity before finding an appropriate moment to reveal it. Luo Tianya was apprehensive of Ning Yechen's sudden affable demeanor. However, his greater concern lay with his daughter, Luo Ling. Thus, mustering his courage, he inquired, "You must have seen my daughter by now, correct? How is she faring? And where is she?" "She is quite well. You need not worry for her whereabouts. I am afraid I cannot disclose that at this time." Ning Yechen contemplated, opting not to reveal any information regarding Luo Roing. To prevent Luo Tianya from worrying, he chose to withhold even the most alarming details, such as Luo Ruiying's perilous situation that on one hand, he feared that Luo Tianya's knowledge of his daughter's association with him would only amplify his concern. Now was not the right moment to share such information that on the other hand, revealing it could quite possibly incite a crisis for the Lucian Temple. To eliminate the mysterious hidden sect behind Luo Ruiying would be an effortless task for them, should they desire to obliterate the Luo Divine Palace. Luo Ruiying is acutely aware of this fact, which is why even in her flight, she harbors no intention of returning to the Luo Divine Palace. Not even to exchange a fleeting word or a brief meeting. She fears that the mysterious sect might learn of her whereabouts, potentially bringing about the annihilation of her family. Thus, she resolutely chooses to escape into the realm of mortals. Luo Tianya, still uneasy, wishes to inquire further, but Ning Yeqing does not grant him that opportunity, rising and vanishing from sight like a wisp of smoke, since he has already discerned that the assassination was not ordered by the Luo Divine Palace. There is no point in his lingering here. Uncovering the true culprit will prove challenging. For now, he must await the adversary's next move. The matter of having plundered his wife's celestial bones and heart cannot simply be brushed aside. Luo Tianya gazes after Ning Yeqing's departure, his expression grave rather than relieved. How could Ruiying possibly know the Demon Lord? Did the Demon Lord venture to the celestial realm to inquire about her? What transpired that led to her being pursued? Intuition informs Luo Tianya that something dire has befallen his daughter, Luo Ruiying. He cannot sit idly by. With a solemn countenance, Luo Tianya calls out loudly to those outside. Come here. In the depths of night, within the enchanted forest, Luo Ruiying awakens from a prolonged slumber induced by her depleted spiritual energy. Upon opening her eyes, she finds Luo Hongyan nestled in her embrace. Gazing at the serene visage of the peacefully sleeping Luo Hongye, a wave of tranquility washes over Luo Ruiying, and a tender smile graces her lips as she gently caresses her cheek. Just as she prepares to seek Ning Yeqing's presence, she suddenly realizes that a pair of arms is tightly encircling her waist. A jolt of surprise courses through her, and a flicker of panic crosses her face as she turns, only to discover that Ning Yeqing is the one holding her in slumber. This moment, it is not Luo Hongye who occupies the center, but rather herself. Moreover, she finds herself in a side-lying position. With Ning Yeqing's body pressed closely against her own, she can distinctly feel the warmth radiating from her back and the gentle warmth of his breath wafting past her ear. This is too close. Luo Ruiying's cheeks flush, and she attempts to gently pry Ning Yeqing's hand from her waist, but alas, his grip is too tight for her to escape. How could he remain so tightly wrapped around her, even in slumber? Luo Ruiying glances back at Ning Yeqing with a playful glare, attempting to twist her body to free herself from his embrace. However, as Luo Hongye lies in her arms, she is wary of startling the child. Thus, she cannot move too vigorously. This results in her inability to break free from Ning Yeqing's hold. Instead, her body inadvertently brushes against his, causing a warmth to spread through her that very moment. Ning Yeqing's foot rests upon her, drawing their bodies even closer together. In the darkness, a sudden, gentle squeeze around her waist sends Luo Ruiying's face into a crimson hue, her expression flustered as she nearly gasps in surprise. Fortunately, she swiftly covers her mouth, stifling any sounds that could be misconstrued. The child is still asleep in her arms. She mustn't make any strange noises. This man truly has poor sleeping habits. His hands are far too restless. Luo Ruiying is engulfed in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, yet she cannot forcibly extricate herself from Ning Yeqing's embrace. With no other recourse, she blushes and softly calls out, "Yeqing, wake up. Yeqing, please wake." After several attempts, she receives no response. This man sleeps far too deeply, utterly unresponsive. With her attempts yielding no results, Luo Ruiying resigns herself to the situation, allowing Ning Yeqing to continue holding her as he sleeps. Let him hold her. As long as he refrains from any peculiar movements, it will suffice. Thus, Luo Ruiying rests her hands atop Ning Yeqing's, nestled within his embrace, and drifts back into slumber, within the realm of dreams. Ning Yeqing's lips curl into a slight smile. As dawn breaks, the morning sun filters through the cracks in the window, casting gentle light within the room. "Wife, wife," a tender voice calls out to the slumbering Luo Ruiying. Slowly, she opens her drowsy eyes and is met with the striking visage of Ning Yeqing mere inches from her face, causing her to instinctively lean back in alarm, recalling Ning Yeqing's restless antics from the previous night. A frown of reproach appears on her face, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. This man has deprived her of a good night's sleep. In truth, she had slept quite soundly. Ning Yeqing smiles softly. Seated at the edge of the bed, as he reaches out to caress her forehead, gently inquiring, "Wife, does your body still ache?" "It is fine now." Ning Yeqing's tender concern envelopes Luo Ruiying in warmth, prompting her to swallow her initial retort. Perhaps it is unreasonable to scold him. After all, he was merely asleep. "Wife, I have prepared some medicine for you." Ning Yeqing brings forth a bowl of nourishing herbal concoction, as he has done countless times before, and offers it to her lips. This time, Luo Ruiying does not stubbornly refuse, but obediently opens her mouth to accept the spoonful, for her recovery is paramount to avert any potential dangers that may arise subsequently. Ning Yeqing diligently feeds her spoonful after spoonful. Although he possesses the ability to effortlessly heal all her injuries, he chooses not to do so. On one hand, it would raise her suspicions, while brewing medicinal porridge is plausible. Presenting her with pills would undoubtedly reveal his true identity. On the other hand, he finds her delicate and vulnerable state to be utterly endearing. It also presents him the opportunity to care for her while she is weakened. After consuming a few spoonfuls of the medicine, Luo Ruiying ponders for a moment before addressing Ning Yeqing. "Yeqing, let us pack our belongings and leave this place soon." This is not a fleeting thought, but a conclusion reached after careful deliberation. The fact that the ghost husband and his ilk have pursued her here indicates that her location may have been compromised. Soon, they may dispatch even more formidable foes with her current cultivation. She cannot withstand the likes of the ghost husband, let alone other more powerful adversaries. The most prudent and secure course of action is to depart before they arrive. Ning Yeqing understands Luo Ruiying's concerns, and although he believes her worries to be unfounded, he nods in agreement with her decision that he chose to reside here in seclusion for a carefree life, and now that he has a wife and child, wherever they go, he shall follow. After reaching a consensus, they begin to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. Luo Ruiying possesses a spare spiritual ring. Though it is empty, it serves perfectly for storage at present. With a simple wave of her arm, most of the items in the room are swiftly absorbed into the ring. "Oh, my wife is truly remarkable," Ning Yeqing praises, clapping his hands. "Whatever needs to be packed, leave it to me." Luo Ruiying smiles in response. Despite the task being merely the simple act of organizing the spiritual ring, Ning Yeqing's praise inexplicably brings her a sense of happiness. Once Luo Hongya awakens, she enthusiastically toddles about the room, assisting in the packing. "Wife, I shall go outside to tidy up," she declares. "All right," Ning Yeqing replies, observing the mother and daughter with a gentle smile. He finds an excuse to leave the room, secretly summoning the chaos demonic ox and his companions. "I shall be departing from here for a while. You have two choices. Either remain here to oversee everything or accompany me. The decision is yours." Ning Yeqing addresses the trio with indifference, allowing them to remain and guard his residence and medicinal garden is one option, while bringing them along to discreetly protect Luo Ruiying and her daughter is another. The chaos demonic ox and his companions exchange glances, having already reached a consensus. "Master, please allow us to accompany you. We vow to serve you faithfully." Had this been before, they would undoubtedly have chosen to remain in the enchanted forest as their demonic king. However, after Ning Yeqing aided them in breaking through their cultivation and gifted them celestial weapons, their mindset has shifted. Remaining by their master's side, though fraught with danger, presents an unparalleled opportunity in the depths of the forest. Luo Ruiying swiftly soared through the treetops, cradling Ning Yeqing in her arms, while Luo Hongya was securely swaddled on her back in her quest to expedite their escape from the woodland. Luo Ruiying opted to hold Ning Yeqing in a princess carry, leaping directly over the thicket. Ning Yeqing initially wished to request that Luo Ruiying set him down so they could traverse the ground at a leisurely pace. However, the sensation of being held was simply too comforting. prompting him to abandon that thought. As Luo Wing hurried along, her vigilant gaze scanned the surroundings, wary of potential threats from enemies or mythical beasts. Oddly enough, although she had sensed numerous beastly presences prior to her arrival, now she felt naught but silence in the AI. It appeared as though the beasts had retreated. Even when she detected their essence from afar, it would vanish almost instantaneously, as if fleeing, without exerting any form of oppressive aura. Merely her proximity was enough to send the creatures scuttling away. This peculiar phenomenon left her puzzled, unable to articulate exactly what felt amiss. "Mother, father, are we leaving here again?" Luo Hongye inquired, her head peering over Luo Ring's shoulder. A hint of reluctance in her voice. Ever since departing from that dark place, Luo Ring had taken her to numerous locations, though their stays were never prolonged. This instance was no different, yet with her father present. She had grown fond of the quaint little cabin nestled within the woods. Ning Yechen gently ruffled Luo Hongye's hair, offering a soothing smile. "Yes, my dear, your father and mother are taking you on a journey filled with delightful treats and wondrous adventures." Delighted by the prospect of fun and food, Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Can I eat as much as I want?" "Of course," Ning Yechen assured her confidently. "You can indulge to your heart's content." "Yay!" Luo Hongye exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she danced with glee. Luo Ruiying, observing the tender interaction between father and daughter, couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and affection. She leaned closer to Ning Yechen, whispering softly, "You spoil her too much." "Is that a bad thing?" Ning Yechen replied with a playful grin. "Or are you feeling a touch envious, my dear?" Luo Ruiying's cheeks flushed as she shot him a mock glare, her thoughts racing. What was he thinking? Always so nonchalant with his teasing remarks. If he didn't watch it, she might just drop him from the sky. Surely, she could never feel jealousy towards her own child. Ning Yechen smirked slightly before suddenly wrapping an arm around Luo Ruiying's waist, leaning into her embrace. Startled, she whispered, "What are you doing?" "My dear, I must confess, I have a fear of heights," Ning Yechen replied earnestly, adopting a feigned look of discomfort. This moment, "I can only find solace in your arms." With that, he closed his eyes and tilted his head against her bosom. It was soft and fragrant. Could he truly be afraid of heights? Luo Ruiying pondered, her cheeks reddening as she gazed down at him, her skepticism mounting. After all this time flying, he suddenly claimed to feel dizzy and fearful. Luo Hongye watched with wide, curious eyes, noticing how her father had been whispering sweet nothings to her mother since the beginning. Feeling the child's gaze upon them, Luo Ruiying hesitated to push Ning Yechen away, fearing he might genuinely feel unwell. "Shall I set you down for a moment to rest?" she asked with concern. "No need, my dear. This position is just fine," Ning Yechen replied without opening his eyes. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that he was intentionally pretending. But just then, Ning Yechen unexpectedly opened his eyes and changed his mind. "My dear, perhaps it would be best to let me down for a while." "All right," she acquiesced, gently descending to the ground. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just needed to relieve myself," he said, scratching his head sheepishly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruiying's face flushed anew, and she stammered, "Do you want me to accompany you?" "What?" Ning Yechen's eyes widened in shock. What was she implying? He merely sought a casual excuse to distance himself for a moment, yet she offered to join him on such an embarrassing errand. Realizing her words might have been misconstrued, Luo Ruiying hurriedly clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. I'm merely concerned about the presence of beasts in the woods and don't want to leave you alone." "Ah, I see," Ning Yechen sighed in relief, almost mistaking her for being unexpectedly bold. "Do not worry, my dear, that I can manage alone. You and our child should wait for me here. I shall return shortly." With a reassuring wave, he dashed into the thicket. Though Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of worry, she ultimately refrained from following him. After sensing the area for any lurking beasts, she settled down to wait. Once alone in the woods, Ning Yechen's cheerful demeanor vanished. Replaced by a furrowed brow, he sensed a familiar presence that had lain dormant for over a century, concealed 100 miles ahead, seemingly lying in wait for them. The trio of chaos demon oxen would hardly stand a chance against them. It appeared he would have to confront this matter personally. He detested having his time with his wife and child interrupted. He would not tolerate it any longer. In an instant, Ning Yechen appeared 100 miles away within the forest, addressing the emptiness around him. "Come out." Silence enveloped the area, the trees standing still and unresponsive. "Afraid to show yourselves? Allow me to assist you." His expression hardened as he reached into the void, his hand breaking through reality as if it were mere glass, creating a rift in the fabric of space. He pulled forth a man adorned with sinister black markings, who writhed in terror, struggling against his grip. The man could scarcely believe he had been discovered while hiding within the void, with a sharp crack. Ning Yechen snapped the man's neck, his icy gaze fixed ahead. "Come forth, all of you. I would prefer to avoid dragging you out one by one." In response, several twisted figures emerged from the void, each marked with the same eerie patterns as the deceased. Their eyes locked onto Ning Yechen, filled with trepidation. They could not discern his level of power. He radiated no energy, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Yet, with a mere flick of his wrist, he had effortlessly dispatched a being of divine caliber. This was not the intel they had received. They had been informed they were merely to confront a gravely injured woman from the celestial realm. Who was this man? Ning Yechen chose not to act hastily, for he had questions to pose. In light of your affiliation with the demon realm, I shall grant you a chance. Reveal your purpose for being here and the identity of your master." The unique markings on their faces, combined with the way they emerged from the void, unmistakably marked them as denizens of the demon realm. Ning Yechen was all too familiar with their aura. However, he had not anticipated their involvement. "Since you recognize us as demon realm beings, prepare to meet your end." The leader, clad in black, shouted, "Attack!" Summon the nether greed wolf. At his command, the remaining black-clad figures began chanting incantations, and the air around them warped into spiraling chaos once more. Dozens of pitch-black, colossal phantom wolves sprang forth from the void. Their fur shimmered like burning black flames, while their crimson, bloodthirsty eyes glinted menacingly, revealing sharp fangs that protruded ominously. Each phantom wolf boasted cultivation at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. In the realm of mortals, such creatures would be deemed tyrants in their own right. "Kill him!" The leader, standing at the center, smiled sinisterly as he commanded the legion of phantom wolves. The pack transformed into streaks of darkness, rushing towards Ning Yechen with terrifying speed. Yet, Ning Yechen stood unmoving, casting a cold glance at the oncoming beasts, and softly uttered, "Pierce through." As the words left his lips, countless sharp spears erupted from the ground. These spears, stained a deep crimson as if drenched in blood, bore remnants of dried gore upon their shafts and tips. The multitude of spears stood tall like a forest, gleaming with a chilling light that evoked dread. In an instant, the entire pack of phantom wolves, each at the celestial realm, was pierced through, suspended in midair like grotesque trophies. Blood trickled from the spears, pooling on the ground below. The leader was left dumbfounded, his pupils trembling in disbelief. How could such formidable creatures, capable of conquering any territory, be annihilated in the blink of an eye by the man before him? With his hands clasped behind his back, Ning Yechen slowly stepped over the thicket of spears, advancing toward the leader. "Quick, stop him!" The leader shouted, desperation lacing his voice, but none responded. Upon turning, he saw that his subordinates had also met the same fate, impaled in the air by the spears. His survival was merely due to Ning Yechen's deliberate avoidance of him. "Though I know not what you did, your failure to strike me down directly is your gravest error. Come forth." Phantom Wolf King, the man from the demon realm, sliced open his palms, weaving a spell with the dripping blood that formed a summoning array to forcibly call forth the Phantom Wolf King. A beast several times larger than the ordinary phantom wolves emerged from the blood-soaked array, exuding a terrifying and ferocious aura. With the summoning successful, a triumphant smile spread across the demon realm man's face. This Phantom Wolf King possessed cultivation at the immortal realm, making it one of the most powerful entities in the realm of mortals. Although the gap between the immortal and celestial realms was but one level, it represented an insurmountable chasm. "Kill him!" the demon realm man bellowed, pointing at Ning Yechen. The Phantom Wolf King lunged forward, its massive jaws agape, ready to devour Ning Yechen whole. Yet, Ning Yeqing paid it no heed, casually swatting at it with a hand. The enormous Phantom Wolf King's head was instantly obliterated, crashing to the ground. The Demon Realm man was left in stunned silence, his once smug smile frozen in shock. The Immortal Realm Phantom Wolf King had been so easily dispatched. Who on earth was this man? This power far exceeded that of the mortal realm. Boom! 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 Several bolts of celestial thunder descended without warning, striking Ning Yeqing. In an instant, his location was reduced to a bottomless pit, engulfed in swirling dust. The punishment of the heavenly Tao had fallen. A satisfied smile returned to the Demon Realm man's face, a sigh of relief escaping him. Having been struck by the celestial thunder, Ning Yeqing should have been reduced to ashes. However, as the dust settled, Ning Yeqing appeared utterly unscathed, calmly approaching the man. Was there truly someone who could withstand the heavenly Tao's punishment unscathed? As he gazed at the advancing Ning Yeqing, fear welled up within the Demon Realm man, and as he reached into his garments, an invisible blade severed his arm. Ah! The Demon Realm man screamed in agony. In his fallen hand lay a pitch-black talisman tightly clenched. Ning Yeqing flicked his fingers, and the talisman flew into his grasp, a communication stone. He was all too familiar with this talisman from the Demon Realm. The one he held was used for emergency calls for aid. Shattering, it would send a message for help, even across realms that you wish to summon aid? Ning Yeqing looked down at the prostrate Demon Realm man. Despair flooded the man's heart as the talisman was snatched away. However, to his utter disbelief, Ning Yeqing tossed the communication talisman back into his hand. Hurry, call for help, and my wife is waiting for me to return. I have no time to waste, that I will deal with this all at once. Humph. You said it, don't regret it. The Demon Realm man grinned sinisterly, mocking Ning Yeqing for his incredibly foolish decision to allow his enemy a chance to call for assistance. Lord Yezhong, please descend upon the mortal realm. Inflict the most terrifying punishment upon those who offend my Demon Realm. The Demon Realm man shattered the talisman, shouting toward the heavens. Who dares to offend my Demon Realm? In an instant, the void twisted and spiraled, and a towering figure clad in dark demonic armor stepped forth from the abyss, standing over 3 meters tall. The imposing figure radiated an aura of overwhelming might, exuding a palpable pressure. Yet for Ning Yeqing, this was merely a fleeting moment. He floated in mid-air, locking eyes with Yezhong, and calmly stated, "It is I, the Demon Realm man." Upon seeing Yezhong's arrival, scrambled to the ground, pointing accusingly at Ning Yeqing. Lord Yezhong, it was he who killed my kin from the Demon Realm. He has offended our kind. Useless. Yezhong scolded the fallen man, kicking him aside before lifting his gaze to Ning Yeqing. His expression one of disdain to him. Mortals were little more than ants, easily crushed beneath his heel. The sin of offending my Demon Realm shall be paid in your life. Yezhong had no desire to waste time. He opened his mouth wide, gathering a brilliant beam of light within. Perish, you ant! With a thunderous roar, the beam shot forth. The overwhelming pressure of spiritual power tore the fabric of the void, uprooting the earth as it threatened to obliterate everything in its path. This single strike could easily annihilate an entire city. Ning Yeqing was instantly engulfed by the beam. Yezhong scoffed dismissively, convinced that Ning Yeqing had perished in the attack. Yet, just as he prepared to turn away, he noticed the terrified expressions of his subordinates staring behind him, as if they had seen a ghost. Yezhong furrowed his brow, following their gaze, only to find Ning Yeqing standing unscathed in midair. Having completely endured the attack, not only was he unharmed, but even his clothes remained intact. How could this be? Yezhong's eyes widened in disbelief. That had been his full power strike in the mortal realm. Though limited by the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, it was still a full-force attack of the immortal realm. You bear the surname Yi and wield the power of annihilation. Are you from the foremost legion of the Demon Realm? The Yi family? Ning Yeqing casually adjusted his disheveled clothing, inquiring of Yezhong. Indeed, Yezhong declared proudly, I am the commander of the First Legion of the Demon Realm, Yezhong. The title of commander of the Demon Realm's First Legion was no small feat. Commanding a legion of thousands, Ning Yeqing continued with an air of indifference. Is the demon general of the First Legion still that fellow, Yi Tianxin? Yes, Yezhong replied without a second thought. Did he summon you here? Ning Yeqing's eyes narrowed, pressing further. If he learned that Yi Tianxian had orchestrated this, there would be no mercy for him. Not at all. Wait. Why am I answering your questions? Yezhong suddenly realized, halting his instinctive response. Why should he answer the inquiries of this insignificant ant? Moreover, it seemed this man possessed a fair knowledge of their demon realm, even deducing his affiliation with the Legion. Who exactly are you to warrant my answers? Defeat me first, and then we shall see. Though the reason behind Ning Yeqing's survival after receiving a blow from the magical annihilation remains a mystery, Yizheng firmly believes that he must have employed some extraordinary means to evade such a fate. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to remain unscathed. This time, he took matters into his own hands, instantly appearing before Ning Yeqing, drawing a massive cleaver from his back and striking down with ferocity. A fierce sword energy surged from above, cleaving the ground and creating a wide chasm. Yet, contrary to expectations of cleaving Ning Yeqing in two, the horrifying blow was firmly grasped by Ning Yeqing with just a pinch of his fingers. His two fingers caught the full force of the strike. Yi Zheng's eyes widened in shock once more. Had he been away from the human realm for so long? When did the human realm come to possess such formidable power? Have you finished your attack? Now it is my turn. Ning Yeqing gently exerted pressure with his fingers, producing a crisp sound as Yi Zheng's cleaver was effortlessly snapped in two while Yi Zheng stared in disbelief at the broken weapon in his hands. His expression one of shock. This was a divine artifact personally gifted to him by Lord Yashin. How could it be broken so easily? Was it possible that Lord Yashin had gifted him a counterfeit? In that instant, Yi Zheng began to doubt the authenticity of the cleaver he held. Otherwise, how could a divine artifact be so easily broken? Ning Yeqing raised his hand, aiming it at Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng hurriedly assumed a defensive posture. Although he was astonished by Ning Yeqing's strength, he did not feel overly concerned. After all, in the human realm, one is subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao, and one's cultivation cannot exceed that of an immortal. Even as one at the immortal king level, he was still bound by these limitations. The man before him could only employ techniques of the same cultivation level as himself. Even if he could not defeat him, the reverse was equally true. Yi Zheng was resolute in his belief. However, it did not take long for him to realize something was amiss. An invisible force began to twist his limbs. This force was both formless and powerful. Even when he exerted all his strength, it was to no avail. His limbs contorted, bones cracking with a sound reminiscent of snapping twigs, and his demonic armor was twisted apart. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching wail from Yi Zheng. Ugh! Ah! Since stepping into the immortal king realm and becoming the leader of countless demons, he had never felt such helplessness and terror. The power wielded by the man before him far surpassed that which should be attainable at the immortal level. The constraints of the heavenly Tao had no effect on him. How could this be possible? He had never heard of anyone being able to disregard the rules of the heavenly Tao. Speak! Who sent you here? Ning Yeqing slowly stepped through the void to stand before Yi Zheng, asking indifferently why Yi Zheng hesitated, unsure whether to respond, as his body continued to twist grotesquely. I do not know who they are. When that person found me, they only told me to help them with a task, to kill a woman in the human realm and take away a child. They promised to give me a secret elixir to break through to the immortal emperor realm once the task was accomplished, so I agreed. Beyond that, I know nothing. Yi Zheng, now fully aware of Ning Yeqing's terrifying might, realized that such power was far beyond what a mere immortal king could contend with. In the throes of twisting pain and fear, he hurriedly shouted in panic. Upon hearing this, Ning Yeqing released his hand, ceasing to twist Yi Zheng into a pretzel, but he knew Yi Zheng would not dare to lie. Out of consideration for those who had served him previously, he decided to spare Yi Zheng this time. Unfortunately, he still gleaned no valuable information. The opposing party was exceedingly cautious, never revealing themselves. Ning Yeqing frowned in displeasure and instructed Yi Zheng, return to the demon realm. If you dare return, prepare for your own demise. Otherwise, the entire demon realm shall be unable to protect you. Just as Ning Yeqing was about to return to Luo Ruing's side, a chilling voice echoed from behind. What audacity! The space behind Yi Zheng suddenly tore open, and a figure stepped through the rift. Dressed in a luxurious black robe, With a high ponytail and long dark hair, cascading nearly to the ankles, the newcomer bore a strikingly handsome, yet sinister visage. This was none other than the demon general of the Third Legion, Lord Yashin, with terrifying cultivation at the level of an immortal emperor. Even within the demon realm, Lord Yashin was a figure of considerable renown. Seeing the newcomer, Yi Zheng was filled with elation and hurriedly crawled to Lord Yashin's feet, his twisted body barely managing to do so. Lord Yashin, you must stand up for me. This person has not only offended our demon race, but also disrespected you and the demon realm. With the presence of his superior, Yi Zheng felt emboldened, confident that the man before him was doomed. Lord Yashin did not immediately turn to Ning Yechin. Instead, he cast a glance at Yi Zheng, frowning as he admonished. Why are you here? I do not recall allowing you to descend into the human realm without permission. Please forgive me. Lord Yitan. Why Yi Zheng dared not speak the truth of his situation. Having been lured by a mysterious figure to the human realm to kill someone, and instead stammered his way into a confession, Lord Yashin, upon hearing Yi Zheng's admission, coldly replied that he would impose punishment upon his return to the demon realm. Without further inquiry, it was common for individuals from various realms to trespass into others. This was not unusual. The demon realm was no exception. Lord Yashin had merely come to the human realm to search for clues regarding the whereabouts of the demon lord, and had sensed the presence of the magical annihilation. Curiosity led him to investigate, and he happened to overhear Ning Yechin's words. Lord Yashin was infuriated by Yi Zheng's defeat at the hands of a human. His punishment stemmed not only from Yi Zheng's unauthorized descent into the human realm, but primarily from the disgrace of losing. The demon realm placed great importance on honor and dignity. Losing was tantamount to losing face for the entire demon realm. This was what truly angered Lord Yashin. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. Even if they lost or were slain, it was simply a matter of being outmatched. However, Ning Yechin's final remark was too arrogant to ignore, prompting him to reveal himself. He was eager to see who would dare to be so presumptuous. Not even the 9 great domains of the immortal realm would dare suggest that the entire demon realm could not protect a person. As Lord Yashin turned his gaze toward Ning Yechin, his expression momentarily faltered, revealing confusion, followed by a slight frown as he scrutinized him from head to toe, his eyes widening in astonishment, and his demeanor increasingly complex. It was a mixture of surprise and fear that appeared on his countenance. Long time no see, Lord Yashin. Ning Yechin sneered, greeting him with disdain. This provoked Yi Zheng's ire, and he struggled to rise, angrily shouting at Ning Yechin, You dare! Who do you think you are to call out Lord Yashin's name so casually? Do not presume to cozy up to us, offending our demon realm. You are doomed today, brat. Right? Lord Yashin. With Lord Yashin's presence, Yi Zheng's arrogance swelled, and he looked at Lord Yashin with reverence. However, to everyone's surprise, Lord Yashin's expression darkened severely. He seized Yi Zheng by the collar, gripping his face tightly, nearly crushing his skull. Lord Yashin leaned in close, his gaze murderous, as he coldly demanded, What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to bring about my ruin? Do you even know who stands before you, you fool? Why, yes, it is you, Lord Yashin. Despite the pain threatening to split his skull, Yi Zheng still managed to suppress a whimper. Confusion etched on his face that I am not referring to myself. You idiot! Lord Yashin, furious, forcefully pressed Yi Zheng's head into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. With that strike, Yi Zheng was left gasping for breath. Even at this moment, he still could not comprehend why Lord Yashin was so enraged with him. He had never witnessed his superior display such terror before. Lord Yashin seemed genuinely afraid of the man before him. Even the black-clad individual, who had barely survived, wore an expression of shock. The formidable Lord Yashin of the demon realm was actually fearful of the man standing in front of him. The night god released Yi Zheng, casting him aside with a flick of his wrist. Subsequently, he placed his left hand upon his right chest and, with utmost respect, elegantly bowed to Ning Yechin, saying, Night god pays his respects to the esteemed demon lord. A wave of self-recrimination washed over the night god, his heart heavy with guilt. It was utterly unbelievable that he had failed to recognize the demon lord at first glance, and had even spoken disrespectfully. Moreover, it seemed that his subordinates had dared to attack the demon lord, Such actions were an utter disgrace for one who held the rank of the foremost demon general in the First Legion. Yi Zheng and the cloaked man stood in a state of sheer shock, gazing blankly at Ning Yechen. The man before them was none other than the demon lord, who had vanished from the demon realm for over a century. There could be no mistake. Only that great figure could compel the mighty night god to bow so lowly. After regaining their composure, Yi Zheng and the cloaked man hastily knelt, prostrating themselves and trembling as they said, We pay our respects to the esteemed demon lord. At that moment, Yi Zheng and the cloaked man felt utterly dejected, their hearts heavy with regret. They had dared to lay hands upon the demon lord. Such an act was an unforgivable sin in the demon realm. Ning Yechen waved his hand dismissively, a look of disdain on his face as he replied, Do not address me in that manner. I am no longer the demon lord. The demon lord. You remain the sole demon lord of our realm. We have been searching for you, awaiting your return to the demon realm. The realm cannot exist without you. Please return with me. The night god lifted his gaze, his expression filled with urgency as he earnestly implored Ning Yechen. They had searched for his whereabouts for nearly a century, all in hopes of welcoming back their great demon lord. After my departure, was there truly no new demon lord to ascend the throne? Ning Yechen questioned in bewilderment upon hearing that the night god and his companions had been searching for him. In the demon realm, strength was revered above all, and countless individuals had sought to claim the title of demon lord. Even he had once fought his way to the pinnacle, subduing all challengers to attain the supreme position. Logically, one would expect a multitude to covet the title in his absence. The night god nodded solemnly, his expression cold and grave as he responded, Indeed, after your departure, there were those with nefarious intentions who sought to seize the position of demon lord. We have eliminated many of these miscreants. They are utterly unworthy of even touching the position that belongs to you, the esteemed demon lord. Ning Yechen fell silent. Was it not indicative that, for over a century following his departure, there had been no demon lord in the realm? He had assumed someone must have taken over the mantle by now. He had prepared himself for a tranquil retirement, to savor the remainder of his days. Demon lord, we are all awaiting your return. Please, you must come back to the demon realm. The night god once more beseeched Ning Yechen. Yet Ning Yechen waved his hand dismissively, unwavering in his refusal. No. Any one of you may assume the title of demon lord. Whoever wishes to take it may do so. I have no desire to reclaim it. W.I. The night god inquired, utterly perplexed. Ning Yechen's face broke into a hopeful smile as he replied nonchalantly, Because I have matters of greater importance now. Greater importance? The night god echoed in confusion, his heart filled with bewilderment. What could possibly hold more significance than becoming the supreme ruler of the demon realm? Moreover, he was astonished to witness a smile of happiness from the demon lord, a sight he had never seen before. Could it truly be that the demon lord harbored such a smile? Was this still the same demon lord he had come to know? Having been found at last, Ning Yechen had no intention of concealing anything further. Clearing his throat, he solemnly declared, I wish to care for my wife and daughter. I have no time to be the demon lord. Please do not seek me out again. What? What? The night god was instantly engulfed in a torrent of emotions, his face a mask of shock. Doubting his own ears. The demon lord had married? He even had children. This was inconceivable. During his reign, the demon lord had never shown any interest in women, and to suddenly learn that he had a child left the night god utterly incredulous. The news of the demon lord having a child during his retreat of over a century would surely send shockwaves throughout the demon realm. The night god, still in disbelief, asked, Is this truly the case? Esteemed demon lord? Ning Yechen nodded with a smile, feeling an inexplicable joy akin to that of a proud father sharing the news of his daughter's birth. Upon receiving Ning Yechen's confirmation, the night god's astonishment gradually morphed into elation as he hastily offered his congratulations. Congratulations. Esteemed demon lord, on your marriage. May you rejoice in the presence of your little princess. I shall immediately convey this exhilarating news to the denizens of the demon realm. We shall prepare to warmly welcome the demon lord and his little princess back. As he spoke, the night god eagerly prepared to announce the news throughout the demon realm. Ning Yechen quickly raised his hand to halt him, casting a disapproving glance. I have already stated that I am no longer the demon lord. I wish to live a secluded life with my wife and daughter, and I will not return. You need not seek me out again. I do not desire anyone to disturb my life with my wife and daughter. Understand? If the night god were to share this news with the entire realm, it would surely disrupt the peaceful life he yearned for. But the night god, reluctant to give up, attempted to persuade him further, only to be silenced by Ning Yechen's icy gaze. There is no but. Have I been gone so long that you no longer comprehend my words? In that moment, Ning Yechen regained the familiar aura of the demon lord, causing cold sweat to bead on the night god's forehead as he dared not oppose Ning Yechen's will, obediently closing his mouth. Now that you understand, quickly take your leave. My wife has been waiting for quite some time. I must return. Ning Yechen waved his hand, preparing to turn away and return to Luo Ring's side. The night god, filled with curiosity, noted how the mention of the demon lord's wife and child transformed him into a gentler being. The demon lord had changed. Just as Ning Yechen was about to depart, the night god regained his senses, recalling a matter of utmost importance. He still had no understanding of how his subordinates had offended the demon lord. This was no trivial issue. Esteemed demon lord, please wait. May I inquire how my subordinates have offended you? The night goddess' voice turned cold, his expression grave, as a terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, piercing like needles into the very marrow of his bones. He did not ask how Yi Zheng had offended Ning Yechen. He simply inquired if an offense had occurred, for any slight against the demon lord was tantamount to treason. An unforgivable sin in the demon realm. Yi Zheng and the cloaked man shivered involuntarily, their hearts heavy with dread. Ning Yechen turned back, nonchalantly remarking, "Though they did indeed lay hands upon me, I have spared them out of consideration for your subordinates. It is my subordinates' fault. They have allowed themselves to offend you, esteemed demon lord. I deserve death. Please, I implore you to punish me." The night god knelt on one knee, bowing his head in contrition. "That I have told you numerous times that I am no longer the demon lord. I will not hold you accountable. Just leave me be. Do not disturb my life." Ning Yechen urged the night god to depart with a look of distaste, and no matter how many times he reiterated this, the night god still regarded him as the demon lord, leaving Ning Yechen feeling quite helpless. The unwavering loyalty and fervor of his subordinates were not without their drawbacks. The night god, seeing that Ning Yechen had no intention of punishing him, boldly thrust his hand into his own chest. For the offense against the esteemed demon lord, he must bear the consequences. Even if the demon lord chose not to pursue the matter, he could not simply forgive himself. Ning Yechen stared in disbelief at the night god. While he understood the nature of his subordinate, witnessing himself inflict such a wound left him utterly speechless. The people of the demon realm were indeed stubborn. Even though he had chosen not to pursue the matter, they insisted on forcing themselves to bear some punishment. It was always the same. Ning Yechen began to wonder if all those from the demon realm harbored hidden masochistic tendencies. After punishing himself, the night god turned his icy gaze toward Yi Zheng and the cloaked man, raising his hand as a beam of darkness engulfed the cloaked man, obliterating him entirely. Subsequently, his palm was directed towards Yi Cheng's face. As the demon general of the First Legion, he had offended the demon lord, bearing the burden of mismanaging his subordinates, and thus he must face punishment. Furthermore, Yi Cheng and his companions had dared to strike against the demon lord, which warranted the death penalty. Yi Cheng was acutely aware of this fact. He silently shut his eyes, refraining from uttering any pleas for mercy, upon realizing that Ning Yechen was the demon lord. He had already foreseen his grim fate. Just as the god of night was about to act, Ning Yechen interjected. All right, spare him. Considering that Yi Cheng was initially unaware of my identity and posed no threat to my wife and children, I shall forgive him this time. But, demon lord, he has offended you. The god of night frowned slightly, his palms still raised, seemingly unwilling to easily pardon the transgressions committed by Yi Cheng. He was merely acting under orders. Even if you kill him, it would be futile. That I will not pursue this matter further. Just let him go, Ning Yechen said nonchalantly. Very well, I will comply with the demon lord's wishes this time. I shall spare you. The god of night reluctantly lowered his hand. Although he had intended to execute Yi Cheng, since the demon lord had spoken, he begrudgingly decided to let him off this time. Moreover, he intended to extract some information from Yi Cheng about who dared to incite the demons against the demon lord. Having narrowly escaped death, Yi Cheng hurriedly bowed in gratitude to Ning Yichun, exclaiming, "Thank you, demon lord, for your mercy." At the moment he believed his demise was imminent, the demon lord himself had interceded on his behalf. Yi Cheng's heart swelled with gratitude. "I shall take my leave now. Remember, do not disturb me again." Once Ning Yichun had resolved the matter at hand, he did not linger, quickly vanishing after leaving those words. The god of night watched Ning Yichun depart, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. However, it was fortunate that he had finally located the whereabouts of the demon lord. He must hasten to inform others of this news. In the woods, Luo Ruiying was playing with Luo Hongye while awaiting Ning Yichun's return. Suddenly, a terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from over 100 miles away, accompanied by a devastating beam of light that flashed before her eyes. The beam was mingled with a thick, demonic aura. A demon had descended into the human realm. It seemed that a battle had occurred with some unknown adversary. It was likely not aimed at her. Nevertheless, even if it wasn't he, it was unwise to linger in the vicinity. Before long, a bolt of celestial thunder struck down from the clear sky, reverberating with a tremendous roar. The celestial thunder of extermination? Luo Ring's beautiful eyes narrowed, her expression grave. The appearance of demons indicated that this place was becoming perilous. Furthermore, the battle had already drawn the wrath of celestial judgment, suggesting that their power surpassed the constraints of the human realm. They must leave at once. Luo Ruiying ceased waiting and hurriedly entered the woods in search of Ning Yichun's figure. Yichun! After searching the surroundings without catching sight of Ning Yichun and sensing nothing with her consciousness, Luo Ruiying's expression turned anxious, and she began to call out frantically. Her greatest fear was that Ning Yichun might have encountered some misfortune. Fortunately, after a few more calls, Ning Yichun slowly emerged from the opposite side of the woods. Luo Ring let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him, rushing to his side and reproaching him with a hint of concern in her gaze. "Where have you been? Why didn't you respond?" "I apologize, my dear. I wandered a bit too far and accidentally got a little lost." Ning Yichun scratched his head apologetically. Luo Ruiying carefully examined him and, seeing that he was unharmed, felt reassured. "As long as you're fine. Let us hurry. It seems demons have appeared nearby, and they are quite powerful. It's unsafe that we should take another route." "All right, as you wish, my dear." Ning Yichun cheerfully approached Luo Ruiying, opening his arms in preparation for Princess Carrie. However, this time, Luo Ruiying, her cheeks slightly flushed, turned her back to him. "I'll carry the child. I'll just give you a piggyback ride instead." Ning Yichun could not help but let out a disappointed sigh. He had prepared to nestle into his wife's gentle embrace, only to be relegated to riding on her back. In that moment, he regretted leaving her arms. All of this was due to Yi Cheng and the others. Were it not for their interruption, he wouldn't have had to part from his wife's embrace. Suddenly, he felt a twinge of regret for letting Yi Cheng off so easily. What a loss. Ning Yichun begrudgingly settled on a Luo Ruiying's back, with one arm holding Luo Hongye and the other carrying Ning Yichun. Luo Ruiying leaped high into the air, altering their course as they continued to soar beyond the woods. As Ning Yichun rested on Luo Ruiying's back, he felt the warmth of her body and the faint fragrance emanating from her flowing hair, which was utterly enchanting. Unable to resist, he reached out to brush her hair, bringing it close to his nose to inhale its delicate scent. The strands flowed through his fingers, remarkably smooth and silky. Luo Ruiying noticed Ning Yichun's actions, her cheeks slightly reddening, and she inquired, "What are you doing lifting my hair? This fellow is quite restless even from behind, because your hair smells wonderful. I really like it." Ning Yichun candidly praised. Luo Ruiying felt a bit bashful at the compliment, but said nothing further, allowing Ning Yichun to gently caress her hair. Luo Hongye, curious, climbed onto her shoulder, tugging at her hair. Ning Yichun playfully teased Luo Hongye with the ends of Luo Ruiying's hair, tickling her ears, which elicited delightful giggles from her. This father and daughter truly treated her hair as a toy. Luo Ruiying, though exasperated, couldn't help but smile. The earlier tension and anxiety dissipated with Luo Hongye's laughter. After playfully teasing Luo Hongye for a while, Ning Yichen recalled that Luo Ruiying had mentioned demons and tentatively asked, "My dear, you mentioned demons earlier. What do you think of them?" Surprised by Ning Yichen's sudden question about demons, Luo Ruiying's expression became serious, and she replied without hesitation, "The demons are ferocious and merciless, committing every evil imaginable. They are particularly warlike, revering only the strong. They frequently invade other realms, causing unrest wherever they go, wherever they tread. The ground is littered with corpses, reduced to ruins and flames. They are a tribe of pure evil and brutality." Ning Yichen, "My dear, perhaps the demons are not as bad as you think," Ning Yichen said, his mood complex as he attempted to defend them. Though what Luo Ruiying said was true. That was an image of the demon realm from centuries ago. After he unified the demon realm, it had changed significantly. Yet the outside world seemed to cling to its old perceptions. Luo Ruiying frowned slightly and earnestly warned Ning Yichen, "You have never encountered demons, so you do not truly understand them. Their savagery exceeds your imagination. They show no mercy to anyone, not even their own, especially the legendary new sovereign of the demon realm, Chen. It is said that when he unified the demon realm centuries ago, he nearly annihilated half of those who resisted him. Utterly ruthless, he then led the demon army to invade the celestial realm, a conflict that nearly devastated half of the celestial realm. This demonstrates how cruel and bloodthirsty the sovereign of the demon realm is. The demons revere him as their lord, and all others follow suit. If you encounter any demons, you must flee far away and never entangle yourself with them. There is not a single good person among the demons." Ning Yichen, 3. "You are right, my dear. I shall remember this." Hearing Luo Ruiying's highly regarded assessment of him, Ning Yichen could not help but twitch his face slightly, forcing a smile in agreement. It was fortunate that he had only tentatively inquired. Had he revealed his identity, it would have been disastrous. The last celestial demon war had been instigated by the celestial realm, yet everyone claimed it was the demons who invaded the celestial realm. He had no way to explain this to Luo Ruiying. Even if he did, it would not only expose his identity, but also be met with disbelief. Sitting in Luo Ruiying's embrace, Luo Hongye curiously raised her head and asked, "Mother, are all those demons bad?" "Those are truly nefarious villains. They possess 4 elongated fangs, horns atop their heads, and several eyes upon their faces. Their favorite delicacy is undoubtedly children like Yi." Luo Ruiying spoke with a grave expression. "Whoa, Yi is not tasty." This statement terrified Luo Hongye, who quickly shrank into Luo Ruiying's embrace. Observing this, Luo Ruiying revealed a cunning smile, akin to that of a plan coming to fruition. Gently stroking Luo Hongye's back, offering reassurance. "As long as Yi behaves and stays close to Mama and Papa, there will be no harm. MHM, Yi will be obedient." Luo Hongye nodded dutifully, her voice soft. Luo Ruiying smiled in satisfaction, only to suddenly notice Ning Yichen behind her, fixated on a mirror, and she couldn't help but inquire, "Why are you staring at the mirror incessantly?" "It's nothing," he replied, "just checking if I look frightening." Ning Yichen tucked away the mirror, relieved. Thankfully, he bore no elongated fangs, horns, or multiple eyes. After nearly half an hour of swift travel, Luo Ruiying, along with Ning Yichen and Luo Hongye, finally exited the demon domain forest. The journey proved far smoother than anticipated, not encountering a single beast along the way, concerned that the prolonged flight might be taxing for Ning Yichen and Luo Hongye. Luo Ruiying decided to land momentarily to rest. Just as they settled down, they faintly heard the sound of galloping hooves in the distance. Ning Yichen was not surprised. He had sensed something amiss ahead. The opponents appeared to be of low cultivation, suggesting they were likely not specifically pursuing his wife and child, so he refrained from taking immediate action. Luo Ruiying, sensing an approaching presence, became tense, fearing they might be there to hunt her, and instructed Ning Yichen to keep a close watch on Luo Hongye while she ventured forth to investigate. Concealing her aura, Luo Ruiying leaped onto a branch of a large tree, observing the scene below. On the road beneath, Two figures rode swiftly on horseback. One was a young girl, merely 15 or 16, with an attractive appearance tied back in a ponytail, exuding a grace that rivaled any man. The other was a middle-aged man with a square face, covered in multiple wounds and bruises. Behind them trailed a group of masked individuals in dark attire, wielding sharp blades, leaping through the trees in pursuit. The disparity in strength between the two parties was stark, yet neither side possessed high cultivation, the strongest merely at the martial spirit realm. Luo Ruing quickly deduced that these individuals were not seeking her. It was merely a coincidental assassination attempt. As the pursuers closed in, the middle-aged man urged the girl, "Miss, you must flee. I will hold them off." "No, Zhang Shu, we must escape together," Qi Yuan protested, her voice filled with reluctance. Zhang He, the steward of the Qi family who had accompanied her since childhood and her personal bodyguard, was someone she could not bear to see sacrifice himself to buy her time. None of you shall escape." One of the masked assailants leaped into the air, hurling dozens of throwing darts towards Qi Yuan and Zhang He. The darts flew with blinding speed, leaving the two no time to evade. Zhang He immediately dove to shield Qi Yuan, using his body as a barrier against the darts meant for her. Consequently, they both fell from their horses, which succumbed to the darts and collapsed lifelessly. Zhang Shu, are you all right?" Qi Yuan gazed anxiously at Zhang He, who had shielded her with his own life. Zhang He, wounded by several darts and weakened by previous injuries, looked exceedingly frail. "Miss, do not worry about me. You must flee. Flee. Where do you intend to go?" A dozen masked figures descended, encircling Qi Yuan and Zhang He, their bloodied blades slowly advancing toward them. Zhang He, realizing they were surrounded, felt a surge of despair. Given his current state, breaking free was impossible. Qi Yuan, observing the encroaching masked figures, felt no trace of fear. She rose with her sword, resolutely scanning the crowd, her heart steel for the possibility of death. The masked figures exchanged glances, amused by the situation that a mere girl of the spirit realm dares to challenge them. How utterly laughable. "Allow me to entertain this young lady." One of the masked men stepped forward, dismissively beckoning Qi Yuan. Enraged, she swung her sword toward him, only for the masked man to evade effortlessly, mocking her in the process. This the extent of Qi family's so-called waste, to think she would dare to resist. Ha ha, lacking talent, yet possessing decent looks. That I wonder how the daughter of the Qi family tastes. The masked man's lewd gaze roamed Qi Yuan's form. Perhaps I should first remove her clothing. Such a sight would undoubtedly be exquisite. Ha ha ha! The other masked figures joined in the derision. Qi Yuan's face burned with fury, her teeth clenched, and in a fit of rage, she swung her sword again at the masked man. He sidestepped with ease, disarming her with a swift motion, then kicked her to the ground. Qi Yuan clutched her abdomen, filled with resentment and despair. Her cultivation was simply too lacking. She was no match for these assassins. Merely prey waiting to be slaughtered. No resistance now. The masked man sauntered over to Qi Yuan, his sword poised to tear her garments. "Miss," Zhang He, struggling on the ground, attempted to rise but was held down by another masked assassin's foot. He could only watch helplessly as Qi Yuan faced the imminent violation, surrounded by the mocking laughter of her captors. Unable to bear it, Zhang He closed his eyes. However, at that moment, the lewd laughter abruptly ceased. When Zhang He opened his eyes again, he beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman wielding a sword, standing protectively before Qi Yuan. The renowned beauty of Nanli City paled in comparison to this woman. Even Qi Yuan, a woman herself, found herself captivated, marveling in her heart. Such unparalleled beauty exists in this world. Momentarily regaining her senses, Qi Yuan realized that the masked man who had threatened her was now impaled, lying in disbelief on the ground. When did this woman appear? How had she dispatched him so effortlessly? Luo Ruing surveyed the remaining masked figures with a cold gaze, threateningly declaring, "Should you refuse to depart, you shall not leave unscathed." After assessing the situation, Luo Ruing resolved to intervene and rescue Qi Yuan and Zhang He. Though she had initially wished to refrain from involvement, she could not stand by and watch the filthy tactics of these masked assassins. Nearby, in a patch of grass, two heads, one large and one small, peeked out, quietly observing Luo Ruing. There were none other than Ning Yeqing and Luo Hongye, who had stealthily followed her. Ning Yeqing observed Luo Ruing's intention to spare the masked assassins and shook his head. His wife was still too kind-hearted. Were it him, he would have dealt with all of them brutally and decisively. Allowing these individuals to escape would surely lead to future troubles, though a swarm of mosquitoes poses little threat. Their incessant buzzing can become quite bothersome. Luo Hongye, watching Luo Ruing surrounded, raised her small head to Ning Yeqing, worry etched on her face. "Daddy, are those bad guys going to bully Mommy?" Ning Yeqing gently tousled Luo Hongye's hair. Smiling, "Do not worry. Those bad guys cannot harm your mother." The masked figures, realizing the situation, momentarily abandoned Zhang He to direct their swords toward Luo Ruing. Observing this, Luo Ruing sighed softly, her expression hardening as a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes. Since they chose not to leave, she could not be blamed for her actions. The cloaked assassins exchanged glances, leaping into the air in unison, their swords poised to strike at Luo Ruing. Yet, Luo Ruing remained steadfast. And as the horde of black-clad assassins closed in, her lithe figure gracefully traced a beautiful arc through the I in an instant. A silvery crescent of sword light flashed by. Once Luo Ruing sheathed her celestial sword. The assassins erupted in a spray of crimson blossoms, plummeting to the ground. Meanwhile, Ning Yeqing had already raised his hand to shield Luo Hongye's view. Such a gruesome spectacle must not frighten his daughter. If his wife were to discover this, she would surely be enraged. With her eyes covered, Luo Hongye turned her head, innocently voicing her confusion. "Daddy, your hand is blocking Ye's view. Why Ye can't see?" "Now, my dear, let's play a little game," Ning Yeqing coaxed with a smile. "Close your eyes, and let us see who can keep them shut the longest, shall we?" All right. Did Daddy close his eyes too? Luo Hongye, thrilled at the prospect of a game, closed her eyes tightly without a hint of suspicion that, of course, her father had indeed closed his eyes. Ning Yeqing chuckled softly, though he had not truly shut them. The naive Luo Hongye was blissfully unaware that on the other side, Qi Yuan stared, dumbfounded, at Luo Ruing's striking presence, her eyes filled with admiration for the elegance and strength displayed. Incredible. Just one sword stroke, and she has slain several formidable warriors of the martial spirit realm. And she is so beautiful as well that a fellow woman. Qi Yuan felt a pang of self-consciousness when comparing her own appearance and cultivation to that of Luo Ruing. After sheathed her celestial sword, Luo Ruing approached Qi Yuan, bowing slightly as she extended her hand. "Are you all right?" "Why, yes. I'm fine. Thank you for rescuing me, sister." Qi Yuan grasped Luo Ruing's hand and rose, expressing her gratitude. "Sister," Luo Ruing momentarily appeared taken aback by this address. After all, she was no longer a child. She was of an age where even her grandmother would be apt to address her as such. Seeing Luo Ruing's astonished expression, Qi Yuan quickly raised her hands in apology. "I am sorry, did I offend you?" She instinctively called her sister upon, noticing Luo Ruing's youthful beauty, now realizing that such familiarity might be overly presumptuous. Luo Ruing offered a gentle smile and shook her head slightly. "It's all right, just a title. May I continue to call you sister then?" Qi Yuan asked eagerly. Luo Ruing did not object, merely nodding in assent. "Wonderful. May I ask your name?" Qi Yuan inquired, her joy evident as she grasped Luo Ruing's hand. "I am Luo Ruing," she replied softly. "Are you also heading to Nanli City?" Qi Yuan's lovely eyes sparkled with curiosity. This area was nearest to the most renowned city, Nanli, and it was common for travelers to be drawn here. Luo Ruing was indeed seeking a town to retreat to. Thus she nodded in response to Qi Yuan's question. "Yes, my husband and I are taking our child to Nanli City." "Husband? A child?" Luo's sister. "Oh, you are married?" Qi Yuan exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Given Luo Ruing's appearance, she had never imagined that she was already a married woman. However, it was indeed difficult to gauge a cultivator's age by their looks. Yet, who could be the fortunate man to wed such an enchanting woman as Luo Ruing? Luo Ruing's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled and nodded, acknowledging for the first time in front of others that she was indeed a wife. Just as Qi Yuan was about to inquire further, A rustling sound suddenly emanated from the thicket behind Luo. Qi Yuan furrowed her brows, gripping her sword with vigilance. Luo Ruiying turned her head as well. Yet she sensed the incoming presence and remained composed. Ning Yeqing emerged from the foliage, cradling Luo Hongye, a charming smile adorning his face. "My dear, it has been too long since you returned that I was worried about you. So I brought ye along." Qi Yuan found herself momentarily entranced by Ning Yeqing's unexpected appearance. Her initial wariness dissipated as she gazed at the remarkably handsome man before her, with a gentle and approachable smile. He emanated an air of grace and composure, clearly a man of gentleness. Qi Yuan had been curious about which man was fortunate enough to win Luo Ruiying's heart, but upon seeing Ning Yeqing, she suddenly felt that they truly were a match made in heaven, a perfect couple. Upon closer inspection, an inexplicable resemblance of a married couple emerged between them. "Why did you bring Yi along?" Luo Ruiying chided lightly as she spotted Ning Yeqing approaching with the child, casting him a reproachful glance. With a sweep of her arm, she hurriedly concealed the surrounding corpses. This scene was not one for a child to behold. Luo Ruiying took Luo Hongye from Ning Yeqing's arms, relieved to find her eyes still tightly shut. "Why, Yi, you may open your eyes now." "No, mother." "Why not?" Luo Ruiying asked, puzzled. "I'm playing a game with Daddy to see who can keep their eyes closed the longest." Luo Hongye replied earnestly. Luo Ruiying immediately deduced that this must be Ning Yeqing's ploy to coax Luo Hongye into closing her eyes, and shot him an exasperated glance. That rascal had surely never closed his eyes at all. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the child had not witnessed the bloody scene. "You can open your eyes now, dear. Your father is lost." "Really?" "Yes. You have won." Luo Hongye opened her eyes, joyfully raising her arms in celebration. Suddenly, she noticed Qi Yuan staring intently at her, prompting her to shyly retreat into Luo Ruiying's embrace. "Don't be afraid. She is not a bad person," Luo Ruiying reassured, gently stroking Luo Hongye's back as she turned to Qi Yuan with an apologetic smile. "I apologize. Yi is a bit shy. No, it's all right. I must have startled her." Qi Yuan quickly averted her gaze, feeling contrite. She had not intended to frighten Luo Hongye. She simply couldn't help herself. The sight of both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yeqing had left her utterly captivated, and their child was equally adorable, so delicately exquisite, like a charming porcelain doll. "Luo's sister, my Uncle Zhang, and I are also headed to Nanli City. Why not travel together? Not far ahead. We have our abandoned carriage as a token of gratitude. Allow me to give you a ride." As Qi Yuan assisted the severely injured Zhang to his feet, she turned to Luo Ruiying and spoke. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying did not decline. The distance to Nanli City was already quite short, to avoid drawing attention. Traveling by carriage seemed prudent. Nanli City was established at the border of the Xianshan Kingdom, adjacent to the Demon Domain Forest, originally serving as a stronghold against the onslaught of demonic beasts, despite its location at the border. The prosperity and expanse of Nanli City rivaled that of the capital of the Xianshan Kingdom, and one could even argue that it surpassed the capital in certain aspects. The Demon Domain Forest harbored countless demonic beasts, with nearly 100 demon kings alone, not to mention the innumerable lesser beasts and the abundant array of celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. That it was a veritable paradise for countless cultivators seeking trials and the finest resources for their cultivation, drawing in a throng of aspiring practitioners. This wealth of materials and medicinal herbs also attracted numerous merchants to settle and thrive there. With the growth of trade and commerce, Nanli City flourished further, becoming home to many, both mortals and cultivators alike. The Qi family, to which Qi Yuan belonged, was one of the first two prominent merchant families to establish themselves in Nanli City. Inside the carriage, upon learning that Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying were not citizens of the Xianshan Kingdom, Qi Yuan eagerly began to regale them with tales of Nanli City and her family. Her demeanor was one of pride and satisfaction. But when the Qi family was mentioned, a shadow of melancholy crossed her face. Just then, the carriage came to a halt, and Zhang He's voice called from outside. "Miss, we have arrived. Sister Luo, we are here." Qi Yuan smiled faintly, masking her earlier sorrow, and rose to draw back the curtain. The carriage was queued outside the city gates of Nanli City, and beyond the curtain, The bustling throng of people came into view. The dense crowd lined up to enter Nanli City, affirming Qi Yuan's words. Indeed, Nanli City was remarkably prosperous. Many cultivators sped past in their carriages, soaring directly into the city. Soon, Ning Yeqing's carriage also passed through the gates and entered the city. Upon entering the streets of the city, the air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares, and the vibrant crowd moved busily about, creating a scene of lively splendor. Luo Hongye, captivated by the clamor outside, leaned against Luo Ling's embrace, her large eyes curiously peering out the window. Having been sheltered away, she had never encountered such a multitude or such a lively spectacle before, and she stared in wide-eyed wonder, timidly exclaiming, "Mother, Father, so many people!" "Indeed, dear. Shall we take a stroll outside?" Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, affectionately stroking Luo Hongye's head. Upon reflection, she realized she had never taken Luo Hongye to explore the outside world. Luo nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Miss Qi, for accompanying us. Since we have arrived in the city, we shall take our leave now," Luo Ruiying said, lifting Luo Hongye in her arms, preparing to bid farewell to Qi Yuan. "Will you not come to my home for a visit? I would love to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance," Qi Yuan asked hopefully. Luo Ruiying shook her head, politely declining. "Thank you for your kindness. Miss Qi, that we intend to settle in the city and need to find a place to stay for the child, so we shall not impose." "Perfect. I'm quite familiar with the residences within Nanli City. Allow me to guide you, Sister Luo, and I can also introduce you to the local specialties," Qi Yuan exclaimed, clapping her hand with a bright smile. Ning Yeqing narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Qi Yuan closely. This young girl was quite enthusiastic. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ruiying finally nodded in agreement, recognizing the value of having a knowledgeable guide. Seeing her consent, Qi Yuan beamed with joy and whispered to Zhang he to depart first. Zhang he initially hesitated, but eventually nodded in agreement. Once Ning Yeqing and the others had disembarked from the carriage, Zhang he set off alone to return to the Qi family. "Come, Sister Luo, I shall take you on a tour. In Nanli City, there is no place I do not know," Qi Yuan declared confidently, patting her chest. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongye, followed closely behind Qi Yuan with Ning Yeqing. Along the way, countless eyes were fixated on Luo Ruiying. With her extraordinary grace and stunning beauty, she and Luo Hongye walking down the street created a breathtaking scene. What a stunning woman! Such beauty is rare in this world. Her ethereal aura must surely belong to a celestial being descended from the heavens. And that little girl in her arms is so exquisite and adorable. Could she be her daughter? No way. That man beside her cannot possibly be her husband. I cannot accept this. What right does that fellow have to win such a beauty, just because he is slightly more handsome than I? The crowd murmured in discontent, expressing their deep regret. A few even dared to cast lewd glances at Luo Ruiying. However, she did not flinch, her brows furrowing as she emanated a chilling aura that left those bold enough to provoke her reeling in shock. In an instant, it became clear to everyone that this beautiful woman was a cultivator of considerable prowess, and no one dared to make further advances. Qi Yuan gazed at Luo Ruiying with admiration. Continuing to lead the group through the streets, suddenly, an unusual occurrence caught everyone's attention. Both cultivators and idle mortals in the taverns were engaged in hushed discussions about a singular topic. The atmosphere was tense as they whispered among themselves. "Did you hear? The four great sects of the world, the Confucian Palace, the Martial God Hall, the Puppet Ghost Cave, and the Qing Feng Sword Sect, were all eradicated overnight. Who doesn't know about it? The news is spread across all 18 provinces. Who could possess the ability to annihilate four great sects in a single night? Truly terrifying. I heard the four sect leaders happen to be away from their sects, and there's been no word from them since." The crowd buzzed with fervor, the discussions growing increasingly animated. This shocking event reverberated throughout the realm, the identity of the perpetrator remaining an enigma, leaving the entire affair shrouded in mystery. Fear gripped the hearts of all who spoke of it. Having been in the Demon Domain Forest for several days, Qi Yuan was hearing this news for the first time, and she was instantly taken aback, gasping. The four great sects were destroyed overnight. How terrifying! Sister Luo, Brother Ning, do you think it be true? If someone could truly wipe out 4 sects in a night, their cultivation must be unfathomably formidable. Luo Ruing nodded in agreement, reflecting indeed the human realm is truly filled with hidden talents. Ning Yeqing also nodded in strong agreement. Yes, it is indeed frightening. Qi Yuan led Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruing through several streets, enthusiastically explaining the unique features of each one they passed. This is the most prosperous commercial street in Nanli City. Here, if you have the coin, you can purchase anything you desire. This street is also a marketplace. Though it lacks the previous street's bustle, the goods are more affordable. And here, known as Tianbao Street, you can find various spiritual artifacts, elixirs and materials from demonic beasts that, if fortune smiles upon you, you might even stumble upon a demonic beast pet. Given Luo Ruing's formidable cultivation, Qi Yuan took special care to show her and her companions around Tianbao Street. For there was no cultivator in Nanli City who was unaware of its fame. The streets were lined with an array of peculiar low-grade magical artifacts, captivating all who passed by. However, among them, there were quite a few that were damaged or counterfeit. Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruing merely exchanged a cursory glance before losing all interest at them. These items could scarcely be deemed worthy of the label rubbish. Ah, who might this be? It turns out to be the young lady of the Qi family. Qi Yuan led Ning Yeqing for a leisurely stroll down the street. Several figures approached from ahead, blocking their path. The foremost man, clad in resplendent attire and adorned with various ornaments and magical artifacts, exuded the unmistakable air of a nouveau riche, his expression one of disdainful arrogance. Following him were dozens of attendants. An impressive retinue indeed. The vendors around them paled at the sight of the man, hastily retreating. Wherever he went, anything in his path was either kicked aside or trampled underfoot, his conduct outrageously brazen. The onlookers, regardless of their own formidable prowess, dared not voice their indignation, for the man before them was none other than Jiang Li, the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the 2 major trading houses in Nanli City. The Jiang family currently controlled nearly 60% of the commercial avenues in Nanli City, with countless cultivators vying for their favor. Moreover, the Jiang family had employed numerous cultivators as guards, including several formidable beings beyond the celestial realm. And their backing was rumored to be unfathomably powerful. In the entirety of Nanli City, none dared provoke the Jiang family. From afar, Jiang Li spotted Qi Yuan and, upon seeing her in the street, his expression flickered with surprise and shock. She has returned? Although taken aback, Jiang Li quickly donned a condescending smile, approaching Qi Yuan with feigned cordiality. Upon noticing Jiang Li's arrival, Qi Yuan's delicate features darkened, her expression icy as she boldly declared, "Humph, are you disappointed to see me back?" Not in the slightest, he retorted, in fact, this makes things all the more interesting." Jiang Li showed no intention of concealing his motives, brazenly acknowledging that the assassination was indeed orchestrated by the Jiang family. Exuding an air of invincibility, Qi Yuan had anticipated that Jiang Li would at least feign ignorance, but his audacity was staggering. Enraged, she clenched her fists, yearning to strike him down. Yet, upon seeing the throngs of guards behind him, she begrudgingly relinquished the thought. Jiang Li was confident that Qi Yuan was powerless against him, his demeanor becoming increasingly arrogant as he leaned closer. Whispering with a sinister grin, "Soon, the Qi family will vanish from Nanli City. Perhaps you should consider how to make a living thereafter. Huiyula is currently recruiting. I could certainly introduce you that I believe with your reputation. You would surely become their star attraction." "You." Qi Yuan's complexion turned ashen, her hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of her sword. The guards behind Jiang Li also swiftly prepared their weapons. "Lady Qi, resorting to violence in the city is against the law." Jiang Li smirked, signaling for his men to sheath their swords, casting a derisive glance at Qi Yuan, utterly dismissing her. After much contemplation, Qi Yuan ultimately relaxed her grip, abandoning the urge to draw her sword. With her strength, she could scarcely defeat even one of Jiang Li's guards, let alone him. "That's more like it," Jiang Li replied with a smug smile, then turned his gaze towards Luo Ruiying, who was cradling Luo Hongye in her arms. He had already noticed Luo Ruiying's breathtaking beauty from a distance, that up close, he could hardly contain his astonishment. This woman is truly a vision of unparalleled grace. Ignoring Ning Yeqing entirely, Jiang Li approached her with an air of feigned politeness, inquiring, "This young lady seems unfamiliar. I don't believe we've met in Nali before. May I ask for your name?" "I am Jiang Li, son of the Jiang family. That I possess considerable influence and affluence in Nali City, and it would be my honor to befriend you." Ning Yechen stood nearby, his brow furrowed, struggling to suppress the urge to deliver a fatal blow to this insufferable pest. How dare he attempt to woo her in front of me? Were it not for Luo Ruiying's presence, he would have lost his composure entirely. "Begone!" Luo Ruiying coldly retorted to Jiang Li from their very first encounter. She had found his bullying demeanor and lascivious intentions utterly repugnant. Jiang Li, seemingly unfazed, merely smirked in response, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger that betrayed the countless women who had succumbed to his advances. Had she not wished to lead a quiet life with her husband and child in Nali City, she might have been driven to violence against him. Directly confronted by Luo Ruiying, Jiang Li paused for a moment, then responded with a dismissive chuckle. He was not the least bit offended. He had encountered many women with a fierce temperament like hers before, and he knew that once they understood his power, they would inevitably submit to his desires. Observing Jiang Li's lecherous gaze fixed upon Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan instinctively stepped in front of her, admonishing him, "Jiang Li, you shall not lay a hand on Sister Luo. She already has a husband and a child. Do not harbor such delusions. Get lost." Jiang Li sneered. Husband and child, his eyes flicked between Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen, his expression remaining scornful. "Just this pretty boy?" Ning Yechen, steady, steady. His hands were already itching to swat this insufferable fly. It had been ages since anyone had dared speak to him in such a manner. Luo Ruiying's brows knitted together, her expression turning frosty as she stepped protectively in front of Ning Yechen, coldly declaring, "My husband is not someone you can insult." With that, a powerful aura emanated from her, sweeping toward Jiang Li and his entourage. The latter were taken aback, feeling a pressure unlike anything they could withstand. The overwhelming force sent Jiang Li's group tumbling to the ground, just as Luo Ruiying was about to impart a stern lesson to Jiang Li. A figure suddenly leaped from the shadows, interposing himself before Jiang Li's group. He was an elderly man with a head of white hair, hawk-like eyes, and a prominent nose. The old man extended his frail hands, straining to withstand the pressure emanating from Luo Ruiying, staggering back several steps, nearly losing his balance. What an impressive display of power! This girl, though youthful, clearly possessed strength on par with, if not greater than, his own. "My young master meant no offense. I implore you not to take it to heart," Zhao Zhuahao said courteously to Luo Ruiying, recognizing her superior strength. In due time, the Zhang family will certainly come bearing gifts to pay their respects." Luo Ruiying frowned slightly, her aura retracting as she replied coolly, "Are you his protector?" A protector, as the term implies, is typically an attendant assigned by prominent families to ensure the safety of their distinguished progeny. They often remain hidden until their charge is in danger. Luo Ruiying had anticipated that a scoundrel like Jiang Li would have such protection. Clearly, the Jiang family's influence was indeed formidable. Zhao Zhuahao nodded, acknowledging his role as protector. "Zhao Laoshe, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Quickly, seize her." Jiang Li, humiliated and furious, pointed at Luo Ruiying, issuing commands. He had never endured such indignity in Nali City before. "Young master, the family head is waiting for your return. That if you keep him waiting, he will surely be displeased," Zhao Zhuahao advised. Turning to Jiang Li, he understood his young master's temperament all too well and knew he would not let this matter rest easily. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Young master, that woman is not to be trifled with. If you desire her, I shall find a way to facilitate it in the future. For now, let this matter lie." Jiang Li cast a sullen gaze at Luo Ruiying, unwilling to let the matter rest. However, upon hearing Zhao Zhuahua's promise to bring this woman to him in the future, a glimmer of lascivious anticipation flickered in Jiang Li's eyes as he licked his lips. Very well, he would temporarily spare her this time. Once she fell into his hands, she would surely regret it. "Let us depart." Jiang Li rose, his temper flaring as he called out to the entourage of guards behind him. Before leaving, he cast a lingering, meaningful glance at Luo Ruiying, that the married woman. Indeed, this only made her more tantalizing. Zhao Zhuhua feigned a remorseful smile at Luo Ring before following the group out of sight. I apologize, Sister Luo and Brother Ning, for the unpleasantness. Qi Yuan bowed respectfully to Luo Ring. It was evident that Jiang Li had come to target her. Had she not insisted on coming along, they would not have been entangled in this predicament. Although Luo Ring felt helpless, she shook her head to convey that it was of no consequence. Were it not for her concerns for Luo Hongye and Ning Yeqing, she would have swiftly dealt with Jiang Li for his filthy gaze. If matters could be resolved thus, so be it. Should he dare to offend again, she would show him no mercy. Shall we take our leave as well? Luo Ring turned to beckon Ning Yeqing. To her surprise, she found him grinning foolishly at her. What is the matter with you? Luo Ring inquired, bewildered. Oh, nothing, just immensely pleased that my dear wife has finally deigned to refer to me as husband again. Ning Yeqing responded, leaning closer with a smile. Though he had been quite upset moments ago, hearing Luo Ring declare, "My husband is not someone you can insult," had filled him with joy. This was only the second time she had used the term of endearment since she had urged him to escape with the child. Realizing the implications of her earlier words, Luo Ring felt her cheeks flush in her indignation against Jiang Li's derogatory remarks about Ning Yeqing. She had blurted out that phrase without thinking. Reflecting on it now, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, such terms of endearment were quite common between spouses, and this man was so easily delighted by a single utterance. Qi Yuan observed the tender exchange between Ning Yeqing and Luo Ring. Feeling a pang of admiration, the bond between Sister Luo and her husband is truly remarkable, albeit seemingly a bit naive, especially considering they already have a child. Will you continue to address me as husband in the future? My dear? Ning Yeqing inquired, clinging to Luo Ring's side with a grin. Luo Ring's face turned a brilliant shade of crimson as she softly mumbled, I will try, if the opportunity arises. Forcing herself to call Ning Yeqing husband still felt somewhat daunting. However, seeing him so elated, she could not bring herself to refuse. She simply postponed it for another time. Once she became accustomed to it, she would naturally change her address. Ning Yeqing smiled gently, though a hint of regret lingered. He was not in a hurry. He took her hand in his and continued their leisurely stroll down the street. There was no rush. They had ample time ahead, with one arm cradling the child and the other entwined with Ning Yeqing's. The trio presented a heartwarming scene. Qi Yuan, trailing behind, felt a twinge of hesitation about intruding upon their moment. Was she merely an unnecessary presence here? As they passed by a street vendor, they brushed past three figures wearing conical hats. The trio sat with their backs to Ning Yeqing's party, enjoying their meal. As they strolled past, the visages of the three great demon kings from the demon domain were revealed beneath their hats. Indeed, they were the Chaos Demon Bull and his companions who had followed Ning Yeqing. The three had been discreetly trailing him, ever ready to await his command. They had witnessed the entire confrontation that had just transpired. Seeing Jiang Li's disrespect towards Luo Ring, especially when he dared to call them little white faces, had nearly driven them to madness. They genuinely feared that their master might become so enraged he would lay waste to the entire Southly city. The sky-devouring serpent, feigning to consume food, discreetly transmitted a cold inquiry to Ning Yeqing. My lord, shall we eliminate those who dare to offend you? Spare Jiang Li, but cripple his third leg. Eliminate the others. Remember, do not create too much commotion. Do not disturb my outing with my wife and child. Ning Yeqing replied, his gaze steady, as if he were merely giving instructions for the most mundane of tasks. Upon receiving the directive, the three of them silently rose from their seats and headed towards Jiang Li and his entourage. They were puzzled as to why their master only wanted Jiang Li's third leg incapacitated rather than his life. Upon reflection, they began to sympathize with Jiang Li. Dying at their hands would at least grant him a swift end in the hands of their master. However, the outcome could be much more uncertain. Throughout the journey back to the Jiang family estate, Jiang Li wore a perpetual scowl, his brows furrowed, radiating displeasure. He had never felt so humiliated in his life. To be intimidated by a mere woman was one thing, but he was powerless to retaliate. Damn it. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. That moment, a ball rolled to his feet. Jiangli looked up to see a dainty little girl rushing towards him, attempting to retrieve the ball from the ground. Did I permit you to take that? Jiangli coldly inquired, stepping on the ball with a scowl directed at the girl. The little girl, frozen in fear, mustered the courage to timidly point at the ball, saying, "Big brother, this is my ball. Can you please return it to me?" "Your ball? Do you not realize your ball has sullied my shoes?" Jiangli retorted harshly, crushing the ball underfoot before delivering a merciless slap across the little girl's face. He was in a foul mood and took pleasure in venting his frustration on this oblivious child. The girl was sent sprawling several meters away, her face swollen and blood streaming from her mouth and nose, as she lay on the ground sobbing in anguish. "Wah!" Jiangli, seemingly unsatisfied, strode toward the girl. Behind him, a group of guards wore mocking and obsequious expressions. "Young master, your martial skills are truly commendable. Your prowess must have improved significantly." Of course, he is the young master of the Jiang family, endowed with extraordinary talent, the finest in Southly City. Nay, in the entire world. The onlookers were appalled by Jiang Li's cruelty toward the little girl, their fists clenched in indignation, yet helpless to intervene. It was hard to fathom that a cultivator would take pride in bullying a child. Though Jiang Li's cultivation was lacking, that slap could endanger the girl's life if she did not receive prompt medical attention. What a beast he was! Jiang Li reveled in the fear he instilled in the surrounding crowd, basking in the adulation of his guards, puffing up with conceit as he stood before the little girl. Raising his foot high, seeing that Jiang Li seemed intent on taking the child's life, a young woman clad in pale blue could not help but grasp the hilt of her dagger at her waist and stand to confront him, only to be restrained by a companion beside her. Do not act rashly. He is Jiang Li of the Jiang family. Even we of the South Li Academy should not provoke the Jiang family. Her companion cautioned. The forces backing the Jiang family are formidable. Are we to merely stand by and watch this scoundrel kill that little girl? Su Yi retorted vehemently, unwilling to accept inaction. If, as a cultivator, one cannot save the innocent or uphold righteousness, what is the purpose of one's cultivation? Her companion was rendered speechless, unable to counter her argument. As Su Yi and her companion debated, a woman rushed to Jiang Li's feet, kneeling before him and shielding the child in her embrace, weeping as she pleaded, "Young Master Jiang, the child is innocent and did not mean to offend you. Please, have mercy and spare her." Jiang Li furrowed his brow, contemplating a swift kick to send the woman sprawling. Yet upon closer inspection, he noted her enduring beauty, her features still possessing a modicum of charm, and a lascivious smile gracing her lips. This prompted a shift in his intentions. Leaning forward, he drew near to the woman, his lascivious gaze roving over her form, and with a wicked grin, he remarked, "If you wish for this young master to spare her, it will depend on your sincerity." Sincerity? The woman murmured, bewildered. Her family was not affluent. What wealth could she possibly offer to pique Jiang Li's interest? It was not until Jiang Li's salacious whisper echoed in her ear that her complexion turned ashen. "Madam, for the sake of your child, you would do anything, wouldn't you?" He had never been interested in married women, dismissing them as second-hand goods, particularly one of modest allure. However, the thought of the alluring Luo Ruiying he had encountered earlier stirred something within him, igniting an unexpected desire to sample the taste of a married woman. The woman stood frozen in despair, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Individuals of her humble status could not possibly resist the might of the Jiang family. Observing her silence, Jiang Li took matters into his own hands, seizing the woman forcefully, intent on dragging her away like a tea that moment. The child's father, a middle-aged man clad in tattered garments, his hands calloused from labor, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing his daughter on the ground, tears streamed down his face, and upon spotting Jiang Li gripping his wife, he immediately knelt, pleading, "Young Master Jiang, please spare these two women. What wrong have they done? If punishment is due, let it be upon me. Get out of my way." Jiang Li snapped, irritated by the interruption to his amusement. "I shall return what is due after I'm finished." With a swift kick, he sent the middle-aged man sprawling, dragging the woman along with him. Su Yi, unable to bear the scene any longer, drew her sword, stepping forward to intervene, just as she unsheathed her blade. A shadowy figure darted past the guard behind Jiang Li with astonishing speed. HM. Did something just pass by us? All the guards displayed confusion. In the next instant, their bodies erupted along the seams. Severed into multiple pieces, blood gushed forth, cascading like rain. Everyone stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. In an instant, Jiang Li's entire entourage had been slaughtered. Ah, they're killing us, the onlookers. Gripped by terror, scattered in all directions. Su Yi and her companion stood frozen, turning to see a figure cloaked in a hat, her graceful form accentuated by a serpentine waist, wielding a sinuous serpent sword amid the downpour of blood. This individual exuded an aura of strength. The instant they laid eyes upon her, Su Yi and her comrades were seized by an overwhelming sense of dread. They could hardly catch a glimpse of her movements. The devouring sky serpent, brandishing her celestial sword, advanced towards Jiang Li step by step. At this juncture, Jiang Li had already been paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the ground, shouting frantically, Zhao, Zhao Lao. Save me. Zhao Zhuahao leapt forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Jiang Li, his expression one of terror as he regarded the mysterious woman, inquiring, May I ask who you are? Why do you attack the Jiang family? Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Zhuahao's forehead as he fixed his gaze on the devouring sky serpent. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented fear, one that overshadowed even his earlier encounter with Luo Ruiying. He had been covertly observing Jiang Li, yet had missed the approach of this formidable foe. Before he could react, all had perished beneath her blade. Such prowess indicated that her cultivation far surpassed his own. He was, after all, a cultivator of the transformation to immortality realm, one of the top practitioners in the entire southern province. The devouring sky serpent, uninterested in conversing with Zhao Zhuahao, fixed her icy serpent eyes upon him, coldly pronouncing his death sentence. My master has decreed that you must die. Who is your master? Zhao Zhuahao stammered. His brows knitted in confusion, but he pondered deeply, but could not fathom who might have the power to command such strength against the Jiang family. Though the Jiang family had many enemies, none seemed capable of summoning such a formidable force. Do you think you are worthy to know my master's name? The devouring sky serpent's demeanor hardened, her body radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Zhao Zhuahao trembled, discreetly forming hand seals to summon his own magic. Although he may not stand a chance against her, this was the southernly city, a locale teeming with cultivators. If only he could buy a moment's delay until reinforcements arrived. As Zhao Zhuahao contemplated his strategy against the devouring sky serpent, a powerful hand suddenly clasped his head from behind. Zhao Zhuahao was taken aback, unable to react before pop. His head exploded like a watermelon. Blood gushed forth, splattering across Jiang Li, who lay helplessly on the ground. Enough with your incessant prattle, the chaos demon bull exclaimed, casting aside Zhao Zhuahao's lifeless body as if it were nothing, wiping his hands in disdain. The onlookers, including Su Yi and her companions, stood in utter shock. They had heard of Zhao Zhuahao. He was a legitimate practitioner of the transformation to immortality realm. Yet he'd been effortlessly crushed to death without even realizing when the burly man had arrived. It was as if he had squished an ant. Jiang Li raised his gaze toward the formidable form of the chaos demon bull, terror filling his eyes. Paralyzed with fear, his greatest support, Zhao Zhuahao, was gone. Without him, Jiang Li no longer possessed the arrogance he once flaunted. He was reduced to a quaking, pitiful creature, trembling in despair. The chaos demon bull looked down at Jiang Li, a sinister smile creeping across his face. It is your turn now. I recall my master specifically instructing me to treat you with particular attention. Spare me. Spare me. Someone, please save me. Jiang Li cried out, his voice hoarse, a stream of yellow liquid seeping from beneath him. Su Yi's companions stood frozen, instinctively reaching for their weapons, yet none dared to approach. They all understood that those capable of effortlessly killing a practitioner of the transformation to immortality realm were not beings they could confront. Only Su Yi, summoning her courage, unsheathed her sword and leaped forward. As a student of the Southernly Academy, she felt a duty to uphold the Academy's name, though she yearned for Jiang Li's demise. She could not stand idly by as a murderer claimed his life. Just as Su-yi leapt forth, another figure descended from the sky, blocking her path. This individual, similarly adorned with a hat and possessing remarkable speed, swiftly grasped her neck. Despite her desperate struggles, she found herself utterly powerless against this foe. Even her sword failed to pierce their form. Su-yi's heart raced with panic, overwhelmed by an encroaching sense of suffocation and despair. Who was this person? Was she truly destined to perish here today? My master has instructed that we must not create too much commotion, for it may affect him. If they are not the target, do not kill. The devouring sky serpent cautioned the Titan ape, who was poised to strike. Recalling Ning Yeching's instructions, the Titan ape relinquished Su-yi, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. As the devouring sky serpent approached Jiang Li. The woman and middle-aged man clutched their child tightly, fear etched upon their faces as they gazed at her. The devouring sky serpent ignored them and continued straight toward Jiang Li. Please spare me. How much did that person pay you? I'll offer 10 times the amount. No, 20 times, 100 times, Jiang Li stammered, desperate for mercy, attempting to bribe them. The devouring sky serpent cast a cold glance at Jiang Li. Her voice devoid of warmth, proceed. Understood. The chaos demon bull stomped down heavily on Jiang Li's feet, and with a sickening crunch, his legs were crushed. Ah! The sound of shattered bones echoed as Jiang Li emitted a chilling scream. A cacophony of wails and cries merging into a sorrowful lament. Why master instructed you to incapacitate his third leg, not to destroy both. The devouring sky serpent chided the chaos demon bull with exasperation. Is that so? The chaos demon bull chuckled. My apologies, I forgot. Let me try again. He raised his massive foot once more, precisely targeting Jiang Li's groin. A deep footprint was instantly imprinted on the ground beneath Jiang Li's waist. This time, Jiang Li did not even emit a cry of anguish. His face turned pale, and he fainted on the spot, blood gushing beneath him. Mission accomplished. Let us depart, the celestial python remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Jiang Li, before addressing the chaos demon bull and the titan great ape. The three figures leaped away, transforming into shadows that vanished without a trace by the time the city guards and a multitude of cultivators arrived. They were met with a gruesome sight, a scene too horrific to behold. Moments later, the entire Southly city was thrown into a state of panic, with countless guards and cultivators pursuing the assailants. Yet none could uncover the whereabouts of the trio. Before long, the unconscious Jiang Li was carried back to the Jiang family estate. Upon seeing his son, who lay half-conscious before him, Jiang Zhen, the head of the Jiang family, trembled with rage. His eyes filled with malice as he pointed at Jiang Li and shouted furiously, "Who did this? Who dared to harm my precious son so grievously?" Who? Jiang Zhen had only this one son, whom he had always cherished and never dared to scold. Now, his son lay with broken legs and a crushed vital essence. This was tantamount to ensuring the extinction of the Jiang lineage. His roar reverberated around the room, causing the attendants to tremble in fear, their heads bowed in silence. Seeing that none answered, Jiang Zhen continued to shout in anger, "A bunch of useless fools! What good are you to me? Find them! You must uncover the identity of the assailant, even if it means turning the entire Southly city upside down." Yes, the attendants hurriedly departed from Jiang Zhen's presence. After their exit, a man clad in a pristine white lotus robe, with an effeminate demeanor, slowly emerged from the hall. The fact that he could defeat the formidable Zhao Lao in the transformation realm indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Even if the Jiang family head were to scour the entirety of Southly City, it would likely yield little result. Saint Envoy Jiang Zhen, upon sighting the newcomer, was compelled to suppress his fury and respectfully greeted the man that he then, with a reluctant expression, inquired, "Does the Saint Envoy truly expect me to let the perpetrator go unpunished?" Not at all. That I merely wish for the Jiang family head to prioritize the mission of the church. Once the Merchant Association battle concludes and the Jiang family has secured control over Southly City, I will certainly report your contributions to the church master, requesting assistance on your behalf. Chen Ro replied with a gentle smile. Jiang Zhen pondered for a moment, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. His expression hardening as he replied, With the Saint Envoy present, there is no doubt that this merchant association battle will proceed smoothly. Once the Jiang family has taken control of Southly City, we will surely assist the Holy Lotus Church. I hope that, after our success, the church will avenge my son. Meanwhile, after meandering through the streets, Qi Yuan led Ning Yechen and Luo Ling through an alternative alleyway. The sides of the street were lined with various food stalls, the mingling aromas saturating the air, creating an enticing atmosphere. The thoroughfare was bustling with crowds, many accompanied by their wives and children. This was the most vibrant and bustling food street in Southly City. Here, apart from the unique delicacies of Xian, you will find culinary delights from various other nations, Qi Yuan announced as she walked ahead, introducing the sights to Ning Yechen and the others. Initially, it was presumed that powerful cultivators like Luo Ruiying would show little interest in such street food. However, upon arriving at the food street, Luo Ruiying intentionally slowed her pace. Having been born in the celestial realm, she had only tasted divine fruits and drank from spiritual springs, rarely encountering these human world delicacies. In the celestial realm, individuals did not need to cook and eat like mortals. They thrived solely on the essence of heaven and earth. Even infants born in the celestial realm only required divine fruits and liquids to sustain themselves. Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, gazed around with wide, curious eyes, nearly drooling in anticipation as they passed a stall selling candied fruit. Luo Hongye's attention was wholly captured, her small mouth agape in wonder. Noticing this, Ning Yechen smiled indulgently and approached the stall. Raising 2 fingers, "Sir, may I have 2 skewers, please?" "Of course," the stall owner cheerfully replied, promptly handing over 2 skewers of candied fruit while praising, "Sir, you are truly fortunate. Your wife and child are as beautiful as flowers." "Indeed," Ning Yechen agreed, his pride swelling as he grinned. "I also feel fortunate to have such a lovely wife and adorable child." The stall owner's heartfelt compliment filled Ning Yechen with joy, causing him to whimsically purchase all the goods of the stall. Luo Ruiying, standing behind him, couldn't help but blush and shoot a glance at Ning Yechen. "You receive 1 compliment and decide to buy everything from the stall. Here, Hongye, enjoy," Ning Yechen said, holding a large bundle of candy. Extending 1 skewer of fruit towards Luo Hongye. The candied fruit consisted of fruit pieces strung together and coated with a layer of hardened syrup. Luo Hongye's eyes sparkled with desire, yet she turned to Luo Ruiying, asking sweetly, "Mother, can I eat this? Your father bought it especially for you. Go ahead and enjoy." Luo Ruiying replied, easily recognizing the longing on her daughter's face, and smiled indulgently, having previously neglected to cherish her child. Her greatest wish now was for her to lead a carefree and joyful life. Luo Hongye eagerly extended her chubby little hand to take the candied fruit from Ning Yechen, placing it in her mouth. Concerned about the skewer pricking her child, Luo Ruiying took the candied fruit from Luo Hongye's grasp, removing the fruit from the skewer before feeding it to her. With her round face puffed up, Luo Hongye radiated pure joy as she savored the treat. Just as Luo Ruiying was feeding her daughter, another skewer of candied fruit suddenly appeared at her lips. Luo Ruiying looked up to find Ning Yechen holding another skewer for her. His charming smile was directed solely at her. "My dear, this skewer is for you, me." Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of embarrassment. As a former empress of the celestial realm, would it not be beneath her to indulge in such trivial human snacks, especially when offered by Ning Yechen? Under Ning Yechen's hopeful gaze, Luo Ruiying brushed aside a few strands of hair that had fallen across her face, slightly blushing as she gently opened her lips to take a bite of the candied fruit. After all, no one knew her true identity. A little indulgence wouldn't matter, would it? Her graceful and delicate actions, combined with her radiant beauty, caused Ning Yechen to stare for a moment longer before exclaiming, "My dear, you look truly beautiful even while eating. Cough, cough. What are you babbling about?" Luo Ruiying exclaimed, covering her mouth as she coughed a few times, shooting an annoyed glance at Ning Yechen. His sudden compliment had caught her off guard, leaving her feeling flustered. "I speak no falsehood. If you doubt me, just ask Hongye." "Hongye, does your mother look good while eating?" Ning Yechen turned to Luo Hongye, who was nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms. "Beautiful," Luo Hongye chimed. Her cheeks puffed as she chewed, happily exclaiming, Mother is the prettiest, with the surrounding crowd bustling about. Luo Ruiying felt even more embarrassed, her cheeks flushed as she shot another glare at Ning Yechen. The playful banter between father and daughter only added to her shyness that Qi Yuan, observing from the side, felt a mix of embarrassment and envy. Sister Luo and brother Ning share such a wonderful bond. It was only then that Luo Ruiying remembered Qi Yuan was beside them. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she offered her skewer of candied fruit to Qi Yuan, asking, "Would you like some?" No, thank you, Sister Luo," Qi Yuan quickly declined, shaking her head with a smile as she turned to Luo Hongye. "If little Hongye enjoys it, I can introduce you to many other delicious treats." She had never encountered a child as exquisitely charming and obedient as Luo Hongye. From the very first glance, an inexplicable fondness welled up within her. Luo Hongye was typically only close to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, feeling a general sense of insecurity and fear around strangers. Therefore, when Qi Yuan engaged her in conversation, she instinctively shrank closer to Luo Ruiying. However, upon hearing about delicious treats, she could not help but steal a glance at Qi Yuan and timidly inquire, "Really, is it true?" "Of course it is. My dear sister would never deceive such an adorable little child," Qi Yuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of Luo Hongye's delicate and endearing demeanor. Finally, she was willing to converse with her. Little Yi was simply too cute. Qi Yuan yearned to pinch her chubby cheeks and to sweep her into an affectionate embrace, observing Qi Yuan's exuberance. Ning Yechen suddenly felt the need to be more vigilant regarding this girl. After all, there was a possibility she might attempt to whisk his child away. Ultimately, under the vivid persuasion of Qi Yuan's enticing descriptions of delectable treats, Luo Hongye succumbed. With Luo Ruiying cradling her, they wandered the streets indulging in a variety of delights. Anything that piqued Luo Hongye's curiosity was promptly acquired by Ning Yechen without hesitation, while Qi Yuan eagerly bought various snacks to share with her. Candied hawthorns, glutinous rice cakes, baked pancakes, tofu pudding, and buns. Luo Hongye nearly sampled everything the bustling food street had to offer. The bond between Qi Yuan and Luo Hongye grew ever so slightly closer. After traversing a good portion of the street, the trio found a stone bench to rest upon, not due to fatigue, but rather because their hands were overflowing with snacks, allowing Luo Hongye to savor them at a leisurely pace. At that moment, Luo Hongye sat comfortably in Luo Ruiying's embrace, happily munching on a bun that was nearly as large as her face. With a tender smile, Luo Ruiying took out a handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from her little one's mouth. Just then, a distant cacophony of chaos erupted, the sound of alarm bells echoing throughout the city. Guards rushed toward the commotion, while some fleeing individuals breathlessly relayed the situation. Just moments ago, 3 mysterious figures had attacked Jiang Li and his entourage. In the blink of an eye, the entire group was slain, with only Jiang Li seemingly fortunate enough to survive. What? Someone actually dared to strike against Jiang Li of the Jiang family within Nanli City. The crowd was left utterly stunned, wide-eyed at the shocking news. The Jiang family wielded immense power within Nanli City, and no one dared to cross them. Yet someone had the audacity to attempt an assassination. Qi Yuan was equally taken aback. Jiang Li was surrounded by dozens of martial arts guardians and even had a spiritual protector by his side, yet they were all killed. As far as she knew, there were no individuals of such caliber residing in Nanli City. Qi Yuan's heart raced with shock and confusion, yet she could not suppress a smile that crept upon her lips. Who would have thought that the Jiang family and Jiang Li would meet such a fate? Surely his past arrogance and brutality had offended someone who should not have been crossed. Truly, he reaped what he sowed. Luo Ruiying remained unfazed by the news, her expression unchanged. She was utterly indifferent to such matters, merely hoping that the city's turmoil would not disrupt her forthcoming life. "Let us go. The day is waning, and it is time to select a residence," Luo Ruiying declared, cradling Luo Hongye as she spoke to Ning Yechen. They had wandered enough, and it was time to find a suitable place to settle down. "What kind of house do you and Brother Ning prefer?" Qi Yuan inquired as their guide. Being the daughter of the Qi family trading company in Nanli City, she was well acquainted with the various shops and rental properties available. With her family's stewards overseeing each area, she could swiftly locate a fitting residence should Luo Ruiying express her desires. After some contemplation, Luo Ruing replied. If possible, I hope for a relatively quiet place. She had no high demands for her dwelling. The main priority was simply to be together as a family. Qi Yuan pondered for a moment before quickly summoning a steward responsible for property sales. The steward led Qi Yuan, Luo Ruing, and the others to a more secluded residence within Nanli City. The street before the house was tranquil, with only a few sparse trees standing outside, and a gentle stream flowed behind the courtyard, offering a serene and pleasant view. Upon entering the courtyard, they found it spacious and bright, featuring several rooms in addition to the master bedroom, a kitchen, and a dedicated bathing area. The entire property was nearly as expansive as a small estate. This is quite nice, though it seems a bit too large, Luo Ruing remarked. For just the three of us, it feels rather extravagant. Although she had resided in far grander and more opulent accommodations in the celestial realm. As a wife, she now needed to consider various practicalities. It seemed wasteful for a family of three to occupy such a vast residence, especially considering the upkeep and maintenance involved. Moreover, a property of this size would undoubtedly incur significant expenses. Ning Yeqing surveyed the surroundings and agreed that the residence was indeed appealing, that he gently lifted Luo Hongye from Luo Ruing's arms and asked with a smile, "Do you like it here?" I like it," Luo Hongye replied, beaming with joy. As long as Mama and Papa are here. I like it. Our little Yi is truly well behaved, Ning Yeqing said affectionately, playfully pinching her tiny nose before turning to Luo Ruing. My dear, shall we settle here? Isn't this place a bit too expensive? Luo Ruing whispered to Ning Yeqing, pulling him aside. She had never anticipated that one day, as the Empress of the Celestial Realm, she would need to worry about finances. Having lost her celestial ring while fleeing, she was now essentially left with nothing but her cultivation. As for money, Ning Yeqing had never been concerned. Purchasing the entire Nanli city would be a mere trifle for him, let alone this modest residence. Not worry, my dear. I assure you, I have a bit of money, Ning Yeqing said, patting his chest with a carefree demeanor. This revelation slightly surprised Luo Ruing. She had assumed that someone like Ning Yeqing, who chose a secluded life in the mountains, would be devoid of wealth. After all, it was rare for affluent individuals to willingly embrace such a lifestyle. Esteemed guest, if you wish to purchase this entire residence, the price is 200,000 taels, the elderly steward said with a smile. Raising two fingers, without a moment's hesitation, Ning Yeqing produced a small pouch from his robe and tossed it to the steward. This should suffice. The steward, puzzled, opened the pouch and was instantly astounded. It was filled with an array of rare and brilliant gemstones. Each gem was strikingly unique in color and shape, representing some of the rarest treasures in the world. Many of them were unfamiliar to him. Donning specialized glasses to inspect the gemstones, the steward cautiously picked one up, examining it closely, his expression growing increasingly astonished. The purity of this material, if fashioned into jewelry, would skyrocket in value. Having worked for the Qi family trading company for most of his life, he had never encountered such flawless gemstones. The value of this small pouch far exceeded 200,000 taels. Qi Yuan approached. Having grown up in the merchant guild, she was familiar with discerning the value of certain items. Upon witnessing the old steward holding an entire bag of such precious gems, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she cast a quizzical glance at Ning Yeqing. It turned out that Sister Luo's husband was a scion of a wealthy family. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, these gems are more than sufficient to purchase this residence. But I cannot accept them. Qi Yuan took the entire bag of gems and returned it to Ning Yeqing. Sister Luo saved my life, so let this residence serve as my token of gratitude for her life-saving grace. That cannot be. Luo Ruing attempted to refuse, but Ning Yeqing interjected, narrowing his eyes and smiling as he inquired Qi Yuan, if I am not mistaken, Miss Qi, you have a request to make? After Qi Yuan witnessed Luo Ruing's formidable prowess, her demeanor became notably more enthusiastic. Although part of this enthusiasm stemmed from admiration and gratitude, Ning Yeqing discerned hints of hesitation in her expression. It appeared that Qi Yuan was eager to ask for a favor from his wife. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruing turned her gaze toward Qi Yuan. Realizing she had been seen through, Qi Yuan no longer concealed her intentions and earnestly bowed before Luo Ruing. imploring, I indeed have a request. Sister Luo, I wish for you to save the Qi family. Save the Qi family? Luo Ruing asked, puzzled. Yes, Qi Yuan replied, her brows knitted in expression I am that I in just a few days. The Qi family will face off against the Jiang family in a commercial competition. This competition will determine the ownership of the various merchant guilds throughout Southly City. Once, the Qi and Jiang families each controlled half of the city's merchant guilds. However, in recent years, the Jiang family, bolstered by powerful backing, has aggressively expanded, forcibly seizing our Qi family's assets. Now, our control has dwindled to less than 30%. And you wish for me to save the Qi family? Luo Ring inquired. I implore you, Sister Luo, to represent the Qi family in the commercial competition, Qi Yuan earnestly requested. Conflicts often arose between merchant guilds, and once they escalated, they could lead to bloodshed or even extermination. Thus, a new solution to resolve disputes had been established, the commercial competition. When two guilds found themselves at an impasse, one party could challenge the other to a competition. Each guild would wager their stakes and appoint a representative cultivator to compete. The losing side would be obliged to fulfill their wager to the victors. This arrangement significantly mitigated the potential for clandestine violence between rival guilds. This proposal was put forth by an alliance known as the Treasure Merchant Alliance, which comprised numerous guilds striving for mutual assistance and responsible for mediating disputes to maintain stability within the alliance. To ensure fairness, representatives from the Treasure Merchant Alliance typically attended these competitions as witnesses. This time, the Qi family had proactively challenged the Jiang family to the competition, a decision born from years of oppression, as they gambled everything in hopes of reclaiming what they had lost. However, those who had initially agreed to fight on behalf of the Qi family either suddenly withdrew or met untimely deaths due to various accidents. After witnessing Luo Ruiying's extraordinary capabilities, Qi Yuan conceived the idea of entrusting her with the task. She had not intended to involve Luo Ruiying in the Qi versus Jiang dispute, especially considering the Jiang family's influential connections. Yet, feeling utterly helpless, she was compelled to seek Luo Ruiying's assistance. Very well. I shall represent the Qi family in the competition. Luo Ruiying pondered for a moment before gently nodding in agreement that on one hand, it served as compensation for accepting the residence. On the other, she felt that allowing the likes of Jiang Li to gain further power within the city would jeopardize the peace and happiness of its inhabitants. Thus, she was willing to help Qi Yuan through this perilous ordeal. Wonderful. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qi Yuan expressed her gratitude with a deep bow, feeling a tremendous weight lift from her heart. There is no need for thanks, Luo Ruiying replied, shaking her head. Consider it my compensation for accepting this residence. Sister Luo, I have one more request. Qi Yuan's expression became conflicted for a moment before she earnestly addressed Luo Ruiying. Could you take me as your disciple? I am willing to offer additional compensation. Qi Yuan had been deeply captivated by Luo Ruiying's elegant and resplendent figure since their first meeting. Although her family had long been engaged in commerce, she harbored dreams of cultivating her own path. Luo Ruiying, taken aback by Qi Yuan's request, looked at her in surprise before apologetically shaking her head. I am sorry, but I do not intend to take on disciples. She had chosen to reside here for a peaceful life and had no intention of accepting disciples. Moreover, she was still being pursued and was reluctant to involve others in her troubles. Very well. I apologize for disturbing you, Sister Luo, Qi Yuan replied, her expression heavy with disappointment. She had sought out many cultivators for guidance since childhood, yet had been turned away each time. The reason was her childhood injuries, which had left her meridians damaged and blocked, rendering her incapable of effective cultivation. Qi Yuan believed that Luo Ruiying must have seen through her condition and deemed her incapable of cultivating due to insufficient talent, thus declining her request. Sister Luo, if a person's meridians are damaged, does that mean they're doomed to a lifetime devoid of the cultivation path? Qi Yuan asked, her gaze filled with reluctant hope as she looked up at Luo Ruiying. Luo Ruiying discerned who Qi Yuan was referring to from her expression. Although she felt a twinge of sympathy, she replied earnestly, the meridians are the conduits through which cultivators absorb and channel the spiritual essence of the universe. They form the foundation of cultivation. Without the ability to draw in this essence, one cannot circulate spiritual energy within, and true cultivation becomes impossible that one's entire network of meridians is akin to the pathways to immortality. The denser and more expansive your meridians are, the further you can progress along the path of cultivation. Yes, that's so. It seems I am indeed fated to be devoid of the cultivation path in this lifetime. Qi Yuan responded, her expression growing increasingly despondent. Deep down, she had anticipated this outcome. She had long been aware of this notion and merely sought confirmation to finally relinquish her hopes. Then, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave, Qi Yuan said, preparing to turn and depart when she heard Ning Yechen's light laughter from behind her. While damaged meridians may hinder cultivation, they can be restored, can't they? At this revelation, Qi Yuan froze, turning around to gaze at Ning Yechen in astonishment. She understood this principle, of course. Yet how many individuals in the world could restore damaged meridians? She had never even heard of anyone capable of doing so. Yet Ning Yechen's words suggested he might have a solution. Brother Ning, can you truly help me restore my damaged meridians? Qi Yuan's heart ignited with hope, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Ning Yechen. A bit, Ning Yechen humbly replied, raising his chin slightly. Luo Ruiying, standing nearby, looked at Ning Yechen with surprise. It turned out he possessed medical knowledge and could heal damaged meridians? That was an extraordinary ability. In her previous life as an empress, she could have easily healed Qi Yuan's old injuries, but now she found herself powerless. Yet this ordinary man seemed to have a way. Upon reflection, she recalled how Ning Yechen had prepared medicinal porridge and effective healing concoctions during her own injuries. Perhaps he truly understood medicine. Brother Ning, please tell me what I need to do. Are there any medicinal materials I should prepare? Qi Yuan eagerly leaned closer to Ning Yechen, her eyes alight with fervor. She had never felt this excited before. Ning Yechen smiled and shook his head. You do not need to prepare anything. Just come inside, remove your clothes, and I will give you a few acupuncture treatments. Excuse me? As Ning Yechen's words fell, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. Now really? Qi Yuan's face flushed a deep crimson, her head lowering shyly, although she understood that Ning Yechen did not mean it in that manner. The thought of disrobing in front of a stranger was still a source of considerable embarrassment for her. Luo Ruiying furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ning Yechen, clearly displaying her displeasure. It suddenly dawned on Ning Yechen that his previous remark may have been ill-timed, prompting him to quickly approach Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongye, to explain, "My dear, please do not misunderstand. I meant to use silver needles to open her meridians and clear the pathways. I am well aware of that. I do not misunderstand anything." Luo Ruiying replied with a slight huff, turning her head away. Ning Yechen, sensing her irritation, inquired playfully, "Dear wife, are you upset?" He leaned closer to her, his shoulder brushing against hers, smiling as he asked, "I am not upset at all. Do not mistake me for a capricious and unreasonable woman," she retorted, casting him a sidelong glance before taking Luo Hongye from his arms and curtly stating, "Do you not possess the means to heal her? You should attend to her." Noticing that Luo Ruiying seemed to be sulking, Ning Yechen felt an inexplicable surge of pleasure after acknowledging her words. He stepped forward to Qi Yuan. "Miss Qi, please follow me." With that, he entered the room first. Qi Yuan, her cheeks still aflame, hesitated briefly before promptly following him inside. This was a rare opportunity, regardless of whether Ning Yechen could genuinely heal her damaged meridians. She had to seize it. This might very well be her last chance to embark on the path of cultivation in this lifetime. Upon entering the room, Qi Yuan stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen had already seated himself cross-legged on the bed and called out to her, "Why are you still standing there? Come closer. Just turn your back to me and remove your clothes." "Oh," Qi Yuan responded, her heart racing as she nervously climbed onto the bed, slowly shedding her garments while facing away from Ning Yechen. The act of undressing before an unfamiliar man filled her with embarrassment. However, in order to pursue her cultivation, she steeled herself and gradually revealed her back, in stark contrast to Qi Yuan's shyness. Ning Yechen remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil and composed, even as he gazed at her fair back. He felt no stirrings of interest. After all, in terms of both form and beauty, Qi Yuan paled in comparison to Luo Ruiying. He had encountered far more enchanting women and only felt a spark of interest when it came to his wife. Ning Yechen retrieved a set of silver needles from his robes and swiftly extracted a few, expertly inserting them into Qi Yuan's meridians on her back. In truth, whether Qi Yuan wore clothing or not was inconsequential to him. He could clearly perceive the flow of meridians and the condition of the dantian within any individual, even through their garments. The reason for requesting Qi Yuan to disrobe was merely to prevent Luo Ruiying from harboring suspicions. If he could accurately insert the needles through clothing, it would be too outrageous and likely raise doubts. In reality, he could heal Qi Yuan's meridians with just his fingers, rendering the needles unnecessary. The insertion of these needles was solely for the sake of appearances, to satisfy both Luo Ruiying and Qi Yuan. As Ning Yechen inserted the first needle into Qi Yuan's back, she couldn't help but emit a soft gasp at the slight sting. Meanwhile, outside the room, Luo Ruiying stood at the door, cradling Luo Hongya, her lips slightly pursed, her expression one of discontent. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of unhappiness. Turning her gaze toward the room, she hesitated, torn between curiosity and propriety. As a dignified empress of the celestial realm, it would be unbecoming to engage in an act of eavesdropping. After all, they were merely tending to injuries, and there was little for her to worry about. "Mother, what are father and that sister doing?" Luo Hongya asked, gazing up at Luo Ruiying with wide, innocent eyes. "Father is helping that sister with her injury," Luo Ruiying replied softly, a smile gracing her lips. Moments later, a soft gasp echoed from within the room. Luo Ruiying's eyes widened involuntarily, and she swiftly darted to the window, peering through the gap to observe the situation inside. She was merely curious about what transpired within. Concerned for their safety, this was certainly not an act of peeping, just a quick glance. Luo Hongya, nestled in her arms, blinked her large eyes, filled with innocent confusion. What is mother doing? Inside the room, each time Ning Yechen inserted a needle, Qi Yuan experienced a fleeting sting followed by a wave of warmth, unable to suppress a soft moan. This left Ning Yechen feeling somewhat awkward about continuing. "Miss Qi, please refrain from making peculiar sounds. Otherwise, my wife might misunderstand," he remarked, holding the silver needles with bemusement. He had sensed a pair of eyes fixed intently on him from outside the window, even if Luo Ruiying believed him to be merely a mortal. The blatant scrutiny was something anyone would notice. Yet, it seemed she remained oblivious to it. "I'm sorry. I will hold back." Qi Yuan blushed, tightly covering her mouth. She recognized that the sounds she had made were undeniably strange. However, she had no control over it. With each needle insertion, though there was a brief sting, it was quickly followed by an overwhelming sense of warmth and indescribable comfort. She was trying her utmost to restrain herself. Ning Yechen realized that if he continued this way, his wife would likely burst through the door at any moment. Therefore, he swiftly inserted the remaining needles into Qi Yuan's back all at once. This time, despite her clenched teeth, Qi Yuan could not contain herself, her face contorting in pain as she let out a cry, her body weakly collapsing forward onto the bed. After a moment, as Qi Yuan regained her composure, she realized that Ning Yechen had already removed all the needles from her back and was tidying up to leave the bed. "Ninggu, are you not going to continue? I can still endure," Qi Yuan anxiously asked, lifting her head. She had thought that Ning Yechen had stopped early, fearing she could not withstand any more. Ning Yechen smiled gently and replied, "Continue. It is already concluded." Qi Yuan responded, her brow furrowed in confusion. She then attempted to circulate her internal energy. The energy flowed through her body with remarkable ease, no longer obstructed as before. Her meridians had truly returned to their original state. Was this real? Qi Yuan's eyes widened with joy, her face a mask of disbelief. She had truly recovered. Her family had spent countless resources seeking various doctors and healers, all to no avail. Yet this man before her had resolved it with just a few needles. The speed was astonishing. It felt as if she had merely asked if it had started, only to be told it was already over. "Thank you, Ninggu." Qi Yuan, filled with excitement, leapt from her bed, eager to rush forward and express her gratitude to Ning Yechen. However, a graceful figure swiftly appeared before him, blocking her path. Miss Chi, your attire, Luo Ring gently reminded her. It was only then that Chi Yuan realized she was still clad in a thin, form-fitting white shirt, nearly committing an indiscretion before her elder brother Ning. Hastily, she shielded her body. Did I apologize, Sister Luo? I did not mean to. Chi Yuan blushed and hurriedly excused herself, turning to properly dress. During this time, Luo Ruiying cast a disapproving glance at Ning Yechen. Ning Yechen offered a wry smile, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He had done nothing wrong, nor had he looked. Once Chi Yuan was properly attired, Luo Ruiying approached her to check her pulse with meticulous care. Upon this examination, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. The meridians within Chi Yuan's body were truly unimpeded. How had he accomplished this? With just a few silver needles, he had successfully healed her entire meridian system. This was utterly astonishing. Initially, she had thought Ning Yechen merely an ordinary hunter from the mountains. Yet, witnessing him casually produce vast wealth and swiftly heal another's meridians left her utterly astounded. Thank you, Sister Luo and Brother Ning. Chi Yuan once again expressed her heartfelt gratitude towards both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Luo Ruiying had saved her life, and Ning Yechen had rekindled her hope for cultivation. Her heart brimmed with boundless appreciation for the two of them. There is no need for such thanks. Although your meridians have recovered, you will still need to nurture them carefully for a few days to regain your full strength. Here is a prescription along with the necessary materials. Follow the prescription and take them regularly over the next few days, and you will return to your former self, Ning Yechen said with a gentle smile. Producing some celestial herbs and a prescription from his robe, placing them into Chi Yuan's arms, as she gazed down at the prescription in her hands and the rare herbs bundled within. Her eyes widened in astonishment. These were exceedingly rare, celestial herbs. Each one held tremendous value. The prescription was unlike any she had ever encountered, yet her intuition told her it was undoubtedly correct. It seemed to be a remedy for nourishing the meridians. The worth of this prescription alone far exceeded that of this residence. And he had casually gifted it to her. Brother Ning, can I truly accept these? Chi Yuan stammered in disbelief. The value of these items was staggering. Ning Yechen nodded with a smile. You need these materials and the prescription now. Since I have given them to you, you may use them as you see fit. I am immensely grateful, Brother Ning. Chi Yuan could not help but bow deeply in appreciation, tears welling in her eyes. With these herbs and the prescription, not only did she have hope for her cultivation, but the Chi family business also had a new glimmer of hope. Brother Ning, may I ask a question? Why are you being so kind to me? After expressing her gratitude, Chi Yuan asked, puzzled. She had merely encountered Ning Yechen by chance outside the city. And this was their first meeting, yet she had received such unimaginable assistance that it is simply because you have treated my daughter well and made her happy, Ning Yechen replied with a gentle smile. The gifts he had bestowed upon Chi Yuan were trivial in comparison to the joy she had brought his daughter. This reason was entirely unexpected for Chi Yuan. She had merely brought some snacks to please Luo Hongye. Yet Ning Yechen had gone so far as to heal her meridians and bestow upon her precious, rare herbs and a prescription. His generosity far surpassed that of her own family. Indeed, both he and Sister Luo were extraordinary. Initially, she had thought Ning Yechen was just an ordinary mortal, devoid of any spiritual energy. Now she realized he was a true divine physician. Moreover, he came from a remarkably affluent background, exhibiting such lavish generosity. Then I shall take my leave. Sister Luo, Brother Ning, farewell. After accepting the herbs and prescription, Chi Yuan respectfully bowed to Ning Yechen and Luo Ring before departing the residence with a light-hearted step. She was eager to return home and study the prescription. Once Chi Yuan departed, Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow and turned to Ning Yechen, inquiring, why have I never heard of her medical expertise before? The tone and demeanor of Luo Ruiying made Ning Yechen feel as though he had been discovered hiding a secret stash of money, with his wife demanding an explanation. This sensation filled him with an inexplicable pressure, one he had never experienced even in the presence of numerous celestial emperors. My dear, if you did not ask, I would not have mentioned it, Ning Yechen said, slowly moving closer to Luo Ruiying, wearing an endearing smile. Luo Ruiying continued to scrutinize Ning Yechen with her examining gaze and asked, then why have you chosen to live in seclusion in the mountains? Ning Yechen's mind raced as he swiftly concocted a plausible explanation in a mere 0.0001 seconds. To be honest, my dear, I originally hailed from a very wealthy family, with countless family members, all of whom have been dedicated to medicine for generations, saving lives. Unfortunately, after encountering certain misfortunes, I became disheartened and chose to retreat to the mountains. Ning Yechen spoke passionately, almost to the point of tears. Upon hearing this, Luo Ying's doubts dissipated, and her expression softened considerably. She had not anticipated such a poignant and moving backstory. That I apologize. I should not have asked that. Luo Ying expressed with regret. It is no matter. I have long since let it go, as long as you are not angry with me, my dear. Ning Yechen replied, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and gazing deeply into her eyes. Luo Ying's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head away shyly. I am not angry. Really? Ning Yechen teased, while I was treating Miss Qi. Who was it that was sulking at the window? He pulled Luo Ying closer, a playful smile gracing his face. I was not sulking. I was merely worried that something might happen to you. Luo Ying stammered, her face turning crimson upon realizing she had been caught eavesdropping. At this moment, Ning Yechen drew nearer, their bodies almost touching, save for the small Luo Hongya cradled in his arms. Leaning close to Luo Ying's ear, he whispered, my dear, not only am I proficient in medicine, but I'm also quite skilled in massage. After a long day of toil, let me give you a massage. With that, he lifted Luo Ying and headed toward the bed. Wait a moment, Luo Ying exclaimed in a flustered panic. Yet fearing to resist too forcefully by the time she regained her composure, she found herself gently placed upon the bed. My dear, remove your clothing and turn over. I will ensure you feel quite comfortable. Ning Yechen softly urged in her ear. He carefully took Luo Hongya from her arms and set the small child down at his feet. Luo Ying's face flushed a deep red, and she anxiously inquired, why must I remove my clothes for a massage? Because I need to apply some medicinal liquid to help alleviate your fatigue. It is highly effective. Ning Yechen replied with utmost seriousness. Trust me to care for your body. Absolutely not. Luo Ying exclaimed, her voice laced with alarm. It certainly did not sound like a proper massage. Sigh. If my dear wife truly does not wish for it, then so be it. Ning Yechen sighed softly, his expression tinged with disappointment. This moment, Luo Ying felt a sudden pang of guilt. Ning Yechen had merely intended to provide her with comfort through a massage, and her outright rejection seemed to squander his good intentions. I still need to tidy up the room a bit, but just for a little while, Luo Ying conceded shyly. Her cheeks flushed. It was merely a massage after all. He was her husband, and it was only natural for him to touch her body. There was no need for her to resist so vehemently. Not a problem. Leave it to your husband, my dear. Ning Yechen exclaimed, his earlier disappointment vanishing in an instant upon hearing Luo Ying's agreement. Luo Ying suddenly felt a sense of being deceived. This fellow had feigned his earlier gloom, hadn't he? However, her words were out now, and retracting them would be awkward. With her back turned to Ning Yechen, Luo Ying slowly loosened the satin ribbon at her waist, allowing her ethereal dress to slip down slightly, revealing her delicate, slender curves and skin as soft as freshly fallen snow. That moment, she wore only a fitted, white floral bodice. Blushing deeply, she cast a furtive glance at Ning Yechen before gradually reclining onto the bed. Just for a little while, she reiterated, not a problem. Ning Yechen replied enthusiastically, his hands already coated with medicinal oil, gently pressing against Luo Ying's back. His palms glided over her smooth, delicate skin, the cool, silky oil spreading across her back, his fingers alternating between firm pressure and gentle kneading. Luo Ying closed her eyes in bliss, unable to suppress a soft, enticing moan as he applied pressure to various points along her waist. Realizing the sound that had escaped her lips, she quickly covered her mouth in shock, her face burning with embarrassment. How could she have made such a sound? The child was still by the bedside. It was all this man's fault. She hadn't anticipated that his massage technique would be so remarkable. Each area he pressed felt extraordinarily comfortable. When his fingertips glided over her back, A tingling sensation coursed through her entire body. Despite the comfort, Luo Ruiying bit down hard on her silver teeth. Determined to remain silent, just as she felt she could no longer endure, she finally spoke in a soft, delicate voice. Okay, that's enough, why dear, we've only just begun. Ning Yechen increased the pressure slightly. Luo Ruiying's soft form responded with a wave of heat, the sensation not painful, but surprisingly pleasurable. Unconsciously, she surrendered to the experience, allowing Ning Yechen's hands to roam freely over her body. Moments later, her cheeks flushed with a captivating hue, her lips parted, breathing in soft gasps, her expression dreamy and alluring. Ning Yechen found himself entranced, seemingly having pressed a bit too fervently. Yet his wife's current state was indeed captivating. He instinctively leaned closer to her cheek. Luo Ruiying's heart raced wildly, yet she still slightly raised her head, indicating her lack of intent to refuse. Ning Yechen, experiencing an unprecedented flutter of emotions, cautiously inched closer. Just as their lips drew near, ready to meet, a voice suddenly broke through the moment. Daddy only plays with Mommy. I want to play with Daddy and Mommy too, Luo Hongye pouted, her chubby little face reaching up for a hug. Bouncing excitedly at Ning Yechen's feet, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying snapped back to reality, frozen at a fist's distance apart. They exchanged glances, and Luo Ruiying was the first to awkwardly turn her face away. Ning Yechen felt a deep sense of regret. Why, little darling, if only you had been a moment later. The perfect moment had slipped away. Clearing his throat, Ning Yechen quickly bent down to scoop up Luo Hongye. Gazing at her adorable, pouting face, and soothingly said, all right, we'll play together, you and Daddy and Mommy. Ning Yechen began to tickle Luo Hongye's sides, causing her to burst into laughter, squirming joyfully in his embrace, her earlier discontent forgotten. Once Luo Ruiying had dressed, she looked at the cheerful father and daughter duo, a smile of affection gracing her lips as she joined in their playful antics. The three of them frolicked on the bed until evening, completely forgetting about tidying up the house. When they finally remembered, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged a helpless smile. They both got up to begin cleaning, with Luo Hongye understandingly joining in to help. With Luo Ruiying's proficiency, the entire residence was soon spotless. All the furniture floated gracefully back to its rightful place. Luo Hongye, on her tiptoes, placed the last small candle on the table, then turned to Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen, beaming, and asked, is it all clean? Did I help Daddy and Mommy? Of course, you did great, Luo Ruiying praised, her face glowing with love as she lifted Luo Hongye in her arms, although with her tiny stature and strength, she could hardly contribute much. Her eagerness to help was commendable. Receiving praise, Luo Hongye nestled happily in Luo Ruiying's embrace. Noticing the sweat on Luo Hongye's brow, Luo Ruiying suggested, you've worked up quite a sweat. Dear, how about Mommy takes you for a bath? Yes, Luo Hongye exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Then she quickly turned to Ning Yechen. Daddy, come too. I want to bathe with Daddy and Mommy, Luo Ruiying. Ning Yechen. At Luo Hongye's words, both Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen froze in place, exchanging bewildered glances. Ning Yechen felt a surge of delight within, silently exclaiming, truly my little treasure. That is not possible. Oh dear. Luo Ruiying quickly regained her composure, offering an awkward smile to Luo Hongye in her arms. Bathing together with Ning Yechen, being so open with each other, she wasn't quite ready for that yet. Why not, Mommy? You promised me that next time you would bathe with Daddy and me. I want to bathe with both of you. Can I, Mommy? Upon hearing this, Luo Hongye's mouth turned down slightly, her bright, clear eyes filled with disappointment. Luo Ruiying did not wish to let Luo Hongye down, but felt too embarrassed, so she sought a reasonable excuse. Oh dear, it's not that Mommy is unwilling to bathe with you and Daddy. I actually want it very much. It's just that our bathtub is too small to fit 3 people. Earlier, while tidying up, she had peeked into the bathroom. The tub there was not particularly large, and squeezing 3 people in would be quite a tight fit. This was one of the reasons she had to decline. However, as soon as Luo Ruiying finished explaining, Ning Yechen suddenly vanished from sight. Just moments later, he returned with a smile, giving a thumbs up and saying, don't worry, my dear. I just found a larger bathtub in another room and have already set it up. when Luo Ring mentioned the bathtub being too small. He had dashed out to buy an extra-large one and set it up in no time. Really? Luo Ring exclaimed, taken aback. She had searched through all the rooms while tidying and had seen no such oversized bathtub. Had she missed it somehow? If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself, Ning Yechen smiled. How could he let such a rare opportunity to bathe with his wife and child slip away? Luo Ruiying, filled with uncertainty, cradled Luo Hongye as they entered the bathing room, to her astonishment. The previously modest bathtub had vanished, replaced by an enormous tub that resembled a small pool, nearly dominating the entire space. Truly, there exists a tub of such grand proportions, and when did you manage to change it? It was far too swift. She hadn't even noticed. Luo Ruiying gazed in disbelief at Ning Yechen. Observing his expression brimming with anticipation and smug satisfaction, she had an unsettling feeling that perhaps he had been preparing for this from the very start. What was she to do now? It seemed there was no reasonable justification for her to refuse. Luo Ruiying stood frozen, her mind racing, yet she could conceive no other excuse to decline. Luo Hong had joyfully pointed at the grand bath. Turning to Luo Ruiying with a radiant smile, "Mother, it's so big here. Now you can bathe with father every night, yay." Luo Ruiying, with a bittersweet smile, Luo Ruiying turned around, only to discover that, at some point, Ning Yechen had shed his garments. He was now clad only in a pristine pair of underpants, revealing a robust and graceful physique. "W, what are you doing?" Suddenly stripping again. Luo Ruiying exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, diverting her gaze in embarrassment. She hadn't even realized he had disrobed. "My dear, what are you saying? Bathing naturally requires one to undress. Come on, you should also take off your clothes. The water has already been heated," Ning Yechen declared with righteous fervor. With that, he stepped into the tub, submerging himself in the warm water. He had taken mere seconds to transform the bath, laying a bed of self-heating stones at the bottom, which continuously generated heat. Just a splash of water, and the tub would soon resemble a luxurious hot spring. Luo Ruiying had not anticipated Ning Yechen's promptness. He had even prepared the water ahead of time. She hadn't even had the chance to concoct an excuse while waiting for the water to heat. "Mother, I want to play in the water too," Luo Hongye exclaimed eagerly, pointing at the tub. Luo Ruiying sighed softly, forgoing her search for excuses, and after helping Luo Hongye out of her clothes, gently placed her into the bath. The moment Luo Hongye entered the water, she gleefully splashed about. Ning Yechen took her little hand, encouraging her to try swimming on the surface. Luo Hongye kicked her feet excitedly, reveling in the joy of play. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Ruiying with a smile, asking, "Aren't you joining us, my dear?" Luo Ruiying stood at the edge of the tub, watching the delightful scene between father and daughter. After a moment's hesitation, she finally pursed her lips and, turning her back to Ning Yechen, began to disrobe. Having just had a medicinal ointment applied to her back, she could no longer endure the stickiness and decided not to resist any longer. As her ethereal dress fell to the ground, a delicate and enchanting figure revealed itself to Ning Yechen's gaze at that moment. Luo Ruiying was clad only in her undergarments and a modest bodice, exposing large swathes of her pristine skin. While the loose-fitting bodice did little to conceal her alluring silhouette, Ning Yechen was momentarily entranced, his eyes wide, utterly captivated by her beauty, whether it was the steam from the bath or her own shyness. Luo Ruiying's cheeks turned a soft shade of pink, glistening droplets cascading down her face, rendering her exquisite. She shot a playful glare at the entranced Ning Yechen, gathering her hair with one hand while covering her chest with the other. She slowly dipped her foot into the water as she submerged herself. Luo Ruiying appeared somewhat anxious and uneasy, maintaining a distance from Ning Yechen, though her beautiful eyes frequently cast furtive glances in his direction. Ning Yechen noted every detail with amusement. His wife was truly adorable. Despite being an empress of the celestial realm, she remained bashful, as if she had never before seen a man's physique. Her curiosity prompting her to steal glances. When their eyes met, Luo Ruiying quickly averted her gaze, feigning interest in Luo Hongye, as she called out, "Hongye, come here. Mother will help you bathe." "Okay," Luo Hongye replied cheerfully. Splashing her way over to Luo Ruiying, with practiced ease, Luo Ring began to wash Luo Hongya's hair. The little girl, shutting her eyes in contentment, wore a blissful smile as she settled before her mother. Just as Luo Ruiying was tending to Luo Hongya's hair, Ning Yeqing stealthily approached from behind. Startled, Luo Ruiying turned, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" "My dear, remain still that I shall wash your hair," Ning Yeqing replied, drawing closer to her back as he gently removed the hairpin from her hair. Her lustrous locks cascaded down, floating upon the surface of the water. Ning Yeqing tenderly took a strand of her hair in his hands, meticulously combing through it. The silky strands felt exquisite to the touch, akin to fine satin, evoking a desire to linger. As Luo Ring realized he was genuinely only combing her hair, her tension eased, and a faint smile graced her lips as she allowed him to continue. Silently, she chided herself. "Honestly, I hadn't intended to wash my hair today. In the bathing pool." Luo Ring tended to Luo Hongya, while Ning Yeqing styled Luo Ring's hair, creating a scene of harmonious tranquility among the three. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached for Luo Ruiying's back, causing her to stiffen as if struck by lightning. She gasped, "What are you doing?" "I'm simply washing your back, my dear." "No, that's unnecessary. I can manage myself." Luo Ruiying protested vehemently. Yet Ning Yeqing's hands had already found their way to her back, eliciting playful protests within the steamy room. "Wait, I sent this a back rub. Why are you touching the front?" In the demon realm, within the opulent demon lord's palace, 12 demon generals sat around a lavish round table, each displaying expressions of dejection and disappointment. There was still no word regarding the whereabouts of the demon sovereign. "I have sent people into the celestial realm, yet there is no news of the demon sovereign. Ever since the demon sovereign appeared in the celestial realm once, there's been no further information." "Sigh, where has the demon sovereign gone?" The demon generals exchanged words, sharing their recent findings, all leading to the same conclusion. They remained at an impasse. The demon sovereign seemed to have vanished without a trace, making him exceedingly difficult to locate. They had been searching for over 100 years. Just when they thought they had a lead, they still could not ascertain his next movements. A hulking figure, scarred and exuding a wild aura, spoke up. "I've heard that the demon sovereign visited the heavenly Tao Emperor's palace twice. Why not let me storm the celestial realm and interrogate that old coot Tian Dao? That would undoubtedly reignite the celestial demon war. You fool! Do you truly believe that all those ancient beings in the celestial realm have perished?" The golden-haired woman, her fingers twirling a golden halo, shot a disdainful glance at the burly man. "Let us fight if you dare. Is the one known as the Queen of Severed Heads afraid?" The burly man retorted angrily. "Afraid? What nonsense! My name echoed throughout the celestial realm long before you were even born. In the demon realm, to be mocked as weak and cowardly was the utmost insult, tarnishing their honor." Upon hearing the taunt from Kuang Xiao, the golden-haired woman, enraged, tied her hair up high and rose to confront him. Kuang Xiao, unwilling to back down, slammed his hands on the table, shattering it to pieces as he stood in fury. The two glared at each other, tension palpable in the air. The other demon generals, however, remained unfazed, accustomed to such occurrences that a few attendants skillfully brought in a new table to replace the destroyed one. Enough. With the demon sovereign absent, have you all become so unruly? I have reminded you countless times not to destroy the tables. In the darkened hall, a chilling voice emerged, causing both Kuang Xiao and Qi Huan to display expressions of fear as they reluctantly returned to their original positions. That a woman of graceful demeanor and ethereal beauty, her cold and haunting visage captivating, slowly stepped forth from the shadows with an air of dignified elegance. Left protector, the crowd reverently addressed her upon her arrival. This woman was Yu Qingyu, one of the two revered protectors of the demon realm, second only to the demon sovereign in rank. She not only served as the protector of the demon sovereign, but also held the title of the realm's president, overseeing many matters within the demon realm. During the absence of the demon sovereign, she was the one who maintained the operations of the entire realm. Her power and status surpassed those of the 13 demon generals. Yu Qingyu's cold, beautiful eyes swept over the assembled crowd, only to notice an empty seat, prompting her to furrow her brow and inquire, "Where is Night God gone? Why has he not attended the demon sovereign's meeting?" I believe I heard he went to the human realm in search of clues regarding the demon sovereign. Another woman, tall and poised, with an icy demeanor, interjected. She possessed a skin as fair as jade and a countenance devoid of warmth. Her emotionless gaze betraying no hint of sentiment, cradling a long blade exceeding 2 meters in length upon her shoulder. Fetch him back. The demon sovereign's meeting cannot proceed without him. Upon hearing that night god was seeking the demon sovereign's whereabouts, Yu Qingyo's furrowed brow softened as she commanded, "In no need, I have returned." Just then, night god emerged from the darkness on the other side, offering a respectful greeting to Yu Qingyu. "Night god, you must understand the significance of the demon sovereign's meeting. Do you not?" Yu Qingyu regarded him with a hint of reproach in her voice. Her attention then shifted to the wound on his chest, causing her to frown deeply. "You are injured?" The others shared expressions of astonishment, their disbelief palpable. Night god, as the commander of the first demon god legion among the 13, was renowned for his formidable strength. It had been ages since anyone had witnessed him wounded. Glancing at his chest wound, night god dismissed it nonchalantly, saying, "It is merely a trivial injury, not a punishment I inflicted upon myself." "Punishment?" Yu Qingyu questioned, bewildered. Who in the demon realm could punish night god? Night god offered no response, instead placing his hand over his heart and addressing Yu Qingyu with solemnity. "I respectfully report to you, Left Protector, that I have encountered the demon sovereign." Instantly, all eyes in the room fixated on night god, and the crowd rose in excitement, clamoring, "What? You have seen the demon sovereign? Speak quickly. Where is the demon sovereign now? How is he? Has he returned? Where did you meet him?" Amidst the fervent inquiries, night god found no opportunity to speak. Silence. Thankfully, Yu Qingyu stepped forward, commanding the surrounding crowd to quiet down. In the current demon realm, only she could exert such authority over the 13 demon gods that, in a swift motion, Yu Qingyu stood before night god, gazing at him intently as she urgently asked, "Have you located the demon sovereign?" "Yes. Where is the demon sovereign?" "The demon sovereign is currently concealed within the human realm, in the human realm." Yu Qingyu murmured softly, realization dawning upon her that the demon sovereign had been hiding there all along. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what their demon sovereign could possibly be doing in the human realm. "What of the demon sovereign? Did he not return with you?" Yu Qingyu glanced behind night god, her expression reflecting displeasure. This was the question on everyone's minds. "The demon sovereign did not come back with me," night god replied, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Then you must bring him back, even if it means binding him," Yu Qingyu exclaimed in frustration. After finally discovering the whereabouts of the demon sovereign, if he were to escape again, who knew when they would find him once more? "I dare not defy the demon sovereign," night god stated, his tone filled with helplessness. In the entire demon realm, aside from Yu Qingyu, there was no one else who would dare speak to the demon sovereign in such a manner. Moreover, he was no match for the demon sovereign. Yu Qingyu understood this well and did not truly blame night god. Her anger stemmed from the fear of missing this opportunity to welcome back the demon sovereign. "Tell me where the demon sovereign is. I shall go find him myself," Yu Qingyu insisted, her resolve unwavering. "Left Protector, the demon sovereign instructed us not to disturb his current life." Night god hesitated before responding. "Why? Could it be that the demon sovereign truly intended to sever ties with the demon realm?" Yu Qingyu's expression fell, her fists clenched in frustration. The demon sovereign had said such a thing. If she were to seek him out again, it would imply defiance against his wishes. The other demon gods also bowed their heads in dejection. Yet night god, instead, revealed a faint smile, continuing, "The demon sovereign has not abandoned us. He simply has more important matters to attend to." More important matters? What could possibly be more significant than the entire demon realm? The crowd questioned, their faces etched with confusion. Night god closed his eyes momentarily, a slight smile gracing his stern features as he announced a momentous revelation. "The demon sovereign has wed. The demon sovereign has married." The moment this news reached the ears of the gathered assembly, astonishment swept through them, leaving them speechless and incredulous. it was known that their demon sovereign had never shown interest in women during his reign, having exhibited no inclination towards romantic pursuits. Yet now they were suddenly informed that their most revered demon sovereign had taken a wife. Is this true, night god? Even Yu Qingyu, who was typically composed and aloof, could not contain her excitement as she pressed for confirmation. The others, too, fixed their gaze upon night god, eagerly awaiting his response. I would never dare deceive the left protector. This matter was conveyed to me directly by the demon sovereign, night god affirmed with gravity. Yu Qingyu was momentarily taken aback before her excitement surged, her hands instinctively covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The demon sovereign has finally awakened to the idea of marriage. She was overwhelmed with emotion, having awaited this moment for centuries. The demon sovereign had finally established a family. From the onset, she had stood by the demon sovereign's side, aiding him in unifying the demon realm, vanquishing all opposition, and even ascending to the celestial realm to partake in the war between celestial beings and demons. After the battle concluded, she remained devotedly at his side, supporting him. Under the demon sovereign's rule, the demon realm flourished like never before, and her only remaining wish was to witness the demon sovereign marry and carry on his lineage. However, the demon sovereign had seemed disinterested in women, wholly focused on strengthening the realm and pursuing power. She had once assembled 30,000 beauties from the demon realm to supplement the demon sovereign's harem, only to have them dismissed the following day. The demon sovereign had even lectured her on the matter, which had left her quite distressed. The continuation of the demon sovereign's bloodline was of utmost importance to the realm. Now, hearing that the demon sovereign had married, she was utterly ecstatic and deeply moved, her tears flowing freely like a breached dam. The others, too, reached for their own eyes to wipe away tears or wore expressions of heartfelt joy. Night God touched himself, wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Even the coldest among them could not help but shed tears. They had awaited this moment for far too long. Had anyone from outside the demon realm witnessed the scene of its high-ranking figures moved to tears, they would surely be left in shock. These notorious figures, known for their ruthless deeds and mercilessness, were now shedding tears. Congratulations, Left Protector! In the aftermath of the grand celebration welcoming the Demon Lord, the assembled crowd expressed their heartfelt congratulations to Yu Qingyu. The reason for their joyous greetings was simple: the marriage of Ning Yeching. When asked about her feelings towards the esteemed Demon Lord, Yu Qingyu had once responded with a gaze filled with affection and admiration, stating, "The Demon Lord possesses unparalleled strength, yet he does not exhibit the cruelty of his predecessors. Instead, he embodies reason and wisdom, striving to transform the chaotic realm of demons, enveloping his subjects in boundless compassion and love." Having followed the Demon Lord since childhood, she had witnessed his ascent to the apex of the demon world. He was, in her eyes, the sole sovereign of the realm, her king, and her child. "I shall dedicate everything to serve the Demon Lord." Indeed, this woman referred to the Demon Lord as her child, a title she alone was worthy of in the demon realm. Yu Qingyu held a unique position. She was the second guardian, second only to the Demon Lord, overseeing all matters within the demon world. Additionally, she served as the Demon Lord's personal attendant, responsible for his daily needs. Beyond that, she was the only one audacious enough to constantly offer suggestions to the Demon Lord, even urging him to consider marriage in front of others on multiple occasions, that if he returned late. She would inquire about his whereabouts. When the Demon Lord occasionally lingered in bed, she would insistently rouse him. The Demon Lord, in turn, exhibited remarkable tolerance towards her, acknowledging that calling her mother was not an exaggeration. Despite her seeming youthfulness, the Demon Lord's marriage marked the resolution of an exceedingly significant matter for Yu Qingyu. As the crowd began to calm their excitement, Yi Tianxian announced even more thrilling news to the second guardian. "The Demon Lord is not only married but is now nurturing a child." "What? A child already? Why was this not mentioned sooner? How old is the child? Is it a prince or a princess?" Yu Qingyu exclaimed, grasping Yi Tianxian's collar, her emerald eyes brimming with surprise and excitement. Others shared in her enthusiasm, eagerly looking towards Yi Tianxian. "The Demon Lord has indeed mentioned a little princess, though I have not seen her personally, so I cannot say how old she is." Yi Tianxin replied. How utterly useless. Yu Qingyu released her grip in exasperation. Such crucial news should not have gone unannounced, without knowledge of the child's age. How could she prepare suitable clothing and gifts? Nonetheless, the revelation of the Demon Lord's offspring filled Yu Qingyu with overwhelming joy. The Demon Lord now had a successor, and perhaps in the future, she could assist the little princess? Quickly, spread the news of our little princess's arrival throughout the demon realm. From this day forth, let there be grand celebrations. Yu Qingyu instructed the crowd. She was determined to announce the arrival of the little princess to the entire realm. However, Yi Tianxin voiced his opposition. Second Guardian, I do not agree with this course of action. Why? Yu Qingyu asked, her brow furrowing in displeasure that why Yi Tianxin's expression turned grave as he recounted how his subordinate, Yi Zheng, had been incited by a mysterious individual to attack the Demon Lord's wife and child. Upon hearing this, the mood in the grand hall shifted, with a palpable aura of dread overtaking the assembly. Yu Qingyu's face hardened, and with a mere gesture, she shattered the round table into fragments, causing the very air to tremble. How dare anyone lay a hand on the wife and child of our Demon Lord? She declared fiercely, Find them. I want names. Whoever is responsible will wish for death. Yi Tianxin, your subordinate Yi Zheng has offended the Demon Lord, and his punishment should be death. However, since the Demon Lord has personally chosen to forgive him, we shall let it be. But remember, there shall be no next time. You and your subordinates both? Yu Qingyu's emerald eyes gleamed with cold fire, her terrifying presence overshadowing everyone present, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Yes, understood, Yi Tianxin replied solemnly. Bowing deeply, he too felt immense guilt over his subordinate's transgression against the Demon Lord. Even if Yu Qingyu were to execute him now, he would harbor no resentment. Yu Qingyu gradually tempered her murderous intent and decided against announcing the little princess to the entire demon realm. Not knowing the identity of the assailants, making the news public could potentially bring trouble to the Demon Lord. And one is to speak of the little princess's existence, she commanded. Since there are those who dare to threaten the wife and child, I will not stand idly by. However, one person timidly raised a hand and spoke, but the Demon Lord has instructed us not to disturb his life. Yu Qingyu smiled slightly, saying, I am aware that the Demon Lord's orders must not be defied. As long as we do not disrupt his life, I will find a way. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Luo Ruiying sat at a stone table outside, her knees resting on a yarn ball, diligently knitting a sweater with her needles. Days had passed since their relocation to Nanli City, and with the advent of winter, heavy snowfall had transformed the weather into a chilly affair. Inspired, she decided to personally knit a sweater for Luo Hongye. Although she could have easily used her spiritual power to complete the task more swiftly, she felt something was lacking and chose to do it by hand instead. She resolved to create one for him as well. However, as she began to work, it became apparent that the task was more challenging than she had anticipated. As the Empress of the Celestial Realm, her pride would not allow her to give up easily. Instead, it ignited her competitive spirit, reinforcing her determination to knit the sweater herself. Surely, as the Empress, if I can learn to cook, I can master knitting, she thought, with the tutorial sent by Qi Yuan in hand. She attempted to follow along. In recent days, Qi Yuan had frequently visited, bringing various items, including the knitting tutorial she had requested. As a novice at knitting, Luo Ruiying was far from proficient, often glancing back at the instructions while trying to keep pace with her hands. Meanwhile, Ning Yeqing and Luo Hongye were engaged in a playful snowball fight in the courtyard. Having never seen snow before, Luo Hongye was elated by the sight of the delicate flakes falling from the sky, her tiny feet crunching in the snow. Daddy, is this snow? She asked, cupping a handful of snow in her palms, her large, innocent eyes filled with curiosity. Yes, my dear Yi, this is snow. Oh, you like it? Ning Yeqing asked, lifting Luo Hongye into his arms and holding her close. I like it. Luo Hongye beamed up at him, her smile reminiscent of a crescent moon. My daughter is truly adorable. Ning Yeqing couldn't help but gently pinch her chubby cheeks. Luo Hongye giggled with a playful laugh, her innocence endearing her even more. Let Daddy teach you how to make a snowman. What is a snowman, Daddy? Luo Hongye asked, her eyes wide with wonder. A A snowman is when you take the snow in your hands and mold it into the shape of a person. Now, let Daddy show you. With that, Ning Yicheng stood up and began rolling snowballs in the courtyard. Soon crafting one large and one small ball, but he placed the smaller snowball atop the larger one, adorning it with a charming face. Ta-da! This is your snowman. Yee. Oh, Daddy, you're amazing. Luo Hongye clapped her hands in delight. Eager to roll her own snowballs, I want to make a snowman too. With the petite frame of Luo Hongye, it was evidently impossible for her to construct a snowman of similar size to Ning Yicheng. Naturally, Ning Yicheng joined in the merriment. The father and daughter rolled snowballs together in the courtyard. Luo Ruiying, observing the playful duo as they frolicked past her, couldn't help but smile with a mixture of helplessness and affection. Soon enough, Luo Hongye and Ning Yicheng had collaboratively built a sizable snowman. However, Luo Hongye did not cease her efforts. Instead, she commenced rolling another snowball. Yay, do you wish to continue building snowmen? Ning Yicheng inquired with a chuckle, surprised by Luo Hongye's enthusiasm for the activity. Now we have a snowman for Ye and Baba, but we still need one for Mama. Luo Hongye replied gleefully. This response took Ning Yicheng completely off guard, as did Luo Ming, who had been diligently knitting nearby. They exchanged a glance, both wearing smiles of contentment. This child truly understands, Ning Yicheng remarked. Very well. Baba will assist Ye. He continued to help Luo Hongye construct yet another snowman. 3 snowmen stood proudly in the courtyard, with 2 larger ones flanking a smaller one in the center, all appearing as if they were holding hands with wooden sticks in their grasp. After finishing the snowman, Luo joyously positioned herself in front of it. Ning Yicheng noticed her little hands, flushed with cold, and tenderly gathered her into his embrace, holding her hands within his own. Given Luo Hongye's unique constitution, she did not truly feel cold. Her hands were merely a tad rosy. Baba, your hands are so warm. Luo Hongye beamed while nestled in Ning Yicheng's arms, feeling the comforting warmth flowing from his palms into her body. That's because Baba is keeping Ye warm. Ning Yicheng replied with a gentle smile, his gaze drifting to the elegant figure of Luo Ring seated nearby, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. The corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Ye, shall we go to Mama for warmth? Luo Hongye nodded enthusiastically. Ning Yicheng quietly approached Luo Ruiying from behind while cradling Luo Hongye, and he slipped her cool little hand into the nape of Luo Ruiying's neck. Luo Ruiying shivered, turning to confront the mischievous pair with a mock glare directed at Ning Yicheng. You rascal. Gently taking Luo Hongye's chilly hand, Luo Ruiying decided to take her into her own arms, settling the child on her lap and tucking her little hand into her warm clothing. Mama is warm inside too, Luo Hongye exclaimed, snuggling against her mother. Ning Yicheng had initially intended to play a prank on Luo Ruiying, but he anticipated her instinctively embracing the child, effectively allowing her hand to slip into her clothing. Darling, Ning Yicheng called softly from the side. Luo Ruiying turned her head in puzzlement towards him. Actually, my hands are a bit cold too, Ning Yicheng said with a serious expression. Luo Ruiying blinked in surprise, her cheeks gradually flushing, and she pointed towards the interior of the house. There's a stove inside. You should put your hands by it. This man, always so frivolous, alas, Ning Yicheng sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. He had anticipated such a response. His wife was a tad biased. Why was it that the child could slip her hands in, yet he could not? Luo Ruiying cast a sidelong glance at Ning Yicheng, a smirk playing at her lips as she extended her hand. Tea would take too long to go to the stove now. Just hold my hand, Ning Yicheng quickly replied, cooling his palms in secret before clasping her hand. He had to retract his previous statement. Indeed, his wife was considerate. Earlier, he had warmed his hands for Luo Hongye, but now, to hold Luo Ming's hand, he had to chill them again to avoid giving himself away. As Luo Ming felt the coolness of his hands enveloping hers, she realized just how cold they had become. How could she have said his hands were warm? She pondered, yet did not dwell on it, instead channeling her energy to warm Ning Yicheng's hands. Ning Yicheng held Luo Ruiying's hands against his cheek, a look of fulfillment gracing his features. Her hands were warm and soft. Just then, a gentle knock echoed from outside the courtyard. Is someone here? Luo Ruiying inquired, rising with Luo Hongya in her arms to open the door. Outside stood two men and a woman. One of the men was broad-shouldered and handsome, sporting a charmingly goofy smile. The other man had long, silvery hair and an equally refined appearance. The woman, slender and graceful, possessed striking beauty. The trio, clad in modest attire, bowed respectfully to Luo Ruing, greeting her, "Greetings, madam." They were none other than the Chaos Demon Ox, Titan, Giant Ape, and Sky-Eating Serpent from the Demon Domain Forest. Until now, they had retained their semi-demon forms, but this marked their first complete transformation into human appearance before her. "Madam," Luo Ruing stammered, taken aback as she gazed at the trio. She had never encountered them before. Why were they suddenly addressing her as madam? Just as she was about to inquire whether they had mistaken her for someone else, Ning Yeching stepped forward, smiling. "You've arrived." The three beings bowed in greeting. "Greetings, young master, young master." Luo Ruing turned to Ning Yeching. Puzzled, he nodded and explained, "Darling, they are former servants of our household. Since we plan to stay here, I summoned them to assist you with household chores. You may freely instruct them regarding any domestic matters." Today's visit from the Chaos Demon Ox trio had been prearranged by Ning Yeching. That a few days prior, he had casually fabricated a background story for Luo Ruing, allowing him to reasonably integrate the trio into their home as guards while also handling household tasks. This way, his wife could have more time to herself, while Luo Ruing did not feel a need for additional servants. Believing she could manage everything herself, she ultimately accepted their presence upon learning they were former servants of their household. After all, there were plenty of vacant rooms. Leaving them unoccupied would be wasteful. "Please come in," Luo Ruing said, smiling as she stepped aside to allow the Chaos Demon Ox trio to enter the courtyard. Luo Hongya, nestled in her mother's embrace, remained timid, casting furtive glances at the newcomers. "Hello, young lady," the Sky-Eating Serpent greeted warmly, raising a hand in salutation. She was to be their future little princess. It was imperative to establish a good rapport. "Hello, brother and sister," Luo Hongya replied shyly, but politely. Her voice soft and timid, which struck a chord in the hearts of the Sky-Eating Serpent trio. This was their first encounter with Ning Yeching's daughter, and they had previously been too intimidated to even glance her way. How remarkably well-behaved and polite she was. Could she truly be the daughter of that formidable individual? The mere thought of Ning Yeching sent shivers of fear through them. Yet here stood Luo Hongya, so small and adorable, her timid demeanor igniting a desire to protect her. She was utterly different from her father. Of course, they only dared to think such thoughts in the privacy of their minds. Should their master learn of their sentiments, it would spell their doom. Once inside the courtyard, Luo Ruing guided the trio to 3 adjacent rooms. "This will be your room from now on." "Yes, madam." The 3 of them, the heavenly devouring serpent, bowed respectfully in response. Although they had never served as attendants before, upon hearing that Ning Yeching wanted them to masquerade as servants at his side, they spent the night poring over numerous books on the self-cultivation of attendants. They even discreetly observed how the servants of affluent families conducted themselves, all in a bid to ensure flawless execution without the slightest hint of a flaw. By the way, I still do not know your names," said Luo Ruing with a light laugh as she arranged the rooms. Even though she had once been an empress, residing in the celestial palace, she still made it a point to inquire about the names of the female attendants around her. She never imposed harshness upon them. Even when they erred, she would generally choose to overlook their mistakes, never making things difficult. Each attendant was treated with the utmost respect when the 3 of them were asked for their names. They were momentarily taken aback. Oh no, they had not even considered their names. Having secluded themselves in the Demon Domain Forest for centuries, dedicated solely to their cultivation, they had never given a thought to names. Observing the trio's sudden daze and their inability to articulate their names, Luo Ruing's expression shifted to one of puzzlement. What is the fuss over a name? Why does it require such deliberation? Sensing Luo Ruing's rising suspicion, the heavenly devouring serpent hurriedly concocted names. "I am Mengniu, I am Bai Yuan, and this servant is Kai Se.hm. Mengniu, Bai Yuan, Kai Se." Luo Ruing furrowed her brows slightly, finding their names rather peculiar. The heavenly devouring serpent swallowed hard. their hearts racing that if they messed this up, that esteemed individual would surely flay them alive. Fortunately, Ning Yechen stepped in to clarify. My lady, they are actually named Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Seidao. Luo Ruing nodded with a smile. No longer suspicious, it turned out their accents had led her to misinterpret their names. She had wondered why they sounded so odd. The trio of Kai Se breathed a sigh of relief. Henceforth, these would be their new names, a gift from their master. Ning Yechen cast a glance at the trio, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Trembling in trepidation. Surely their master would not be angered. Would he? What is the matter with you? Are you feeling unwell? Luo Ruing asked, noticing their slight shivers that no, my lady, we're just a bit chilly as the weather has turned. You should have said so earlier. I'll fetch you some clothes. Luo Ruing smiled gently, placing Luo Hongye into Ning Yechen's arms before turning to retrieve the garments. The trio felt deeply moved. Their lady was so kind, yet their master was quite fearsome. Father, will these brothers and sisters be living here from now on? Luo Hongye whispered from Ning Yechen's embrace. Yes, they are here at Father's behest to keep you company while you play. Ning Yechen replied softly to his daughter, Do not be afraid. Hongye, if they dare to bully you, just tell Father. As he spoke the last words, he raised his gaze and shot a cold glance at the trio of Kai Se. The meaning clear, if any of them dared to bring unhappiness to his daughter, they could very well disappear from this place. The three of them, already terrified, felt their legs weaken and sank to the ground. Trembling, when Luo Ruing returned with the clothing and saw the trio quaking on the ground, her confusion deepened. While the weather had indeed turned cold with the snowfall, was it truly that frigid? After receiving the clothes from Luo Ruing, Meng Niu and the others commenced their duties as attendants. They first tidied every corner of the courtyard, then chopped firewood and boiled water, working diligently. However, aside from Kai Se, Meng Niu and Bai Yuan displayed considerable clumsiness, often mishandling various items. Yet, Luo Ruing paid little heed to their shortcomings, encouraging them to take a break at tea this moment. Meng Niu and the others stood in the courtyard, exchanging glances with Luo Hongye, who was crouched on the ground making snowballs. They had been tasked by Ning Yechen to entertain Luo Hongye, yet they had no idea how to engage with the child. They could handle slaughtering and arson, but playing with a child was a true challenge. Kai Se, think of something, Bai Yuan urged Kai Se telepathically, now that they had accepted their new names bestowed by Ning Yechen. They felt lost. If I had a plan, would I still be standing here? Kai Se retorted, rolling his eyes at Bai Yuan and Meng Niu. These two were utterly useless, although Luo Hongye still felt a tad timid. Reassured by her father that they were not bad people, she mustered her courage and raised her snowball, adorably asking, Would you like to build a snowman together? Yes, yes, yes. The three of them nodded fervently, like chicks pecking at rice. This was a rare opportunity for interaction. They would gladly build snowmen or even dig a cesspit if it meant engaging with her, seeing Meng Niu and the others agree. Luo Hongye beamed and began rolling a snowball on the ground, recalling the method taught by Ning Yechen. First like this, and then like this. The trio knelt beside Luo Hongye, assisting her in rolling the snowball while occasionally clapping and praising her. Wow, miss, you're amazing. You're truly splendid. You are exceptionally gifted, far more so than we. Ning Yechen, sitting beside Luo Ruing, couldn't help but wear an expression of disbelief. The sycophantic demeanor of these three was all too evident. The flattery they dished out was only discernible to the little one, but considering the child as happiness, he chose to overlook it. Luo Ruing sat beside him, propping her chin in one hand, a gentle smile gracing her face as she quietly watched Luo Hongye. She felt joy at seeing her child with more companions to play with. However, as she observed, she noticed someone inching closer to her side, their body leaning ever so slightly against her. What are you doing? Luo Ruing glanced at Ning Yechen and inquired. Expecting him to retreat, she was surprised when he leaned in closer, resting his head on her shoulder. This sudden action startled her slightly to die, as her husband. I'm feeling a bit weary and wish to borrow your shoulder for a moment, Ning Yechen said with a faint smile, closing his eyes as he leaned against her. While he enjoyed spending time with their child, he also cherished moments of intimacy with his wife. Seizing this rare opportunity for solitude with Luo Ruiying while Meng Niu and the others played with Luo Hongye, he intended to savor it fully. Once Luo Ruiying regained her composure, she shot Ning Yechen a glance and said, "If you're tired, you should return to the room to rest, but I prefer being here with you." Ning Yechen replied candidly, never opening his eyes. His words caused Luo Ruiying's cheeks to flush slightly, and she refrained from saying anything further. Instead, she stole a few glances at Ning Yechen's peaceful visage, since he liked it. She would indulge him. After all, it was merely resting on her shoulder, nothing too significant. Thus, the two of them sat quietly together in the courtyard, with the assistance of Meng Niu and the others. 3 additional snowmen stood beside the original trio. Luo Hongye pointed at the newly built snowmen and exclaimed, "These are the snowmen made by my brothers and sisters." Only then did Meng Niu and the others realize that Luo Hongye intended to build snowmen for them. Nearly moved to tears, the young lady was truly considering them as part of her family. She was simply wonderful. Kaisei couldn't help but wish to scoop the petite Luo Hongye into his embrace and shower her with affection. Yet the thought of her being the daughter of an adult restrained her rationality. After building a snowman, Luo Hongye engaged in a snowball fight with Meng Niu and the others, with her petite frame and lack of strength. The snowballs she crafted were insubstantial and fluffy, lacking any real potency. They barely reached the feet of Meng Niu and his companions and often disintegrated mid-air. Nevertheless, Luo Hongye reveled in the merriment. Meng Niu and his friends retaliated with their own snowballs, though they would never dare to actually hit Luo Hongye. Even with tenfold courage, they would not have the audacity to do so. Their snowballs were purposely tossed just beside her, never grazing her at all, while they feigned expressions of regret. However, as the game progressed, Meng Niu became increasingly absorbed, and in a moment of enthusiasm, he threw a snowball that struck Luo Hongye squarely in the face. Instantly, her delicate visage was covered in snow. Kaisei, Bai Yuan, Meng Niu. The scene seemed to freeze in time, with only the howling wind and snow filling the that moment. Meng Niu, terrified, covered his cheeks, his expression reminiscent of Edvard Munch's famous Painting the Scream. His insides felt as frigid as the icy landscape surrounding him. He stiffly turned to Kaisei and Bai Yuan, his face a mask of bewilderment, silently questioning, "Am I doomed?" Even without uttering a word, Kaisei and Bai Yuan discerned his unspoken inquiry and solemnly nodded. "Yes, you are indeed doomed." In that instant, despair washed over Meng Niu, his expression transforming into one of utter hopelessness. It was over. He felt as though he was witnessing the end of his life at that very moment. Ning Yechen and Luo Ning noticed Luo Hongye's snow-covered face and approached her, brushing the snow off her cheeks. Surprisingly, Luo Hongye did not cry. Instead, she wore a blissful, silly grin. The snowball thrown by Meng Niu had been insubstantial and lacked force, so Luo Hongye felt no pain. Seeing her uninjured and untroubled, Ning Yechen decided against blaming Meng Niu. Uncertain of how Ning Yechen planned to address him, Meng Niu's mind was already consumed with thoughts of how he would vanish from the world. Once the snow was wiped away, Luo Hongye excitedly tugged at Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, exclaiming, "Daddy, Mommy, let us play together." The 3 of them, with only one knight, were assisted by their parents. All right, Luo Ruiying replied indulgently with a smile. Thus, the courtyard transformed into a 3 versus 3 snowball fight. However, Meng Niu and his companions dared not retaliate. Whether it was Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying, or Luo Hongye, none of them would risk throwing snowballs at them. Before long, the trio found themselves buried beneath a flurry of snowballs. Rather than a snowball fight, it resembled a moving target practice. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the merriment in the courtyard reached its peak, a knock echoed at the gate once more. Kaisei took the initiative to open the door. Outside stood Qi Yuan, clutching an assortment of snacks, ready to raise her hand in greeting, when suddenly she spotted a woman she had never seen before standing before her. Momentarily frozen in place. "Did I come to the wrong door? My apologies, I seem to have knocked on the wrong door," Qi Yuan said, slightly bowing her head in embarrassment and offering a sheepish smile. Kaisei said nothing further, merely nodded gently before closing the gate. "Who was it?" Upon Kai Sei's return to the hall, Luo Ruing, noticing she had come back alone, inquired with curiosity, "Madam, it was just someone who knocked by mistake." Kai Sei replied, bowing slightly, "Yes, that's so." Luo Ruing acknowledged, not giving it another thought. Outside, Qi Yuan, puzzled, turned to leave, scrutinizing the nearby scenery in the courtyard, her brow furrowing slightly in contemplation. This isn't right. This is indeed the place. She had been visiting frequently during this period. There was no way she could have made a mistake. Qi Yuan approached the door again, knocking for confirmation. "Let me handle this." This time, Luo Ring stopped Kai Sei, rising to personally open the courtyard door. "Sister Luo." Upon seeing Luo Ruing, Qi Yuan immediately greeted her with a bright smile. As expected, she frequented this place, so how could she possibly have made a mistake? She could navigate her way here with her eyes closed. "Miss Qi, please come in," Luo Ruing invited with a smile. She had suspected that it might be Qi Yuan at the door, considering Kai Sei did not recognize her. And indeed, her guess proved correct. "Then I shall not impose." Qi Yuan politely nodded and stepped inside. Upon entering, she encountered Meng Niu, Bai Yuan, and Kai Sei, who had opened the door for her and couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "Sister Luo, who are these three?" "They're my husband as former attendants," Luo Ring explained. Qi Yuan nodded kindly towards Meng Niu and the others that a wealthy and esteemed healer like Ning Yechen surely had an extraordinary background. It was only natural for him to have several attendants. However, she was taken aback by the striking appearances of all three. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. They stood out even among attendants. Sister Qi, Luo Hongye, cradled in Ning Yechen's arms and warming her hands by the fire, greeted Qi Yuan sweetly as soon as she arrived. Qi Yuan often visited during this time, always bringing snacks that delighted Luo Hongye. And their relationship had grown increasingly intimate. "Little Hongye," Qi Yuan exclaimed, her face lighting up with a nurturing and greedy smile upon seeing Luo Hongye. She couldn't resist affectionately squeezing the soft, plump cheeks of the little girl. The baby fat cheeks felt tender to the touch, making her utterly enamored. Watching from the side, Kai Sei and the others couldn't help but express their envy, how they longed to squeeze the young lady's cheeks, just as Qi Yuan did. "Here, these snacks are for you." After indulging her desire to touch, Qi Yuan handed the bag of treats to Luo Hongye, as if presenting a reward for her services. "Thank you, Sister Qi." Luo Hongye joyfully accepted the bag of snacks, eagerly diving in to eat, and even offered some to Ning Yechen and Luo Ruing. "Daddy, Mommy, let us eat together." "No need. If you enjoy it, just eat up, but don't overindulge," Luo Ruing said with a tender smile. Ning Yechen opened his mouth, allowing Luo Hongye to feed him directly. After all, it was their daughter feeding him. How could he refuse? Seeing Luo Hongye happily eating, Qi Yuan's face also reflected a satisfied smile as she settled down beside them. Kai Sei quickly served her a cup of tea. "Thank you." After taking a sip of tea, Qi Yuan recalled her purpose for visiting, nearly losing herself in the charm of Luo Hongye. She retrieved a low-tier spirit ring from her pocket and handed it to Ning Yechen. "Brother Ning, during this time, according to the formula you provided for the healing liquid, my Qi family has attempted to refine some and put them up for auction in our family business. This is 50% of the profits from the auction. From now on, every month, my Qi family will return 50% of the profit from the refined healing liquid to you, Brother Ning." Upon receiving the formula from Ning Yechen, Qi Yuan hurried back to her family, instructing her people to study it overnight. They discovered that this formula was for a rare elixir capable of nurturing meridians and spiritual power. Moreover, the materials required were not too demanding, and the refining method was astonishingly simple and convenient. With a high success rate, Qi Yuan's family scoured all documented alchemical formulas, but found none that compared to this remarkable elixir. Such a liquid, known for nurturing meridians, was exceedingly popular among cultivators. Once refined and sold, it would undoubtedly attract countless cultivators vying for it. As anticipated, Qi Yuan's family had their people attempt to refine several batches of the healing liquid, which they then auctioned off in their own auction house. Each batch fetched an astronomical price. Countless cultivators flocked to the scene, eager to engage in the competitive bidding. The once dreary Qi family chamber of commerce was revitalized by the miraculous healing elixir. As if it had been resurrected, bustling with activity. Merely a small medicinal formula had breathed new life into the Qi family's enterprise. Qi Yuan, filled with gratitude towards Ning Yechen, insisted on expressing her thanks and returning the portion that belonged to him. However, Ning Yechen, not in need of such trifling spirit stones, gently declined, stating, "There is no need. I did not intend to seek any reward for providing you with that prescription." Qi Yuan's expression grew serious as she firmly asserted, "That is unacceptable. Our Qi family has already owed a great deal to Brother Ning and Sister Luo. How can we monopolize the profits from that formula? Brother Ning, you must accept it." After some contemplation, Ning Yechen ultimately decided to accept the spirit stones, regarding it as a transaction that the Qi family could readily embrace. Furthermore, retaining these spirit stones will be beneficial for future household expenditures. "My dear, I entrust these spirit stones to your care," Ning Yechen declared, handing the spatial ring containing the spirit stones to Luo Ruiying. "For me?" Luo Ruiying inquired, perplexed as she received the ring. "Indeed, the family's assets naturally fall under your management." Ning Yechen replied with a smile. "Very well," she responded. "Should you ever require anything, just let me know." Luo Ring accepted the ring, finding the notion of managing the household's finances rather novel. Qi Yuan observed the tender interaction between Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying, a hint of conflict evident in her expression. "What troubles you, Miss Qi?" Ning Yechen inquired, noticing her disquiet. After a brief hesitation, Qi Yuan spoke. "Sister Luo, tomorrow marks the day of the Chamber's competition. I have heard that the Jiang family has invited a formidable expert of the celestial realm. If danger arises tomorrow, you must withdraw immediately." Although Qi Yuan harbored hopes for the Qi family's victory, her paramount concern was for Luo Ruiying's safety. If the Qi family were to lose, it would merely mean a retreat from Nanli City. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged amused glances upon hearing her words, having thought her worries were of a more serious nature. "Miss Qi, there is no need for concern if it is merely a celestial realm cultivator. I should be able to manage," Luo Ruiying stated confidently. Even facing a deity realm opponent did not particularly alarm her. She believed that a mere celestial realm practitioner would pose no threat. The following day, as the snowfall abated, a thick blanket of snow covered every eve and street, transforming Nanli City into a pristine white wonderland. Beneath the grandest arena in Nanli City, a multitude gathered, eagerly anticipating a rare and momentous contest. The Qi and Jiang families were set to compete for dominance in the chamber, with the victor poised to seize control over the entire Nanli City. While the loser might be forced to withdraw from the chamber permanently, the crowd buzzed with anticipation, exchanging whispers and speculations. Who do you think will triumph in the contest between the Qi and Jiang families? I believe the Jiang family has the upper hand. If the Jiang family gains further power, Nanli City may very well become their dominion. Indeed, the Jiang family has monopolized the unique refining elixir and has hiked prices exorbitantly. They even pressure us to sell the materials we hunt at rock-bottom prices. If the Jiang family takes control of the chamber, how will we survive? We risk our lives daily in the beast domain forest for mere pittance. The Qi family must not falter. Among those present, the overwhelming majority hoped for the Qi family's victory. This contest was not merely about two families. It affected the livelihoods of numerous cultivators in Nanli City. The Jiang family had long leveraged their power and influence, engaging in the unscrupulous practice of lowballing material purchases while selling at inflated prices, leaving many discontented and suffering for the time being. The Qi family stood as a counterbalance, offering fair prices and benefiting the populace. Should the Qi family fall, life in Nanli City would surely become bleak for them. Nevertheless, many held a pessimistic view regarding the Qi family's chances of victory. For the Qi family to prevail over the Jiang family seems unlikely. I have heard that a powerful elder supporting the Jiang family has personally arrived, possessing celestial realm cultivation. Celestial realm, good heavens! What chance does the Qi family stand? Even if they sold everything, they could scarcely afford a celestial realm expert. Amidst the collective sighs and lamentations, the Qi family made their entrance, led by the nearly 60-year-old patriarch, Qi Rongchang, accompanied by Qi Yuan and a host of managers and guards as they approached the arena. With nearly a century of history in Nanli City, the Qi family was regarded as a venerable chamber. Esteemed for its fair dealings and reasonable pricing, Upon their appearance, cheers erupted from the crowd, bolstering their spirits to go. Elder Qi, Elder Qi, you must not lose. I have faith in the Qi family. You must persevere. Qi Rongchong beamed at the encouragement. Nodding appreciatively to those around him, supported by the crowd, he gradually approached Luo Wing and Ning Yechen, who had arrived earlier. This marked Qi Rongchong's first encounter with the trio, and his aged eyes shimmered with admiration and respect. Since Qi Yuan's return to the family, he had heard her speak of Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen daily, extolling their virtues. Initially, he had dismissed it, but upon learning of Luo Ruiying's prowess in vanquishing numerous spirit martial realm cultivators and Ning Yechen's healing of Qi Yuan's meridians while providing her with the precious elixir's formula, he became convinced that the Qi family had encountered benefactors. He had long desired to express his gratitude in person, but refrained upon hearing Qi Yuan mention their preference for minimal disturbance. Now, having finally met them, Qi Rongchong's conviction only deepened. Having spent a lifetime in commerce, he possessed a discerning eye for people. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful and exuded an extraordinary aura, indicating an uncommon background. The man, though only noted for his handsome appearance, had demonstrated remarkable abilities in healing and presenting a precious formula. Clearly not an ordinary individual. This couple was undoubtedly exceptional. I am Qi Rongchong, patriarch of the Qi family. Honored to meet you both. Thank you for your assistance to our family. Qi Rongchong respectfully bowed in gratitude to Luo Ruiying and the others. There is no need for formalities. Patriarch Qi.my assistance to the Qi family is merely part of a transaction with Miss Qi. Luo Ruiying replied coolly, cradling Luo Hong. That I understand. Qi Rongchong acknowledged. This kindness shall never be forgotten by the Qi family. Regardless of today's outcome, should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. The Qi family will certainly lend our full support. Qi Rongchong was no fool. He knew that a mere residence worth 200,000 taels could not compel Luo Ruiying to act on behalf of the Qi family. Her assistance stemmed from a desire to aid them in their plight and a disdain for the Jiang family's practices. The Qi family naturally felt indebted. Just as the discussions unfolded, the Jiang family made their entrance. Upon the arrival of Jiang Zhen and his entourage, the crowd instinctively parted, creating distance, a stark contrast to the warm reception the Qi family had received. Ignoring the onlookers, Jiang Zhen strode confidently towards the Qi family. Accompanied by numerous Jiang family members and a pale, effeminate man clad in white lotus robes. Even the injured Jiang Li, after days of intense treatment, had regained consciousness and was wheeled in. Upon spotting the Qi family, Jiang Zhen could not suppress a cold smirk, approaching them to taunt. Ah, Elder Qi, I see you are still among the living. Your vigor brings me such joy. Qi Rongchong was not oblivious to Jiang Zhen's sarcasm. With a steely gaze, he retorted without hesitation, I am in excellent health. You shall first step into the coffin. The old man may not even manage to leave. Once, when the Jiang family first arrived in Nanli City, they were merely a small merchant association, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy several times. It was the kind-hearted Qi family that acquired them, integrating them into their branch. Later, with the robust support of the Qi family, they gradually flourished anew. However, it was unexpected that the now empowered Jiang family would seek to establish their own merchant association, disregarding the past kindness and incessantly encroaching upon the territory of the Qi family, nearly forcing them out of Nanli City. Witnessing the Jiang family, Qi Rongchong regretted ever taking in this ungrateful wolf. Humph! Jiang Zhen seethed, but then with a dismissive snort, he continued, after many years, Qi Lao's words remain as sharp as ever. Unchanged since the old days. Out of respect for past kindness, I advise you to concede voluntarily. Today, your Qi family is bound to face defeat. It would be wise to admit your loss now and relinquish the remaining jurisdiction over the street shops. With your Qi family's assets, you might still have a chance for a peaceful retirement. Why risk everything for this gamble? The merchant association contest is yet to begin. How can you be so certain that my Qi family will lose? Perhaps it is your Jiang family that is afraid? Qi Rongchong's expression was resolute, unwavering in his stance. Even if he were to lose everything, he would not relent. Seeing the Jiang family's arrogance, Qi Yuan could no longer restrain herself, and stepped forward, declaring, "If you wish to swallow my Qi family's merchant association, then let us see you win first." Humph. Ignorant of your own folly, this fate is of your own making. After today, the Qi family shall vanish from Nanli City. Jiang Zhan's countenance turned cold, and as he prepared to turn away, he was suddenly halted by the voice of Ning Yeqing from behind. "Wait a moment." Jiang Zhan halted, furrowing his brows in confusion as he turned to face Ning Yeqing. "Who are you?" "Me? I am merely an ordinary house husband. It is my wife who represents the Qi family in the Merchant Association contest." Ning Yeqing stepped forward, chuckling lightly. Jiang Zhan glanced at Luo Ruiying, who was holding Luo Hongye behind Ning Yeqing, and with a disdainful smile, he coldly remarked, "Is that so? Then I advise you to have your wife concede gracefully. Otherwise, after today, you may find yourself forever separated from her." "Ha ha!" The crowd behind Jiang erupted in unrestrained laughter, but a young man responsible for pushing Jiang Li boldly gestured towards Luo Ruiying. "You are so stunningly beautiful. It would be a pity for such a flower to wither away. Why not join my Jiang family and enjoy wealth and luxury? I say, it is rather absurd for a cultivator to marry a mere mortal. Why not remarry me? I will treat you well. Young Master Jianggan speaks wisely. Perhaps we could all share in the glory and enjoy ourselves." Jianggan waved his hand grandiosely. Jianggan was the eldest son of Jiang Ming, Jiang Zhan's brother, who had followed Jiang Li since childhood, learning nothing of worth. His lecherous nature rivaled that of Jiang Li, and his infamous reputation even overshadowed Jiang Li's, while Jiang Li resorted to various means to compel women to submit to him. Jianggan preferred to toy with them before discarding them to his subordinates for their enjoyment. Even if he married, he would cast aside his wife once he grew tired of her, euphemistically claiming it as a reward for his subordinates. Many women, unwilling to endure such humiliation, chose to end their own lives at his hands. "You are Jianggan, are you not?" Upon hearing these words, Ning Yeqing's eyes turned icy, his heart ablaze with fury, and one dared to insult his wife and children in such a manner. Ning Yeqing discreetly placed his hand before him, out of sight from Luo Ruiying, and gently clenched his fist. In the next moment, Jianggan, who wore a brazenly lecherous grin, suddenly began to bleed from all 7 orifices. And Jianggan, bewildered, touched his nose and the blood streaming from his eyes. Still unable to comprehend what had occurred, abruptly coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The blood splattered onto the wheelchair-bound Jiang Li, startling him into screams of terror. What just happened?" This scene sent a shockwave through all present. The Jiang family recoiled in fear, none understanding how Jianggan had suddenly met his demise. Luo Ruiying's expression tightened, and she quickly placed Luo Hongye into Ning Yeqing's arms, stepping forward to investigate. Upon her examination, her face blanched in astonishment, her delicate features filled with disbelief. Jianggan's internal organs were completely destroyed. His body had experienced severe distortion and compression in an instant. Who could it be? Someone had silently struck down Jianggan, and she had not sensed even a hint of spiritual energy. She had failed to detect the attack. Luo Ruiying scanned the crowd, but found no suspicious figures. "Husband, what has happened?" Ning Yeqing feigned a look of terror as he inquired beside Luo Ruiying. "1 must act convincingly. Otherwise, if his wife suspected him, it would be dire indeed. Initially, he had intended to eliminate all those who mocked him from the Jiang family. But doing so might jeopardize the Merchant Association contest today, and he could risk Luo Ruiying's suspicion. The remainder would have to be reserved for another time. Someone has killed him, but I do not know who." Luo Ruiying spoke with a serious demeanor, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness and worry. If the assailant targeted Ning Yeqing, she would have had no means to intervene. Fortunately, it seemed they were not there for her. The Jiang family, overly frightened, struggled to regain their composure. Jiang Zhan approached Chunro, whispering in trepidation, "Saint Lord, who was it that struck?" Chunro shook his head, equally astonished, for he had not sensed anything amiss. He turned his gaze towards Ning Yeqing. Jianggan had suddenly dropped dead after uttering those words. Could it be? No, it cannot be him. He displayed no signs of spiritual energy and made no moves. The true murderer must be someone else. Noticing that Chunro had also failed to identify the killer, Jiang Jun anxiously inquired, "Saint Lord, should we postpone today's contest?" "No need. The assailant has shown no intention to strike again. They have likely departed. The contest shall proceed as planned. We must secure Namli City swiftly to avoid further complications," Chunro stated resolutely. Jiang Jun dared not oppose Chunro's decision. Though worried, he could only continue as planned. The Jiang family silently collected Jiang Gan's corpse. This unexpected interlude passed, yet it lingered in the hearts of all present. Ning Yeqing's gaze fell upon Jiang Jun as he articulated his purpose. "Jiang family head, this merchant association contest has both the Qi and Jiang families wagering their claims over 40% of the city's street jurisdiction, correct? Might we amend the wager?" "What? Is the Qi family having second thoughts?" "Once a wager is signed, it cannot be retracted." Jiang Jun assumed that the Qi family wished to back out, and thus he mocked them. Ning Yeqing slowly shook his head, his gaze sharpening. No, Jiang family head. You have misunderstood. I mean precisely the opposite. We wish to include your Jiang family's remaining 20% of street jurisdiction in the wager." "What? You want my Jiang family to place all street jurisdiction on the line?" "On what basis? You Qi family wish to wager less than 40% of the street jurisdiction against our 60%. How utterly absurd. There is no such good fortune in this world." Jiang Jun scoffed derisively. "What if the Qi family were to additionally wager the formula for the healing spirit liquid?" Ning Yeqing smiled lightly. This statement immediately caught Jiang Jun's attention, stirring hesitation within him. Recently, the Qi family had profited immensely from the healing spirit liquid, making the Jiang family envious. The Jiang family had attempted to purchase a share, yet they could not procure all the necessary herbs for the formula, rendering them unable to replicate it. Should they obtain that formula and seize control over all of Namli City, the healing spirit liquid would belong solely to the Jiang family. The price would be dictated solely by them. Nevertheless, with the entire fortune of the Jiang family at stake in Namli City, Jiang Jun had no choice but to proceed with caution. "Your Excellency, do you possess the confidence to defeat that woman?" Jiang Jun whispered into Chunro's ear. Chunro's gaze remained fixated on Luo Ruiying, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Rest assured, I am 99% certain," came Chunro's affirmative response, causing Jiang Jun's expression to brighten with joy. He promptly turned his head, acquiescing to Ning Yeqing's request to alter the wager. "Very well. The Jiang family consents." Ning Yeqing smiled faintly and turned towards Qi Rongchang, the head of the Qi family, and sheepishly inquired, "Might I presume to act on behalf of the Qi family in modifying the wager?" "As you say, Sir." Qi Rongchang exhibited no dissatisfaction over Ning Yeqing's unilateral alteration of the wager, which included the precious pill formula as part of the stakes. After all, the Qi family lacked the standing to voice discontent. The formula had been bestowed upon them by Ning Yeqing. Thus the authority lay with him. Furthermore, Luo Ruiying's willingness to represent the Qi family in battle was already a considerable favor. "The Qi family also agrees," Qi Rongchang declared sternly to Jiang Jun, under the witness of Han Guangji, the representative of the Treasure Merchant Association stationed in Namli City. The Jiang and Qi families affixed their seals to the revised wager. Han Guangji, the representative, would also serve as the witness and judge for this competition. He secured the contract of the wager and announced to both families, "In the name of the Treasure Merchant Association, this competition shall be conducted with absolute fairness and impartiality. The contest shall be to the death or until one side surrenders. If there are no further objections from the Jiang and Qi families, the competition shall officially commence." As the audience gathered in increasing numbers, many curious onlookers began to assemble, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the Jiang and Qi families' contest, a true gamble of their fortunes in Namli City. Upon the arena, the remaining members of the Jiang and Qi families retreated, leaving only Luo Ruiying and Chunro standing atop the stage. The barrier arose around the circular arena, enveloping it entirely. Battles between cultivators were exceedingly perilous, particularly when the combatants possessed profound levels of mastery, as their strikes could be earth-shattering, inevitably causing collateral damage. Therefore, utmost caution was imperative during such contests held within the city. Ning Yeqing sat quietly in his seat, cradling Luo Hongye, while Qi Yuan took her place beside him, her expression betraying her anxiety as she nervously watched Luo Ruiying on the platform, her hands tightly clasped. The little girl in Ning Yeching's embrace lifted her small head to gaze at him, her face a picture of worry. "Daddy, is Mama going to fight that bad person again?" "Yes, but don't fret. My dear, your mother is quite formidable." Ning Yeching reassured her with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. He was well aware of his wife's strength, having nearly slain a peak celestial god with a single strike. How could she possibly falter against a mere peak human realm cultivator? Even in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he could intervene without anyone noticing. He would never allow Luo Ruiying to suffer even a scratch. Beside him, Qi Yuan displayed a flicker of guilt. She wished for Luo Ruiying's victory, while fearing for her safety. If Luo Ruiying were to be injured because of her, she would be consumed by remorse. Unable to face Ning Yeching and Luo Hongye again on the stage, Chenro confidently spread her arms wide, a taunting smile on her face as she addressed Luo Ruiying. "Come forth. Let me see what you are capable of." No sooner had the words left her lips than Luo Ruiying's brows furrowed, her figure vanishing from sight, leaving only a faint golden silhouette behind. "What?" As Chenro regained her senses, she found Luo Ruiying's icy crimson gaze mere inches from her own. With a swift draw, her celestial sword gleamed with golden radiance, illuminating Chenro's face. Time appeared to stretch infinitely in that moment, as the playful confidence on Chenro's face morphed into sheer terror. Her mouth slowly agaped so fast. Is she truly at the human realm? With a swift motion, the golden sword light sliced through Chenro's form, delivering a diagonal slash that caused blood to spurt forth in an instant. Luo Ruiying had no intention of engaging in protracted banter with Chenro. She aimed to conclude this swiftly. After all, she needed to return home to tend to the child. Cough. Chenro spat blood, retreating a step as she swiftly distanced herself, hurling several heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls. These pearls held tremendous power, each containing a vast reservoir of compressed heavenly thunder, forged through the essence of the thunder itself, exceedingly precious. The explosive might of the heavenly thunder was capable of obliterating a celestial transformation cultivator with a single strike, and now she unleashed over a dozen of them. This was one of her cherished trump cards, which she had long hesitated to use. To her dismay, this wretched woman proved far stronger than she anticipated, forcing her to unleash her full arsenal. A dozen heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls floated around Luo Ruiying, encircling her completely. "Heavenly thunder, explode!" Chenro raised her fingers, issuing the command in fury. In an instant, the pearls flickered with lightning, detonating simultaneously. Observing this, Luo Ruiying remained unfazed. She elegantly reversed her celestial sword and plunged it into the ground. The sword aura rippled outward, enveloping her in a transparent golden silhouette. Boom! 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 The cacophony of explosions rang out as the heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls detonated together, their collective power astonishing. The entire arena was reduced to ruins in an instant, fragments scattering in all directions. The spectators nearest to the stage instinctively recoiled in terror. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the arena, shrouding it in obscurity. All present held their breath, anxiously watching the stage. Clutching her bleeding chest, Chenro wore a smug, malevolent grin. The power of the heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls would surely leave her opponent severely weakened, if not dead. Yet, as the dust settled, Luo Ruiying emerged, her delicate, ethereal figure unscathed, firmly clutching her celestial sword. Not a single rip marred her flowing garments. "How is this possible?" Chenro exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that she had emerged from the center of the detonations without a scratch. Below the stage, the Qi family members breathed sighs of relief, their faces brightening with smiles of reassurance. Ning Yeching, meanwhile, maintained a serene smile throughout the ordeal. With Luo Ruiying's injuries nearly healed and her celestial techniques rooted in the highest arts of the celestial realm, those trivial pearls posed no threat to her. Moreover, the sword in her hand radiated a brilliant golden light, its movements graceful and fluid, a sight to behold, had it not been for Chenro's decision to don a low-grade celestial armor from the beginning. She would have been cleaved in two by a single strike. In stark contrast, the expressions of the Jiang family turned grim. The saintly envoy of the Holy Lotus sect, possessing peak human realm prowess, exhibited no capacity to resist that woman. What happened to the promised 99% chance of victory? Jiang Li's face darkened ominously. With his legs crippled, he would never walk again, and his very essence had been severed. This had rendered him even more irritable and vicious. He attributed all his misfortunes to Ning Yeqing's family. It was their encounter that had delayed him on the road, leading to the assassination attempt that had left him in this state. Thus, he had specifically instructed Chun Rou to publicly humiliate Luo Ruiying. Yet the outcome was utterly unexpected, a one-sided affair. Chun Rou was simply no match for Luo Ruiying. This left the Jiang family members struggling to come to terms with the reality. At that moment, Chun Rou noted the Luo god sword in Luo Ruiying's grasp, her expression shifting to one of shock. That was undoubtedly a celestial sword. It could not possibly have cleaved through her Xianyin celestial armor so effortlessly otherwise. Relying on the armor and the heavenly thunder mixed origin pearls, she had been supremely confident of victory. Yet she had not anticipated her opponent wielding such a formidable weapon. Chun Rou's already pale complexion grew even more ashen from blood loss. Her expression dark and grim. Saintly envoy, what are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate her. Jiang Li, now consumed by rage, bellowed at Chun Rou atop the stage. With his most vital assets lost, he had lost interest in Luo Ruiying. All he desired now was to witness her demise. Moreover, this contest held the fate of the Jiang family's future in Nali City. There could be no room for error. Chun Rou's demeanor darkened to being addressed so contemptibly by a mere cripple. Once she triumphed in this contest, she would ensure Jiang Li's downfall. Had he not meddled and provoked others, he likely would not have found himself contending with Luo Ruiying today. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to lose in today's competition. Chun Rou's expression darkened with resentment as she retrieved a lotus seed from her bosom and consumed it, a ghastly smile spreading across her pale face. This is what you forced me into. Upon swallowing the lotus seed, an overwhelming surge of violent spiritual power erupted from Chun Rou, her aura soaring to the early stages of the celestial realm. The spectators from the Jiang family beamed with delight at this display. The holy envoy had truly engaged seriously. Quickly eliminate her. Holy envoy. Jiang Zhen, brimming with excitement, could no longer contain himself, eagerly shouting that he merely wished to secure victory and seize control of the entire Nanli city without further complications. As the tempestuous aura gradually subsided, Chun Rou cast a malevolent glance at Luo Ruiying, a smirk of triumph curling at the corners of her mouth. Have forced me to this extent. You have done well. But this is where it ends. Even if you wish to surrender now, it is too late. By consuming the holy lotus seed to forcefully break through to the celestial realm, she had inflicted severe damage upon her own foundation. This meant that her future chances of genuinely advancing to the celestial realm would be severely hindered. This was her final trump card. The very reason she had been so confident in proclaiming a 99% chance of victory before the contest began. However, if not driven to such desperation, she would have preferred not to resort to this. Yet, having been pushed to this point, she certainly would not let Luo Ruiying off easily. Just as Chun Rou finished her declaration, a radiant golden light enveloped Luo Ruiying's eyes as the ethereal visage of the Luo goddess materialized behind her. In a swift motion, she closed the distance to Chun Rou, her cold gaze fixed, and her celestial sword was drawn and slashed forth. The divine sword of the Luo goddess followed suit. This time, Chun Rou perceived Luo Ruiying's movements, yet she misjudged her strength. Astonished, Chun Rou formed a barrier with her spiritual power and raised her sword defensively. However, the Luo goddess's celestial sword effortlessly severed the spiritual sword in her grasp. The golden light slicing across her neck. Even the arena's barrier was cleaved apart by the sword's brilliance. Chun Rou stood there, dazed and incredulous. How could this be? Had he truly been defeated? What on earth was this woman's secret? With such speed and swordsmanship, was she truly at the celestial realm? Chun Rou could not comprehend, and he would never have a chance to understand. With a melodious chime, as Luo Ruiying sheathed her celestial sword, Chun Ro's head rolled from his neck. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Chun Ro was dead. The Jiang family had actually lost? That peak celestial power had been slain by this woman in merely 2 strikes. Had he not just forcibly ascended to the celestial realm? How could he have failed to withstand that blow? The onlookers were left utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Many had believed the Jiang family's victory was a foregone conclusion, yet the outcome was utterly unforeseen. Following a brief moment of shock, the Qi family erupted into jubilant cheers. "We won. The Qi family has triumphed. Wonderful. Elder Qi, we have emerged victorious," as the Qi family celebrated. Others joined in with congratulations and exuberant cheers, a result that most had yearned to witness, a true fulfillment of the people's expectations. Luo Ruiying gracefully descended from the arena and approached Ning Yeqing and Luo Hongye. Ning Yeqing, cradling Luo Hongye, moved towards Luo Ruiying, intending to embrace his wife warmly. Unexpectedly, another figure darted ahead, leaping into Luo Ruiying's arms. "Sister Luo, thank you so much. You are truly amazing," Qi Yuan exclaimed, tightly hugging Luo Ruiying, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Luo Ruiying smiled gently, choosing not to elaborate further, having once again forced the manifestation of the Luo goddess. Her internal spiritual power was nearly depleted. Fortunately, drawing from her previous experience in dealing with the ghost husband, coupled with Chun Ro's relatively weaker cultivation, she had managed not to excessively drain her energy this time. "My dear, you have worked hard," Ning Yeqing said, approaching Luo Ruiying with a light smile, before casting an annoyed glance at Qi Yuan, who had occupied his spot. "This girl really has no sense of the atmosphere." Luo Ruiying's expression radiated pride as she accepted Luo Hongye from Ning Yeqing's embrace as a former empress of the celestial realm. If she could not handle even a mere peak celestial realm practitioner, then her years of cultivation would have been in vain. Just as the family of 3 prepared to depart, a furious roar rang out from behind. "Wait, I do not recognize the results of this contest. Cheating! He must have employed some nefarious means. Otherwise, how could she possibly have defeated the holy envoy?" Jiang Jin pointed at Luo Ruiying, nearly hysterical in his rage. He could not accept this outcome. Luo Ruiying's victory in the competition meant that from this moment on, the Jiang family had lost all jurisdiction over the streets of Nanli City. Everything he had worked for had gone to waste. How could the Jiang family not afford to lose, planning to back out now? Qi Yuan looked at Jiang Jun, her expression gleefully mocking. She had awaited this moment for so long. Finally, she would no longer have to endure the Jiang family's oppression. "I will never accept the results of this contest." Jiang Jun glared fiercely at Qi Yuan, his eyes brimming with a beast-like ferocity, wishing to devour her whole. The Jiang family and their guards brandished their weapons, encircling the Qi family. The atmosphere was charged with tension. At that moment, Han Guangji descended slowly from the air, placing himself between the Qi and Jiang families, his gaze cold as he addressed Jiang Jun's group. "The merchant competition has concluded. Does the Jiang family intend to defy the rules established by the Treasure Merchant Association?" Han Guangji's formidable aura surged forth, instantly causing the Jiang family to stagger back in shock. The competitive event, witnessed by the Treasure Merchant Association, was undeniably fair and just. The Jiang family's actions had already contravened the association's regulations. The Jiang family members were left in stunned disbelief, their expressions full of trepidation. They had never anticipated that Han Guangji possessed celestial realm cultivation. Moreover, the Treasure Merchant Association's influence was vast and should not be trifled with by a mere Jiang family. The surrounding spectators, having grown weary of the Jiang family's arrogant demeanor, rallied behind the Qi family, expressing their indignation at the Jiang family's attempt to renege after losing the competition. The Jiang family had lost. Did they still intend to resort to violence? To go back on their word was to disgrace the name of the Merchant Association. "Get out of here!" The Jiang family swiftly became the target of derision, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, as everyone shouted their disdain. The Jiang members clenched their fists in fury, grunting in frustration before slinking away, their heads hanging low, with the presence of the Treasure Merchant Association and the rising ire of the masses. They could not afford to act recklessly. Just you wait. One day, I will make everyone present regret this. Jiang Zhen seethed inwardly. Today was nothing less than a humiliation for the Jiang family. Qi Rongchang, ever the seasoned veteran, was positively beaming, not forgetting to shout back at Jiang Zhen as he departed. I would kindly ask the Jiang family head to prepare the street jurisdiction contract by tomorrow and deliver it to the Qi family. Jiang Zhen was so furious that his lungs felt like they might burst, yet he did not turn around to respond, leaving like a stray dog, after the Jiang family had finally retreated. Qi Rongchang turned to Luo Ruiying, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Fairy Luo, for your assistance. The Qi family will forever remember this favor. Had it not been for your intervention, the Qi family might have ceased to exist in Nanli City after today. The Qi family members were filled with profound gratitude towards Luo Ruiying. Elder Qi is too kind, Luo Ruiying replied with a gentle smile, returning the courtesy. Fairy Luo, would you and young Master Ning and your daughter care to visit our Qi family? I have instructed my servants to prepare a feast in your honor. To express our gratitude, Qi Rongchang cordially invited Luo Ruiying. Given Luo Ruiying's formidable prowess and Ning Yeqing's extraordinary talent, either aspect was enough to warrant the Qi family's enthusiastic overtures. Cultivating a relationship with a powerful practitioner capable of slaying peak celestial realm opponents with a single strike was undoubtedly a wise decision. Sister Luo, please do come and visit our home. In order to express their gratitude, the Qi family was eager to extend their hospitality. Qi Yuan, filled with anticipation, echoed this sentiment. Faced with the Qi family's warm invitation, Luo Ruiying exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Yeqing, conveying their mutual understanding without the need for words. Slowly shaking her head, Luo Ruiying politely declined the offer, saying to Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan, "Thank you for your kindness, but my husband and I prefer a quieter existence. Moreover, we have already prepared our ingredients at home, so we wouldn't want to impose on the Qi family. I imagine you have much to attend to today as well." They come to Nanli City to lead a secluded life, primarily seeking a mundane and peaceful existence. Their assistance to the Qi family was motivated not only by a desire to reciprocate the generous offer of a residence, but also by a simple aversion to the Jiang family, as they did not wish to become overly entangled with the Qi family. Upon hearing Luo Ruiying's refusal, Qi Rongchang and Qi Yuan could not help but display their disappointment, yet they refrained from pressing the matter further. With the Qi family as commercial association having triumphed, the power dynamics in Nanli City had dramatically shifted, leaving much work ahead for them to undertake. Meanwhile, Ning Yeqing, with a smile, turned to Qi Yuan and advised, "Miss Qi, if you are free tomorrow, do visit me at my home." Both Qi Yuan and Luo Ruiying felt a twinge of curiosity about Ning Yeqing's request, uncertain of what he wished to discuss. Nevertheless, Qi Yuan nodded in agreement, responding, "All right, Brother Ning." Ning Yeqing offered no further explanation, instead taking Luo Ruiying's hand as they departed. As Luo Ruiying was unexpectedly led away, she paused, feeling a flutter of emotions within her. The sensation of being guided by him was surprisingly pleasant. Once she regained her composure, she reciprocated by grasping Ning Yeqing's hand. The trio departed slowly under the watchful eyes of onlookers, who respectfully cleared a path. Many recognized Luo Ruiying as the stunning woman they had encountered days prior, and upon witnessing her true prowess, no one dared to show her any disrespect. She was a formidable force capable of slaying those at the pinnacle of the celestial realm with a single stroke. Hand in hand, they strolled back to their residence, and Luo Ruiying noticed an unusual pile of luggage at the entrance of the neighboring vacant houses. Numerous servants were busy moving items in and out, suggesting the properties had been sold overnight, an unusual occurrence for such a secluded area. "Yeqing, it seems we have new neighbors next door that I should take some items over to greet them, although the arrival of new neighbors might disrupt their previously tranquil life." Luo Ruiying intended to adhere to the customs of cordial neighborliness. Ning Yeqing, however, was quick to object. "My dear, that's not advisable." "Why not?" Luo Ruiying asked, puzzled by Ning Yeqing's sudden display of urgency. This was the first time she had witnessed him so visibly agitated. "You should remain at home. I will handle the matter of introducing myself and bringing over some fruit." Ning Yeqing insisted with a sheepish smile, gently ushering Luo Ruiying back to their doorstep. If Luo Ruiying were to interact with the night god, and here to inadvertently reveal his identity. It would spell disaster. Very well, she conceded, somewhat bemused by Ning Yechen's fervent insistence. After Luo Ruiying had returned home, Ning Yechen swiftly made his way into the residence of the night god, standing before him. "Greetings, my lord demon sovereign." The night god immediately halted his tasks, placing a hand over his heart and bowing respectfully. Ning Yechen, with a stern expression and furrowed brow, demanded, "What are you doing here? Did I not instruct you to refrain from intruding upon my life?" "I would not dare, my lord," the night god promptly replied. "Then hasten to gather your belongings and return to the demon realm. You are not to appear before me again," Ning Yechen ordered fiercely. Unexpectedly, the night god did not comply, but instead stated, "My lord demon sovereign, I regret to inform you that I cannot obey. We are tasked with guarding your wife and the young princess, ready to heed your commands and protect them. Rest assured, we will disguise our identities and will not cause you any trouble." Ning Yechen, taken aback by the night god's audacity to defy his orders, was on the verge of reprimanding him when he suddenly grasped the implication of the night god's words. "Wait, what do you mean by we? Are there others among you?" The night god, head bowed in deference, replied, "Yes, my lord, in addition to myself. All the other commanders and leaders of various legions, the Imperial Guard, and the Shadow Guards have been ordered to disguise themselves and remain hidden throughout the city, ready to act at your behest. My lord demon sovereign." Ning Yechen was left speechless, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Who issued this command? My lord demon sovereign, it was the Left Guardian. Could it be that she has also arrived? As time returned to the period of the commercial competition, Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying had already departed, leaving Meng Niu and the others to dutifully remain behind. Even in Ning Yechen's absence, they diligently cleaned every corner of the house. Once they finished their tasks, the three gathered on the steps of the courtyard, armed with cleaning tools. "How long do you think it will be until the master and madam return with the young miss?" Bai Yuan inquired curiously of Meng Niu and Kai Se beside him. Though madam's cultivation is only at the celestial realm, her spiritual energy is remarkably profound, so she will likely return soon, Kai Se remarked, arms crossed and casually reclining. Having witnessed Luo being discreetly using her powers to wash clothes, she was aware of the formidable aura emanating from her golden-hued spiritual energy, which made her somewhat apprehensive. In a life-or-death struggle, she doubted her ability to defeat Luo Ruiying. This was indicative of Madame's extraordinary strength. Meng Niu, brimming with arrogance, thumped his chest and declared, "I don't know how long it will take for Madame to return. However, if the master permits, I could easily deal with those intruders with a single blow." "Foolish Niu, you should temper your enthusiasm. If you expose your identity and jeopardize the master's plans, he will not spare you. Remember, you have yet to atone for the incident when you hit the young miss with a snowball. You should be grateful to still be here." Kai Se cast a sidelong glance at Meng Niu and remarked, "At times, I genuinely fear that this foolish cow might inadvertently reveal her true identity. Should the master investigate, both Bai Yuan and I would undoubtedly be implicated." Upon the mere mention of Ning Yechen, the prideful demeanor on Meng Niu's face dissipated instantly, her head shrinking as if wilted like a drooping flower, becoming remarkably obedient. Remembering how clumsily he had been damaging things lately made her body tremble slightly. What if the master grew displeased with him and decided to dispose of him? In fact, compared to when the master and mistress would return, I find myself feeling more sympathetic towards the Jiang family. Why must they provoke the master? Contemplating Ning Yechen's terrifying presence, Kai Se couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the Jiang family. Given the master's disposition, he would certainly not let the Jiang family off lightly. In a few days, they would likely vanish from existence. Bai Yuan nodded in agreement. A few days? That is far too long, that if the master wished, he could make the Jiang family disappear this very moment. Yet, it seems he does not desire such a direct annihilation. Kai Se remarked coolly. The fact that Ning Yechen had not instructed them to eliminate the Jiang family directly indicated one crucial point. He had yet to decide on their immediate demise. Otherwise, eradicating the Jiang family would be but a matter of moments. Just as the three were engaged in their idle chatter, a gentle knock echoed at the courtyard door. "Did I have someone here?" As the master returned, Kai Se, along with the others, was taken aback, hastily rising to their feet and feigning productivity. Some sweeping, others dusting like tea that moment. Confusion filled their hearts. Logically, the master and mistress would not return home without making their presence known. Why, they heard not a whisper. Soon, the door creaked open, and a strikingly beautiful woman with an ethereal aura gracefully stepped into the courtyard, her enchanting eyes surveying her surroundings with keen interest as she softly murmured, "Is this the secluded abode of the Demon Lord? After searching for over a century, I have finally found it." Meng Niu and the others exchanged puzzled glances, quietly ceasing their activities we thought it was the master returning and were taken by surprise. Turns out it is not. Meng Niu voiced her displeasure, bluntly asking, "Hey, who are you? Are you not aware that one cannot simply enter another as home?" In recent days, aside from Qi Yuan, no one else had visited their home. Upon encountering a stranger, Meng Niu's instinct was to assume she had wandered in by mistake and to shoo her away. Kai Sei quickly intervened, fearing Meng Niu would stir up trouble. She approached Yu Qingyu politely, inquiring, "May I ask whom you seek? The master and mistress are currently not at home." "Not at home," Yu Qingyu murmured, her expression tinged with disappointment. However, having waited for over a century, a little longer would not matter. During this time, she wished to learn about the current life of the Demon Lord. She stepped further into the courtyard, her beautiful eyes curiously scanning the area, disregarding the trio entirely. This behavior caused Kai Sei to frown slightly. Who exactly is this person? How presumptuous! Had it not been for her desire to avoid causing trouble for the master, she would have already thrown her out. As Yu Qingyu prepared to enter the main hall, Kai Sei and the others could no longer contain themselves, positioning themselves in front of her and asking with displeasure, "Might we inquire who you are, miss? Entering someone else's home without permission is rather rude, is it not?" Yu Qingyu halted at the inquiry, her calm, beautiful gaze settling on the trio. Her words left them utterly astonished. Sky-swallowing divine python, chaotic demon ox, titan giant ape. I did not expect remnants of ancient beast bloodlines to still exist in the human realm. Though, you seem a tad too weak. Have you only just recently entered the realm of immortals? The three stared wide-eyed, shock etched across their faces. This woman saw through their disguises at a glance. They had already attained the realm of immortals, placing them among the pinnacle of cultivators in the human realm. Even Luo Ruing had not been able to discern their true identities, yet this suddenly arrived woman had done so effortlessly. Though she emitted no trace of spiritual power, she was undoubtedly extraordinary. The expressions of Kai Sei and her companions turned serious as they exchanged glances, resolutely preparing to act. They had heard of someone attempting to assassinate the mistress and miss. Perhaps this woman was the one. With the master absent, it was their duty to protect the home. They must subdue her first. As they lunged forward, Yu Qingyu's demeanor remained unchanged. She simply uttered, "Kneel," in an instant. The trio felt a jolt in their heads, their bodies seemingly controlled by an unseen force, compelling them to the ground. Their bodies would not obey their commands. This was not a forceful pressure exerted through spiritual power, for she radiated no such energy. Rather, her mere words carried an inexplicable magic that commanded their compliance. They had no means to resist. This was only the second time since encountering Ning Yechen that they felt such terror and helplessness. Yu Qingyu towered over Kai Sei and her companions, a slight frown adorning her features as she disdainfully remarked, "Too weak. Are you three the new pets of the Demon Lord?" "Demon Lord? Pets?" Kai Sei, bewildered, lifted her head in confusion. Was this woman referring to that master? Despite their status as powerful beings within the realm of immortals, she had labeled them as pets. However, given the master as strength. Perhaps there was some truth to her claim. After parting with Ning Yechen, Luo Ruing entered the courtyard, cradling Luo Hongya. Upon seeing the door ajar, she felt puzzled, suspecting that Kai Sei and the others had forgotten to close it. It was only upon entering the courtyard and catching sight of Yu Qingyu's breathtaking figure that she realized someone was present. After glancing at Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruing turned her attention to the trio sprawled on the ground, inquiring, "What has happened? Why are you lying on the ground?" Miss, you have returned. We, accidentally slipped and fell." Kai Sei explained sheepishly. Just then, Yu Qingyu discreetly withdrew her command, allowing the trio to regain their freedom as they hastily scrambled to their feet. Their gazes toward Yu Qingyu were laced with unprecedented apprehension. Should she wish to eliminate them, it would merely take a word. All three collapsing simultaneously was quite the blunder. Luo Ruiying, not overthinking it, shifted her gaze back to Yu Qingyu and asked, "Who is this young lady?" Since Luo Ruiying had entered with Luo Hongya, Yu Qingyu's eyes had been fixated on the two, her expression gradually revealing boundless delight and affection. She must be the wife of the demon lord, the mistress of the demon realm. Such a peerless beauty, perfectly matched with the demon lord. Thus, the little darling in her arms must be the princess of the demon realm. Absolutely stunning and adorable, just like the demon lord in his youth. How delightful. Yu Qingyu's cold features could not suppress a slight smile, revealing a hint of uncontainable joy. Why such a moment, she ought to maintain grace and composure. Yet she simply could not resist. To Luo Ruiying, Yu Qingyu's smile appeared exceedingly suspicious. This woman had been scrutinizing both her and Luo Hongye from the very beginning, her fervent gaze brimming with delight. Could it be that she was? Luo Ruiying furrowed her brow slightly, raising her guard. Yu Qingyu, unfazed, approached Luo Ruiying with elegant, measured steps, crossing her feet and gently placing a hand over her heart, slightly bowing as she executed a most graceful greeting. "I have met the mistress and the little princess." "Mistress, little princess?" Luo Ruiying tightened her hold on Luo Hongye, her expression filled with confusion as she regarded Yu Qingyu. Just as Yu Qingyu was about to respond, Ning Yechen hurriedly returned. Upon spotting Yu Qingyu, his expression shifted dramatically. "She has truly come." Ning Yechen quickly stepped in front of Luo Ruiying, asking Yu, "How did you also arrive?" "Yu Chun, do you know this young lady?" As the serene moonlight lingered before Yu Qingyu could respond, Luo Ruiying spoke up first. "My lady, she was once a servant in my husband's household. It has been quite some time since we last met." Ning Yechen, quick-witted in his urgency, swiftly interjected, "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Luo Ing scrutinized Yu Qingyu once more. Although she had previously been informed by Ning Yechen of his family's impressive background, she had not anticipated that even the servants would possess such beauty and grace. Initially, she believed that Kai Sei and the other two had surpassed ordinary appearances, yet this young lady's looks and demeanor eclipsed them entirely. Yu Qingyu emanated a noble and elegant aloofness that was hardly reminiscent of a mermaid. She was in no way inferior to herself. Yu Qingyu, astute and perceptive, quickly grasped why Ning Yechen sought to stifle her words. It appeared that this lady was still unaware of the true identity of the demon lord. From Luo Ruiying, she sensed a faint aura of the celestial realm. She was indeed a being of the immortal world. No wonder the demon lord wished to conceal his identity, though puzzled as to why the demon lord would choose a woman from the celestial realm as his wife. Yu Qingyu held no objections. For as long as the demon lord was willing to marry and have children, she would wholeheartedly support his choice, regardless of whether his bride was a mere pig demon. She would not harbor the slightest resentment. Realizing that Ning Yechen did not wish to reveal his identity, Yu Qingyu promptly followed his lead and bowed respectfully, introducing herself. "I am Yu Qingyu. Honored to meet you, my lady that I once served as the young master's personal maid. And at his command, I have come to attend to you and the young miss that my command." Ning Yechen was taken aback. When had he given such an order? Yu Qingyu's words indicated her intention to remain. "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yechen, seeking confirmation. Ning Yechen thought to himself that this was a disaster. The way she followed along with the conversation made it difficult for him to find an excuse to dismiss her. Yet, at that moment, he could not deny it. Otherwise, he would have trouble explaining to Luo Ruiying. With little time to hesitate, he reluctantly nodded in agreement with Yu Qingyu's statement. "Yes, my lady, yes, that's so. However, I am not accustomed to being attended to," upon learning that Yu Qingyu had been summoned by Ning Yechen. Luo Ruiying felt her guard lower. Seizing the opportunity presented by Luo Ruiying's words, Ning Yechen quickly replied, "Since you are not accustomed to it, then I shall have her leave." With that, he shot a discreet glance at Yu Qingyu, silently urging her to depart. Yet, Yu Qingyu seemed to ignore Ning Yechen's silent plea, her previously icy visage transforming into one of sorrow. As if on the verge of tears, she delicately brushed a tear from her eye and lamented. "Young master, I have been searching for you ever since you left at I am truly overjoyed to see you again. But now, you wish to cast me away. I have wandered for so long, and if you do not want me, I have nowhere else to go. Ning Yechen. He was utterly astonished. He had never expected Yu Qingyu to employ such a pitiful tactic to remain. The president of the demon realm, a figure of immense power, was now projecting an image of vulnerability. Had he not known her character well, he might have believed her. This was simply too incongruous. She was not like this at all in her usual demeanor. Do not embellish your performance, he thought. And with that expression, how could you possibly appear as someone who has been wandering for so long? My lady, you must not be deceived by her. Ning Yechen turned to Luo Ruiying, who, to his dismay, had tears welling in her eyes, gazing at Yu Qingyu with sympathy. It is all right. We have spare rooms in our home. Since you have come all this way, you may stay with us for the time being. Luo Ruiying stepped forward and gently grasped Yu Qingyu's hand. After speaking, she shot a fierce glare at Ning Yechen, as if reproaching him for his apparent lack of compassion. How could he summon someone only to so heartlessly dismiss them? Luo Ruiying, having once roamed the world with Luo Hongye to evade pursuers, could deeply relate to Yu Qingyu's plight. Witnessing this scene, Ning Yechen's first thought was that it was over and my wife has been deceived. Come, Miss Yu, allow me to show you to a room of your liking. Luo Ruiying led Yu Qingyu into the inner chambers. Thank you, my lady, Yu Qingyu replied, bowing slightly, casting a discreet glance at Ning Yechen, her lips curling into a victorious smile. Ning Yechen, this will be your room from now on. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Luo Ruiying kindly instructed as she and Yu Qingyu selected a room in the courtyard. Thank you, my lady. Yu Qingyu expressed her gratitude with a slight bow, each gesture exuding poise, elegance, and respect. This only deepened Luo Ruiying's curiosity regarding Ning Yechen's family background. What kind of lineage could produce such a remarkably refined and courteous maid? Ning Yechen stayed closely beside Luo Ruiying, ever vigilant against any strange actions or remarks from Yu Qingyu. With her constantly by Luo Ruiying's side, he had no opportunity for private discourse with her. Moreover, his silent communications were entirely disregarded. It was as if she was confident that he would not dare act against her in front of Luo Ruiying. Just then, Luo Hongye, nestled in Luo Ruiying's arms, raised her little head and softly said, Mother, I am hungry. My lady, please go prepare something for Hongye and I will take care of things here. Ning Yechen interjected at the opportune moment, pushing Luo Ruiying gently out the door. Very well, you two may converse. Luo Ruiying thought Ning Yechen wished to catch up with his maid after such a long separation, so she paid no mind and took Luo Hongye away. I shall assist the lady. Yu Qingyu attempted to follow, but was immediately interrupted by Ning Yechen. You stay here. I have matters to discuss with you. Once he confirmed that Luo Ruiying had gone far, Ning Yechen quickly shut the door, his expression stern as he confronted Yu Qingyu. What are you doing here? To serve the esteemed demon lord, as well as the lady and the young princess. Yu Qingyu replied, immediately adopting an exceedingly respectful demeanor, her hand resting on her chest. I am no longer the demon lord of the demon realm. You need not stay by my side, that I do not require your service. So leave at once. Ning Yechen commanded with a stern face. With them around, how could he lead a simple, secluded life with his wife and child? Upon hearing this, Yu Qingyu's expression turned solemn, and she knelt on one knee, her hand still resting on her chest, as she earnestly stated, You will always be my only supreme ruler of the demon realm. We, as sworn followers, will forever remain by your side. If you truly wish for us to depart, you must do so by your own hand. Ning Yechen's gaze sharpened, and as he raised his hand, the air around Yu Qingyu began to warp. Yet, she remained steadfast, showing no intention of resisting. Ultimately, after a moment of hesitation, Ning Yechen sighed in resignation. Get up. Sometimes, he found himself troubled by the unwavering loyalty of his subordinates. This made his desire to retire seem futile, despite having instructed them not to seek him out. They had continued to do so for over a century. He could never truly bring himself to harm such devoted followers. Yu Qingyu was surely aware of this, fully cognizant that he could never act against her. This was what frustrated him the most. Thank you, Demon Lord, Yu Qingyu said, a faint smile gracing her lips as she rose, appearing as if nothing had transpired. "Now, tell me, how many from the demon realm have you brought over?" Ning Yechen settled into a nearby chair, propping his chin on one hand, his demeanor cold and aloof, reminiscent of the demon lord of old, as he inquired of Yu Qingyu. Reporting to the esteemed demon lord, "I have commanded all 13 demon gods to descend into the mortal realm. The 1st Legion, the 3rd Legion, and the 6th Legion have also been mobilized, and they shall soon grace the mortal realm with their presence. The commanders of each legion, along with your shadow guards and elite troops, have gradually arrived in the city. I have arranged for each of them to assume concealed identities throughout the city, ready to await your summons at any moment. It is imperative that we safeguard the safety of the lady and the little princess. Of course, we shall not intrude upon the serene lives of the esteemed demon lord and the lady princess." Ning Yechen remarked, "This already disrupts my existence." He gently rubbed his forehead, unable to suppress his exasperation. The arrival of all 13 demon gods, coupled with nearly 1,000,000 troops from 3 legions, is an overwhelming presence. This does not even account for the numbers of the shadow guards and elite troops. It certainly does not resemble a protective force. Rather, it exudes the aura of an impending assault on the entire mortal realm. And amidst this chaos, they expect me to live a tranquil life, minimize personnel movements in the city, and recall all legions back to the demon realm. Ning Yechen cast a sidelong glance at Yu Qingyu and issued his command with a hint of irritation. Just the personnel movements orchestrated by Yu Qingyu alone could raise the entirety of the mortal realm. Yu Qingyu hesitated, expressing her concern. "Esteemed demon lord, would this not compromise our safety? It is already more than sufficiently secure." "Overly secure. In fact, with both you and I present, it is entirely adequate," Ning Yechen replied, exasperated. In truth, his very presence negated the need for protection, yet Yu Qingyu had still mobilized such a vast number of people. The 13 demon gods alone are of the celestial emperor caliber, not to mention Yu Qingyu herself. Upon hearing Ning Yechen's final words, Yu Qingyu felt it was a testament to his trust in her. Offering a faint smile and a nod of acquiescence, "I understand. Everything shall be in accordance with the esteemed demon lord's wishes. During this period, you shall remain in the household in the capacity of maid." Realizing she could not dismiss Yu Qingyu, Ning Yechen reluctantly allowed her to stay in the household for the time being. Yu Qingyu was a shrewd and diligent individual. Even if she remained, it was unlikely she would disrupt his life. Moreover, with Yu Qingyu by the side of Luo Ruiying and her daughter, he could feel a greater sense of assurance. Her presence was incomparable to that of Meng Niu and her companions. "I have always been your most devoted personal maid," Yu Qingyu earnestly countered Ning Yechen's earlier statement. Ning Yechen, disinclined to further debate, summoned Meng Niu and her companions, instructing them, "From now on, in my absence, you are to follow her commands." "Yes, my lord." Meng Niu and her companions respectfully bowed in response. They were well aware of Ning Yechen's identity as the demon lord and had witnessed Yu Qingyu's formidable prowess. Harboring no objections, Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow as she regarded Meng Niu and her companions, then turned to Ning Yechen and inquired, "Esteemed demon lord, if you must keep pets, you ought to select more formidable ones. These 3 are far too weak to be of any use. They are not even as competent as the hellhounds at the entrance of your demon palace. Shall I procure a new batch for you from the demon realm?" Upon hearing this, Meng Niu and her companions trembled in fear, their eyes brimming with tears as they looked towards Ning Yechen. If the Lord no longer desired them, would they not be disposed of immediately? Even if they were indeed weak, surely they were not utterly useless. They had learned to wash clothes, cook meals, clean, and chop wood. Ning Yechen regarded Meng Niu and her companions with exasperation. They exhibited none of the qualities befitting a demon king. "Let us keep them. I rather enjoy having them around." "As you wish, esteemed demon lord," Yu Qingyu conceded upon hearing Ning Yechen's words, no longer pressing the issue. "Thank you, my lord," Meng Niu and her companions exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Their lord did not disdain them, and they had successfully survived another day. Meanwhile, Luo Ruiying cradled Luo Hongye in the hall, feeding her porridge spoonful by spoonful, her lovely eyes occasionally darting towards the inner courtyard. Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu had been conversing in the room for quite some time and had yet to emerge. Her intuition told her that the relationship between Yu Qingyu and Ning Yechen was rather extraordinary. However, she could not quite articulate what felt amiss, that a desire to sneak a glance at them tugged at her. Yet she hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. Had her prolonged stay in the mortal realm and the mundane life she led caused her to become so whimsical? Luo Ring gently caressed her cheek, pondering. The former her would not have indulged in such idle thoughts. Perhaps she was merely overthinking it. "Mother," Luo Hongye said sweetly, swinging her little feet and gazing up at Luo Ring with an open mouth, signaling her eagerness for more food. With a loving smile, Luo Ruiying dismissed her scattered thoughts and continued to feed her daughter. Luo Hongye's eyes squinted with joy, her little feet swaying back and forth, revealing an adorable crescent moon smile. Just then, Ning Yechen and Yu Qingyu emerged from the inner courtyard. "Father," Luo Hongye called out softly, and Ning Yechen smiled as he took her from Luo Ruiying's arms, cradling her tenderly and gently stroking her small back. Observing this, Luo Ruiying merely smiled faintly, reaching for a handkerchief to wipe Luo Hongye's mouth. Yu Qingyu watched this scene, her eyes misting with emotion, a smile of contentment gracing her face. What a heartwarming and blissful sight! She had long awaited this moment, and finally, in her lifetime, she bore witness to it. Now, even death would hold no regrets for her. She yearned to immortalize this moment, projecting it to the demon realm so that all could sing its praises. Luo Ring noticed Yu Qingyu wiping away tears, perplexed, and immediately asked, "Miss Yu, what troubles you?" "My lady, I am fine. I am merely overwhelmed with emotion," Yu Qingyu replied. "Overwhelmed with emotion?" Luo Ruiying questioned, puzzled. "Indeed," Yu Qingyu continued, "seeing the bond between the young master, you, and the young miss fills my heart with profound emotion." "Thank you, my lady." As she spoke, Yu Qingyu bowed deeply to Luo Ruiying. Were it not for Luo Ruiying, she would not have witnessed the moment when the demon lord married and had children. Luo Ruiying appeared bewildered and at a loss, turning to Ning Yechen with a look of confusion. Ning Yechen, equally perplexed, could not find a way to explain, merely saying, "My dear, do not mind her. She has always been this way." Yu Qingyu had been urging him to marry for at least several decades while in the demon realm. For her, it was likely a moment of genuine sentiment. Yu Qingyu slowly approached Ning Yechen, her usually indifferent eyes shimmering with tender affection, her gaze fixated on Luo Hongye in his arms. What an adorable and beautiful little princess! She was undoubtedly the embodiment of the demon lord's exceptional lineage. In the future, she would surely rival the presence of the esteemed demon lord. Yu Qingyu struggled to contain her excitement at the thought of holding Luo Hongye, asking Ning Yechen in an almost pleading tone, "Young master, may I hold the young miss?" Yu Qingyu's eyes bore into Ning Yechen's, a clear desire written all over her face. Ning Yechen found it difficult to refuse her request, if it were merely a matter of holding her. There was no issue with that, as long as she did not startle Yi. "Rest assured, young master," she replied, "not if I startle the young miss. I shall atone with my life." Yu Qingyu spoke in a tranquil tone, as if discussing a matter of little significance. "There is no need to take it this far." Ning Yechen responded in silence. Beside him, Luo Ruiying wore an expression of bewilderment. Was this moon girl truly so serious, insisting on death as an apology at the slightest provocation? Luo Hongye, nestled in Ning Yechen's embrace, gazed up at Yu Qingyu with a mixture of timidity and curiosity. Ning Yechen gently handed Luo Hongye to Yu Qingyu, softly advising, "Don't be afraid, Yi. She is not a bad person. Well, not entirely a bad person." Initially, Luo Hongye resisted, clinging to Ning Yechen. The only individuals she truly trusted were Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. She had never allowed anyone else to hold her. Even when Qi Yuan attempted to embrace her, she instinctively recoiled. However, under Ning Yechen's soothing words, Luo Hongye, though still somewhat apprehensive, behaved with remarkable obedience, not struggling or crying, as she was gently cradled by Yu Qingyu. Yu Qingyu held Luo Hongye with utmost care, her face alight with disbelief and joy. Her hands trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement. She was holding the child of the demon lord, the little princess of the demon realm. What an honor! She resolved then and there that she would never wash this outfit or these hands again. The resemblance to the young master was uncanny. "Truly, my beloved little princess," Yu Qingyu praised gently, her expression softening. Ning Yechen cast a silent glance at Yu Qingyu, quickly interjecting, "Wake up, she is mine." Should anyone from the demon realm witness her tender demeanor, they would scarcely believe it. Was this truly their stern and unyielding president of the demon realm? It seemed Yu Qingyu did not hear Ning Yechen's words, her eyes still brimming with delight as she meticulously examined every detail of Luo Hongye. By mere touch and sight, she had already gauged Luo Hongye's weight and measurements. Luo Hongye felt somewhat intimidated under her scrutiny, timidly asking, "Sister, are you here to play with ye, sister?" If only she could call me grandmother instead. "Well, sister will suffice," Yu Qingyu mused, her expression slightly disappointed but quickly accepting the title. "Please do not casually alter the hierarchy." Ning Yechen reproached Yu Qingyu once more, exasperated. Luo Ruiying, standing nearby, appeared increasingly perplexed. Did she just hear something unusual? Grandmother. Did that imply that Miss Yu wished to be their mother? Was this something a close attendant should even say? "Yechen, this?" Luo Ruiying inquired, seeking clarification from Ning Yechen. He too was at a loss for words. Merely stating, "My dear, please do not take offense. She has always been this way." It was challenging not to be offended. Luo Ruiying thought to herself, finding Yu Qingyu's demeanor increasingly peculiar. Yu Qingyu felt no sense of impropriety in her earlier statement, responding formally and earnestly to Luo Hongye's previous question. "From this moment forth, I shall remain by your and your lady's side, devoted to serving both of you." That moment, she pledged her loyalty to the demon realm before Luo Ruiying and Luo Hongye. After their evening bath, Luo Ruiying sat on the edge of the bed, drying Luo Hongye's damp hair. As soon as her hair was dry, Luo Hongye eagerly turned and burrowed into the blankets. Aside from eating and playing, her favorite activity was sleeping each night with Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying. "Daddy, mommy, sleep," she chirped, poking her little head out from under the covers. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying exchanged smiles, shedding their outer garments before climbing onto the bed. One bed, one blanket, three souls slumbering together. Luo Hongye nestled comfortably between Luo Ruiying and Ning Yechen. Before long, lulled by Luo Ruiying's rhythmic caresses, Luo Hongye drifted into a deep sleep. Ning Yechen, propped up on one arm, gazed tenderly at Luo Hongye, then turned his gaze to Luo Ruiying. Noticing his attention, Luo Ruiying raised her lovely eyes in curiosity, asking, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Because my dear wife is beautiful," Ning Yechen replied sincerely. This was the truth. Among all the women he had encountered, Luo Ruiying was the most enchanting. Her hair, elegantly pinned up, exuded a mature charm beneath her breathtaking visage. While soothing Luo Hongye, she radiated a nurturing aura of maternal affection. Suddenly receiving such an unexpected compliment from Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying felt her cheeks flush a delicate pink. She shot him an annoyed glare before lowering her head and averting her gaze. What was he suddenly prattling on about? It made her feel slightly bashful. Observing Luo Ruiying's shy demeanor, Ning Yechen felt a surge of affection. Despite being a mother to a 2-year-old, she retained the innocence of a youthful maiden, a quality he found quite endearing. Slowly, he leaned closer to Luo Ruiying, narrowing the distance between them. They had been together for some time, yet moments of intimacy were rare, often spent in the company of their child. Though their feelings had been gradually warming, there had been no significant progress. With Luo Hongye asleep, this was one of the few opportunities for them to share a private moment as a couple. Just as Ning Yechen prepared to bridge the gap further, Luo Ruiying unexpectedly broke the silence with a question that left him momentarily frozen. By the way, Yechen, was that moon girl truly your former attendant? Ning Yechen's heart skipped a beat. Why does my wife ask this? Could she have sensed something amiss? Seeing Ning Yechen's hesitation, Luo Ruiying tilted her head in confusion, noticing how close he had leaned in. "Why are you so close?" I was merely concerned about the chill from the blankets, wanting to ensure Yi stays warm." Ning Yechen replied earnestly. "Do, is that so? Then why are you so close to me?" At that moment, there was scarcely a fist's distance between their faces. Something felt off about his explanation. Ning Yechen cleared his throat awkwardly, retreating slightly to lie down. Regrettably, he had failed. Luo, being observing Ning Yechen's crestfallen expression, felt an inexplicable amusement. What exactly was he disappointed about? She propped herself up, adjusting the blankets to cover Luo Hongye and Ning Yechen more thoroughly. With her cultivation, even the coldest weather had no effect on her. Naturally, she would ensure the warmth of the blankets enveloped her child and husband. Why, dear wife, you are truly wonderful. As Luo Ruing lovingly tucked the blankets for him. A satisfied smile bloomed on Ning Yechen's face. Wife, you are so gentle, don't think you can distract me. You still haven't answered my earlier question, Luo Ruing admonished. Ning Yechen fell silent. My dear, she truly was my former personal attendant. However, after I left home to live in seclusion, I have not seen her in quite some time. Ning Yechen cautiously replied, and he spoke without a hint of deceit. Yu Qingyu had indeed been his personal maid within the demon realm. A personal maid. Upon hearing this, Luo Ruing's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she let out an enigmatic murmur. Ning Yechen felt a sudden tightness in his throat, carefully observing the subtle shifts in Luo Ruing's expression. Surely, she wasn't feeling jealous, was she? Fortunately, the jealousy he had imagined did not manifest. Luo Ruing merely expressed her curiosity, saying, Yechen, your household seems to have quite remarkable attendants. I can't help but wonder about your family background. If it were just Meng Niu and his companions, it would be one thing, but Yu Qingyu's grace and beauty were simply extraordinary. The fact that such an individual served as Ning Yechen's personal maid piqued her curiosity about his family lineage. What kind of background could cultivate such an exquisite maid? Moreover, she felt an inexplicable sensation towards Yu Qingyu. Her intuition hinted that this woman was exceptional. Yet, there was no doubt that they bore her no hostility. On the contrary, they were exceedingly respectful. Noticing Luo Ruing's intrigued expression, Ning Yechen smiled with a hint of significance, saying, My dear, what is there to be curious about? If the opportunity arises in the future, I shall personally take you home to see for yourself, at which point you will understand it. I suppose, Luo Ruing did not catch the deeper meaning behind Ning Yechen's words, interpreting them merely as a wife visiting her husband's family. As his wife, it was only fitting that she pay a visit to his family. Are there many people in your household now? If we are to return, I should prepare some gifts, and no need to prepare gifts. My dear, they will be delighted simply by your presence. Besides, there are quite a few of them, and you wouldn't be able to bring enough gifts. Ning Yechen chuckled awkwardly, given his status as the supreme ruler of the demon realm. Everyone in the realm could be considered his subjects, and their numbers were indeed vast. Luo Ruing's curiosity only deepened upon hearing this. Just how many people were in his family? Fearing that Luo Ruing might continue her inquiries, Ning Yechen hastily changed the subject. My dear, could you lift your head for a moment? Luo Ruing looked puzzled but complied, slightly raising her head from the pillow. Ning Yechen seized the opportunity to place his arm on her pillow, smiling as he said, You may lie down now. Luo Ruing glanced at Ning Yechen's arm and finally understood his intention. He wished for her to rest her head upon it. After a moment's hesitation, she cautiously nestled against his arm.as soon as she lay down. Ning Yechen wrapped his arm around her, pulling her close to his chest. Luo Hongye was nestled between them, the three of them closely entwined. Luo Ruing felt a slight surprise, her cheeks flushing, yet she shot Ning Yechen a playful glare without pulling away. My dear, how does it feel? Ning Yechen asked with a smile. Too hard, it's not comfortable at all. Luo Ruing pouted slightly, expressing her discontent. Is that so? Would you like me to change positions? Ning Yechen inquired, preparing to withdraw his arm. However, Luo Ruing pressed down on his arm, closed her eyes, and softly said, No need, just like this is fine, it's quite nice. The next morning, Luo Ruing sat before the vanity, tending to her flowing hair, her graceful figure on full display. My dear, allow me to assist you. Ning Yechen leaned closer to her ear from behind, his face nearly brushing against hers. Can you style hair? Luo Ruing asked, her cheeks reddening in surprise. If you must ask, then you underestimate my abilities. Ning Yechen replied with a gentle smile, taking the hairpin and comb from Luo Ruing's hands and meticulously arranging her hair. As Luo Ruing sat before the mirror, she quietly allowed Ning Yechen to tend to her hair. Though his technique was somewhat unrefined, it was unexpectedly deft, and before long, he had styled her hair and secured it with a hairpin. Luo Ruiying gazed at her reflection in surprise. Luo Hongye was eagerly bouncing at Ning Yechen's feet. "Daddy, it's my turn now." "Yes, now it's my adorable Hongye's turn," Ning Yechen chuckled as he lifted Luo Hongye into his arms, expertly fashioning two playful buns atop her head. Luo Ruiying watched nearby. Though the style was unfamiliar, it appeared surprisingly charming. Just as he finished styling her hair, a voice came from outside the door. "Young master, madam, breakfast is ready." "Thank you for your hard work," Luo Ruiying responded, cradling Luo Hongye as she opened the door. Moon Xingyu stood elegantly at the entrance. Upon seeing the delightful hairstyle on Luo Hongye, Moon Xingyu's eyes lit up, a surge of fervent desire sparkling within them. Thankfully, she quickly suppressed it. That was close. She nearly lost control. The little princess is simply too adorable. She longed to hold the little princess in her arms. Just like the Madame A.S. Ning Yechen entered the hall, he found the table laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. "You can cook?" Ning Yechen exclaimed in astonishment, subtly sending a message to Moon Xingyu. In his memory, she did not seem like someone who would cook. "After the little princess was born, I spent 3 days learning," Moon Xingyu replied nonchalantly. This revelation left Ning Yechen even more astonished. Was such effort truly necessary? The supreme ruler of the demon realm personally learning to cook sounded utterly absurd. Luo Ruiying was also surprised. After tasting a few bites, her eyes brightened. The taste is genuinely delightful. She fed some tender fish to Luo Hongye, who chewed happily, beaming with joy. "It's delicious. To receive praise from the young lady is an honor. If the young lady enjoys it, I shall prepare it for you every day." Moon Xingyu's face broke into a proud smile at Luo Hongye's words. She would be the first in the demon realm, aside from the demon lord, to earn the little princess's praise. All her hard work during this time had not been in vain. Meng Niu and the others stood obediently behind Moon Xingyu. In the past, Luo Ruiying had no objection to their dining together. However, with Moon Xingyu present, they dared not do so. She had stated that if they ever acted in a manner unbefitting their station, she would ensure their disappearance from this world. The terror she inspired was no less than that of the Great Lord, and her standards were even more stringent. Seeing Moon Xingyu and Meng Niu standing rigidly, Luo Ruiying smiled and said, "You should all join us for a meal. We are merely your attendants, madam, and do not possess the qualifications to dine with you." Moon Xingyu replied solemnly, bowing. Luo Ruiying did not expect Moon Xingyu to be so rigidly adhering to her principles. And she laughed, saying, "It's perfectly fine here. Besides, there is plenty of food. It would be a waste not to eat." "Madam, that's not acceptable. It does not align with our identity and duties." Moon Xingyu resolutely refused once more. Luo Ruiying was at a loss with Moon Xingyu's stubbornness. Ning Yechen gently patted Luo Ruiying's shoulder and said, "My dear, just rephrase it." With that, Ning Yechen turned to Moon Xingyu, stating calmly, "You all will sit down and eat together." "That is an order." "Yes." As his words fell, Moon Xingyu hesitated for a moment before nodding and taking a seat. In truth, she had wanted to refuse, but the command of the demon lord was not to be disobeyed. Such a command was absolutely inviolable within the demon realm. Thus, she had no choice but to acquiesce. After Meng Niu and the others cautiously took their seats following the serene arrival of Yu Qingyu, Luo Ruiying felt a sense of helplessness. Did all these people need to be commanded to sit? After speaking for ages, it would have been more effective to issue a single order, just as everyone had gathered around the table. A sudden knock resounded from the courtyard door. Ning Yechen, without the need for speculation, knew it must be Qi Yuan arriving. Although he had instructed Qi Yuan to visit him today, he had not anticipated her arrival at such an early hour. Kaisei rose to open the courtyard door, as expected. It was Qi Yuan, who had come to visit bright and early. "Sister Luo, Brother Ning," Qi Yuan greeted warmly and joyfully as she entered the hall, her demeanor brimming with enthusiasm. Following their victory over the Jiang family the previous day, the Qi family had been tirelessly engaged in consolidating their control over the various streets of Nanli City. However, this bustling activity brought immense joy to everyone in the Qi family. Since yesterday, a smile had not left her lips. Little Yi, Qi Yuan exclaimed as she approached Luo Hongye, squatting down to affectionately pat the chubby little face of the princess of the demon realm. "Qi, Sister Qi," stammered Luo Hongye, who was so overwhelmed by the gesture that she could hardly respond. Sitting not far away, Yu Qingyu was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in shock as she witnessed Qi Yuan so brazenly fondling the cheeks of their little princess. How dare she? It was simply unforgivable. She had never dared to treat her so intimately. My Lord Demon Sovereign. Who is this woman? Can I eliminate her? Rest assured, I will not cause you or the lady any trouble. I promise she will leave in peace. Yu Qingyu desperately suppressed the surging killing intent within her, simultaneously inquiring telepathically with Ning Yechen while casting a frigid glare at Qi Yuan, as long as the demon sovereign permitted it. She would ensure this woman vanished. Ning Yechen glanced at Yu Qingyu with irritation and decisively replied, "No. Was it really necessary to make her disappear simply because she had patted Luo Hongye's cheeks?" Moreover, it was an expression of Qi Yuan's fondness for Luo Hongye, making it even more unlikely that he would allow her to act against Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, sensing an icy presence behind her, turned to meet Yu Qingyu's cold gaze that moment. She realized there was an unfamiliar face among them. This sister was not lacking in beauty compared to Sister Luo. Yet, she appeared rather intimidating. Why did it seem as though she was glaring at her with animosity? Had she done something wrong? "Why you? Hello." Qi Yuan cautiously greeted Yu Qingyu. "Hello," Yu Qingyu replied out of duty as a servant. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Qi Yuan with a chilling intensity. The fearsome aura emanating from her made Qi Yuan instinctively shrink back. Who was this woman? She was truly terrifying. Under her scrutiny, Qi Yuan felt as though she was falling into an icy abyss, her entire being chilled to the bone. Seeking solace, Qi Yuan glanced towards Ning Yechen, her eyes filled with confusion and trepidation. "Miss Qi, this is my family's new attendant, and she was once my personal maid, Yu Qingyu," Ning Yechen introduced simply. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's curiosity towards Yu Qingyu deepened. She had initially thought Yu Qingyu was a guest of Luo Ruiying or Ning Yechen. But it turned out she was Ning Yechen's former personal maid. Having grown up in a wealthy family, Qi Yuan had encountered numerous nobles and believed she had seen many exceptional attendants. Yet, she had never encountered one with such striking beauty and grace. Even if told Yu Qingyu was a princess from a foreign nation, she would have no reason to doubt it. Ning Yechen's household had attendants of such caliber. Meng Niu and her companions were already remarkable, but Yu Qingyu left her utterly astonished. However, she still could not fathom why Yu Qingyu had regarded her with hostility upon their first meeting. Deciding not to dwell on it, Qi Yuan averted her gaze, daring not to meet Yu Qingyu's eyes any longer, and turned to Ning Yechen, asking, "By the way, Brother Ning, did you have something in mind upon seeing me today?" "Indeed," Ning Yechen replied with a slight smile, inquiring, "Miss Qi, while the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City has now been entrusted to the Qi family, it seems the Jiang family has not entirely vanished from the city." "Has it?" "That is correct," Qi Yuan replied, her tone filled with indignation. "Although the jurisdiction of the streets in Nanli City now belongs to my Qi family, many merchant associations continue to side with the Jiang family. They still operate under the Jiang family's shops, and business remains as usual." The mere mention of the Jiang family ignited Qi Yuan's anger. Although the Qi family had successfully secured control over the streets of Nanli City, thereby significantly undermining the Jiang family's influence and operations, a considerable number of merchant associations still chose to support the Jiang family. The contract for the street shops had not yet expired, allowing the Jiang family's businesses to continue functioning normally despite losing jurisdiction over the streets. However, once the contracts expired, the Qi family could threaten the various merchant associations. If they wish to continue operating, they must sever ties with the Jiang family. Even if they refused, the Qi family could utilize their jurisdiction to deny them contract renewals, forcing them to close their doors. Yet, until that moment arrived, the Qi family found themselves at a temporary impasse, unable to take direct action against the Jiang family. They could only strive to win over or persuade those associations still aligned with the Jiang family to join the Qi family. Though the results have been less than ideal, this was the very matter that had been troubling Qi Yuan since yesterday. it was unwise to strike the Jiang family too fiercely, for one could never predict what tactics they might employ in retaliation. Ning Yechen had anticipated this outcome and continued his inquiry. I recall that the Jiang family's primary business relies on the sale of various pills and elixirs. Indeed, Qi Yuan confirmed. Over a decade ago, the Jiang family inexplicably acquired a fourth-grade body-refining liquid known as Fire Lotus Liquid. This Fire Lotus Liquid can temper one's physique and has garnered immense favor among countless cultivators. It was through this Fire Lotus Liquid that the Jiang family rapidly rose to prominence. With numerous merchant associations in the city selling it, Qi Yuan spoke with a serious expression. Were it not for the Fire Lotus Liquid, the Jiang family would not have been able to ascend so swiftly, overshadowing the Qi family. The exorbitant profits from this Fire Lotus Liquid had led countless merchant associations to support the Jiang family, that fourth-grade body-refining liquid. You say? Ning Yechen mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Qi Yuan was puzzled. She could not comprehend why Ning Yechen suddenly inquired about the Jiang family's business. After a moment, Ning Yechen beckoned to Yu Qingyu. Qingyu, pen and paper. Yes, young master. Yu Qingyu responded without hesitation, promptly bringing over the requested items and handing them to Ning Yechen. He swiftly began jotting down dozens of varieties of immortal herbs and spiritual medicines that Qi Yuan was left bewildered. Sitting beside Ning Yechen, Luo Ruiying could not help but lean in with curiosity. The more she scrutinized the list of herbs and medicines, the more astonished her beautiful eyes became. This resembled a formula for a particular body-refining liquid. Moreover, it was a recipe for a spiritual elixir she had never encountered before. Having grown up in the immortal realm and perused countless medical texts, she was well acquainted with various elixirs and their formulas. Yet, the formula Ning Yechen had laid out was entirely new to her. She mentally examined the recipe, realizing that these immortal herbs and spiritual medicines could harmoniously blend to yield remarkable results in refining one's bones and meridians. This was at least a seventh-grade body-refining elixir. He was not merely scribbling nonsense. Luo Ruiying's eyes sparkled with shock. The formula Ning Yechen had casually written down was indeed for a seventh-grade body-refining elixir, and it was one that had never been recorded before. Once Ning Yechen completed the formula, he handed the paper to Qi Yuan, stating nonchalantly, "This is a body-refining elixir formula named Lin Xianwan. The finished product is a pill that, when dissolved in water, transforms into a spiritual liquid for refining the body. It should be of seventh-grade quality, I suppose, though I'm not entirely certain. Seventh-grade body-refining liquid?" Qi Yuan exclaimed, taking the paper and initially failing to discern its significance. However, upon hearing Ning Yechen declare that what she held was a seventh-grade body-refining elixir, her surprise only deepened. Suddenly, her hands trembled in disbelief. This is a seventh-grade body-refining liquid formula. The value of this formula alone could nearly procure the entirety of Nanli City. Ning Yechen casually produced it and handed it to her, even writing it down on a piece of plain paper without a second thought. Observing Qi Yuan's astonished, gaping expression, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but feel amused. Just a mere insect, lacking in experience. This seventh-grade body-refining liquid is the most basic recipe that the Demon Lord could conceive. If the Demon Lord were willing, he could effortlessly present a formula of 10th grade or above. The materials required for the immortal refining pill are not particularly difficult to find. I believe that with Miss Qi's family wealth, gathering these materials for mass refinement should pose no challenge. Even if the quality of the refined products is subpar, they should still exceed the efficacy of 5th grade. Upon your return, immediately instruct the Qi family to procure all the necessary herbs, even if it means purchasing from the Jiang family at tenfold the price. Ning Yechen continued to advise calmly. Qi Yuan, clutching the formula, blinked in a daze, her gaze gradually brightening. She instantly comprehended Ning Yechen's intention. Brother Ning aims for the Qi family to utilize this 7th-grade body-refining pill formula to completely suppress the Jiang family's business. Brother Ning, do you intend for my Qi family to refine the immortal refining pill in order to undermine the Jiang family's commerce? Qi Yuan exclaimed in astonishment as she looked at Ning Yechen. Exactly. Ning Yechen nodded gently to Qi Yuan, being the daughter of a merchant, was not foolish. She quickly grasped his meaning. before your chi family acquires a sufficient quantity of materials. Do not rush to refine and sell, lest you arouse Jiang family suspicion. Only commence the refining once preparations are adequate. Moreover, the refined immortal refining pills should not be sold through auction, but rather at a lower price. Miss Chi, do you understand why? Brother Ning is concerned that selling through auction would inflate the price beyond the means of most cultivators. Consequently, even if the Chi family introduced this immortal refining pill and increased revenue, they would still be unable to successfully suppress the Jiang family's fire lotus liquid. Qi Yuan pondered for a moment and responded earnestly. She felt both admiration and astonishment towards Ning Yeqing. In his effort to suppress the Jiang family's business, Brother Ning even offered a 7th-grade body refining liquid and plans to sell it at a low price. The choice between the exorbitant 4th-grade body refining liquid and the affordable 7th-grade one is evident. Thus, the Jiang family's commerce would undoubtedly suffer greatly, making it exceedingly difficult to sell their accumulated fire lotus liquids. Ning Yeqing nodded approvingly. Qi Yuan's thoughts aligned closely with his. However, there was still a slight omission. She had not expressed the entirety of his strategy. Once the Jiang family's business plummets, the various merchant associations beneath them will also obediently seek to ally with the Qi family, even if they choose not to join the Qi family. Sustaining their business operations would become increasingly challenging. At that point, the Qi family could forcibly acquire those merchant associations and shops under the Jiang family's banner at a remarkably low price. After the Qi family sells the immortal refining pills, it is likely that many merchant associations will actively seek to collaborate with the Qi family. When that time comes, the Qi family should not rush to agree with them. Instead, they should wait until those associations can no longer resist and voluntarily increase profit sharing before consenting. The Qi family should also strive to acquire the Jiang family shops at significantly reduced prices. Ning Yeqing further elaborated to Qi Yuan that to annihilate the Jiang family, he need not exert much effort. In the blink of an eye, he could erase them from existence. The reason he has refrained from taking action thus far is not due to mercy. Rather, he intends to strike when the Jiang family has lost everything. Qi Yuan was utterly astounded. She had not anticipated that Ning Yeqing had already devised a comprehensive plan for the Qi family. Though he appeared gentle and cultured, his methods were remarkably astute. While his power may not rival that of Sister Luo, his strategic prowess was impressive. Had he been plotting against the Jiang family since their first encounter with Jiang Li? Had he even gone so far as to expend effort to assist her Qi family? Although Qi Yuan understood that Ning Yeqing's assistance to the Qi family was primarily aimed at countering the Jiang family, she felt immensely grateful. Luo Ruiying, standing nearby, was equally surprised that Ning Yeqing would resort to such tactics against the Jiang family. However, compared to this unexpected strategy, she was more curious about how he could effortlessly pen a 7th-grade body refining liquid formula. Yeqing, how did you come to know the formula for the immortal refining pill? Luo Ruiying inquired. Unable to suppress her curiosity, that it was rather hard to believe that an ordinary person could write down a 7th-grade body refining liquid formula that she had never even seen before. In response to Luo Ruiying's question, Ning Yeqing had already prepared an answer. With a smile, he retrieved a notebook from his bosom and handed it to her. "My dear, I once stumbled upon this manual in the mountains, which contains recorded formulas. This body refining liquid recipe was transcribed from it." Luo Ruiying took the notebook with curiosity and flipped through it, her attention captured by the notes within. Each page of the notebook contained different medicinal formulas. While most appeared peculiar upon closer inspection, they revealed a sense of novelty. Many combinations of immortal herbs and spiritual medicines seemed illogical, yet promised extraordinary effects. Clearly, this was the work of a remarkable individual experimenting with various innovative alchemical recipes. Among them were numerous high-grade medicinal recipes, including the 7th-grade immortal refining pill that Ning Yeqing had mentioned. Even the formula for the nourishing meridian liquid was recorded within. This conveniently explained why Ning Yeqing could easily produce the recipe for the nourishing meridian liquid. With this revelation, Luo Ruiying no longer harbored doubts about Ning Yeqing. How could an ordinary person possibly attempt to concoct so many innovative formulas? It turned out he had merely stumbled upon this notebook. Yet while this clarified the mystery of how Ning Yeqing could effortlessly produce the seventh-grade body refining liquid formula, it also sparked concern in Luo Ruiying's heart. The value of this notebook was extraordinary. It had birthed numerous new and more easily refined medicinal liquids. This must have been left behind by the esteemed individual who had rescued her in the forest. He must be quite anxious now. If given the opportunity, she would return it later. Yeqing, this notebook you found likely belonged to a remarkable individual. Its value is immense, and it is exceedingly precious. Allow me to safeguard it for now. I will return it to its owner when the opportunity arises, Luo Ruiying said to Ning Yeqing. Fortunately, the notebook appeared undamaged, so returning it to the esteemed individual should pose no issue. Ning Yeqing nodded with a smile. Very well, as you wish, my dear. The notebook was merely a rough draft of his notes, nothing of great significance. However, it served perfectly to alleviate his wife's suspicions. Time is of the essence. Miss Qi, you should return and prepare your family at once. Ning Yeqing advised Qi Yuan as he turned to her. Yes, brother Ning. Qi Yuan beamed with excitement. She tucked away the formula for the immortal refining pill, eager to return and instruct the Qi family to commence preparations. She could hardly wait to witness the Jiang family's reaction. After placing the formula in her bosom, Qi Yuan felt it still lacked security, so she continued to hide it in various places on her person. Yet regardless of where she concealed it, she felt it was insufficiently safe. What she held was not merely a piece of paper, but rather the invaluable formula for the seventh-grade body refining liquid. The weight of this paper was unimaginable. Should others discover it, she might not survive the journey back to the Qi family. After much deliberation, Qi Yuan ultimately decided that the safest course of action was to clasp the formula tightly in her hand, concealing it within her clothing. Brother Ning, Sister Luo, I shall take my leave now. After bidding farewell to Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying, Qi Yuan cautiously exited the courtyard. The moment she stepped outside, her eyes darted around, suspicious of every passerby, as if they were plotting against her. This behavior only served to raise further suspicion. She felt as if she were desperately trying to hide her precious possession from the world. Qingyu discreetly sent someone to protect her. Ning Yeqing transmitted a message to Yu Qingyu with concern. Tsk. Understood. Moon Qingyu, feeling dissatisfied, clicked her tongue before responding that it was evident that she harbored a genuine desire to eliminate Qi Yuan. After Qi Yuan departed, Luo Ruiying, perplexed, inquired of Ning Yeqing. Yeqing, what drives your ambition to dismantle the Jiang family? Since the alteration of the betting terms of the last business conference, she had sensed that Ning Yeqing was deliberately targeting the Jiang family. Ning Yeqing turned to gaze at Luo Ruiying, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied, because they have insulted my wife. This revelation caused a slight tremor in Luo Ruiying's heart. So it was for her sake that he sought to confront the Jiang family. Days later, the city of Nanli was enveloped in a flurry of snowflakes, the delicate crystals swirling gracefully through the air. After a brief respite, the heavens once again released a torrent of feathery snow. The atmosphere within Nanli was one of peace and tranquility, yet the streets buzzed with an even greater vibrancy than before. This was due to the impending arrival of the annual auspicious snowfall, heralding a bountiful year, a festive celebration welcoming the new year. Houses along the streets bustled with activity as families prepared their New Year goods. And colorful paper cuttings adorned the windows. Brilliant red lanterns hung high, embellishing every alley and thoroughfare. Stalls selling festivals lined the streets, and even the cultivators who resided in Nanli found themselves swept up in the joyous atmosphere of the mortal realm. The entire city radiated with a jubilant spirit that, in stark contrast, the Jiang family estate was shrouded in an oppressive gloom. Recently, the Qi family had begun an aggressive acquisition of various celestial herbs and spiritual medicines throughout the city, offering exorbitant prices. Among the harvested herbs were many that were utterly devoid of value or purpose. Numerous cultivators and merchants had readily sold their stock at high prices to the Qi family. Jiang Zhen, with his keen business acumen, discerned the unusual nature of the Qi family's extensive purchases that he spent sleepless nights collaborating with many alchemists to analyze the herbs acquired by the Qi family. Yet he could not ascertain their intentions for developing a new elixir It was no wonder the Jiang family struggled to decipher the situation. The formula for the immortal refinement pill provided to the Qi family by Ning Yeqing was of his own invention, undocumented in any texts. Furthermore, Qi Rongchang of the Qi family was astute enough to understand that the Jiang family would inevitably grow suspicious, thus intermingling numerous herbs that were not part of the formula among the acquisitions. Even if the Jiang family were to study them for a lifetime, they would remain baffled at this moment. Within the Jiang family estate, Jiang Zhen sat in the grand hall, his brow furrowed, hand pressed to his forehead. A visage of exhaustion. With the rare treasure guild as a witness, he felt compelled to cede the jurisdiction of the streets of Nanli to the Qi family. Once the Qi family secured control over the streets, they immediately began to suppress the Jiang family's business interests. Several of his subordinate guilds had already shifted their allegiance to the Qi family, in a bid to counter the Qi family's oppression. He had been overwhelmed with responsibilities in recent days. Apart from a few stewards and his brother Jiang Ming, the rest of the family proved utterly ineffectual, especially his son Jiang Li, who had long been known for his debauchery. Displayed no aptitude for business matters whatsoever. Now, rendered incapacitated, he merely sulked at home, throwing tantrums and smashing things, devoid of any ambition. Were it not for the fact that Jiang Li was his only son, he would have hastily expelled him from the Jiang family. The mysterious individual responsible for Jiang Gan's death remained elusive, and the Jiang family was left wondering how they had provoked such a figure. Uncertain whether they would strike again. Since Chun Rou's death, Jiang Zhen and the rest of the Jiang family had lived in constant fear, dreading that the next victim could be Jiang Li or Jiang Gan. This psychological torment weighed heavily upon the Jiang family, leaving them mentally and physically exhausted. Just as one issue was resolved, another would arise, and Jiang Zhen felt overwhelmed by his troubles. Big brother could see that moment. Jiang Ming entered the grand hall, greeting Jiang Zhen. During this period, he had been in charge of recruiting alchemists to investigate the Qi family's medicinal liquid and the herbs they had acquired. He was also responsible for uncovering the identity of the murderer who had taken his son Jiang Gan's life. Upon seeing Jiang Ming enter, Jiang Zhen's expression brightened with anticipation, and he promptly asked, "You're here. How did it go? Were you able to decipher the Qi family's formula?" Jiang Ming shook his head slowly, expressing his regret. "No, I was unable to. The variety of herbs acquired by the Qi family was exceedingly diverse and peculiar. I have enlisted the help of over a dozen alchemists, yet we remain unable to ascertain the formula in their possession." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhen slumped into his chair, rubbing his eyes in frustration. "If there is no result, then why have you come to see me?" Jiang Ming stepped forward, revealing that the Qi family had sent someone to propose purchasing the Jiang family's herbs at a price 10 times higher than the market rate. Jiang Zhen snatched the list of herbs from Jiang Ming's hand, tearing it to shreds in a fit of rage, shouting, "Tell the Qi family to leave. Otherwise, I shall send their heads back to them." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Ming approached with a suggestion. "Big brother, why not raise the price a little more and sell the herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Zhen glared at Jiang Ming. Incredulity etched across his face. "You want me to sell our herbs to the Qi family?" Jiang Ming nodded solemnly. "Big brother, you know that we are already in debt. The Jiang family's primary business relied on the lucrative sale of the fire lotus liquid. With the Qi family now controlling the commercial lifeblood of Nanli, it was impossible for the Jiang family to suppress the prices of the materials required for the fire lotus liquid, as they once did. The cost of producing the fire lotus liquid had escalated significantly, and their sales channels had dwindled. Recently, they had placed substantial orders for materials from various sources, agreeing to repay their debts in installments. Additionally, they were obligated to pay a hefty tribute of spirit stones to the sacred lotus sect each month. Though the Jiang family appeared affluent, their cash flow was immense, leaving little capital on hand. With the Qi family's commercial suppression, next month's funds would not suffice to settle the outstanding debts. Failure to pay debts on time would tarnish their reputation, making future collaborations with other guilds exceedingly difficult. Jiang Zhen understood this, which only added to his headaches. He had assumed that the Jiang family would easily win the business competition, prompting him to order large quantities of fire lotus liquid materials on credit. If they won the competition, the Jiang family could dominate the commerce of Nanli, swiftly covering the financial gaps. Yet he never anticipated defeat. leading to the Jiang family's current predicament. Alas, let us discuss your plans. Since you suggest selling those herbs, you must have a strategy in mind, Jiang Zhan sighed, turning to Jiang Ming. His brother was indeed quite astute. The Jiang family's present standing was a testament to their partnership. Unfortunately, both of their sons were disappointingly inept. Jiang Ming smiled slightly and shared his thoughts. Big brother, I have a plan. The herbs acquired by the Qi family are likely intended for the production of the medicinal liquid. The medicinal liquid is not a body-refining liquid and should not impact the Jiang family's business, that we can seize this opportunity to raise the prices of the herbs sold to the Qi family and expedite the production of fire lotus liquid. When the time comes, we can sell this batch at a high price, sufficiently covering the Jiang family's financial shortfall. The city of Nanli will remain under the Jiang family's dominion. Jiang Zhen pondered deeply, considering the proposal, and ultimately deemed it feasible. Yes, we can agree to sell those herbs to the Qi family, but the price must be increased, and we must demand that the Qi family supply the material for the fire lotus liquid to the Jiang family. Jiang Zhen instructed Jiang Ming. Once the fire lotus liquid was sold in large quantities, the Jiang family would overcome this crisis. The Jiang family would soon rise again. Jiang Ming nodded in understanding, preparing to turn and attend to matters when Jiang Zhen called out from behind. By the way, what is the response from the Sacred Lotus sect? The Sacred Lotus sect has announced that its leader is preparing to pay a personal visit. In just a few days, he is expected to arrive. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Jiang Ming's mouth. Even though the Jiang family currently finds itself in a state of decline, what does it matter? They still have the support of the Sacred Lotus sect behind them. Once the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect arrives, the situation will surely be reversed. At that time, he will certainly seek out the perpetrator responsible for the murder of his son. Jiang Jie and it is likely connected to the Qi family or that woman named Luo Ruiying. Excellent. Splendid. Upon learning of the impending visit from the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect, Jiang Zhen's gloomy expression immediately lifted, and he leapt to his feet, applauding enthusiastically. After losing to the Qi family in the Merchant Association competition and witnessing Chun Ro's demise, he had promptly sent someone to inform the Sacred Lotus sect. This humiliation must be avenged. He would ensure that all who mocked and betrayed the Jiang family would come to regret their actions. Let the Qi family revel for a while longer. Once the leader of the Sacred Lotus sect arrives, the Qi family will soon vanish from existence. He would not spare either the Qi family or that Luo Ruiying. After the Qi family acquired a substantial amount of medicinal herbs from the Jiang family, the Jiang family also procured a considerable quantity of medicinal materials for fire lotus essence from the Qi family, hiring numerous alchemists to commence large-scale production. On this day, the Jiang family stocked their various shops with a significant quantity of fire lotus essence and raised its price once more. This action immediately incited the discontent of numerous cultivators. Really, didn't the price just increase a few months ago? How can it rise again? Indeed. And this time, it's such a steep increase. A bottle of 4th-grade body refinement liquid now costs 50,000 spirit stones. Insanity, with the poor quality of that fire lotus essence, which is clearly a hastily produced inferior product. They dare to sell it at such a high price. Damn it. Refund us. It seems the Jiang family is planning to make a quick profit and run. Crowds of disgruntled cultivators gathered at the entrances of the Jiang family shops to voice their dissatisfaction. However, upon hearing the news, Jiang Zhen showed no sign of concern. Instead, he wore a carefree smile, leisurely sipping tea with Jiang Ming. After taking a sip, he slowly instructed his subordinates, "Pay no heed to those people. Let them shout if they wish." Understood. The subordinate promptly turned and left. The reason Jiang Zhen felt so relaxed was that such incidents had occurred many times before. It was merely a chance for those people to vent their frustrations with some idle complaints that, in the end, they would still have to spend money to purchase. After all, the Jiang family was the sole seller of the highest grade body refinement liquid in all of Nanli City. He had no worries about sales. Just then, a servant rushed into the hall, looking anxious and out of breath, exclaiming, "No, this is terrible, sir. I'm perfectly fine. What could possibly warrant such urgency?" This servant was clearly lacking in composure. Seeing the servant tumble before him, struggling to articulate his words, Jiang Zhen slammed the table. Rising in anger, "I understand my fault. But indeed, something catastrophic has occurred. the servant stammered as he knelt trembling on the ground. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming exchanged worried glances, demanding, "Speak quickly." "What has happened?" "The Qi family has suddenly begun selling a type of body refinement pill called the refining immortal pill," the servant blurted out in a panic. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming's expressions shifted dramatically, their faces filled with shock. "What? You mean the Qi family has started selling body refinement pills?" Yes. It is said that this refining immortal pill is a 7th grade body refinement pill." The servant responded, "7th grade? If you dare to speak nonsense, you may lose your life." Jiang Zhen's lips trembled in disbelief as he hurried to the servant, seizing his collar to interrogate him. "That is a 7th grade pill. It is not some common trinket. The value of a 7th grade pill is exceedingly rare, an existence that is hard to come by. Never before has a 7th grade pill appeared in all of Nanli City. And now, you are telling me the Qi family has released a 7th grade pill?" "It is true, my lord. I would not dare to utter a single falsehood," the servant lamented, his face a mask of despair. Upon receiving the news, he immediately confirmed its authenticity and rushed back to report. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Zhen felt as though his soul had left his body, stumbling backward several paces before collapsing to the ground. Jiang Ming hurried over to help Jiang Zhen up, offering words of comfort. "Elder brother, do not worry. 7th grade pills are not easily produced. The Qi family will surely be unable to manufacture them in bulk. Even if they do, the price will undoubtedly be high, and not everyone can afford them. For our Jiang family, the Qi family's 7th grade body refinement pills may not necessarily impact the sales of our fire lotus essence." Just as Jiang Ming finished speaking, another servant rushed in, kneeling in a panic, and said, "Sir, this is bad. Many cultivators are demanding refunds for the fire lotus essence they purchased here. All the Qi family shops have newly introduced 7th grade body refinement pills, and their prices are equivalent to our fire lotus essence. Everyone is flocking to the Qi family. Furthermore, the Qi family has persuaded many cultivators who originally agreed to guard our Jiang family shops to switch allegiances. Now, numerous cultivators are causing a commotion in our shops. What should we do, sir?" One piece of bad news followed another, and Jiang Zhen felt as though he had fallen into an abyss, his expression vacant as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Even Jiang Ming could not help but feel despondent. He could not believe that the Qi family's 7th grade body refinement pills would be sold at such a low price and could be produced in large quantities. Given the low price of the 7th grade body refinement pills, the comparison made their fire lotus essence utterly incomparable. It would not be long before the market for body refinement liquid would be completely monopolized by the Qi family. While their Jiang family's fire lotus essence, produced at great cost, would be left unsold. Other cultivators who had purchased would also demand refunds from them. That "It is finished, utterly finished." Jiang Ming sank to the ground as well. It was only at this moment that Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming truly understood. The medicinal materials the Qi family had aggressively acquired were not for refining the healing spirit liquid, but rather specifically for producing the 7th grade refining immortal pill. They had been duped, if one could say that. After the Merchant Association competition, the Jiang family still had a glimmer of hope. Now that final flicker had been extinguished by their own hands. They had sold a significant amount of medicinal materials to the Qi family. Yet they could not fathom where the Qi family had obtained the alchemical formula. The city of Nanli was now preparing for its annual New Year's festival. At the beginning of each new year, Nanli City would hold a grand festival to warmly welcome the arrival of spring. The festival serves both to celebrate the new year and to pray for favorable weather and family safety in the coming year. During the New Year festival, Nanli City is often at its liveliest. The streets are bustling with crowds, and various squares host performances and entertainment to celebrate. Stalls line the streets, and the city is filled with the sounds of bustling crowds and vendors calling out their wares. The snowflakes drifting from the sky do nothing to dampen the enthusiasm of the people. Rather, walking through the snowy streets offers a unique charm. Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying strolled through the streets, holding hands with Luo Hongya, while Kai Sei and the others followed closely behind, accompanying them. It is a rare opportunity for the New Year festival, and it is only fitting to bring the child along to join in the festivities. Luo Hongya was dressed in a New Year's sweater personally knitted by Luo Ruiying, topped with a small cotton jacket, making her petite figure look particularly round and adorable, with her delicate hands held by Ning Yechen and Luo Ruiying on either side. Her little feet danced joyfully in the snow. Her bright, sparkling eyes curiously scanned her surroundings, occasionally pointing at something and asking in a soft voice, "Daddy, Mommy, what is that?" "That is a rattle drum, my dear." "If you like it, Daddy will buy you one." As Ning Yechen observed Luo Hongye's curiosity towards Luo Ruiying. He chuckled and took her along to the stall. "Excuse me, boss." Ning Yechen began to inquire about purchasing a rattle drum when the stall owner lifted his head, leaving Ning Yechen utterly astonished. Despite the owner's attempts at disguise, his robust physique and wild countenance were unmistakable. Ning Yechen recognized him immediately. The leader of the 6th Legion of the Demon Realm. The infamous mad prisoner of a 6th demon god? What on earth are you doing here? Moreover, running a toy stall is so incongruous with your stature as a 6th demon god. A brawny man, as solid as a rock, holding an array of toys, was simply surreal. Upon seeing Ning Yechen, the mad prisoner's rugged face broke into a radiant smile, his eyes sparkling in greeting, and he boisterously exclaimed, "Dear guest, what would you like?" Ning Yechen remained silent, staring at the mad prisoner, unable to comprehend how the 6th demon god was reduced to selling toys in the mortal realm. The absurdity was overwhelming, leaving him momentarily speechless. Is this what Yuqinyu meant by arranging for someone to disguise themselves and infiltrate the city? Could you not have given him a more fitting identity? Ning Yechen turned to glance at Yuqinyu. His eyes filled with unspoken questions. Yuqinyu maintained her composed demeanor, appearing utterly detached from the situation. "Uncle, I want this," Luo Hongye exclaimed, standing on her tiptoes and pointing at the rattle drum with a sweet voice. "Oh my, what a delightful little princess!" The mad prisoner, his heart melting at the sight of Luo Hongye, gently offered her the rattle drum, handling it with utmost care as if afraid to frighten her. Winning the favor of the demon realm's little princess would be the greatest honor of his life. And this windmill is also for the lovely little princess. He continued to present an assortment of toys to her, eager to see her happy. "Take them all if it pleases you," he thought, feeling nothing but joy at the prospect. However, Luo Hongye found herself overwhelmed, her arms filled with toys. All right, let us explore somewhere else," Ning Yechen said, concerned that the mad prisoner would inundate Luo Hongye with an entire cart of toys, hastily pulling her away as they departed. Luo Hongye turned back to the mad prisoner, flashing a crescent moon smile and saying, "Thank you, uncle. Oh my, the little princess is truly adorable," he thought, overwhelmed by her gratitude, which he considered the pinnacle of honor since becoming a demon god. The mad prisoner waved goodbye, his expression soft as he watched the little princess leave. Meanwhile, another group of parents approached the mad prisoner's stall, asking, "I heard the toys here are free. Is that true?" "Huh? Who said they were free? Do I not run a business?" he snapped, his demeanor shifting to one of ferocity. 200 taels for one. Take it or leave it." The mad prisoner's sudden transformation frightened the family, nearly causing them to stumble. The stark contrast in his attitude compared to his earlier demeanor was striking, as if night and day. Moreover, even if they weren't free, 200 taels for a toy was exorbitantly overpriced. Clearly a scam. Other onlookers who had initially intended to approach quickly retreated in fear after leaving the mad prisoner's stall. Luo Ring turned to Ning Yechen, her brow furrowed in thought. "Did you not find the stall owner a bit odd?" "Odd? In what way?" Ning Yechen attempted to mask his own unease. Truth be told, he found it rather peculiar as well. Luo Ruiying pondered. That stall owner's physique clearly indicates he has undergone training. I could strange for a cultivator to be selling toys at a market. Moreover, she couldn't discern his cultivation level, which likely surpassed her own. The mortal realm truly harbors hidden talents, and even a toy vendor could possess such strength. Luo Ruiying attributed the mad prisoner's actions to personal interests, reasoning that many cultivators had quirky hobbies. Perhaps he merely wished to experience the joys of mortal life, just as they did while strolling through the bustling streets. Yet, one aspect troubled Luo Ruiying, his excessive enthusiasm towards Luo Hongye, which made her wary. She even considered the possibility of him being a nefarious cultivator with ill intentions towards children. Regardless, it was wise to remain cautious. Having left the stall behind, Luo Ruiying chose not to dwell on it further and continued to stroll with Luo Hongye and Ning Yeqing, soaking in the festive atmosphere. Soon, the enticing aroma of barbecued meat wafted through the air, igniting Luo Hongye's appetite. Her wide, gleaming eyes and slightly parted lips betrayed her eagerness. Ning Yeqing, recognizing her longing, bent down with a smile, asking, "Would you like to eat, Hongye?" "Yes, I want some." Luo Hongye's big eyes sparkled as she nodded earnestly. "But little one, you've been indulging in too many snacks lately," Luo Ruiying interjected seriously. Recently, Qi Yuan had been bringing various treats for Luo Hongye each visit. And while the child likely inherited her celestial lineage, her young age and frail health concerned her. "But, mother," Luo Hongye pleaded, looking up with wide, innocent eyes. Instantly, Luo Ruiying's resolve softened. "Let her have it. She can cut back on snacks later." "Right, Hongye?" Ning Yeqing assured, taking Luo Hongye's hand. The little girl nodded obediently. Yes, I want to eat so many snacks anymore." Luo Ruiying shot Ning Yeqing an exasperated glance, saying, "You spoil her too much. Isn't that the purpose of being a parent?" Ning Yeqing replied with a smile. Unable to argue further, Luo Ruiying relented. "Fine, but this is the last time." "Okay," Luo Hongye chimed in cheerfully. Together, Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying led Luo Hongye toward the barbecue stall, where they queued up. Meanwhile, Yuqingyu noted down everything that piqued Luo Hongye's interest along the way. Meng Niu and the others had transformed into a moving shopping cart, laden with various items. As their turn approached, Ning Yeqing's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Yetianshan, dressed in an apron and skillfully grilling an assortment of skewers. "Would you like a skewer, sir?" Yetianshan inquired, his stern face breaking into a slight smile upon recognizing Ning Yeqing. "Ning Yeqing, what on earth are you doing?" Unable to contain himself, he sent a telepathic message. Reporting to the demon lord, "I am merely fulfilling my duties." Night God was busy with his barbecue work. Responding with a serious and solemn tone, "Your duty is to sell barbecue." "Yes, Master Demon Lord, this is the identity I currently disguise myself within the mortal realm." Night God wore a serious expression. Ning Yeqing. Ning Yeqing was at a loss for words. First, it was the 6th Demon Lord of the Demon Realm selling toys, and now it was the 1st Demon Lord, Night God, selling barbecue. "Don't you think this is quite incongruous? You are the proudest demon gods of the Demon Realm." Without even thinking, Ning Yeqing knew that all of this must have been orchestrated by Yuqingyu. "It was Qingyu who forced you to do this, wasn't it?" "No, Master Demon Lord. The Left Guardian merely provided us with a suggestion and a choice. Choosing barbecue was my own will," Night God replied. "Why?" Ning Yeqing asked in confusion. Clearly, there were numerous disguises available, yet he insisted on selling barbecue that he simply could not comprehend. Night God provided a compelling response. "Because the little princess likes it." Over the past few days, he had been secretly observing and discovered that the little princess had a particular fondness for various snacks. Thus, he resolutely began to learn the art of barbecue, solely to win the little princess's favor. Upon hearing Night God's answer, Ning Yeqing found himself unable to refute, silently raising 2 fingers. 2 grilled sausages, not spicy to, no problem. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Night God's eyes, and his expression became exceedingly serious. Every step was executed with 200% of his skill. The control of heat, the ratio of seasonings, all considerations made for the little princess's healthy growth, each step precise to the slightest detail. Remarkably, his speed did not wane in the slightest, nor did it affect the barbecue of other customers. His hands moved like shadows, flashing back and forth at the stall. At that moment, the fire blazed to life. Ning Yeqing stood before the stall, utterly dumbfounded. This barbecue technique made him believe that Night God had secretly honed his skills for decades. He never anticipated that his subordinate possessed such talents. If the First Legion's Demon Lord were to change careers to barbecue selling, he would surely find a broader horizon. At that moment, Luo Ruiying, standing beside Ning Yeqing, also began to notice Night God. With Night God's unique and austere demeanor, it was difficult for her to forget him. That wasn't this the new neighbor who had just moved in recently. So, he was the one selling barbecue. This was truly unexpected for Luo Ruiying. Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover. "Customer, your grilled sausages." In a short while, Night God slightly bowed, elegantly presenting 2 grilled sausages, fragrant and visually appealing, before Ning Yeqing. "Oh, how much?" Ning Yeqing inquired after accepting the sausages. Although he was fully aware of the other party's true identity, he still felt compelled to pay. After all, his current role was that of a customer. Ding, ding, ding. Night God mysteriously produced a bell from somewhere and began to shake it, emitting a series of light, tinkling sounds. The bell's chime instantly attracted the attention of surrounding tourists, who cast curious glances. Night God took a step back, tossing a handful of confetti, and then announced, "Congratulations to this group of customers. You are the 1,000th customer of the day, awarded with a year of free meals. From now on, you and your family can eat anything here without having to pay." Ning Yeqing. Ning Yeqing stared at Night God in disbelief. He seriously suspected that this so-called 1,000th customer was entirely fabricated. What a coincidence. Clearly, he was just looking for an excuse to avoid taking his money. The surrounding onlookers, oblivious to the situation, began to applaud, congratulating Ning Yeqing's family. What good luck, a year of free meals. If I had one, I could eat him in a bankruptcy, sigh. Why am I never this lucky? Don't even say it. I've never won anything. The person behind Ning Yeqing lamented, full of regret. What a pity. That year of free meals could have been mine. As the crowd of onlookers grew, Ning Yeqing grabbed Luo Ring and Luo Hongye and left Night God's stall. If they stayed any longer, they would surely be surrounded. Night God, however, did not forget to bow and say, "Welcome back next time. Absolutely never again." Ning Yeqing thought fiercely to himself. What he wanted was an ordinary market outing with his wife and children. Why did he keep running into acquaintances everywhere? Wife. Yeah, let's go check out that way, Ning Yeqing said as he handed the grilled sausages to Luo Ruing and Luo Hongye, then walked towards another part of the street. He decided to change locations. Luo Hongye blew on her steaming sausage and eagerly took a small bite, her little face beaming with joy. Watching Luo Hongye enjoy her meal so contentedly, Ning Yeqing smiled faintly. "You should try it too. It's really quite good." After taking a small bite of the sausage, Luo Ruing offered it to Ning Yeqing's mouth, looking somewhat as his wife personally fed him. Ning Yeqing certainly would not refuse. He opened his mouth and gently took a bite, savoring the flavored to his surprise. This fellow's skill was rather impressive. "Customer, may I interest you in selecting a piece of jewelry for your beloved wife?" As Ning Yeqing turned into another bustling alley with Luo Ruing, they had barely walked a few steps when a stall vendor seated on the ground suddenly called out to him. The vendor was slender and graceful, her face veiled, obscuring her features, but it was evident she was a woman. Ning Yeqing paused, furrowing his brow, and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. "Oh, point girl." Ning Yeqing leaned closer to the vendor's face, quietly asking uncertainly, "Chihuan?" "See, customer, what are you talking about? I don't go by Chihuan." Chihuan averted her gaze, nervously defending herself. "Ning Yeqing. All right, it's definitely her." Ning Yeqing immediately confirmed Chihuan's identity, wearing an expression of helplessness that he had specifically changed locations. Yet it felt like he was surrounded by his own people. Ning Yeqing casually glanced around the street and spotted numerous familiar figures. There was the short-haired man wielding dual sabers, making beef meatballs, the 7th demon lord of the demon realm. Luo Sha, the woman with hair cascading over her face, obscuring her entire visage while selling wigs, was the 5th demon lord, Fag, and there was the girl performing among the crowd, her fiery red hair resembling flames. The 10th demon lord, Yen Lily. Moreover, mingling among the bustling crowd were numerous demon realm guards and legion leaders. The people surrounding him were already forming a circle. Even the seemingly harmless children running around and playing were also disguised demons from the demon realm. "Qingyu, tell me honestly, how many people did you arrange in the city?" Ning Yeqing could no longer contain his frustration towards you. "Qingyu, Master Demon Lord, as per your request, I have only retained the minimum personnel in the city. There are a total of 60,000 individuals hidden within," she replied. "60,000? Ning Yeqing was taken aback. He found 6,000 excessive, yet Qingyu had arranged for 60,000. Moreover, these 60,000 were predominantly the top-tier elites of the demon realm. Ensuring that Luo Ruing would remain oblivious to their presence, 60,000 cultivators above the celestial realm were concealed within Nali City. For a moment, He could not discern whether he was in the demon realm or the mortal realm. Any one of these 60,000 could easily sweep across any state or region in the mortal realm. Ning Yechen was at a loss for words. He could reprimand Yuqingyu, but she had fulfilled her duties diligently, making it difficult to scold her. Even if he did, she would undoubtedly present a plethora of reasons to justify her actions. Night Shun, do you know this young lady? Luo Ruiying gazed intently at Ning Yechen, who leaned closer to Qi Huan's face. Her curiosity piqued. That I do not recognize you. Both Ning Yechen and Qi Huan firmly denied in unison, their expressions resolute. That so? Luo Ruiying was momentarily taken aback, having presumed they were acquainted. Unbeknownst to her, both Ning Yechen and Qi Huan had just been on the verge of a fright. Ning Yechen was apprehensive that Luo Ruiying might discern something amiss, while Qi Huan was even more fearful of inadvertently revealing the identity of the demon lord. If that happened, she would certainly not be able to remain here. Yuqingyu would undoubtedly be the first to exact her wrath. The number of demon gods in their ranks could very well diminish by one. Madam, would you like to choose a piece of jewelry? Qi Huan said with a sheepish smile, her gaze furtively glancing at Yuqingyu behind Ning Yechen. Only after confirming that Yuqingyu's expression remained unchanged did she breathe a sigh of relief and turn to recommend to Luo Ruiying. Although Luo Ruiying had once been the empress of the celestial realm, she held no particular desire for adornments. Initially, she intended to decline outright, but a casual glance at the jewelry stall ensnared her attention, compelling her to kneel down for a closer inspection. The jewelry on display was crafted from exceedingly rare gemstones, which Luo Ruiying had never encountered before. Picking up a bracelet, she marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship, devoid of any imperfections. Within the bracelet, a spectrum of colors flowed gently, dazzling in its brilliance. This appeared to be carved from the multicolored magic stones unique to the demon realm. Moreover, the purity and workmanship were beyond the capabilities of ordinary artisans. She never imagined that someone from the human realm could master the crafting of such vibrant magic stones. Madam, have you taken a liking to this bracelet? Qi Huan inquired. Noticing Luo Ruiying's unwavering gaze fixed upon the piece, it was rumored that both the mad demon lord and the little princess had graced the stalls of the crazy prison and night god. And such unparalleled honor could not be overlooked here. Do you fancy this bracelet, my lady? Ning Yechen also crouched beside Luo Ruiying, a smile gracing his lips as he asked. If Luo Ruiying desired it, he would not hesitate to purchase it. After all, these were all, in essence, his. Luo Ruiying gently set down the bracelet, shaking her head slowly. While the bracelet was indeed exquisite, she decided against it. The material was extraordinary, and its price would undoubtedly be steep. As she prepared to rise and leave, Qi Huan anxiously interjected, Madam, please wait. We are currently holding a free lottery event. A lottery event? Indeed, Qi Huan enthusiastically explained that the lottery was entirely free. With 4 categories of prizes, the Ding prize offered a 50 discount on purchases from the stall. The Bing prize provided a 30 discount. The Yi prize offered a 10 discount, and the Jia prize allowed the winner to choose any item for free from the entire collection. Qi Huan produced a box from behind her, eagerly promoting the event. The box was filled with small balls of identical size. Observing Qi Huan's enthusiasm, Luo Ruiying hesitated for a moment before reaching in to randomly select a ball, thinking that participating in a lottery wouldn't take much time. After all, winning was hardly a certainty. She would merely draw one and leave. Luo Ruiying gently crushed the ball in her hand and retrieved the slip of paper inside. Upon unfolding it, she was astonished to find Jia prize written boldly on it. Before she could even show the slip to Qi Huan, the latter erupted with excitement, exclaiming, Congratulations! You have successfully won the Jia prize. You may choose any jewelry you like from my collection, entirely free of charge. Ning Yechen stood beside them, speechless as he regarded Qi Huan. She knew the prize before even seeing it. He mused, suspecting that the box was likely filled with nothing but Jia prizes. Luo Ruiying had not anticipated that such a casual selection would yield the top prize. Now, to refuse would seem a waste of the hard-earned jackpot. Luo Ruiying surveyed the dazzling array of jewelry once more, turning to her companion. Luo Hongye, do you see anything you like? Luo Hongye, evidently uninterested in adornments, glanced around, and pointed to a hairpin carved in the shape of a white rabbit. "Bunny, then I shall take this one," Luo Ruiying said with a gentle smile, picking up the rabbit hairpin and placing it into Luo Hongye's hair. Ning Yechen, meanwhile, casually selected a finely crafted black and white comb from a stall. "Do you fancy this comb?" Luo Ruiying inquired with curiosity. "This is a gift for you, my dear. From now on, I shall exclusively comb your hair," Ning Yechen replied, turning to reveal a charming smile as he handed the comb to Luo Ruiying. Her cheeks flushed, and a flutter of emotions stirred within her at that moment. The Zhang family estate. The atmosphere was ablaze with light and the sounds of laughter, yet within the confines of the estate. Darkness loomed, starkly silent and eerie. There was no semblance of festive cheer, nor even a hint of familial warmth. With the Zhang family's elixir now on the market, the Zhang family had entirely lost their grip on power in Nanli City. Various merchant associations chose to sever ties, and shops shuttered one after another. A surplus of Huoyan liquid languished in warehouses and stores, neglected and unwanted. Even at drastically reduced prices, no one was willing to purchase the Huoyan liquid. The Zhang family's previously established reputation had soured significantly. The quality of their Huoyan liquid was inconsistent, and the public's trust in them had eroded completely. Were it not for the lack of alternative body refining liquids in Nanli City, the Zhang family would not have been able to act with such impunity. Furthermore, the Zhang family's elixirs boasted a rank of 7, their refining effect superior by more than tenfold compared to the Zhang family's offerings. Within the realm of 7-tier elixirs, the prices set by the Zhang family were practically a giveaway. Even if one had to sell everything they owned or resort to servitude, they would unhesitatingly choose to acquire the Zhang family's elixirs. In contrast, the Zhang family's Huoyan liquid might not even be accepted if offered for free. For the Zhang family, their fortunes had irrevocably waned. Most of their servants had opted to leave, leaving only a few guards personally trained by the family. Zhang Zhan sat alone in the dim and foreboding hall, his countenance twisted with malice and resentment. That it is all the Zhang family's fault. That woman is to blame. Had she not appeared, Nanli City would have belonged to the Zhang family. We would not have fallen to such depths. While others might perceive the Zhang family as having met their demise, Zhang Zhan believed they had not yet lost. He had one final gambit, a move that would ensure his victory. "Big brother, the Holy Lotus Sect leader has arrived." Just then, Jiang Ming burst into the hall, brimming with excitement. "Quick, invite her in," Jiang Zhan exclaimed, his heart racing with anticipation. As his words fell, a chilling voice resonated from the heavens above. "And no need for that. I have come personally." A woman clad in a long gown adorned with lotus motifs gracefully descended from the sky, flanked on either side by 2 exquisitely beautiful maidens, one in blue and the other in red. Upon seeing the 3 women, Jiang Zhan and Jiang Ming hastily approached, kneeling before them with utmost respect. "We pay our respects to the Holy Lotus Sect leader and the 2 esteemed holy envoys." "Rise," came the gentle reply. Song Yin cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground, and strode in the hall to take her seat. The 2 holy envoys closely flanked her on either side. Trembling, Jiang Zhan and Jiang Ming lowered their heads and approached Song Yin, not daring to breathe a word. The Zhang family collaborated with the Holy Lotus Sect, which had dispatched a holy envoy to oversee their affairs. In return, the Zhang family was responsible for managing the capital of Nanli City, offering a monthly tribute of spirit stones and integrating willing cultivators into the Holy Lotus Sect. This was the agreement between the Zhang family and the Holy Lotus Sect. However, now that the Holy Lotus Sect's holy envoy, Chenro, had perished, the Zhang family had completely lost their hold over Nanli City and were unable to pay this month's tribute. Essentially, the Zhang family had become of little use to the Holy Lotus Sect. At this moment, Jiang Zhan was deeply anxious that the Holy Lotus Sect would unleash their wrath and abandon the Jiang family. If that happened, not only would the Jiang family be unable to seek revenge, but their very lives would be in jeopardy. "Jiang family head, it has been a long time since we last met, but you appear to be in rather poor spirits," Song Yin remarked coldly. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Zhan. Jiang Zhan immediately fell to the ground once more. Jiang Ming hastily followed suit. "I implore you, great leader, to forgive our transgressions. Humph. You still know the meaning of forgiveness. Is this how you fulfill your promise to manage Nanli City for my Holy Lotus sect? Perhaps it was a grave mistake for me to support your Jiang family from the start. It is the incompetence of the Jiang family. I beseech you, great leader, to show mercy. Jiang Zhen dared not deflect the blame, pressing his forehead to the ground as he earnestly pleaded for clemency. Considering the Jiang family's diligent efforts over the years, consistently offering substantial tributes of spirit stones and personnel, Song Yin reluctantly chose to forgive them this time. Now, speak. Who dares to oppose my Holy Lotus sect? Song Yan's eyes turned icy, fury radiating from her being. Ever since the destruction of the martial god temple in the southern province, that land had belonged to her Holy Lotus sect. This was an extraordinary opportunity. She had intended to use the Jiang family to gain control over Nanli City as a foundation for the expansion of the Holy Lotus sect, envisioning a future where they would dominate the entire southern province. Yet, she had never anticipated that her plans for Nanli City would fail. Even her prized subordinate had perished. This enmity must be avenged, great leader. It is the Qi family. They have inexplicably acquired a remarkably powerful woman. That woman, representing the Qi family, killed the holy envoy of the White Lotus in the competition. Jiang Zhen cried, tears streaming down his face, as though he had suffered a great injustice. My son has been crippled, and my nephew met a tragic end. This must all be tied to the Qi family. Great leader, you must seek justice for the holy envoy of the White Lotus and my Jiang family. Jiang Zhen's lamentations were tinged with desperation. Song Yin furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. I shall ensure that they pay for this grievance. Yet, I fail to understand. Even if your Jiang family lost the competition, with your control over Nanli City, how could you fall so swiftly to this state? Great leader, you are unaware. The Qi family has somehow obtained the formula for the 7th-grade body refining pill known as the Lianxin pill. The materials required for this formula are not only low in cost, but also allow for mass production. The Qi family has monopolized the entire market of Nanli City with this Lianxin pill. The fire lotus liquid you provided me is now going unsold, Jiang Zhen lamented. Had it not been for the Qi family's sudden emergence of the Lianxin pill, our Jiang family would not have suffered such a complete defeat. A 7th-grade body refining formula? Are you speaking the truth? Song Yin exclaimed, her expression shifting in astonishment as she pressed for details. If I speak even a half-truth, I am willing to accept your punishment. Jiang Zhen vowed, bowing his head in assurance. Song Yan's demeanor shifted as a smile of excitement crept across her lips. If this were true, the Jiang family's failure could not be blamed upon them alone. A 7th-grade body refining formula, low in cost and capable of mass production, was an exceedingly rare treasure. It seemed her journey here was not in vain. This formula would be hers to claim. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Song Yan's eyes as she commanded the 2 protectors beside her. Qingyan Holy Envoy, Hongyan Holy Envoy, you 2 shall lead the charge against the Qi family. By tomorrow, I want to see the Qi family erased from existence. As for the woman who killed my holy envoy of the White Lotus, I shall personally deal with her. Yes, great leader. The 2 protectors accepted their orders and promptly departed. Jiang Zhen and Jiang Ming exchanged glances of elation. The Qi family and that woman would be finished. Han Guangji from the Treasure Merchant Association had already left Nanli City. No one could save them now. As night deepened over the bustling festival market, the streets buzzed with throngs of people. Ning Yeqing and Luo Ying strolled hand in hand with Luo Hongye, enjoying numerous performances and purchasing an array of items at various stalls. Though they spoke of purchases, they had spent not a single coin. Whether it was winning a prize or enjoying a special offer for the store's 20th anniversary, everything seemed to be free due to the festival. They had visited over a dozen stalls, all under similar generous terms. Luo Ruiying couldn't help but feel that the people of Nanli City were exceptionally warm and friendly, even while conducting business at a loss. The shopkeepers remained cheerful and welcoming. Moreover, it seemed that their luck had been consistently favorable that day. Wherever they went, they won prizes. Could it be that the festival had intentionally heightened the odds of winning? Luo Ruiying speculated, finding it to be the only reasonable explanation. Trailing behind Ning Yeqing, Yu Qingyu diligently recorded Luo Hongye's preferences while remaining vigilant of Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying. Though she did not know why, she felt that the relationship between the demon lord and his wife was rather intricate. She had sensed this during her time at home, and now, amidst the lively market, she could discern it even more clearly. Though they were married, the couple interacted with a sense of mutual respect, akin to distinguished guests rather than intimate partners. Their feelings could not be said to be lacking. On the contrary, they seemed to share a commendable bond. Yet, it felt as though something was amiss. Despite the vibrant atmosphere of the festival, which was an ideal opportunity for a romantic outing, they hadn't even held hands. The demon lord and his wife had already had a child together. Why did they behave like a pair of infatuated first-time lovers? Yu Qingyu furrowed her brow in contemplation, puzzled. Could it be that the demon lord was shy? Given his centuries of singlehood, it was indeed possible for him to feel that way during his first marriage. Although she felt satisfied to witness the day the demon lord wed and had children, she still longed to see more tender moments shared between them. Ideally, they would remain in a state of passionate romance, producing several little princes or princesses. Regardless of how many children they had, she would gladly take on the responsibility of nurturing them to become as formidable as the demon lord himself. As she entertained these thoughts, Yu Qingyu's expression turned exuberant, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. Her mind was already envisioning a future filled with joy as she cared for a multitude of children alongside Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying. How blissful that would be! The three individuals beside Yu Qingyu, Kai Sei and her companions, felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing her sudden dazed smile. They had already experienced her terrifying side. What could possibly provoke such a fearsome smile? Yu Qingyu soon realized her lapse in composure and quickly regained her usual grace and elegance. Now was not the time for frivolity. For the sake of the demon lord and the future of the demon realm, she resolved to discreetly offer her support to the demon lord. All idle personnel, heed my command. Emergency mission. Yu Qingyu transmitted her orders to all those lurking within Nanli City, that in an instant, all the disguised demons, shadow guards and commanders of the forbidden army stationed in Nanli City received the message, their eyes narrowing as their expressions grew solemn. An emergency mission. The demon realm had not received such a directive in ages. Everyone stood on high alert, awaiting the directive from Yu Qingyu. The art of sound transmission is a mystical technique that transforms one's voice into a special spiritual energy, embedding it within another's mind, where it reverberates. This subtle and unique form of spiritual energy is typically challenging to detect, particularly for those of profound cultivation. The act of sound transmission becomes even more elusive for the average person to capture. Yet, when confronted by someone of significantly superior prowess, the transmission can still be perceived. Yu Qingyu's voice resonated. Ning Yeqing instantly felt its presence. He turned his head in confusion towards her, seemingly inquiring if something significant had occurred that warranted an urgent task, as he sensed nothing amiss. However, Yu Qingyu had no intention of elucidating anything to Ning Yeqing. She merely bestowed upon him a meaningful smile. This smile sent an ominous feeling coursing through Ning Yeqing. Indeed, the once lively and crowded throng suddenly saw a surge of individuals. The jostling crowd pressed against Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying, forcing them uncomfortably close together. It was unclear who accidentally bumped into Luo Ruiying, but the sudden impact sent her crashing into Ning Yeqing's embrace. Instinctively, Ning Yeqing wrapped his arms around her waist, shielding her within his hold. As Luo Ruiying leaned against his chest, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "It seems there are suddenly more people," she remarked. "Yes, indeed," Ning Yeqing said with an awkward smile. He cast a fierce glare at Yu Qingyu behind him. "What are you doing?" The influx of people and the individual who pushed Luo Ruiying were undoubtedly all from the demon realm. Yu Qingyu, with an impassive expression, replied, "I am merely aiding you, my lord demon sovereign. There is no need for gratitude. It is my duty. I have no intention of thanking you. Moreover, your duties do not encompass this." Ning Yeqing reprimanded Yu Qingyu silently. Yu Qingyu, unfazed by her supposed wrongdoing, retorted with righteous indignation. "What are you saying, my lord demon sovereign? Matters concerning you and your lady are inherently affairs of the demon realm. thus falling under my responsibilities. Though I may have overstepped, you ought to be bolder and more direct. Your lady would not object. Since my arrival, it seems I have yet to witness you and your lady consummate your union. Ning Yeching, silence, he commanded. This matter is under my control. You need not interfere. Ning Yeching warned Yu Qingyu, speechless. It was one thing to hasten marriage, but to press on such matters was entirely inappropriate. Although he had his own thoughts on the subject, he preferred a more gradual approach. Understood, Yu Qingyu replied readily, yet her demeanor suggested she had no intention of relenting. Ning Yeching felt as though she had not registered his words at all. Luo Ruiying, having propped herself up from Ning Yeching's embrace, noticed the crowd growing ever more congested and bent down to cradle Luo Hongye in her arms to prevent losing her. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Yeching took Luo Ruiying's hand. Startled by the sudden grip, Luo Ruiying's heart skipped a beat, but upon realizing it was Ning Yeching, she relaxed and gently reciprocated the hold. In the throng, it was easier to remain together by holding hands. Observing this from behind, Yu Qingyu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely what she wished to witness. The time had come for the next step. After midnight tonight, the outskirts of Nanli City would usher in a new year, heralding a grand fireworks display. The fireworks team was already stationed at the outskirts, ready to ignite the pyrotechnics at the appointed hour. With still some time before midnight, the individuals responsible for lighting the fireworks gathered together, sharing wine and laughter. Suddenly, several shadowy figures appeared behind them, and before anyone could react, they were all silently knocked unconscious and dragged into the underbrush. A strikingly beautiful woman, with an expressionless visage and an air of aloofness, emerged from the shadows of the trees, a long blade slung across her waist. Dozens of shadowy figures followed in her wake, awaiting further instructions. The woman raised her arm, and the shadowy figures immediately began to prepare the fireworks. Once everything was in readiness, Yu Lian transmitted a message to Yu Qingyu from a distance, stating, "Left Guardian, preparations are complete." Meanwhile, Ning Yeching, still holding Luo Ruiying's hand, finally navigated through the throng to a less crowded street. Even after escaping the dense crowd, they seemed to have reached a tacit understanding, as neither showed any intention of letting go of the other's hand. Yu Qingyu, trailing behind, wore a contented smile. She had just received the transmission from Yu Lian. "Excellent," she thought, stepping closer to Luo Ruiying and bowing slightly. "Madam, I have heard that the New Year's fireworks display is about to commence. Would you care to witness it?" "The fireworks display?" Luo Ruiying questioned. Puzzled, "Isn't that scheduled to begin after midnight? Surely it is still too early." She recalled that the fireworks display was not meant to start so soon. Ning Yeching's first thought was that Yu Qingyu was up to something again, secretly planning without his knowledge. She clearly had not heeded his earlier words in response to Luo Ruiying's confusion. Yu Qingyu remained unfazed, explaining, "Madam, you may not be aware, but the fireworks display has been moved up." "Is that so?" Luo Ruiying asked, intrigued. She had heard that the annual New Year's fireworks in Nanli City were truly magnificent, leaving an indelible impression on those who witnessed them. Before leaving, Qi Yuan had specifically emphasized that she must not miss the fireworks at midnight. Yu Qingyu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, since they had come this far, they might as well take a look. Luo Ruiying turned to Ning Yeching with a smile, seemingly seeking his approval. "Since my lady is interested." "Then let us go," Ning Yeching replied, despite his uncertainty about Yu Qingyu's intentions. Observing Luo Ruiying's evident enthusiasm, he felt compelled to comply. The two of them, holding Luo Hongye, made their way to a small hill designated for viewing the fireworks. From this vantage point, they could not only admire the myriad lights of the city, but also enjoy the splendid fireworks against the night sky. However, upon their arrival at the hilltop, they found it utterly deserted. "How strange, there isn't a soul in sight," Luo Ruiying remarked. "Could it be that everyone is unaware that the fireworks display has been moved up?" She pondered, feeling perplexed. Unbeknownst to her, the area had already been cleared in advance. Yu Qingyu communicated with Yu Lian outside the city, stating, "The demon sovereign and his lady are in position. Commence the operation." "Understood," Yu Lian replied, immediately relaying orders to her subordinates. "Proceed." Upon receiving the command, the dark guards swiftly ignited the fuses. In an instant, a series of fiery bursts shot into the night sky, blooming into a kaleidoscope of colors against the inky backdrop. The dazzling fireworks illuminated much of the night, harmonizing beautifully with the twinkling stars above, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Just as Qi Yuan had described, the fireworks display was indeed a sight to behold. Luo Ruiying, cradling Luo Hongye, gazed intently at the resplendent fireworks and the glowing city below. This serene and harmonious atmosphere was a feeling she had never experienced in the celestial realm. Suddenly, she felt that the warmth of human existence was not inferior to the countless pursuits of immortality in the celestial realm. Nestled in her arms, Luo Hongye turned her head, joyfully observing the fireworks and the starry sky, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Ning Yeqing had initially intended to scold Yu Qingyu for meddling, but seeing how much his wife and child seemed to enjoy it, he decided to let it be. Meanwhile, the other citizens of the city had also noticed the fireworks in the sky, stopping in their tracks to gaze upwards at the brilliant display. Some quickly reacted. Puzzled, wait, isn't the fireworks display supposed to start later? Why is it beginning early? Exactly. Why was no one informed? As the realization dawned upon the crowd, they hurriedly rushed towards the hillside where Ning Yeqing was situated, dragging their families along in a frenzy. However, Yu Qingyu would not permit anyone to intrude upon the sacred moment shared between the demon lord and his lady. A mysterious mist rose ominously from below the hill, causing the people who entered the white fog to lose their bearings instantly. And no matter how they tried to navigate, they found themselves unable to escape. Even the multitude of cultivators attempting to soar away on their swords were thwarted. The mist seemed boundless, rendering any escape impossible. She was determined to create the perfect opportunity for the demon lord and his lady to enjoy each other's company, observing that Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying remained merely holding hands. Gazing into the distance without taking any further steps, Yu Qingyu couldn't help but furrow her brow. She took it upon herself to subtly remind him, "Demon Lord, you might consider advancing your relationship with your lady. Such matters require the right atmosphere. With others watching from behind, how could one possibly cultivate such an ambience?" Ning Yeqing reprimanded her silently. Although the atmosphere created by Yu Qingyu was indeed pleasant, the presence of several third wheels diminished any interest. Yu Qingyu suddenly grasped the situation and turned with a stern expression, issuing orders to Meng Niu and the others. "You three are being a hindrance. Depart at once. I am referring to you." Ning Yeqing nearly roared in his thoughts. Yu Qingyu seemed utterly incredulous, as though she hadn't anticipated that Ning Yeqing was pointing at her. The subordinates understood. To afford Ning Yeqing and Luo Ruiying some privacy, Yu Qingyu sensibly led Meng Niu and the others away quietly. At last, they were gone. Ning Yeqing took a seat on the lawn beside Luo Ruiying, their arms entwined as they continued to gaze silently at the blooming fireworks. While the intention was to cultivate a moment for the two of them, Luo Hongye remained nestled in Luo Ruiying's embrace. With a child present, even the most perfect atmosphere could not foster any intimacy. Nevertheless, the three of them sitting together, enjoying the fireworks, was a delightful pleasure in its own right that he found joy in it. At least, not far off in the grass, Yu Qingyu and Meng Niu stealthily peered out. Yu Qingyu's brow slightly furrowed, her expression contemplative. Why had the scene she hoped for yet to unfold? Was the atmosphere still lacking? Just as she pondered how to further enhance the ambience for the demon lord and his lady, she suddenly received a communication from her shadow guard. "Left Protector, someone is approaching the chief family." Since the last time Ning Yeqing had entrusted the alchemical formula for the immortal pill to Qi Yuan, he had ordered Yu Qingyu to secretly dispatch personnel to protect the chief family. According to the demon lord, the Jiang family would soon become restless. That it was as he had predicted. Yet, how unfortunate that it would interrupt her enjoyment. Yu Qingyu's delicate features turned icy, her noble and ethereal demeanor radiating the authority of an empress commanding life and death. Before she could utter a word, a report came from Yu Lian, who was in charge of the fireworks outside the city. "Left Protector, there are numerous ants approaching the chief family from the outskirts. Additionally, someone seems to be heading towards the demon lord. Should we eliminate them all? The ants must be eradicated to ensure the demon lord and his lady's rendezvous remains uninterrupted. Leave the one heading towards the demon lord to me. As for the chief family, Qi Huan and Kuang Xiu, you two handle it. Remember to leave one or two for questioning. Let the rest of those ants vanish. The rest will clear out the other pests in the city. And remember, do not create any noise, lest it disturb the demon lord and his lady. Yu Qingyu issued her orders calmly to all her subordinates in the city. Every infiltrator disguised as a commoner received her commands at once, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty and cold light. After days of masquerading as mortals, they were finally free to act. They were nearly suffocating. Murder and mayhem were their rightful duties in the demon realm. Many leaders of the demon realm's legions, shadow guards, and figures like Kuang Qiu and Qi Huan displayed sinister smiles. Left Protector, leaving a couple alive, may prove challenging. The atmosphere around Yi Tianxin at the barbecue stall was colder than ever. He would not permit anyone to disturb the demon lord and the princess's date. From now on, we shall temporarily cease operations. Yi Tianxin, Kuang Qiu, and Qi Huan swiftly hung signs indicating the stall was closed for business and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the stall owner had disappeared, leaving bewildered patrons looking around in confusion. Where did the owner go? Meanwhile, Luo Ying sat on the lawn, cradling Luo Hongye, her beautiful eyes occasionally stealing glances at Ning Yechen beside her. Illuminated by the fireworks blooming in the night sky, she could clearly see Ning Yechen's handsome yet composed profile. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was indeed strikingly handsome. Even in the celestial realm, he would be considered exceptionally attractive. Luo Ying subtly reached into her bosom, grasping a gift she had prepared for him over the past few days, yet hesitated slightly. Ning Yechen immediately sensed her peculiar behavior and turned curiously to her, asking with a smile, "My lady, what troubles you? Why do you keep staring at me?" "And no, it's nothing." Caught off guard by Ning Yechen's inquiry, Luo Ying realized she had been staring too intently, her cheeks flushing as she averted her gaze, vehemently denying it. She found herself reluctant to retrieve the item she clutched. Ning Yechen noticed Luo Ying's hand delving into her bosom, as if to retrieve something, just as he was about to inquire further when his expression suddenly sharpened. Not far away, someone was approaching them, but it seemed they had come specifically to find him and Luo Ying. The Zhang family could no longer contain themselves. They were acting sooner than he had anticipated. How unfortunate that they chose the day of the festival. He had intended to let the Zhang family linger a few more days to celebrate the new year, but it appeared that was no longer necessary. Meanwhile, Ning Yechen also received a communication from Yu Qingyu. "Demon Lord, someone is preparing to attack you, and the Qi family. My subordinates will deal with it immediately." After much contemplation, Yu Qingyu knew that Ning Yechen had likely sensed the impending threat, so she took it upon herself to inform him. After all, it was her duty as the leader of the demon realm. You focus on eradicating those pests, and ensure they do not disturb Ru Ying and the child.